When I woke up, I was standing on the school playground, surrounded by classmates who were preparing to participate in the job transfer ceremony. The memories that suddenly emerged in my mind made me realize that I had traveled to a world where everyone changed jobs, and what I was about to experience was a job transfer ceremony that would determine my life's destiny. At this moment, my girlfriend Jiang Ningyu walked up to the job transfer stone tablet. All eyes were on her. After all, she was the school's recognized beauty, talented and beautiful, and her strength should not be underestimated. As expected, she successfully transferred to become an A-level Frost Guardian. The whole playground exploded instantly, everyone cheered for her success, and I cast an admiring look at her. However, things suddenly took a turn for the worse. After Jiang Ningyu stepped down from the stone tablet, she came straight to me and said in a cold tone, "Li Yao, let's break up." This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, and it stunned me. It turned out that after she achieved an A-level career, she no longer needed me, her licking dog boyfriend. Before I could react, a familiar mechanical voice rang in my mind, "The strongest hextech system is activated." It turned out that my cheat code was finally here. With the activation of the system, my summoner profession also underwent a qualitative change, becoming a cloud top chess player, and with hextech runes, equipment bonuses, and bonds. My summons are no longer ordinary beings, but powerful warriors that can upgrade and evolve and equip runes. I was no longer discouraged, and even sneered, and asked Jiang Ningyu, "Are you sure you want to break up?" She nodded indifferently, as if everything was under control. Facing her attitude, I didn't say anything more, and directly asked her to return the resources I gave her over the years, including the precious A-level nutrient solution and storage ring. Her face turned ugly instantly. After all, these things were priceless, especially the nutrient solution, which she had already used up. Seeing that she was unwilling to return them, I made my position clear without hesitation and even threatened to take legal action to get them back. The students who were watching were originally on her side, but when they heard the huge value of these resources, they all fell silent. Finally, Jiang Ningyu returned the storage ring reluctantly under everyone's gaze, and I got the resource compensation she deserved from the principal. The funny thing is that the principal tried to settle the matter peacefully and wanted me to stop, but I knew in my heart that this matter was far from over. As the power of the system gradually emerged, I knew that I, Li Yao, had just begun to rise. When Li Yao left, the job transfer ceremony had come to an end. A total of 700 people from Yucai High School participated in the job transfer. Including Li Yao, there are 2 A-level professionals in the main combat category, 7 B-level professionals, and 140 people below B-level. For Yucai High School, this result is neither good nor bad. But with an A-level magic profession as a foundation, Zhang Yi was quite satisfied with it. After the job transfer was completed, Zhang Yi looked at his office. Jiang Ningyu seemed to be hesitant to speak. "You want to talk about that A-level skill book, right?" "Yeah." Jiang Ningyu nodded and said aggrievedly, 50 million can't buy an A-level skill. "Principal, can you help me get my skills back? I owe him, and I will find a way to pay him back." Zhang Yi took a sip of tea and said, "Don't worry, you won't be able to escape." "But wasn't the badge taken away by Li Yao?" Jiang Ningyu asked. "Take away? Isn't that something you owe Li Yao?" Zhang Yi glanced at Jiang Ningyu unhappily, then said, "Have you forgotten that Li Yao is also an A-level professional? According to the regulations, he also has an A-level resource grant. As long as you perform well in tomorrow's rookie dungeon, I am sure that this subsidy will fall to you legally and compliantly." In his eyes, although both of them are A-level, but one is a magic system and the other is a summoning system, it is clear at a glance which is more important. In order for the school to obtain more resources, Jiang Ningyu, an A-level mage, is naturally more worthy of investment. Jiang Ningyu was surprised when he heard this. "Thank you, Principal." Zhang Yi nodded, and then said earnestly, "I agree with you breaking up with Li Yao. Frost Masters and Summoners are from 2 different worlds after all. You have a bright future ahead of you, but he will only hinder your progress." "I understand." The grievance in Jiang Ningyu's eyes disappeared. "Did you hear that, Li Yao? You and I are not destined to be from the same world. Breaking up with you is the best choice." The other side. Li Yao returned home. After eating something casually, he hurried to the room and started to do his work. Open the system panel and recite silently in your mind. Extract hex. Extracting hex tech enhancement runes. Congratulations. You have drawn your first rune, a gold level rune, and you can start combat training. Congratulations. You have drawn the second rune, a prismatic rune, hedge fund. Hedge funds. Li Yao showed ecstasy. Hedge funds are the strongest economic type of hex in the early stage, no doubt about it. He now has the talent for rising stars. You can directly use gold coins to upgrade the summoned creatures, thereby greatly improving their attributes. For him, hedge fund is simply the most suitable hex rune. I didn't expect that I would get the prismatic level directly on my first draw. There are 3 levels of hex tech enhancement runes: silver, gold, and prismatic. Hedge fund, prismatic level directly obtain 50 gold coins. For every 5 levels the player's level increases, 10 gold coins can be obtained. Practical training, gold level, select a chess piece and kill a monster of the chess piece's level or higher to gain 1 strength permanently. Li Yao took a deep breath when he saw the effect of the hex rune. Even the gold level combat training made Li Yao excited. There's a reason why summoners are called sewers. To put it bluntly, it's because of limited talent that the summoned creatures are not strong enough. But with actual combat training, you can increase your strength without limit by killing monsters. Then the possibilities for his summons would be endless. Even in the later stages, it is possible to slay a dragon with 1 strike. Think of this. Li Yao couldn't wait to cultivate his own summoned beast. Now, I need to get a skill book for summoned beasts first. Li Yao turned on the computer. Click on the StarNet website built by the Federation. Find the store section on the home page. Equipment, skill books, various medicines, etc. are all available. Li Yao chooses a skill book. Change the restriction to Summon Beast Skill Book, Grade A, usable level below level 10. As expected, not a single skill book appeared. The preciousness of A-level skill books is no longer something that can be bought with money. He definitely made a huge profit by exchanging 50 million for A-level skills. After entering the redemption badge, dozens of redemption items will instantly pop up on the page. Tiger Claw Lizard Summon, Red Horned Ox Summon, Goblin General Summon. Although there are many A-level skill books, Li Yao already has his own goals. He is a gifted chess player. As long as all the chess pieces are not defeated, they cannot attack themselves. Coupled with the combat training talent, defeating monsters will permanently increase your strength. Then his first summon can only be a physical monster with extremely strong survivability. After filtering like this, only 1 skill book met Li Yao's requirements. Void Mantis Summon. Li Yao directly chose to redeem. Through the special transmission method of the Star Network, the skill book appeared in front of Li Yao. Li Yao chose to use it without hesitation. Congratulations, you have signed a contract with the Void Mantis, and the Void Mantis has obtained the Yeetzy fate. The thought moved slightly, after deducting 50 mana points. A lavender mantis appeared in front of Li Yao. Chess piece, Void Mantis. Level 1, increases with summoner level. Grade, A level. Bond, Assassin Void Creature. Star rating, 1 star, 15 gold coins are required to upgrade the star of A-level chess pieces. HP, 350/350. Strength, 12. Spirit, 6. Agility, 23. Endurance, 7. Skill 1, Void Attack, Hide in the Void, enter level 2 stealth state, the first normal attack after invisibility causes 200% physical damage, cooldown, 12 seconds. Skill 2, Taste Fear, causing 200% physical damage to the target. If there are no other enemy units within 2 meters of the target, the damage will be doubled. Cooldown, 5 seconds. It is worthy of being an A-level skill book. Li Yao was very satisfied with the basic attributes of the Void Mantis. What's more, the skill also comes with high percentage damage. This hex is quite suitable for actual combat training. Judging from the current attributes alone, even an A-level professional like Jiang Ningyu. In a one-on-one situation, there is a high probability that you will not be able to defeat the Void Mantis. But if it is an ordinary summoner, the summoned beast cannot be advanced. At the most, at the second level, the strength of an A-level professional will surpass that of an A-level summoned beast. This is also the reason why summoner is weak in the late game. There are too many professionals who are unable to improve their upper limit. But since Liao has the talent to upgrade stars, he doesn't have to worry about this problem at all. System, upgrade it for me. The words fell. The Void Mantis, which was still inside the summoning circle, suddenly swelled up. Originally less than half a meter in size, it has now grown to about 1 meter and 2 meters, but because of its hunched back, it still looks very short. But this is an insect creature. The volume of 1.2 meters is quite exaggerated. No one would dare to look down upon those 2 4-foot blades that were nearly half a meter long. The whole insect body became cold. The data also changes accordingly. Chess piece, Void Mantis. Level, 1. Grade, S level. Bond, Assassin Void Creature. Star rating, 2 stars, 40 gold coins required to upgrade to S-level chess pieces. HP, 1150/1150. Strength, 31. Spirit, 12. Agility, 43. Endurance, 23. Skill 1, Void Attack, Hide in the Void, enter level 5 stealth state, the first normal attack after invisibility causes 300% physical damage, cooldown 9 seconds. Skill 2, Taste Fear, causing 300% physical damage to the target. If there are no enemy units within 2 meters of the target, the damage will be doubled. Cooldown is 4 seconds. Good. Liao looked at the attributes of the Void Mantis and nodded with satisfaction. All data have been greatly improved. The health volume exceeds 1000, which is in the level 1 range and is already at the boss level. You know. Strength represents attack power, and the ratio is 1:1. Stamina represents defense and health. An ordinary rookie professional, with the rookie standard weapon, has a maximum of 15 points of strength. With 15 points of strength and 23 points of stamina, the maximum amount of damage that can be dealt is 1 point of forced health loss. With 1150 HP, he can still be hit by these new professionals even if he is standing. The damage caused is not as much as the blood recovery that comes with it. Right now, Liao has created a chasm-like gap between himself and these professionals. Now to do. Just wait until tomorrow and increase the level as much as possible. When you reach level 5, you will receive gold coins as rewards from the hedge fund, and the Void Mantis can be further upgraded. When the time comes. Liao couldn't even imagine it. How powerful can the Void Mantis be? The next morning, Liao woke up on time. The Void Mantis is hidden in the void, like a guard, motionless. As long as it does not launch an attack, its invisibility can be maintained indefinitely. The stealth level is 5, as long as there is no detection skill above level 5. Combined with the talent of the chess player, he is almost immortal. Liao thought to himself, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Come to school. There were several buses parked at the door, taking them to the location of the copy. The rookie copy is not exclusive to Yucai High School. All students in Jiangzhou City who have completed their job transfer will enter the dungeon. When Liao arrived at the entrance of the dungeon, it was already crowded. Students stood together in classes, patiently waiting for the copy to open. The teachers and the principal gathered together to exchange greetings. Old Zhang, you are amazing. You have done a great job in cultivating talents this time. You awakened 2 A-level professions at once. Your results are so good. Do you want to go to the main city for further studies? Haha. Zhang Yi's face was full of red. You also know that one of them is a summoner, not worth mentioning. Besides, your school doesn't lack A-level professions, so don't come and laugh at me. Several principals gathered together and chatted animatedly. Double a grade, it looks like your Yucai team has taken first place again this year. Principal Yang, are you so modest? Your number 3 middle school is not bad either. The thunder vision yesterday must have been from an A-level magic profession, right? Ha ha ha. A thunder walker, barely a magician, not worth mentioning. Old Wang has also awakened an A-level job. I heard it's a barrier master, and it's a rare job, right? Nothing can be hidden from Lao Zhang. Several principals are old acquaintances and are all very busy on weekdays. There is only a chance to meet each other once a year during the rookie copy. A thunder walker is awakened in the 3rd level. Needless to say, the value of this magic profession is very high. The barrier master awakened in Shulin High School is also A-level, but belongs to a rare category of profession. On the surface, he is the strongest in Jiangzhou. In comparison, among the 2 A-level members of Yucai, one is just a summoner and is not up to par. It is too early to say who will take first place. However, it can be seen that none of them considered summoners as combat power, neither of them considered them as combat power. In their eyes, if Yucai wants to take first place, he still has to rely on that frost control master. After the greetings, the principals did not forget their business and returned to their respective schools. Class, please be quiet. I have something to say before the dungeon begins. As Principal Zhang spoke, the scene suddenly became quiet. Except for Li Yao, all combat-type professions must bring healing and tank professions into the dungeon together. Don't think that because the dungeon is easy now, you should abandon the auxiliary profession and level up on your own. If everyone thinks this way, then won't the auxiliary profession be at a low level forever? In the early stage, you may ask those auxiliary professions to take you into the team when you reach a higher level. Principal Zhang said it very clearly, and it is indeed the case. The students who originally thought of playing solo, all calmed down. Soon. Then someone asked, "Why doesn't Li Yao need to bring an assistant?" Zhang Yi said calmly, "Li Yao is a summoner. You can ask the support if he is willing to team up with him." Several assistants shook their heads upon hearing this. Sewer occupation summoner. Who dares to team up with him? Seeing the appearance of these assistants, Li Yao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that he doesn't want to bring support. Li Yao's goal is to be admitted to one of the 4 major universities in Longhua. The level must be at least 15, and to be safe, it must be 20. There are still 2 weeks left before the martial arts exam. It will be very difficult to reach level 20. It is even more difficult to bring in assistants. Okay, there are still 10 minutes before the dungeon opens. You guys form your own team. If any support can't find a team, you can come to the front and find me, and I will help you arrange it. After saying that, Zhang Yi left the scene. The students suddenly became noisy. All main combat professions invite teammates to each other. Only Li Yao seemed to be forgotten by everyone and stayed in the corner. School beauty Jiang is here. Just then, someone shouted, and everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it. She was wearing a light blue wizard robe, had a curvy figure, and an exquisite face. This caused the blood pressure of these inexperienced students to soar instantly. Jiang Ningyu walked up to Li Yao. Li Yao raised his eyes. "What's the matter?" "Of course there is something." Jiang Ningyu asked in a low voice, ignoring Li Yao's tone. "As a summoner, it should be difficult to form a team now. Our team is still short of a DPS player, why don't you join us?" At this time, Jiang Ningyu had regained his former confidence. She was confident that Li Yao would not refuse her invitation. Certainly. She didn't want to take care of Li Yao out of nostalgia. Instead, Li Yao took her A-level skill. In other words, Li Yao now has an A-level summon. Everyone is only level 1, and the summoned creatures are definitely able to crush the professionals. With Li Yao joining, her upgrade speed will definitely be increased to a higher level. And the most important thing is, if the team achieves success, who will give the credit to Li Yao, the summoner? As an A-level mage, I am the only beneficiary. Didn't Goddess Jiang break up with Li Yao? Why are you looking for Li Yao to team up now? Do you feel sorry for Li Yao? Li Yao is alone now. He probably won't be able to kill a single monster if he enters the dungeon, let alone level up. How stupid. Li Yao not only threatened Goddess Jiang, but also took 50 million from her, and he still misses their old friendship. She really did. I cried my ass off. Jiang Ningyu is still too kind. You know, when you form a team, you share experience. She is using her own leveling speed to help her ex-boyfriend. The same thing Jiang Ningyu thought. None of the students present thought that Li Yao would refuse. After all, Li Yao's current situation means that no one wants to form a team. Not to mention an A-level professional like Jiang Ningyu. However, Li Yao said casually, "It's nice to want it." Then he left Jiang Ningyu there and walked straight towards the copy. Etc. Jiang Ningyu didn't react for a moment, then immediately followed. "You are just a summoner, don't you think you can do it alone? Don't bother me." Li Yao said disgustedly, "Don't you just want me to help you level up because I have an A-level summon?" You. Jiang Ningyu was furious. He stammered for a long time and couldn't say anything. As Li Yao stepped into the dungeon, Jiang Ningyu could only stomp his feet and glare fiercely at the place where Li Yao disappeared. "Student Jiang, let's go in too." Behind her, Yi Tao, a B-rank main tank, touched the bronze shield in his hand. Said with a sneer, "Even without Li Yao, our team's strength is definitely unique. When the dungeon is over, he'll see our level. He'll regret it." Hearing this, Jiang Ningyu retracted his gaze, snorted coldly, and led the team into the dungeon. I thought to myself, I want to see how high your A-rank summon can go. After a dizzying moment, Li Yao appeared in a forest. There are towering trees tens of meters high all around, blocking out the sun. Many smaller monsters are hiding in the woods. The density of monsters here is not high, so it is relatively safe. Therefore, the time spent finding monsters is longer than the time spent spawning them. Li Yao sent out the void mantis that was hiding beside him. "Go find some monsters to kill." A thought came to my mind. The void mantis flew away into the distance at an extremely fast speed. What a fast speed! Li Yao sighed. With an agility of up to 43 points, the void mantis's movement speed is quite amazing. In the blink of an eye, they were dozens of meters away. In less than 2 seconds, the figure of the void mantis appeared in the field of vision. Attack to remove invisibility. A pair of sharp claws were raised high and chopped down below. 164. Kill the green leaf snake, experience plus 1%. Actual combat training triggered, void mantis strength plus 1. Flash sale. Li Yao looked at the experience. Each one is 1%, and you can level up after killing 100 of them. Continue. Kill the green leaf snake, experience plus 1%. Actual combat training triggered, void mantis strength plus 1. Kill the green leaf snake, experience plus 1%. Actual combat training triggered, void mantis strength plus 1. In just 10 minutes, the void mantis had hunted down dozens of green leaf snakes. This is so efficient. Most of the time was spent looking for monsters. Li Yao originally planned to reach level 10 in the novice copy before leaving. After all, monsters in the wild are much stronger. Even if he wanted to upgrade, he would not joke with his own life. It seems now. A 2-star void mantis can instantly kill monsters of the same level. Even through actual combat training, the strength attribute continues to rise. You don't even need to reach level 10 to go out and kill those wild monsters. Level 5, right. I'll collect the gold coins from the hedge fund, upgrade my void mantis to 3 stars, and then head out into the wild. In less than 20 minutes, Li Yao had an upgrade. Name, Li Yao. Occupation, Yunding chess player, hidden only. Level, 2, 0.5%. HP, 500/500. Strength, 10. Spirit, 10. Agility, 10. Endurance, 10. Free attribute points, 10. P-space, 1 out of 1. Equipment, none, 0/8. Skills, Void Mantis Summoning, S, Hedge Fund, unknown, Combat Training, unknown. Talents, Hex, Bond, Armament, Chess Player, Star Rising. Li Yao thought about it and added all the free attributes to agility. Generally, summoners will choose to focus on spirit. Because the spirit affects the attributes of the summoned owner. The main attribute of the void mantis is strength. Liao has practical training, and his strength can be increased without limit. Even if you add spirit, that little improvement is just a drop in the bucket. Agility affects the speed of summons. The void mantis has a very high basic agility, but this does not prevent Liao from continuing to improve. When facing monsters, strength alone is not enough. The small monsters can't see it, but if you deal with elite monsters, or even some agility-focused boss monsters, what's the use of having high strength if you can't attack the enemy? Liao added the attribute to agility. The attributes of the void mantis also change accordingly. Chess piece, void mantis. Level 2. Grade, S level. Bond, void assassin. Stars, 2 stars. HP, 1400/1400. Strength, 137/31 plus 5, improved by chess piece upgrade, plus 101, improved by actual combat training. Spirit, 17 out of 12 plus 5. Agility, 56/43 plus 5, increased by chess piece upgrade, plus 8, 40% agility of the chess player. Endurance, 28/23 plus 5. Skills, void attack, taste of fear. Liao couldn't help but be amazed. This attribute is too terrifying. 137 strength. Even a level 10 warrior who has fully upgraded his skills cannot reach this level. But Liao also knew. S-level summons are not that exaggerated, mainly because actual combat training is too powerful. Otherwise, the strength of a level 2 void mantis would only be 36 points. Although it is not weak, it is not that strong. The key is talent. The boost from actual combat training is simply too great for these physical summons. The only pity is that you can only specify one chess piece. Moreover, the level 1 green leaf snake is now unable to continue to increase the power of the void mantis. Liao chose to continue walking deeper into the forest. Kill the colorful snake, experience plus 0.8%. Actual combat training triggered, void mantis strength plus 1. Kill the red bear, experience plus 1.1%. Actual combat training triggered, void mantis strength plus 1. Kill the green leaf snake, experience plus 0.5%. It was a one-shot kill, no suspense all the way. With a strength of 137, even without triggering the invisibility attack, the damage is around 150 points. Except for the level 3 red bear, which is known for its endurance and needs only one shot of taste of fear, the rest can be killed instantly. Liao walked slowly forward along the trajectory of the void mantis. Liao soon discovered it. When the void mantis was more than 500 meters away from him, he could no longer sense its presence. Pity. If it weren't for this discovery, when there were enough chess pieces. This allows a chess piece to stay in a safe place. In this way, through the talent of the chess player, Liao will always be in an immortal state. But think about it. Such a terrifying ability is bound to have limitations. At this time, Liao saw a monster that was not killed by the void mantis. Level 2 colorful snake. Hiding in the grass in the corner, the void mantis thought it would be a waste of time to kill it, so it just skipped over it. He's a lucky guy. Liao thought to himself as he raised his fist and hit him. 9. Li looked into the distance. The damage value that appears when the void mantis attacks monsters. 802. 3 question marks slowly emerged in Liao's mind. Comparing yourself to others will make you feel nauseous. Liao vented all his resentment on the colorful snake. The player cannot be attacked without killing the piece. That's all. The colorful snake had no power to resist and Liao killed it easily. Kill the colorful snake, experience plus 0.8%. A golden light emerged from his body. Upgraded. It reached level 3 in less than an hour. If you calculate this way, you can reach level 5 in no more than 3 hours. As far as Liao knows. In previous years, the first 5 levels of the rookie copy only appeared at the end of the first day. This speed is already far beyond the standard. Liao was still not satisfied. Controlling the void mantis to move towards the deepest part, At the same time. Outside world. Several principals gathered around a table and made some tea. I wonder how many levels these kids can reach on the first day this year. The first day they mentioned refers to the 8 hours when the instance is open. Several A levels should be able to reach level 5, right? Well, it shouldn't be a big problem. Who among you still remembers the highest record of our Jiangzhou on the first day? I remember it was level 7. 3 years ago, it was the only S-level profession in Jiangzhou. I remember that too. On the first day, I was at level 7. On the second day, I was at level 11. By the time of the martial arts exam, I was at level 22. Based on their upgrade speed on the first day, we can actually roughly judge the upgrade situation in the next few days. If you don't reach level 5 on the first day, the 4 universities will basically be difficult. Zhang Yi listened to several people talking. Thinking in my heart. Jiang Ningyu's team is composed entirely of B-level professionals, so it won't be a problem for them to reach level 5. I just don't know how many levels that kid Li Yao can reach. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh at himself, thinking that he was really overthinking. One summoner, no one to form a team. It's not certain whether you can kill the monster, but you still want to level up. Most likely, he will be like other summoners, go out into the wild, and pay someone to train for him. Suddenly, a huge breath rushed towards me. Zhang Yi's face suddenly changed. Why is this guy here? Someone waved at the newcomer and said enthusiastically. President Li, come and sit down. Li Yang, president of the Silver Wolf Guild and Li Yao's father. Seeing that there was an empty seat next to Zhang Yi, Li Yang sat down without hesitation. Principal Zhang, long time no see. Li Yang had a resolute and handsome face and laughed loudly. Zhang Yi quickly poured Li Yang a cup of tea. President Li is here to see that kid Li Yao, right? He now only hoped that the other party was not aware of what happened in the school. Li Yang took the tea, put it in front of him and smiled. Xiao Yao has been taken care of by Principal Zhang for the past 3 years. Zhang Yi waved his hand. I didn't do anything. Li Yao is very smart and his job transfer is pretty good. Haha, Principal Zhang, you're joking. How can a summoner be considered good? But it doesn't matter. I can't make it as a professional, and I still have the family to help me take care of it. Come to think of it, wasn't the Silver Wolf Guild founded just for this kid? Li Yang said casually. Zhang Yi's expression changed slightly. The other party's words obviously showed that he already knew what happened in school yesterday. That's not all. Li Yang was still telling him. Li Yao has the Silver Wolf Guild behind him, so don't try to do anything weird. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, several principals nearby kept silent. Everyone present is a third-level professional. But there are also strong and weak types of third-level professionals. Like Li Yang. At level 60, he is only one job change away from the 4th job change, and he often hangs out in wild dungeons. Even if we tie up all these principals, we still can't defeat them. However, Zhang Yi is not too afraid of the other party. When he was planning this, he had already thought about the Silver Wolf Guild. If he were an ordinary student, why would he need to go through formal procedures? By then, as long as Jiang Ningyu's grades are good, he can completely transfer Li Yao's resources to Jiang Ningyu. He has been in Yucai for so many years. Now all we need is an opportunity to take the next step. And Jiang Ningyu is his opportunity. He had to take a gamble no matter what. With this in mind, Zhang Yi seemed to be at ease when facing Li Yang's warning. Haha, President Li is right. It's pitiful how pitiful the parents are, but I still want to say something here. It's better not to rely too much on family for the children's path. Hearing this, Li Yang remained calm on the surface, but he was extremely angry in his heart. The Silver Wolf Guild has no shortage of other resources in the A-level subsidy. The most important thing is the A-level skill book. It's about professional growth. Even for the Silver Wolf Guild, it is difficult to obtain. Now Zhang Yiming is obviously trying to keep this resource for himself. Li Yang suddenly felt a headache. All I can say is that no one is optimistic about the summoner. Even if this matter gets brought to the top, the result will only be disadvantageous to Li Yao. Now Li Yang can only hope. Li Yao's performance in the dungeon is slightly better. But what can a summoner expect? Even for his own son, Li Yang still doesn't think highly of the summoner profession. In the new copy, a flash of light passed by. Less than 3 hours after entering the dungeon, Li Yao successfully reached level 4. The Void Mantis is completely different from when it first came in. Chess piece, Void Mantis. Level 4. Grade, S level. Bond, Assassin. Stars, 2 stars. HP, 1900/1900. Strength, 395. Spirit, 22. Agility, 74. Endurance, 38. Skills, Void Attack, Taste of Fear. Because of Hex combat training, his strength has reached an incredible level. Li Yao took the Void Mantis and stepped into the depths of the forest. Most of the monsters that appear now are level 5 and 6. But in front of the Void Mantis, whose strength attribute is close to 400, it can be defeated with just one claw. Kill the Earth Bear, experience plus 0.9%. Actual combat training triggered, Void Mantis strength plus 1. Kill the Grey Moon Wolf, experience plus 0.7%. Actual combat training triggered, Void Mantis strength plus 1. For Li Yao, killing level 1 monsters and level 6 monsters are actually the same in terms of efficiency. So, although the experience required will increase significantly with each level up. But Li Yao always killed monsters above his level, so his leveling speed wasn't much slower. At this rate, it will take at most 1 hour to reach level 5. There is still half of the time left until the first day of the instance is closed. Why not go directly to the center and see if there is a boss? If I encounter a monster on the road, I will kill it. If I don't encounter it, I will not bother to look for it. After all, this is just a novice copy, and the highest level of monsters is only level 7. There is no need for him to waste time here. As Li Yao continued to go deeper, level 7 monsters began to appear, and they were also killed instantly. Li Yao took out a lunchbox from his storage ring. Eat heartily while hurrying on the road. Summoner, isn't that how you play? Now the Void Mantis is getting stronger and stronger. I just don't know, in this new dungeon. Is there any monster that can withstand a taste of fear? The other side. In order to achieve good results in the rookie copy, Jiang Ningyu entered the dungeon and led her team to the deepest part to hunt high-level monsters. Several people sat on the stone pestle to rest. He was injured and his health was at rock bottom. However, Jiang Ningyu's eyes were particularly bright. Less than half of the dungeon opening time, her experience has reached 60% of level 3. She will definitely reach level 5 before the dungeon ends. Compared to Jiang Ningyu's excitement, the other 4 teammates looked unhappy. The final blow to kill the monster, and the bulk of the experience, was snatched away by Jiang Ningyu relying on his high attack power. The excuse is that she should upgrade first and then help them upgrade. Anyone who is not stupid knows that it is just empty talk. But there was nothing they could do. She couldn't get the monster away, so she went to complain, and the principal treated her like a treasure. I can only regret choosing the wrong team. Seeing their expressions, Jiang Ningyu knew what they were thinking. But what does this have to do with her? You have no ability, so you blame others for stealing monsters. All she cares about is her own rank. There shouldn't be anyone higher than me at this point, right? Jiang Ningyu thought secretly. After all, there are 4 B-level professions helping her level up. And the monsters deep in the dungeon are definitely not something that ordinary new professionals can deal with. No matter what, you need to be like her, with several B-level and 1 A-level, to barely hunt. With this configuration, each school can only take out 1. Thinking of the several A-level teams from other schools, Jiang Ningyu felt anxious again, fearing that his first-place position would be unstable. He stood up and spoke. Everyone has rested, let's continue. Just at this moment. Roar, roar, roar. A startling roar echoed throughout the forest. A bloody wind blew, and a huge wolf head broke through the dense forest. With its bloody mouth wide open, it came into everyone's sight. Ah! There is no reaction time at all. A scream suddenly occurred. Jiang Ningyu and the others woke up as if from a dream. He looked at the scene in front of him in horror. The main tank Yi Tao lost an arm in just one encounter. The endurance attribute that he was so proud of was as fragile as thin paper in front of this giant wolf-like monster. What to do? An assistant asked in a trembling voice. Escape. Jiang Ningyu turned around and ran without any hesitation. She has completely forgotten her former goddess demeanor. The other students quickly followed. Hearing the shrill screams behind him, the auxiliary profession felt a little bit reluctant. What about Yi Tao? Yi Tao will be fine. Jiang Ningyu, who was running in the front, spoke very quickly without even turning his head. The map watch given by the instructor is actually an emergency tool. I will be teleported out of the dungeon before I suffer fatal damage. The principal didn't tell you because he was afraid that over-reliance on this item would not be enough to train you. Principal Zhang told Jiang Ningyu about this. In fact, it's like giving her special treatment. In this way, Jiang Ningyu dared to go deep into the area to level up without any worries about safety. Hearing this, the auxiliary profession no longer had any worries and followed Jiang Ningyu to run away with peace of mind. However, what Jiang Ningyu didn't tell everyone was, once the first aid item is activated, you will no longer be able to enter any copy under federal jurisdiction before the martial arts exam. After running for a long time and hearing no screams, several people hid behind a big tree. He fell to the ground, staring into the depths of the forest with lingering fear. That's the final boss of the rookie copy, right? The B-rank shooter in the team asked, breathing heavily. When facing the giant wolf, he didn't even have the courage to look it in the eye. He ran away completely on instinct, following Jiang Ningyu and the others. That's right. Jiang Ningyu wiped the sweat from his forehead. The level 8 boss monster is the only monster in the novice copy that has not been weakened. Not weakening, isn't this bullshit? The auxiliary profession recalled the scene just now and couldn't help but complain. Yi Tao is a B-rank main tank Silver Shield Knight, and he has full endurance points, but he couldn't survive a single encounter. Who can withstand that monster? I don't think they plan on letting us go deep into the forest. Who would dare to go there if this thing came out? Hearing this, Jiang Ningyu moved his lips, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Because she had to go deeper into the copy, Principal Zhang told her a lot of things to pay attention to when going deep into the copy. Among them was the giant wolf just now, the bloodthirsty forest wolf. 4 professionals. The rookie copy is definitely the initial gift package given by the Federation to new professionals. As long as you choose the right monster according to your own strength, there will be no danger and you can safely pass through your weakest period in it. Like them, a top team composed of A-level and B-level players can crush all the way and even jump to deeper levels to level up. Although professionals stronger than A-level are rare, they do exist. For those truly chosen ones, facing the weakened monsters in the dungeon, they can no longer gain experience. The bloodthirsty forest wolf is prepared for that group of people. Level 8 boss creature. I feel a little desperate just thinking about it. Jiang Ningyu sighed. The gap between her and the giant wolf was like the gap between her and those S-level professionals. Like a natural chasm. But Jiang Ningyu thought it was almost right. Even if a team is led by an S-rank, it will never be able to defeat a level 8 boss monster during the rookie period without going through a hard battle. After a short rest, Jiang Ningyu cheered up again. From a commoner to today's A-level genius, she will not be defeated easily. The most important thing right now is to upgrade as soon as possible. Strive to be the first in Jiangzhou level. Jiang Ningyu picked up the staff on the ground, stood up, and said, now that we have rested, let's continue to level up in the depths. Student Jiang, are you sick? How dare you go deep into the depths? Upon hearing this, the auxiliary profession jumped up from the ground without caring about Goddess Jiang. Jiang Ningyu glanced at him calmly and said, as long as you avoid that direction, there won't be any problems. In order to prevent accidental injuries to ordinary professionals, the boss creatures released into the novice copy are all monsters with strong territorial awareness. Principal Li said that as long as there is no blood on your body and you are more than 700 meters away from the bloodthirsty wolf will not chase you. Etc. Blood. Jiang Ningyu suddenly reacted. The scene of Yitao's arm being torn off and blood splattering suddenly appeared in his mind. It was at this time. Suddenly, there was a noise coming from the woods beside me. The rustling sound of creatures moving at high speeds rubbing against branches. Jiang Ningyu didn't hesitate, nor did he warn anyone, he just ran in the opposite direction. When the others saw Jiang Ningyu fleeing in a panic, they were not fools and quickly followed him. But this is the reaction time. The bloodthirsty forest wolf suddenly jumped out of the woods and bit the auxiliary profession. Ah. Auxiliary professions are not like Yitao's main tank profession. The bloodthirsty forest wolf bit directly on his waist and abdomen. It's only a hair's breadth away from biting it in half. A white light flashed, and the auxiliary profession slowly disappeared in the mouth of the bloodthirsty forest wolf. The moment before disappearing completely. The auxiliary profession endured the severe pain, stared at the direction where Jiang Ningyu fled with resentment, and cursed angrily. Jiang Ningyu. Your uncle. However, Jiang Ningyu, who was running wildly, didn't care about the other party's curses at all. All that was left in her mind was fear. This is the leader-level monster. Even to escape, she had to sacrifice her teammates and had no intention of resisting at all. What to do? What to do now? There is blood on your body, and you will be targeted by the bloodthirsty forest wolves no matter where you escape. Jiang Ningyu was fleeing while thinking rapidly in his mind. Do we have to lure the A-level teams from other schools and then work together to kill them? No. Impossible. Even if the 3 A-level teams were put together, they would still be no match for that monster. Jiang Ningyu himself is an A-level professional and knows the difference between an A-level professional and that monster. At this time, the life-threatening rustling sound behind him started again. In a hurry, Jiang Ningyu could only think of one solution. She looked at her teammates behind her with a dim gaze. The shooter was stunned for a moment, then reacted. I was about to curse. Then I discovered that there was a professional in front of me, traveling towards this side alone. This is the deepest part of the secret realm. How dare you come here alone? Jiang Ningyu also noticed the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. The two looked at each other, reached a consensus, and quickly moved over. Li Yao. After seeing who was coming, Jiang Ningyu didn't know why the other party came here alone. But right now, you can only blame your bad luck. Li Yao walked forward slowly, while Jiang Ningyu and others ran desperately. Deep in this dense forest, a sharp contrast is formed. Li Yao naturally discovered Jiang Ningyu and others early on. At the same time, they also knew from the void mantis's perception that there was a huge monster following behind them. In the blink of an eye, the two sides moving towards each other are very close. Looking at Li Yao who was right in front of him, Jiang Ningyu just glanced at him indifferently. His eyes were filled with secret joy of having escaped from a desperate situation, as well as pity for Li Yao who was about to lose the qualification to enter the dungeon. The two sides passed each other. Next second. Boom. A giant tree with a diameter of 1 meter collapsed with a loud bang. A giant wolf with a dark red body and hair like barbs appeared in front of everyone, stepping on a big tree. Roar, roar, roar. Jiang Ningyu looked back and found that Li Yao was still standing there. Are you scared? Jiang Ningyu looked away with contempt. Facing a strong enemy, I can't even escape, so I don't know how I dare to come here. At this time, the bloodthirsty forest wolf pounced towards Li Yao at an extremely fast speed. Just as it was about to bite Li Yao, the air beneath the bloodthirsty forest wolf twisted in vain. 2 dark purple sickle claws with a chilling chill appeared silently. Swish. The 2 sickle claws crossed and slid down in the air, leaving a cross-shaped air wave in the air. The bloodthirsty forest wolf's huge body was suspended in the air. Li Yao shook his head slightly. I still can't resist one more. 12841. Kill the leader-level creature, the bloodthirsty forest wolf, experience plus 142%. Level increased to level 5. Hedge fund triggers, get 10 gold coins. Actual combat training triggered, void mantis strength +1. 2 black lines slowly emerged on the body of the bloodthirsty forest wolf. The next moment, blood spurted out like a pillar. The bloodthirsty forest wolf died without even realizing who the enemy was. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, and the screams that were delayed. The unexpected thing made Jiang Ningyu and others look back while they were running away. Li Yao still stood there as before. In front of him were 4 neatly cut pieces of monster corpses. And above the corpse, there was a light silver treasure chest floating 10 centimeters above the ground. The monsters in the rookie dungeon have been weakened and there is no loot. But this bloodthirsty forest wolf is different. It has not been weakened and is itself a leader-level monster. Looking at the scene in front of me, Jiang Ningyu only felt a shrinkage in his cerebellum. The knowledge learned from 9 years of compulsory education is completely unable to explain the scene before my eyes. Several people stood there in a daze as if time had stopped them. Li Yao didn't even think about paying attention to them and put the light silver treasure chest into the storage ring. Li Yao was not surprised that the bloodthirsty forest wolf was killed instantly. The moment the bloodthirsty forest wolf appeared, Li Yao threw away the identification technique. Level 8 boss. 8,500 health points. On the way to the depths of the dungeon, the void mantis hunted and killed countless monsters. The strength attribute has already exceeded 600. Taste of Terror deals quadruple damage, while isolated doubles that damage. That's 8 times the damage. If I remember correctly. The font of the damage just caused is displayed in red, which means it is a weak point attack, and the damage is doubled again. Damage exceeding 10,000 becomes normal. Second kills are common. I just didn't expect that there would be boss-level creatures in the novice copy. This was a pleasant surprise. Not only did it upgrade to a higher level directly, but it also gave loot. There is a chance that silver-level equipment may appear in the pale silver treasure chest. Go out and drive again. Now that I've reached level 5 and have the hedge fund's gold coins in hand, there's nothing worth reminiscing about this rookie copy. Li Yao walked towards the entrance of the dungeon. When passing by Jiang Ningyu who was standing there in a daze, Li Yao looked at Jiang Ningyu deeply. I have already sentenced this woman to death in my heart. No matter what the outcome is. If he were just an ordinary professional, Li Yao would be seriously injured even if he didn't die by the other party's attempt to divert the blame. Li Yao doesn't think he is a good person. If you want to harm him, be prepared for revenge. I can only say that I am in a newbie dungeon now, so it is not convenient to start. Until Li Yao disappeared from everyone's sight. Jiang Ningyu and others finally came to their senses. Is it Li Yao's summon? Should be, right. Are A-level summons so exaggerated? How is it possible? Even if it's S-level, it's impossible to kill instantly. This is a leader level. Have you forgotten how Yi Tao was teleported out? Everyone knew that Li Yao's summoned creature came from Jiang Ningyu's A-level skill book. However, if A-level summons were so powerful, summoners would not become a sewer profession. Now we can only guess that Li Yao's profession, chess player, has the ability to amplify summons for a short period of time. And it is a significant enhancement, with side effects. Even so, several people now know that Li Yao, an A-level summoner, is not as simple as they imagined. Looking at Jiang Ningyu, he was still in amazement. The professional shooter in the team, on the contrary, showed an expression of gloating. Goddess Jiang regrets breaking up now. After entering the dungeon, Jiang Ningyu snatched experience and later used his teammates as sacrifices to get rid of the bloodthirsty forest wolf. These things have completely shattered Jiang Ningyu's goddess halo. I guess you don't have time to regret now. The professional shooter reminded with a smile. The way Li Yao looked at you just now was the same as the way you looked at me then. Jiang Ningyu's body trembled. Same as me. At that time, he was being chased by a bloodthirsty forest wolf. When she looked at the shooter profession, she was thinking about sacrificing the opponent. At this time, the bloodthirsty forest wolf's body, which was cut into 4 parts, was so dazzling in Jiang Ningyu's eyes. No. That's not it. In that situation, even if Li Yao was targeted by the bloodthirsty wolf, he would never be killed. At most, he would be teleported away. Liao, he misunderstood me. I want to explain to him. Outside the dungeon, the sun is shining brightly. It was noontime. I entered the dungeon at 9 in the morning, and it's only been 3 hours. Liang and several principals remained motionless. They drank tea and chatted from time to time, so they were not bored. This is the case every year. When students enter the rookie copy, they will be guarding outside. In case the students who were teleported out did not receive timely medical treatment. Liang did not leave. Although he was not looking forward to the summoner profession, he also wanted to see how far his son could reach. After all, this is related to who will eventually get the resources. Suddenly, a ray of light emanated from the entrance of the copy. Several people stood up and looked towards it suspiciously. It's only been 3 hours, and someone has already come out. There are 2 exits for the novice copy. One is deep in the dungeon, near the territory of the bloodthirsty forest wolves. The other is where you enter the dungeon and where you can exit it. Because it wasn't the bloodthirsty forest wolf he was killing in the territory, Liao didn't know if there was a closer route over there. Liao walked out of the light. Liang walked over quickly. Liao, why did you come out so quickly? Hey, you're here. Liao saw the middle-aged men in front of him. The other party was probably afraid that he would be injured in the dungeon, so he came here to stare at him. Liao explained, there is no challenge, so I just came out. No challenge, just come out. Liang couldn't understand these words for a while. Liao spoke so calmly, there was even a smile on his face. The next second, an exclamation came from behind Liang. Liao, chess player, level 5. Zhang Yi appeared beside Liao in an instant, and even the other principals turned their attention over. Zhang Yiren was numb. Even though he had already seen Liao's level through the identification technique, he still couldn't help but ask. You're level 5. The absurdity filled my brain, as if it had crashed. There are only 3 hours left until the copy opens. 3 hours. Even if we include professionals who have surpassed S level, the fastest time to reach level 5 is 5 hours. Zhang Yi didn't believe it, and didn't dare to believe it. The leader gave me a lot of experience, so I'm now level 5. There is no word low-key in Liao's dictionary. This is a high-level martial arts world where monsters are rampant. As long as the people above you are not stupid, the higher the talent you show, the more resources you will get. He would never follow any hidden path. You also killed the leader. The bloodthirsty forest wolf. As expected, as soon as Liao finished speaking, exclamations were heard from all around. That's a level 8 boss-level monster that hasn't been weakened. Liao entered the copy alone. I am still in the rookie stage, with few skills, weak combat power, and little experience. How can I defeat that monster? For a remote place like Jiangzhou, no one had ever thought that this kind of monster leader would be killed one day. Even the S-class professional from a few years ago was unable to complete the subjugation of the bloodthirsty forest wolves due to the lack of a well-trained team. But Liao did it, and it was most likely a solo hunt. Zhang Yi thought a lot, but he just couldn't figure it out at all, and he just stood there in a daze. Principal Zhang. Seeing that Zhang Yi didn't react, Liao smiled. In this world, only when you show remarkable talent will others pay attention to you and resources be allocated to you. A child who cries will never go hungry. By the way, Principal Zhang, I would like to apply to go to the Jiangzhou border. After a long while, Zhang Yi finally came to his senses. You said you were going to the border. Did you know that the monsters over there are far from being in the dungeon? Halfway through his words, Zhang Yi quickly changed his words. Okay, I approve it. I'll give you a certificate to leave the city right away. Even if the border is dangerous, that is relative. As long as you don't go too deep into it, the monsters you encounter will definitely not be stronger than that bloodthirsty forest wolf. But how on earth did this guy kill that monster? Zhang Yi still hasn't figured it out. Could it be that? Zhang Yi looked at Liang, who was also in a daze. Could it be that the Silver Wolf Guild secretly gave Liao some high-level skills? No, impossible. Zhang Yi shook his head secretly. To achieve this level, one needs at least S-level skills. The Silver Wolf Guild couldn't afford it even if they sold their entire fortune. Zhang Yi couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Yi Tao and Guang Haobua, support profession, were both teleported out after encountering the bloodthirsty forest wolf. The team they are in must have a general idea. It would be easy if we could use external force. Zhang Yi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He submitted the application report for cancellation of Li Yao's A-level subsidy. If I rely on my own strength. That's all. After getting the exit permit, Li Yao got into the car driven by Li Yang and left. Along the way, Li Yang naturally could not avoid continuous interrogation. Li Yao had no choice but to come up with the excuse he had prepared long ago. Awakening talent. Every professional has a chance to gain a talent when changing jobs. It's just that the probability is about the same as winning a few small goals in the lottery. It is no exaggeration to say that it is 1 in 10 million. Moreover, even if one awakens one's talent, it may not necessarily match one's profession. For example, the warrior class awakens elemental affinity, and the support class awakens power berserk. To the extent that, after hearing that Li Yao's awakening could strengthen the summoned beast's talent through some means, even Li Yang, who was used to seeing strong storms, couldn't help but let out a long roar to the sky, thanking God and his ancestors. After a burst of excitement, Li Yang pondered for a while and said seriously, "Regarding talents, you can tell others that you have awakened a talent, but it is best not to share the information about your talent with others. It's okay to show off your talent appropriately, but if you are much better than others, it will make people jealous. We humans are not a monolithic group either. You are too weak now, and it is inevitable that you will be suppressed by some people with ulterior motives. As a father, I may be able to protect you in Jiangzhou, but outside of Jiangzhou, I am just a small figure." Li Yao nodded thoughtfully. Li Yang meant the same thing as him. This is why he only mentioned the armed talent. Any one of the talents of Yunding chess player would be an unprecedented improvement for the summoner. Moreover, Li Yao still didn't know whether anyone could awaken more than 2 talents. Naturally, he would not reveal his cards easily. Half an hour later, Li Yang sent Li Yao to the south of Jiangzhou, gave him several instructions, and then drove away. A tall wall stands here, separating the human living area from the monster living area. Outside the city walls will be another world. Compared to the monsters in the novice copy, the monsters here are much stronger. Likewise, you can gain more experience by killing monsters here, and you can also recycle various monster materials. If you're lucky, some monsters may even drop weapons and equipment. These things can be used by yourself or sold in exchange for resources. There are many shops on both sides of the streets at the entrance and exit of the city wall. Weapon shops, armor shops, jewelry shops, daily necessity shops, pharmacy shops, everything you need can be found here. The most famous of these are the Adventurers Guild and the Starnet Exchange. They are all officially opened by Longhua and are spread across cities large and small across the country. The former publishes tasks, and the latter is the largest trading platform. Li Yao's Void Mantis summoning was purchased on Starnet. It was the first time that Li Yao saw the true appearance of the Star Network. It is inevitable to be shocked by this highly technological building. The exterior lines of the building are smooth and sharp. The entire body is made of high-hardness alloy material, which sparkles with a faint blue luster in the sun and flows with the change of angle. It is said that this material can withstand the strongest attack of a level 40 monster. If the city wall is lost, this will also be the last refuge. Li Yao found an empty seat and placed his hand on the instrument. If you want to step into the border, the Star Network Exchange and the Adventure Guild are unavoidable. Start Identity Authentication. Certification successful, Dragon Country Professional Li Yao. Allow use of StarNet. Authorization, Level 1. The Star Network is only open to Dragon Country professionals. Li Yao has the permission to use it, but the permission is very low and the resources he can purchase are extremely limited. If one can pass the entrance exam to one of the 4 major martial arts schools, his authority can be directly upgraded to Level 3. This is also the reason why the 4 major martial arts academies are so attractive. It is equivalent to changing the class from the root. To reach level 3 or above, one must make special contributions to the Dragon Kingdom in order to be promoted. But these are things for the future and have nothing to do with him for the time being. Liao took a quick look at the items on display at the exchange. Equipment, materials, skills, and even unopened treasure chests are all available. But everything is not cheap. With Liao's current net worth, he can't even afford the cheapest black iron equipment. Those bronze and silver levels have nothing to do with him. Liao's purpose of coming here was to write down the value of some low-level materials and get an understanding of the prices. After noting down the value of the output of monsters below level 20, Liao came out of the Star Network and walked towards the Adventurers Guild. The levels of monsters at the border of Jiangzhou are concentrated between 5 and 20, which belongs to the E-level danger zone. There are not many related tasks, most of which are repetitive material collection tasks. Buying a large number of porcupine barbs, unit price 400. Buying a large number of crescent teeth, unit price 750. Buying large quantities of large animal bones, price negotiable. Most people in life-related professions need a large amount of materials to improve their skill proficiency. They will then put the processed useful props on the Star Network and make profits from them. This forms a cycle, and there are good development prospects in life and career. This mission seems interesting. Defeat the level 12 Goblin Lair instance and obtain the Goblin General heart dropped by the instance boss. Note, Goblin General will only appear in dungeons of master level or above. The reward for the task is 14 million dragon coins. Such a price has not been achieved yet, and it is obvious that this task is very difficult. The Goblin's Lair is a relatively famous dungeon in Jiangzhou, and even Liao has heard of it. Level 12 copy, the minimum entry level is level 7 and the maximum level is 17. In Jiangzhou, professionals who want to enter higher education colleges will eventually come to this dungeon. Liao couldn't get in yet, and he had no plans to go in now. The difficulty of dungeons can be divided into normal, difficult, master, nightmare, and purgatory. Liao had no idea how difficult it was to reach the master level. However, Liao remembered that the Silver Wolf Guild founded by his father became famous in Jiangzhou because of its victory over a master-level enemy. I don't think it will be easy. Even if Liao wanted to go, he would wait until he reached level 10, opened the second summoning column, and had 2 summons before going to fight. As for above the master, since the opening of the Goblin Lair, there has never been a record of anyone completing it. After Liao casually accepted a few tasks, he left the Adventure Guild and came to the border gate. Liao, level 5, chess player. The gatekeeper took Liao's exit certificate and confirmed Liao's information. Only level 5, are you sure you want to leave the city? Liao nodded without saying anything more. Although I was very confused, he was only level 5 and an A-level professional, so how did the school agree to let him leave the city? But the proof of leaving the city was not false and the gatekeeper quickly passed the verification. There are a lot of monsters out there, be careful, and if you encounter a monster you can't defeat, try to seek shelter from an adult. If it doesn't work, come back quickly. You are still young. It doesn't matter if you are embarrassed. Your life is more important. Especially at night, the monsters will become more violent and their attributes will be much stronger. You must find a place to avoid them in advance. Facing the gatekeeper's nagging instructions, Liao did not interrupt and listen patiently. Then he bowed slightly to him. Walk out of the city gate. A cold wind blew towards me, mixed with a slight fishy smell. It's true that the city and the outside world are 2 different worlds. Liao walked forward and his figure quickly disappeared from the gatekeeper's sight. Ah, an A-level professional, I hope to see him come back. As we go deeper, the fishy smell in the air became stronger and stronger. From time to time, you can hear the roar of beasts in the distance, and occasionally you can see people killing monsters nearby. The environment outside the city was different from what Liao had imagined. There are ruins of various buildings all around, the former border, and perhaps a city where humans lived. You can imagine. Facing the invasion of monsters, humans did not achieve a complete victory, as the news said. The people in the city can enjoy a stable life because there are people carrying the burden forward in secret. This should be about the same. Seeing that there was no one around, Liao took out the silver treasure chest that the bloodthirsty forest wolf exploded from his storage ring. A loot chest that only boss-level monsters can drop. When Liao saw the price of the silver treasure chest at the Starnet exchange, he almost couldn't help but sell it. There was a flash of silver light, and the treasure chest disappeared. 2 pieces of equipment appeared in front of Liao. Bloodthirsty pendant. Quality, silver. Equipment requirements, level 5, agility 30 or above. Equipment attribute 1, strength plus 10, agility plus 15, constitution plus 10. Equipment attribute 2, bloodthirst, passive, restores the wearer's health by 5% of the damage caused, can be triggered by the wearer's summons. Durability, 40/40ths. Sprint boots, shoes. Quality, bronze. Equipment requirements, level 5. Equipment attributes, agility plus 8, constitution plus 5. Durability, 25/25ths. Liao's eyes lit up when he saw the equipment attributes. Not to mention the boots of stride, which are standard bronze equipment with no additional attributes and are worth between 2,000 and 5,000. The bloodthirsty pendant is different. You know. In this world, pricing of equipment based on level is only one aspect. The most important factor is the quality of the equipment. For example, bronze equipment. Even if it is level 50 or 60, its value will not exceed 10,000 dragon coins. Because low-quality equipment like black iron and bronze can be obtained from drops by wild monsters as long as the level reaches that level. And above the silver level. Even if it is low-level equipment, its value is absolutely unimaginable. These high-quality equipment can only be produced by wild bosses or dungeon secrets. Once the level exceeds the boss by too much, the drop rate will be shockingly low. Not to mention that the dungeon secret realm itself has level restrictions for entry. Therefore, the output of high-quality equipment is extremely low, and most of it is very valuable. This is especially true of this bloodthirsty pendant. The added attributes are not low to begin with, and it also comes with a blood-sucking effect. A level 30 bracelet with 3% blood-sucking was once auctioned on Jiangzhou Star Network. The transaction price is 1600 W. If memory serves me right. The buyer seems to be Father Liang. Liao put on 2 pieces of equipment. Attributes greatly improved. At the same time, the bonus attributes also apply to the Void Mantis. Chess piece, Void Mantis. Level, 5. Grade, S level. Bond, Assassin. Star rating, 2 stars, gold coins required for star upgrade, 45/40ths. HP, 2450/2450. Strength, 689, level plus 5/equipment attributes plus 4/practical training plus 285. Spirit, 27, level plus 5. Agility, 92, level plus 5/Liao's full agility points plus 4/equipment attribute plus 9. Endurance, 49, level plus 5/equipment attribute plus 6. Skills, Void Attack, Taste of Fear. Features, Bloodthirsty, from Bloodthirsty Pendant. Looking at the current attributes of the Void Mantis, Liao couldn't help but feel excited. The power is about to break through the 700 mark. Wrong. Not about to. For every 5 levels of a hedge fund, you will receive 10 gold coins. The gold coins Liao has now are more than enough to upgrade the Void Mantis to 3 stars. Void Mantis, level up. In the shadows, the Void Mantis body shuddered inadvertently. An unknown force descended, and the power it radiated continued to rise. The size has doubled. Reached nearly 2 meters in height. All attributes have been improved crazily. The Void attacks, hiding in the void, entering level 5 stealth state, the first normal attack after invisibility causes 300% 400% physical damage, cooldown 7 seconds. Skill 2, Taste Fear, causing 300% 400% physical damage to the target. If there are no enemy units within 2 meters of the target, the damage will be doubled. Cooldown is 3 seconds. What excited Liao the most was that the 3-star Void Mantis actually activated a new skill. Skill 3, Void Stab, fires explosive spikes, causing 250% physical damage to enemies in the front range, cooldown, 15 seconds. Perfect. Area damage is exactly the attribute that Void Mantis lacks. With range skills, you can harvest the lives of monsters in large numbers, and the hextech effects can be developed to the maximum extent through actual combat training. It's like giving you a pillow when you feel sleepy. I just don't know how big the scope is. Liao's heart moved. Void Mantis. Get instructions. After upgrading, the Void Mantis actively exposed its body. In the sunlight, the claws shining with cold light looked like two giant sickles, making people afraid to look at them. Liao looked at a monster 30 meters away. Use Void Thrust. At the same time, Liao threw an identification spell over. Roaming Rat. Level 10. HP, 1150. Strength, 27. Spirit, 16. Agility, 38. Endurance, 23. Skill, Heavy Claw LV1. Level 10 Common Monster Patrol Rat, considered an agile monster. But this attribute is nothing compared to the Level 5 Void Mantis. In the blink of an eye, the Void Mantis has appeared in front of the patrolling rat, about 10 meters away. 10 meters. I just don't know how wide it is. Swish. A row of spikes slashed out from the Void Mantis's claws and flew towards the patrolling rat. 1643. The patrolling rat was nailed to the ground by the sharp spikes, confusion in its frightened pupils. As expected, it was a hit. It's actually a fan-shaped attack. The length is average, but the width is pretty good. Liao stroked his chin, pondering the attack range of the Void Thrust. About 10 times 15. Liao was delighted when he learned the result. This range is enough to increase the development speed of the Void Mantis to a higher level. Night fell and it was 8 o'clock in the evening. At this time, the novice copy was closed and the last batch of professionals came out. In response to questions from Zhang Yi and several other principals, Jiang Ningyu told everyone everything that happened in the copy. I heard that Liao could kill the bloodthirsty forest wolf with one blow. Zhang Yi was immediately sweating profusely. Without even saying hello, he left the scene. Just like that, the news that Liao killed the 8th level leader monster spread like wildfire. The Silver Wolf Guild also secretly spread the news that Liao had awakened his talent, successfully bringing Liao into the sight of some big shots. A-level summoner awakening talent is quite interesting. Jiangzhou City Lord's Mansion. A middle-aged man put down the information in his hand and chuckled. At the same time, on his desk, there was a report that was passed up from below. Cancel Liao's A-level subsidy application report. After thinking for a while, the middle-aged man spoke. Xiaozheng, go upgrade Liao's A-level resources to S-level. Although the talent owner can obtain SS level, he is still a summoner after all, and it will be difficult to explain to the higher-ups. Hearing this, the young man called Xiaozheng froze in silence. City Lord, wasn't that S-level resource promised to Yuan Hao? Yuan Hao is not an S-level professional. If no one else could get this resource, then I would give it to him. Now that someone else can get it, it naturally has nothing to do with him. As for the Yuan family. The middle-aged man stood up and patted Xiaozheng on the shoulder. Of course I'll leave it to you to handle. I'm very optimistic about you, haha. Xiaozheng. By the way, call Zhang Yi to see me. The middle-aged man suddenly thought of something and spoke. Jiangzhou border. Liao counted and sorted the monster materials. There are enough materials for the mission. It's a pity that I'm still a bit short of experience points to reach level 10. Upgrading becomes more difficult as time goes on. Even though Liao killed monsters instantly whenever he encountered them, he still only reached level 9 throughout the afternoon. There is still 70% experience left to reach level 10. In that case, let's continue. Liao murmured, following the killing Void Mantis step by step, and walked towards the center of the ruins. Soon, new monsters appeared in front. Ruin Hound. Level 17. HP, 3050. Strength, 84. Spirit, 22. Agility, 73. Endurance, 61. Skills, Gallop LV3, Bite LV2, Group LVMAX. Ground Bear. Level 19. HP, 6100. Strength, 78. Spirit, 16. Agility, 31. Endurance, 122. Skills, Heavy Armor LV5, Roaring Claw LV1. The two monsters are close to level 20. Except for their health and skills, they are not weaker than the bloodthirsty forest wolves in the rookie copy. If you randomly send anyone to a rookie copy, new professionals will need to form a team and treat it with caution. They might even give up fighting and choose to escape. However, Liao glanced around and saw at least 20 monsters in his sight. Moreover, looking at the ruin hound howling towards the sky, it won't be long before more monsters emerge. Just what I want. The bloodthirsty forest wolves with higher health can be killed instantly, so why can't they kill you? There was no fear in Liao's eyes as he smiled ferociously. Void Mantis, kill it. The next moment, the deep purple body of the Void Mantis suddenly appeared with its arms crossed. A row of sharp spikes with cold light broke out of the body. Puff, puff. Along with the sound of spikes entering the body, rows of damage values appeared in front of Liao. 2314. 1732. 2043. 4396, weak point attack. Whether it's a ruin hound or a thick-skinned ground bear, their health bars dropped visibly. Without waiting for the monster to launch a counterattack, the Void Mantis disappeared into the void. Every time it appears, it can take the lives of several monsters. Liao stood far away, and the system panel in front of him was immediately occupied by barrage of comments. Kill the Ruin Reaver dog, experience plus 0.17%. Actual combat training triggered, Void Mantis strength plus 1. Kill the ground bear, experience plus 0.21%. Actual combat training triggered, Void Mantis strength plus 1. Kill the Ruin Reaver dog, experience plus 0.14%. Actual combat training triggered, Void Mantis strength plus 1. In just a few minutes, the experience value soared by 4%. You know, Liao has now reached level 9. The experience value is completely different from the previous stage. If ordinary professionals reached Liao's level, they could only form a team and hunt monsters of the same level. The experience points provided by monsters of the same level cannot exceed 0.1%, and even after forming a team, the experience points must be divided equally. Getting 4% in a few hours is already very good. But Liao only took a few minutes. The gap is self-evident. The night is hazy, and the border in the dark, even in the thick fog, conveys an atmosphere of terror and danger. Before he knew it, the Void Mantis had been killing here for nearly half an hour. Yuan watched from afar as the monsters came one after another. I found that their emotions were becoming more and more irritable. Previously, he might have run away, but now he seems to have no regard for his own life. Is this what the gatekeeper said, that monsters mutate at night? Liao looked solemn. The monsters that swarmed in were like the tide of zombies in previous zombie movies, and they could never be killed. Even the Void Mantis began to feel tired after killing from morning to night. Void Mantis, let's go. Liao spoke. Fatigue will lead to flaws. Once the Void Mantis reveals a flaw and is overwhelmed by countless monsters, he will have no place to cry. Upon hearing the order, the Void Mantis figure suddenly disappeared among the monsters. After advancing to 3 stars, the stealth level of Void attack has reached as high as level 7. Naturally, it is impossible for these wild monsters to discover the trace of the Void Mantis. If they want to leave, they can leave, without giving them any chance to take revenge. Now his experience bar has reached 61% of level 9. This upgrade speed is enough to make any professional shed tears of envy. Take a night's rest, it won't be too late to upgrade tomorrow morning. Liao left the battlefield. Walked towards the camping location that had been chosen long ago. It took less than 5 minutes to walk. Liao's pupils suddenly shrank. 3 footsteps were heard from the depths of the lonely ruins. And the sound is very close. This also means that before the opponent actively exposed his footsteps, Liao and the Void Mantis had no idea of the other party's existence. Let's not talk about my own perception ability for now. As an SS-level summon, the Void Mantis's perception ability is far from ordinary. Even its perception can be avoided. That must be an existence of a level far beyond it. Now take the initiative to expose your steps. Prove that the other party is sure, at this distance. You can't run away. Masterly, you made it so hard for us to find you. 3 men in black surrounded Liao from different directions. A mage, an archer, and a knight with a sword and shield. Liao frowned. As expected, the identification technique was unable to check the levels of the 3 people. Can ignore monsters that are pursuing him calmly, and his level must be at least 20. Liao pondered secretly. He didn't offend anyone except Jiang Ningyu. Jiang Ningyu's background is not enough to enable him to find these 3 people and kill him. Whoosh! A sharp arrow shot out from the darkness. Liao did not dodge or evade. The arrow stayed only 2 centimeters in front of Liao. Oh! The man in black holding the bow and arrow watched as Liao evaded his attack using some unknown method. An interesting exclamation. You are indeed a genius who dares to level up at the border alone. Next second. The sharp arrow hanging in front of him exploded with a bang. It actually turned into a stream of light and fell on Liao. A huge symbol suddenly appeared above Liao's head, shining brightly in the dark. Mark. Liao thought of a book about the general skills of an archer at level 25. The target can be marked, the target's location can be tracked, and it is impossible to enter stealth mode. Once you are marked by an archer, it will be difficult to escape without any corresponding means. At this point, Liao didn't care. Or rather, he never thought of escaping at all. Don't worry, I won't run away. Liao smiled faintly and secretly gave orders to the Void Mantis. If it's convenient, could you tell me why you are looking for me? You don't want to escape, but you can't escape, right? The wizard in black snorted coldly. All 3 of them have reached level 25, are well trained, and have cooperated in hunting for many years. Together, they can catch a level 5. The wizard in black suddenly had a tremor in his pupils. This kid is already level 9. What level 9? The knight in black was suspicious. The wizard did not answer, his face looked terribly gloomy. Reaching level 9 on the first day of job change, what an outrageous upgrade speed. It is not an exaggeration to call this kind of person a child of destiny. If I don't kill him today. Don't waste your time talking to him, just do it. As he spoke, the wizard in black raised his staff, and a bright light suddenly shot out from the staff. A huge ball of light rose into the sky, illuminating the surroundings like daylight. Lighting magic. They are not stupid. Liao is a summoner, but his summoned creatures are nowhere to be found. He must have some means of stealth. However, the lighting effect was triggered, but the 3 still didn't see Liao's summoned creature. The other 2 also realized something was wrong. The archer jumped onto the building behind him, drew his bow and was ready to shoot at any time. The mage gathered his strength on the spot, and the knight in black directly charged towards Liao. When Liao saw this, his expression did not change at all. Since I can't detect the existence of the Void Mantis, who have the talent of a chess player. Then you will be invincible. Seeing that Liao was unmoved. You're looking for death. The wizard snorted coldly, fireball. A huge fireball with a diameter of 1 meter flew towards Liao with blazing flames. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, 3 arrows shot out with the sound of breaking through the air, as fast as lightning. The knight in black appeared in front of Liao, holding the huge sword high in his hand. Boom. The 3 energies merged together and hit Liao, splashing a lot of smoke and dust. See here. The wizard put away his staff and sneered disdainfully. I thought he was a great genius, but turned out to be a useless waste. However, a clear voice came from the smoke. If you don't want to say it, let me guess it. Liao was unharmed and walked slowly out of the smoke and dust. How is it possible? The three men in black couldn't believe it when they saw this scene. They were sure that their attacks would hit the opponent hard. Withstanding such damage, even if he couldn't kill the enemy instantly, he didn't even deal any damage at all. Liao didn't care about their shock. Talking to himself. "Call me Master Li, and you will know that I am the son of the Silver Wolf Guild's president. So you know the consequences of killing me, so you won't take risks just for a silver treasure chest. And I haven't offended anyone, so it can only be. The talent I displayed touched someone's interests. In Jiangzhou, there are only 3 forces that are qualified to challenge the Silver Wolf Guild. The City Lord's Mansion, the Yuan family, and the Chen family." Hearing this, the 3 people's pupils suddenly shrank. Liao saw it and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be smiling, but there was a coldness in his eyes. "Kill one." As soon as the words fell, the void mantis that had been lurking for a long time suddenly appeared behind the archer. He crossed his claws and chopped straight down. 5943. The archer didn't even let out a scream before being cut into 4 pieces by 2 sharp claws. Seeing this scene, the other 2 men in black felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The brain completely loses the ability to think. "Okay, can you tell me now?" Liao walked towards them slowly, and every step seemed to be stepping on their hearts. "Which of these 3 forces is it?" "No. I can't tell you, they'll kill me." The knight in black was the first to be unable to bear the oppression from Liao. He dropped his sword and fell to the ground. The wizard in black was standing beside him, trembling constantly, his mind in a mess. No one knew what he was thinking. Liao has already seen that the black-clothed man holding the staff has much better psychological quality than the one holding the sword and shield. That being the case. Void mantis. Swish. Blood splattered. The boiling blood dyed half of the black-clad knight's face red. Witnessing the wizard being killed in front of his own eyes, his pupils became dazed and he lost the ability to speak for a moment. "One last time, which side?" Liao spoke coldly. "For those who want to kill him, no matter if they are instructed by someone or for some other reason. He will definitely not leave anyone behind." The knight couldn't bear it any longer. He stood up and launched the charge skill again and again, running away. However, just a moment. A dark purple figure suddenly appeared in front of him, stopping him in his tracks. The void mantis raised its right claw expressionlessly and slowly slashed towards the knight in black. Seeing the sharp claws of deep cold so close, the knight decided to go all out and knelt on the ground. I say. It's the head of the Yuan family. He learned that you went to the border alone, and gave us 3 a large sum of money to kill you. Then find a way to send us to another city. Puff. Void mantis raised his sword and slashed, and the heads of the knights in black fell to the ground. Since we're going to kill them, let's kill them all. Looking at the 3 corpses in front of him, Liao narrowed his eyes slightly. The Yuan family. If I remember correctly, the A-level barrier master at Shulin Middle School is the 2nd young master of the Yuan family. I haven't offended the other party. Why would they send someone to kill me? Is it really as I think? For profit? After thinking for a while and still unable to figure it out, Liao stopped thinking about it. They all had knives on their necks, so it didn't matter why. He just needed to know. The feud has already been formed. We will find a chance to take revenge in the future. The Yuan family is the top family in Jiangzhou. Control dozens of pharmacies of all sizes. In terms of professional strength, it is not as strong as the Silver Wolf Guild, but in terms of money ability, it definitely crushes the Silver Wolf Guild. It's too early for me to take revenge now. Need to think long term. At this time, the void mantis walked over, hooking a lot of things in its 2 sharp claws. After a professional dies, the equipment he was wearing can be stripped off and continue to be used. Liao glanced at it casually. They are all black iron and bronze equipment around level 20, without any silver equipment. Moreover, the durability of the 3 pieces of top equipment was reduced to 0 due to the attack of the void mantis. It's worthless. Liao complained. Because of his level, Liao is unable to wear it yet. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat and can be sold for money. After putting his equipment into the storage ring, Liao walked towards the camp. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Liao and the void mantis set out on a killing journey again. About 2 hours passed. Kill the Ruin Reaver dog, experience plus 0.16%. Actual combat training triggered, void mantis strength plus 1. A golden light flashed, and Liao's level rose to level 10. At the same time, several system prompt messages sounded in my mind. Reach level 10, gain 10 free attribute points, chess piece population limit plus 1, hex lottery times 1. Hedge fund trigger, gold plus 10. Liao silently recited the word draw in his mind. Extracting hex deck enhancement runes. Congratulations. You have drawn the prismatic rune, Devil's Contract. Oh. Another prismatic level. Liao showed surprise and quickly checked the effect of the Devil's Contract. Devil's Contract, prismatic level, sacrifice your current health points to increase the upper limit of the chess piece population. You can sacrifice once per job change. Currently, you can sacrifice once. Sacrifice your health. What's life value? Sacrifice to me. Liao chose to sacrifice without any hesitation. The chess player has a natural talent, so long as the chess pieces exist, he will not be harmed. With Liao's own combat power, he has lost all his chess pieces, so it is useless to have more health points. The Devil's Contract comes into effect. Liao just felt that something was missing out of nowhere. Open the panel. Name, Liao. Occupation, Yunding chess player, hidden only. Level, 10, 0.01%. HP, 80/80ths, originally 1250. Strength, 20. Spirit, 10. Agility, 123. Endurance, 25. Free attribute points, 10. Piece space, 1/3. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Pendant, Sprint Boots, 2/8. Skills, Void Mantis Summoning, SSS, Hedge Fund, Unknown, Combat Training, Unknown, Devil's Contract, Unknown. Talents, Hex, Bond, Armament, Chess Player, Star Rising. 80 HP. Liao was startled. It actually directly deducted 94% of the health points. If it weren't for the talent of a chess player, Liao would have become a veritable glass cannon that would shatter at the slightest touch. Liao did not use the free attribute points directly this time. After all, you can still contract 2 chess pieces now. It's best to wait and see what type it is, and then selectively add some. When the level reaches 10, Liao's first stage goal is completed. The next step is to go to the Goblin Lair dungeon. If nothing unexpected happens, the upgrade will almost be done there in the next few days. Before that, Liao needs to go back to the city and make sufficient preparations. Half an hour later. Border Gate. Liao jumped off the back of the Void Mantis. The Void Mantis retreated into the shadows. After providing proof of identity, Liao stepped into the Starnet exchange. Along the way, Liao roughly estimated the value of the materials and equipment on hand. The total price basically fluctuates around 2.3 million dragon coins. Among them, various bronze level and black iron level equipment accounted for the majority, with a total value of more than 1.8 million dragon coins. The rest is money for monster materials. Divide into several groups, find different salesmen, and sell everything except the mission items. Just as Liao imagined. The bank card soon received 2.4 million dragon coins. When seeing the string of numbers, Liao was stunned for a moment. The speed at which professionals make money is so outrageous. After thinking about it, Liao shook his head again. After hunting so many monsters, Liao has a general understanding of the monsters' strength levels. For ordinary professions below A level, one must at least form a team to hunt monsters of the same level. Moreover, the hunting time will not be short, and it will even consume a lot of potions. The final profits must be distributed equally. By this calculation, the speed at which professionals make money is not so exaggerated. That is to say, I can kill monsters instantly. It is because of the fast speed and zero cost that we can make money at such a terrifying speed. Then, Li Yao submitted several tasks accepted by the Adventurers Guild, and another 400,000 dragon coins arrived in his account. Return to StarNet. Go to the skill book purchasing counter. There are many people buying skill books here at the moment, and most of them are young. The rookie dungeon will be open for 5 days. Most rookie professionals will come here after leveling up in the dungeon for a day to fill in the gaps and purchase skills to learn. Compared to buying online, physical stores have tellers to give you recommendations, which can save you a lot of detours. Hello, I need to buy a summoner skill book, can you show me the goods? Summoner. The teller looked up at Li Yao and was slightly stunned. Mr. Li. Huh. Li Yao didn't expect that the other party actually knew him. After receiving Li Yao's response, the teller suddenly became enthusiastic. It's like this. President Li specifically told us to give you something as soon as we see you come back from outside the city. Father. Is there anything that needs to be handed to me so urgently? Seeing Li Yao's reaction, the teller smiled and handed a tablet to Li Yao. Well, you pick the skill book first, and I'll get it for you. If there's anything you want to know, you can ask me when I come back. After saying, the teller quickly walked to the backstage. Li Yao didn't think much about it. He took the tablet and started reading it. He probably only had enough money to buy a B or C level summoning skill book. But the level doesn't mean much to me. Just by spending gold coins, he can upgrade even an E level summon to SSS level. So, he just needs to find the summon that suits him best. 2 locations. A large-scale magic summon. A tank or support summon. After entering the keywords, dozens of B-level skill books appeared in front of him. Steel Mummy summon, Giant Hammer Rabbit summon, Devourer summon, Stone Beast summon. Why is this Devourer so much more expensive than other B-level skill books? Soon. The teller came over with a black box. Li Yao was about to open it but was stopped by the teller. Mr. Li, let's open it when no one is around. Good. Li Yao roughly guessed what was in the box and put it into his storage ring. Seeing this, the teller finally let go of his worries and spoke with a smile. Mr. Li, have you chosen a suitable summoned beast? Why is this one so much more expensive than the others? Li Yao pointed at the devouring worm. When the teller saw this, he was stunned for a moment, then explained. Because of the health value of the devourer, it can theoretically grow to the level of an A-rank summoned beast. Oh. Li Yao was curious. But I don't recommend you choose this. The teller tapped on the tablet a few times and handed it to Li Yao. Look for yourself. Devourer, B-level summon required skills, devour, bite the target, lose 10% of its own health, cause true damage of 30% of the target's maximum health. If this damage kills the target, it can permanently increase its own health by 1, cooldown time is 1 hour. Looking at the introduction, Li Yao was a little disappointed. Although it is an extremely rare, infinite growth type, the growth value is too low. Even if you use it to the fullest, you can only increase your health by 24 points a day at most. This must be the reason why the teller does not recommend it. Etc. Li Yao suddenly thought of it. For ordinary summoners, the Devourer is only a B-level summoned creature with limited skill effects. If I use the star upgrade, will it increase this value or reduce the cooling time? B-level means there is a lot of room for improvement. The more he thought about it, the brighter Li Yao's eyes became. It's him. Ah. Now it was the teller's turn to be surprised, thinking that he had not explained it clearly. Mr. Li, please reconsider this. Many summoners have bred devouring worms in the past. Even if you hire someone to feed the devouring worms 24 hours a day, the health points will only be over 8,000 per year. The most important thing is that, apart from its health, the devourer's other attributes are at the average level of a B-level summon. Growing up, at best, you're just a meaty sandbag. Selling for 2 million is too expensive. If it were someone else, the teller would definitely hope that the other party would buy it so that she could get a commission from it. The person in front of you is the eldest son of the Silver Wolf Guild, and a child of destiny who has awakened his talent. If she is not satisfied with the devourer after buying it, and thinks that she cheated the other party. The teller felt terrified just thinking about it. Don't worry, even if it's really like what you said, I won't blame you. Liao saw the other party's worry and spoke. Still want to buy it? Yeah. Liao nodded. The teller tapped quickly on the tablet. After a while, a staff member brought the skill book, Summoning Devouring Insects, to Liao. Swipe the card. Liao took the skill book and came to the 7th floor of the Star Network Exchange. Below the 3rd floor is the exchange, and above the 3rd floor is the accommodation hotel. The walls of the room are made of special materials, so even if an explosion occurs, the sound cannot be heard by people next door. Of course, the price is not low. In the room, Liao stretched out his hand and placed it on the skill book. The skill book turned into starlight and poured into Liao's body. The properties of the phagocyte appear in the system panel. Yitzi Devourer. Level 10, increases with summoner level. Grade B. Bond, Fighting. Star rating, 1 star, 5 gold coins required to upgrade the star of B-level chess pieces. HP, 3300/3300. Strength, 56. Spirit, 49. Agility, 51. Endurance, 66, main attribute. Skill 1, Devour, bite the target, lose 10% of its own health, cause true damage of 30% of the target's maximum health. If this damage kills the target, it can permanently increase its own health by 1, the cooldown time is 1 hour. It's just mediocre. No skills except devouring. But system, upgrade it for me. There were 5 gold coins left before, and after upgrading to level 10, the hedge fund gave another 10, which was enough to upgrade the star of the Devourer. After the star upgrade was completed, Liao looked at the attribute panel of the Devourer. I finally felt relieved. The name changed from Devourer to Void Predator, and the bond also had an additional Void. Unfortunately, the Void bond can only be triggered when 3 Void chess pieces are present at the same time. Chess piece, Void Predator. Level 10, increases with summoner level. Grade, A level. Bond, Fighting Void. Star rating, 2 stars, 15 gold coins are required to upgrade the star of A-level chess pieces. HP, 4450/4450. Strength, 61. Spirit, 55. Agility, 51. Endurance, 89, main attribute. Skill 1, Evolve Devour, bite the target, lose 10% of its own health, and cause true damage of 35% of the target's maximum health. If this damage kills a leader-level target, the health can be permanently increased by 10% of the target's health. The cooldown time is 45 minutes. Skill 2, Rupture, causes magic damage of 5% of the maximum health of enemies in the target area, with a knockback effect, and reduces the agility of the knockback target by 60, lasts for 5 seconds, and has a cooldown of 15 seconds. Perfect. Liao was ecstatic. After star upgrading, the life increase from devouring ordinary creatures is cancelled, and it becomes necessary to devour the leader target instead. At first glance, it seems to be a weakening. But most boss-level creatures have extremely high health points. As long as you can kill them, the health points increased once are equivalent to hundreds or thousands of times the previous increases. And there is one more skill. Judging from its introduction, this is most likely a control skill. Make the Void Predator more than just a fool with only health points. Liao summoned the Predator. The creatures of the Void family all have dark purple skin. Looking at the Predator's appearance, Liao couldn't help but mutter. It is not big, about 1 meter tall, with 4 pincers, 2 legs, and an upright body. There is a huge tooth on each side of the mouthparts, which is chilling. Liao reached out and touched it. The hard exoskeleton gives Liao a sense of security. Next, is this box. Liao took out the black box from the storage ring and placed it on the table. He had a rough idea of what was inside. Professional resource subsidies. This is also the reason why he returned to his room after purchasing only 1 skill book. Among the resource subsidies, there is a book for exchanging A-level skill badges, so you don't have to waste extra money to buy it. Liao stretched out his finger and placed it on the black box, a place similar to a fingerprint detection place. Bang. A large amount of steam gushed out and the black box slowly opened. Next second. Looking at the things inside, Liao stood there in a daze. It's actually an S-level resource subsidy. The box was opened and the mist dissipated. What came into view was the skill badge that Liao had obtained before, but the symbol on it had changed to an S. In addition, there are several bottles of unknown potions that are flashing with light. So that's it. Liao's doubts were suddenly cleared up. The Yuan family sent people to attack me, most likely just for this thing. Liao took the S-level skill badge and couldn't put it down and kept playing with it. A-level skills are already hard to come by, and higher S-level skills are almost never seen on the market. Even if it appears in an auction, it is exchanged through barter and cannot be bought with money. You know. Even for S-level professionals, they only have the opportunity to comprehend S-level skills after completing advanced tasks every 20 levels. After understanding it, I also regard it as a trump card. Thinking of this, Liao was no longer planning to exchange it for a summon beast type skill book. He has the talent for star upgrades, so even an S-level summon beast would only cost a few dozen gold coins. Using it here is a complete waste. Liao used the computer in the room to open the star network. If I remember correctly, there is a skill that all summoners dream of, which belongs to the S-level category. I just don't know if Star Online has any stock. Open the search page and enter keywords. A skill book suddenly appeared on the page. Have. Liao was pleasantly surprised and quickly clicked to redeem. In an instant, the S-level skill badge slowly disappeared, and was replaced by an ancient yellowed book. Liao reached out and touched it. Shackles, the summoner can designate a summoned beast to connect to the soul shackles. The summoner can share all the attributes and skills of the summoned beast. The duration is 20 minutes and the cooldown time is 6 hours. This skill can be said to be perfectly suited to Liao's situation. Moreover, Liao is connected to only one summoned beast. Void Mantis. Infinitely improve the strength attribute, combined with the talent of the chess player. All I can say is, it's an unsolvable combination. Moreover, the duration of 20 minutes is more than enough. After turning on attribute sharing, if Liao cannot defeat the enemy within 20 minutes, he should think carefully about how to escape. It can be said that this S-level skill is comparable to those legendary double S skills for Liao. After learning the skills, Liao's eyes fell on the remaining bottles of potions. Can be placed in the same box as S-level skills. It must be something other than a simple thing. There is a list at the bottom of the box that describes the effects of the potions. S-level 4-dimensional potion. Now Liao finally understood how generous the Dragon Country government was to geniuses. 4-dimensional potion can be taken once every 20 levels. The highest known rating is S, which can permanently improve the corresponding attributes. You know. Every 20 levels, professionals will go through an advanced task. Tasks can only be completed individually, and only after completing the tasks can you continue to upgrade your level. The degree of task completion determines the subsequent growth space. In other words, every professional will do his best to improve his real-time combat effectiveness in each period. The 4-dimensional potion is undoubtedly the most direct way to improve combat power. It is equivalent to having a lot more attributes than others. Liao is a summoner, and strength is the most useless attribute. So there is no strength potion in the 4-dimensional potion. One bottle each for the other 3 attributes. One bottle increases 20 attribute points, which is equivalent to a 2-level increase for a professional. This kind of thing is like an S-level skill book, it will never appear on the market. Even most ordinary professionals are not qualified to touch this kind of magical item in their lifetime. Liao took 3 bottles of medicine. The taste is a bit like oral solution for colds, bitter and astringent. The 4-dimensional medicine cannot be improved instantly. It takes several hours to digest the medicinal power, and the body will experience symptoms such as weakness, dizziness, and discomfort. Liao just lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. As long as I sleep fast enough, suffering can't catch up with me. Night falls. Liao climbed up from the bed, felt the power filling his body, and nodded with satisfaction. Leaving the city again, heading straight for the Goblin Lair dungeon. Li Yao climbed onto the back of the void mantis and rushed in one direction. Soon, a huge whirlpool appeared in front of Li Yao. At the same time, noisy sounds came one after another, like a vegetable market, pouring into my ears roughly. Molten Guild, 4th level in 1, normal difficulty, magic damage profession above level 15, C level and above, professional speed pass team, no failure. Normal difficulty, here comes the nurse to speed run. What? You are only level 7. Why are you here instead of refreshing the dungeon? Get out of here. What? 200,000 dragon coins. Boss, please come in. Silver Wolf Guild, 2 level 17 B-class output professions are here. The difficulty of the crusade is difficult. The shipment will be distributed according to contribution. The Yuan hunting team, wearing several pieces of level 15 silver equipment, sincerely invites level 17 tanks with endurance attributes above 200, who are willing to attack the master level, to come and fight. The price is negotiable. The Goblin's Lair is located at the border of Jiangzhou and is the only way for all professionals in Jiangzhou to upgrade. Almost from the time it opened until now, there have always been crowds of people. Li Yao walked under the whirlpool. Looking at the scene in front of me, it was as if I was back in my previous life playing online games. Young master. Someone in the crowd noticed Li Yao and shouted. Li Yao looked over, nodded, and said nothing more. As the largest adventure guild in Jiangzhou, the Silver Wolf Guild naturally has people specially set up to run dungeons like the Goblin's Lair. It's not just the Silver Wolf Guild. Yuan family, Chen family. Li Yao could see their figures. At this moment, a team happened to be teleported out from the secret realm. Their equipment was badly damaged and they all looked in a miserable state. This is the Chen family's team, right? It looks like they failed in their crusade again and were forced to use the copy escape scroll to get out. One escape scroll costs 1 million dragon coins, so 5 people would cost 5 million. Add to that the wear and tear of high-quality equipment. Is it really necessary to challenge the master level difficulty at this cost? Why not? The final boss of the master level difficulty is the Goblin General. If we kill him, we might be able to obtain the golden weapon. Golden equipment. With the Chen family's financial resources, it shouldn't be difficult to buy one, right? You don't know this, right? Look, who is that? Chen Yu, the second daughter of the Chen family, an A-level professional thunderwalker. Now the entire Chen family is focusing on Chen Yu. Moreover, even if no gold equipment is dropped, the general's heart, which is exclusively dropped by the general, is a necessary material for making gold-level equipment and the general's ring. Look, not only the Chen family, the Yuan family, but also the Silver Wolf Guild are preparing for the master-level difficulty. The descendants of these 3 families are all the top talents in Jiangzhou. If one of them gets the general ring, it will be a dimensionality reduction attack on the other 2. Do you think they cannot fight? General's ring. Li Yao listened to their discussion. It seems that the mission he accepted should have been issued by the Chen family or the Yuan family. 14 million dragon coins, that's quite a big sum. Just at this moment. Li Yao. A pleasant voice sounded. A girl wearing a fluffy sky blue robe and with a powdered face ran towards Li Yao. Chen Yu ran up to him. He blinked and looked Li Yao up and down. Although Li Yao knew who the girl in front of him was. However, the two were in 2 different schools and did not interact with each other on a daily basis, so they did not know each other. Miss. Seeing Chen Yu suddenly run away, several professionals hurriedly followed Chen Yu. Chen Yu ignored them and continued looking at Li Yao. I heard from them that you have awakened your talent. Is that true? The girl's eyes were full of curiosity, as if she had seen something new. Regarding his talent, his father has already found a way to make it public, otherwise he would not have received the S-level resource subsidy. Right. Li Yao did not hide anything and nodded in response. Miss Chen Yu, is there something wrong? Chen Yu did not answer Li Yao's question but asked in surprise. Then can you tell me what your talent does? I have never seen anyone awaken a talent. As soon as these words came out, Li Yao raised his eyebrows. The expressions of several professionals behind Chen Yu suddenly changed. He quickly said, "Master Li, miss." She didn't mean that. She was just simply curious. At the same time, the professional pulled Chen Yu's arm and whispered, "Miss, please apologize to Master Li quickly." Chen Yu also realized the problem at this time and looked at Li Yao pitifully. "Li Yao, I'm sorry, I won't ask any more. If you're all right, I'll leave first." Li Yao spoke. He doesn't care whether the other party did it unintentionally or had ulterior motives. The Chen family and the Silver Wolf Guild have a good personal relationship, so he wouldn't get angry over such a small matter. The premise is not to continue to provoke him. "Oh, right. You are here to do a dungeon. We can't beat the master level, so we have to do the hard level next. Do you want to join us? The dungeon is very difficult. You definitely can't beat it alone." Out of apology, Chen Yu invited him. Li Yao did not answer. He glanced at Chen Yu and then at the several guardians behind her. The middle-aged professional said quickly, "Master Li, you can come with us. We can still help you through the difficult level. I hope Master Li doesn't mind the young lady's abrupt behavior just now." The other party obviously misunderstood what I meant. "You just conquered a master-level dungeon. Can you tell me the leader's attributes?" Li Yao wanted to conquer a more difficult copy. But one copy escape scroll costs 1 million dragon coins. If you can't beat it, it would be a waste. Moreover, the copy also has a CD. If you waste it once, you will miss the experience. Knowing the difficulty of the master-level dungeon, you can also infer the difficulty of subsequent dungeons. Hearing this, the middle-aged professional was stunned at first, then spoke with a smile. "Of course, the master-level difficulty is not a secret. Master Li can also check it on the Star Network." The middle-aged professional told Li Yao all the attributes and even explained the skill values clearly. Li Yao knew what was going on. "Master Li wants someone from the guild to take you in, right? Be careful of the boss's cross-sword slash." The middle-aged professional took out his shield that was cut into 2 pieces and smiled bitterly. "We failed because of this skill." Li Yao nodded and walked towards the whirlpool. The moment you get close, a message pops up on the system. The current instance is Goblin's Lair, level 12. Dungeon restrictions, level 7 to 17, 1 to 5 players. Please select the difficulty level, normal, difficult, master, nightmare, purgatory, not enabled. Purgatory difficulty can only be unlocked after completing nightmare difficulty and passing the game with a score of S or above. A nightmare. Li Yao's figure disappeared under the whirlpool. At the same time, the huge vortex of the copy turned black and red in an instant. Several professionals standing nearby were so frightened that they took a few steps back. Black and red. What's going on? Is the Goblin Lair this difficult? Almost all the professionals present noticed the changes in the vortex. Everyone frowned and was speechless for a long time. Black and red. How many years has it been since they appeared in Jiangzhou? Black and red means that the challenger chooses nightmare difficulty. It has been nearly 20 years since the Goblin Lair was created. During this period, there have been countless challengers, but no one has succeeded. Is this another team from a big city coming to challenge me? It doesn't seem so. If I'm not mistaken, there was only one person who went in just now. One person. Everyone was shocked, and then lost interest all of a sudden. They couldn't think of any explanation for a person challenging a nightmare-level difficulty other than to attract attention. This is the Silver Wolf Guild. Isn't that the dungeon that the young master entered just now? It should be. Could it be that I entered in the wrong place? Alas, another escape scroll is wasted. The young master wasted a lot of resources when he was obsessed with women before. Now that he has finally awakened his talent, he is wasting it again if he doesn't level up properly. Who said he was the president's son? Aren't you and I here to explode the general's heart for him? Why do you think there is such a big gap between people? Fuck. Yuan family hunting team. A young man surrounded by several young female professionals was looking at the place where Li Yao disappeared under the vortex. That's the summoner who stole my S-level resources. A level 17 female professional, well-equipped, nodded in response. That's right. Hearing this, the young man's expression turned cold. Then why isn't he dead yet? No. Bang. The young man slapped the female professional on the face. Useless. Hurry up and recruit people. If I can't reach level 8 today, no one can rest. The other side. Miss, shall we go to a difficult dungeon? The middle-aged professional, standing behind Chen Yu, asked. Uncle Wu, how about we take another look? Chen Yu looked at the vortex, her beautiful eyes full of surprise. Although she is a little tongue-tied, she is not stupid at all. When Liao left, he asked about the difficulty of the master-level copy. Now we are directly entering the nightmare-level copy. As long as there is nothing wrong with your brain, you will definitely have some confidence. Student Liao, you don't look like someone with a mental problem. Looking at the young lady's appearance, Uncle Wu smiled bitterly. It is impossible to solo a nightmare level of difficulty, let alone Liao. Even if the real geniuses from the imperial capital were to come over, it would be impossible to do it. But the young lady became curious and even the head of the family couldn't pull her back. Uncle Wu had no choice but to speak. Miss, isn't our goal today to be level 8? We still need to go to the difficult level to upgrade. Otherwise, we can go and brush it first, and then come to see Master Li. Okay. Chen Yu also knew that the overall situation was more important, so she nodded, and followed Uncle Wu and the others into the dungeon again. In the secret realm, Liao landed on a hill. Below him was a dense jungle, home to countless goblin tribes. The most conspicuous of these is a pyramid-like building located in the center of the entire secret realm, with several battle flags planted there and countless goblin soldiers patrolling around it. Just a rough estimate. There were at least 300 patrolling goblins alone, not to mention the several large tribes built around the pyramids. No wonder we have to form a team. It is so difficult to clear the entire secret realm relying on one person's strength. Fortunately, the void mantis has mastered area damage, otherwise it would take a long time to kill these monsters one by one. Thinking of this, Liao's lips curled up into a smile. These ugly goblins became cute in Liao's eyes. This is not a goblin. This was clearly the capital he used to buy the summoned beast skill book. Before receiving S-level resource subsidies, Liao was planning to exchange the skill badge inside for a summoned beast skill book. The result was an S-level skill, and Liao was immediately reluctant to give it up. Now that he is at the border, he has no chance to ask his family for money, so he still has an empty chess piece space. Now you don't have to worry about it. Liao looked at the groups of goblin monsters below the hill. After the crusade is over, you can take advantage of the copy CD time to buy a skill book. If there is a chance, Liao would like to try the Purgatory difficulty. I heard that if you clear the Purgatory difficulty for the first time, you will get extra rewards, but I don't know if it's true. Liao cast the identification spell towards two goblins of different appearances in the distance. Goblin Warrior. Level 15, Elite. HP, 7,300. Strength, 172. Spirit, 49. Agility, 104. Endurance, 146. Skills, Goblin Charge LV4, Heavy Hammer LV2, Elemental Resistance LV1. Goblin Shaman. Level 16, Elite. HP, 4,650. Strength, 51. Spirit, 181. Agility, 88. Endurance, 93. Skills, Fireball Chanting LV4, Ice and Snow Festival LV2, Encouragement LV4, Summoning LV1. It is worthy of being a nightmare dungeon. Even the monsters guarding the gate have reached elite level. Monster levels are divided into Ordinary Unrated, Elite, Enhanced Elite, Alienated, Leader, and Lord. Elite monsters have much higher attributes than ordinary monsters, and their skills are also more powerful. For a level 15 knight class, even if all endurance points are added, the endurance is only 160. And this monster named Goblin Warrior even has two attributes that reach this value. This is just the strength of a single monster. You know, the goblins, as a group of monsters, are best at group combat. Liao looked around. Most of the goblin monsters below appear in small groups. 4 warriors and 2 priests. With such strength, the team composed of ordinary professionals may not be able to get through even the monsters at the door, let alone the goblins in the back that are located in the pyramid area. Nightmare level, so terrifying. Of course, this attribute is still far inferior to that of the Void Mantis. What's more, the current Void Mantis is not fighting alone like before. Liao jumped down the hill. The Goblin Lair dungeon is officially opened. Almost the moment it landed on the ground, it attracted the hatred of a group of goblins. The 4 warriors roared with excitement and rushed towards this side frantically. Seeing this, the Void Mantis hiding behind Liao swung out a void stab, and countless spikes covered the 4 goblin warriors. Hiss! A strange scream was heard. 4 damage values appeared above the goblin's head. 1842. 1631. 1774. 1822. Now the power of the Void Mantis has exceeded 800. Even if the Goblin Warrior has extremely high endurance, it can still cause good damage. It's not over yet. The ground beneath the 4 goblins' feet suddenly cracked. Countless spikes gushed out. 241. 213. 198. 201. The damage of the Void Predator is not that impressive, but its positioning is just a tank, and the purpose of this rupture is to control and slow down the enemy. Just as Liao expected. Even though the Goblin Warriors were extremely angry after using this combination of skills, their pace was as slow as a turtle's in front of the 2 chess pieces. During this period, the Void Predator suddenly distanced itself. The Void Mantis relied on its speed advantage to keep pulling around the 4 monsters. 6413. A single shot of Taste of Fear instantly takes the life of a Goblin Warrior. But before Liao had time to check the kill panel, 2 fireballs flew towards the Void Mantis. The effect of Liao's main agility attribute was reflected at this time. The Void Mantis simply turned sideways and dodged 2 fireballs. Invisible. At Liao's command, the Void Mantis disappeared. The Goblin Shaman was not as fast as the warrior, so he only arrived at this time. Seeing the Void Mantis disappear, their hatred instantly shifted to Liao and the Void Predator. Their extremely high intelligence made them target Liao directly and abandon the Void Predator. That's exactly what I meant. Seeing this scene, Liao sneered. The Void Predator has not yet devoured any living creature. It is like a baby that cannot withstand the blows of society. It's a good thing that the other party can target him. Liao did not retreat even a single step, but instead quickly moved forward. The 4 goblin warriors immediately charged and attacked Liao. However, the next second, the goblin warrior's face showed a human-like confusion. Seeing this, the 2 goblin priests chirped and roared for a long time, and the 4 warriors finally focused their attention on the Void Predator. Did you find it? Looking at the monster's actions, Liao was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect the monsters in the dungeon to be so intelligent. It's a pity that it's too late to find out now. Liao smiled coldly, and the figure of the Void Mantis appeared behind the priest. Break the invisibility with 1 strike, taste the fear, and then use a small combo to hit the priest like flowing water. The Goblin Shaman's 4,000 plus health points were instantly emptied. After dealing with 1, the Void Mantis didn't stop at all and attacked the other priest frantically. Several warriors wanted to return to defend, but were stopped in place by the sudden ground spikes. All they could do was watch the Goblin Shaman die. 2 of them can be dealt with remotely, and the remaining 4 goblins can only be used as toys. The Void Mantis was like a ghost, flickering, and it had harvested all of them in less than 30 seconds. Kill the Goblin Priest, experience plus 1.4%. Actual combat training triggered, Void Mantis strength plus 1. Kill the Goblin Priest, experience plus 1.4%. Actual combat training triggered, Void Mantis strength plus 1. Kill Goblin Warrior, experience plus 1.2%. Actual combat training triggered, Void Mantis strength plus 1. Looking at the system panel, Liao felt delighted. High-intensity monsters indeed correspond to high experience points. Not only that, there were 2 pieces of equipment lying quietly on the ground. 2 pieces of level 15 bronze equipment. Because they are produced from dungeons, their quality is much higher than ordinary bronze-grade equipment. The market price of a single piece is around 15,000. Liao couldn't use it for the time being, so he put it in his storage ring. The experience and benefits are several times greater than outside. It took about a minute to kill 6 goblins, but I gained nearly 8% of the experience points. The upgrade speed is terrifying. Liao felt that he had found the right place, and immediately walked towards the next group of goblins. Time flies. When Liao walked out of the goblin tribe, all the goblin monsters in the tribe had been completely wiped out. Level 11, 32.54%. In less than an hour, Liao gained nearly 1.5 levels of experience. There are about 30 goblin squads in this tribe. Because the distance was too close, Liao was worried that he would accidentally attract the hatred of other teams when pulling the goblins. So most of the time was spent on attracting monsters. Fortunately, the result is good. Even if it is upgraded to level 11, the experience required for upgrading will be greatly increased, and it can still reach the terrifying level of 32%. Just at this moment. Roar, roar, hiss. When Liao was preparing to go to the next tribe, a strange roar sounded. A goblin of extremely exaggerated size, holding a heavy sword, appeared in front of Liao. Ferocious blood-red eyeballs and huge fangs. Even with his hunched back, he was nearly 3 meters tall. Holding a heavy sword taller than Liao, the ground shook slightly with every step he took. Liao had seen this monster in his high school textbook. Goblin Lord, the final boss of the difficult dungeon. Liao used identification skills on the other party, but all he got was a string of question marks. The identification skill can identify leader-level monsters that are no higher than level 5 of the monster itself. Liao is currently level 11, which means that this monster is over level 16. The textbook clearly states that the Goblin Lord is a level 15 boss creature. Liao was secretly shocked. In a nightmare-level dungeon, even the leader was strengthened. Void Mantis. With a whisper, the Void Mantis hiding in the shadows suddenly jumped up. 3201. 5321. 2041. Break the shadow, taste the fear, stab in the void. A series of combos hit the commander. After killing the goblins in the tribe, Void Mantis's panel strength has reached 960. Even a nightmare-level leader would not be able to withstand this kind of power. This is also the confidence that gives Liao the courage to face the nightmare. After a howl of pain, the goblin leader raised his heavy sword and smashed it at the Void Mantis. However, the next second, the body of the Void Mantis disappeared. The goblin leader was very intelligent. He was stunned for just a second before turning his attention to Liao. A terrible feeling of oppression swept over my body. The next second, as if by teleportation, the commander appeared in front of Liao. The heavy sword slashed down. Although he knew he would not be hurt, the sharpness that felt like falling into a cold cellar made Liao's hair stand on end. Boom. The ground where Liao was standing was smashed into a deep hole by the sword. Seeing Liao safe and sound, the commander swung his heavy sword wildly as if he didn't believe it. At this time, the Void Mantis has already approached. 6921, weak point attack. 10891, weak point attack. Because the commander's attention was entirely on Liao, both of Void Mantis attacks were attacks on his weak points. The sharp claws left 2 deep scars on the commander's chest and left shoulder, leaving visible bone scars. Liao glanced at the health bar above the opponent's head and calculated that the commander's health was about 60,000. This kind of data can no longer be described as horrifying. For an ordinary professional, at level 15, the maximum strength is 200. Taking into account the commander's own defense, whether this force can break the defense is another matter. With 60,000 HP, the commander will have to output damage for more than half an hour even if he stands still. Get out of the way, Liao said sternly. The Void Mantis barely dodged the commander's sword. Now that the invisibility skill is still on CD, you can only rely on holding on. However, the commander's next sword followed and was about to hit the Void Mantis. Predator! Liao shouted loudly. The figure of the predator stood between the void mantis and the commander, and took the sword firmly. 474. The strength should be above 400. If you don't use skills, the predator can resist for a while. Li Yao's brain was working rapidly. But the next second, a slash containing brilliance suddenly appeared and struck directly at the predator. 2164. The predator's HP is only 4,000. With just these two blows, the predator's health bar was only 1/3 left. The entire insect body was swept away by the slashing attack, and it hit a big tree in the distance, looking a little embarrassed. However, there was no worry on Li Yao's face. Everything is as expected. Li Yao quickly issued the order. Use rupture. The earth shattered and countless boulders rose into the sky. The damage is negligible, but the slowing effect is quite significant. The deceleration time lasts for 5 seconds, which is enough time for Void Mantis and the Archon to pull until the stealth cooldown ends. At this point, the battle is no longer suspenseful. The Void Mantis's sharp claws left several marks on the commander's body. The commander in the slowed down state couldn't even touch the Void Mantis. As soon as the deceleration ended, the Void Mantis immediately disappeared into the shadows. This time, the Void Mantis didn't wait any longer. 7201, weak point attack. 11451, weak point attack. The commander, covered with countless wounds, swung his sword in desperation. 371. As expected, reality is not a game. The power I exerted in the near-death state is far less than that in my prime. I can't even use my skills. Li Yao looked at the miserable commander with no expression on his face. Predator, it's your turn. The void predator had been waiting nearby for a long time. The huge mouthparts bit directly into the commander's body. 1557. The evolved devouring skill deals true damage equal to 35% of one's own health, ignoring any defensive attributes. Soon, it fell with the sound of chewing meat. The body of the void predator grew visibly larger. A golden treasure chest also appeared in front of Li Yao. Kill the leader-level creature above your level, Goblin Leader, experience plus 61%. Void Predator completes evolution and devours, gaining maximum health of 6,600. Obtain the exclusive drop for the first kill of Nightmare level, the Edgeless Heavy Sword, Gold. There's actually a first kill drop. Li Yao was a little surprised. In the past, those teams that fought against Nightmare failed to even kill the small boss at the beginning of the dungeon. But think about it. 60,000 health points, over 400 strength, plus a decent combat IQ. At the first stage, Li Yao couldn't imagine what kind of 5-person team could kill such a monster. Perhaps, a team of 5 S-level professionals has a chance to complete the crusade. Putting aside the random thoughts in his mind, Li Yao sat down on the ground and began to count the spoils. The heavy sword without a blade, it sounds like a warrior weapon. I can't use it, but I can exchange it for a skill book. Li Yao put the edgeless heavy sword into the storage ring. Unless someone is extremely short of money, no one would sell gold-level equipment for money. Most people would barter for items they could use. Then, Li Yao looked at the treasure chest that was glowing golden. He rubbed his hands and started it without hesitation. The light is shining. 2 props. A piece of armor and a book. Goblin's Proof of Courage, top. Quality, gold. Equipment requirements, level 15, strength 150, stamina 80. Equipment attribute 1, endurance plus 55, strength plus 20. Equipment attribute 2, courage, active, increases the wearer's strength attribute by 30%, lasts for 30 seconds, cools down for 60 minutes, can be triggered by summoned creatures. Equipment attribute 3, heavy, passive, each damage taken by the wearer is reduced by 50, can be triggered by summoned creatures. Durability, 175/175. Charge with sword. Quality, A. Skill requirements, level 10, wear sword weapons. Skill introduction, charge at any target within 30 meters, causing 170% physical damage to the target, and increase agility by 800 during charge. Cooldown time 20 seconds. Look at the introduction of the 2 items. Li Yao's eyes lit up and he exclaimed. It's shipped. A-level skills are useless to Li Yao, so he puts them directly into the storage ring and can exchange them for useful props later. But this top armor named Proof of Courage undoubtedly made Li Yao extremely excited. It turned out to be a percentage attribute bonus. This attribute becomes more powerful in the later stages and is extremely rare. Li Yao is a summoner, and strength is the most useless attribute. But don't forget, Li Yao possesses the skill, Shackles, which allows him to share the attributes of the Void Mantis for a short period of time. The strength attribute of the Void Mantis is already incredibly high due to its actual combat training. On this basis, it will be increased by another 30%. The combination of the two can definitely produce the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. However, the wearing conditions of this equipment are extremely harsh, and it is obviously prepared for violent battles that mainly increase strength. I don't know if the attribute added by activating skills counts. Li Yao whispered softly. If not, if he wants to wear this equipment, he needs to devote attribute points to strength, which is not worth the loss. When you reach level 15, you'll know after trying it. Li Yao didn't think about it anymore. As the first nightmare-level boss to be defeated, the profits brought by the Goblin leader have made Li Yao extremely satisfied. If it doesn't work out, you can still sell it at an astonishing price. In the following time, Li Yao did the same thing. In one fell swoop, the remaining Goblin tribes were wiped out. Because the Void Predator devoured the leader, it gained a large amount of maximum health and was able to withstand the attacks of the Goblins. So Li Yao doesn't need to attract monsters. The wanton massacre and cleanup speed far exceeded that of the first tribe. The Goblins from the 3 tribes not only dropped a large number of bronze and black iron equipment, but also directly raised Li Yao's experience to level 13, 57%. It took 2 hours in total. If he were still in the wild, Li Yao wouldn't even dare to imagine such an upgrade speed. The only pity is that Li Yao did not find the Goblin leader in the other 3 tribes. There should be another leader behind us, but there is no rush. Li Yao glanced at the pyramid building in the distance, his eyes somewhat solemn. Without thinking, he walked towards that direction. Along the way, a disgusting stench hit us in the face. Li Yao couldn't help but cover his nose. However, apart from the human corpses everywhere, Li Yao did not find a single goblin. It took about 10 minutes to walk. The health of Void Mantis and Predator has been restored to optimal levels. The dense forests around began to thin out. The stench was so strong that it began to blind the eyes. At the end of the dense forest, there was an open space about the size of a football field. Countless goblins wearing armor and holding spears were patrolling back and forth in the open space. Behind them, a goblin wearing a crown and a blood-red robe was sitting on the throne under the pyramid. Those blood-red pupils. Already locked onto Li Yao. Goblin Vanguard. Level 18, Strength and Elite. HP, 16,250. Strength, 321. Spirit, 118. Agility, 274. Endurance, 325. Skills, Goblin Charge LV5, Breaking Army LV3, Elemental Resistance LV5, Thick Skin LV5. Goblin King. Li Yao looked at the scene in front of him and frowned slightly. Some trouble, but not much. The Goblin King has noticed me, but has not yet attacked. Apparently he hadn't triggered the boss mechanism yet. The only ones we need to face right now should be this group of Goblin Vanguards. The exaggerated attributes, except for the health volume, are not much weaker than the commander. The most important thing is that the distance between them is such that as long as you attack one of them, all the scouts will rush over in an instant. It is simply unrealistic to want to lure monsters alone. Then, let's try its power. Li Yao snapped his fingers, without concealing his aura, and walked towards the group of Goblin Vanguards step by step. At the same time, the Void Predator was given an order to stay where you are. Chiashishi. The Goblin Vanguard, smelling the scent of human flesh, immediately let out a shrill roar. Holding a spear, he jumped towards Li Yao. It seems that if you are one step late, you will get one less bite of meat. Void Mantis, we too have been treated as food. Li Yao sneered and said something to the void beside him. The void mantis is quite intelligent, but cannot speak. It can only wave its claws to express its anger. Shackles. The summoner can designate a summoned beast to connect to the soul shackles. The summoner can share all the attributes and skills of the summoned beast. The duration is 20 minutes and the cooldown time is 12 hours. Designated Void Mantis. Specified successfully. Open. The next moment. An inexplicably powerful force swept through Li Yao's limbs and bones in an instant. The sudden surge of power made it difficult for him to control it well for a while. He just took a step. With a bang. The hard ground was crushed in an instant. However, after only a few seconds, this power seemed to belong to Li Yao himself, without any sense of awkwardness. A smile appeared on Li Yao's lips. It is indeed the skill that all summoners dream of. Next second. Li Yao stomped his foot on the ground and rushed towards countless goblin scouts. When the two were about to make contact, Li Yao used void attack to escape into the void, and then punched a scout. No need to hide to avoid attacks, just break the invisibility and strike to get bonus damage. 5017. It's not over yet. Li Yao changed his fist into a palm and grabbed the neck of a goblin scout. Due to the huge difference in strength, he threw the goblin scout directly behind him. Isolation triggers. Taste the fear. Li Yao uses his skills to make the movements of the void mantis without using his limbs. Runes emerged in his hands, and the shadow of the void mantis appeared behind Li Yao, slashing with its claws crossed. 11532. Kill Goblin Scout, experience plus 0.7%. Actual combat training triggered, Void Mantis strength plus 1. With one blow, the Goblin Vanguard exploded into blood mist. Ha 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 ha, what a joy! Li Yao roared with joy to the sky. The experience of watching others kill enemies is indeed different from killing enemies yourself. Moreover, after using the shackles to connect to the Void Mantis, the enemies killed by himself were actually counted as Void Mantis. What a pleasant surprise! Li Yao no longer had any worries and dived directly into the pile of monsters. Behind Li Yao, the Void Mantis was no less powerful. With the invincible Li Yao by its side to help it sweep the battlefield, it had less to worry about in its attacks. Every time the invisibility is broken and there is no cooldown on the invisibility, Li Yao will appear beside it and stop all enemies. That's all. A man and a mantis rushed into the center of the monster, as if they were invincible, and entered an empty space. The dark green blood turned into heavy rain and sprinkled all over the ground. Li Yao was killing more and more excitedly, and the number of goblin scouts was getting smaller and smaller. Kill Goblin Scout, experience plus 0.7%. Actual combat training triggered, Void Mantis strength plus 1. Reach level 14, gain 10 free attribute points. After upgrade. Looking at the few goblin scouts flashing around, Li Yao stopped. Just leave the remaining goblins to the Void Mantis. Li Yao's gaze was fixed on the Goblin King who was sitting on the throne. His body was covered in dark green blood, adding a murderous aura to Li Yaoping. The Goblin King slowly stood up. He looked at Li Yao with an evil and twisted gaze. Shackles remaining time, 3:59. Li Yao is now level 14. Still unable to check the other party's attributes through identification. In other words, the Goblin King's level is at least above level 20. No matter whether it is humans or monsters, they will undergo a transformation every 20 levels and their strength will be greatly improved. But there is one thing worth being happy about. The other party is holding a scepter in his hand and seems to be a magical monster. Mastering magic means high attack and low health. Relying on his talent as a chess player, he is not afraid of anything no matter how strong the attacking ability is. But time is still running out. Li Yao disappeared on the spot. The Goblin King raised his scepter expressionlessly. In just a moment, a huge rock several meters in size appeared out of nowhere and hit where Li Yao was. Li Yao didn't dodge. The boulder did not affect Li Yao's movements at all. He leaped in front of the Goblin King in a few steps and punched out, and runes materialized at the same time. The Goblin King also reacted quickly. A layer of golden light immediately appeared on the body. Li Yao's two attacks hit the light curtain, causing it to twist but without any signs of breaking. 3150. 9063. After several slaughters, the strength attribute of the void mantis had already exceeded the 1400 mark. This kind of damage did not meet Li Yao's expectations. However, these 9,000 damages were far beyond the Goblin King's expectations. In a hurry, he waved the scepter in his hand repeatedly, and 4 formations suddenly appeared around him. Li Yao didn't care at all and stuck to the Goblin King like a dogskin plaster. He kept throwing punches. 1. 1. 1. Without the skill bonus, Li Yao's attack could not break through the light curtain defense. But Li Yao knew. No matter how strong your defensive skills are, they have their limits. Sure enough, within 10 seconds, the light curtain disappeared in the Goblin King's horrified eyes. It was at this time. 4 huge bodies slowly rose up from the 4 formations. Oh! Summoner. Li Yao was startled, but his hands did not stop moving at all. 1002. 9145. 872. 2416, weak point attack. Fists are interspersed with skills, all aimed at the opponent. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Li Yao's mouth. The other party is a summoner. There is a high probability that summoner equipment will appear. He has been thinking about the drop from the Goblin leader for a long time. Hiss! As the Goblin King screamed, 4 huge figures appeared beside Li Yao. Li Yao just threw an identification spell over and continued punching and kicking the Goblin King. Goblin General. The attributes are much higher than what the professional from the Chen family said, not to mention there are 4 of them. However, none of this worked. If the summoner dies, the summoned creature will definitely not survive. Now Li Yao has only one thought in his mind. Either I will beat you to death. Either when the shackles are over, you will beat me to death. Shackles remaining time, 1:32. As a summoner, the Goblin King actually has many ways to deal with close-range enemies. However, these methods had no effect on Li Yao. Seeing that any attack was useless, the 4 Goblin generals tried to pull Li Yao away. They don't know yet who they are facing. With 1400 power, Li Yao can do whatever he wants. No matter how hard he pulled, Li Yao still punched their king. But these beasts are a bit of an eyesore. Can't hit the isolating effect of Taste of Fear. Predator, Rupture. Boom. The rubble exploded, and during the brief time of being blown away, Li Yao grabbed the Goblin King's face with one hand and threw him directly into the distance. Li Yao chased after them, and the 4 generals were left far behind due to the deceleration effect. At the same time, Void Mantis has dealt with the remaining scouts and appeared at the King's landing point. The combo is thrown out smoothly. 12492, weak point attack. 25176, weak point attack. 6921, weak point attack. The Goblin King is in a floating state, with no room to dodge, 3 attacks, and 3 weaknesses. The blood strip was visibly cut off. What frightened it even more was the 2 sharp claws of the Void Mantis were firmly embedded in its shoulders. The human face that disgusted and frightened it gradually enlarged in its pupils. Stay still for me. 11943, weak point attack. 23411, weak point attack. 2 heavy hits. It hit the Goblin King's head hard. The whole earth trembled, and the Goblin King's entire body sank into the ground, unable to move. Behind him, the general's hurried footsteps could be heard. Li Yao turned back suddenly. A face stained with the king's blood was reflected in the pupils of several generals. Make their bodies suddenly stagnate. Li Yao had no expression on his face and spoke in a cold voice. Predator. Shackles remaining time, 0:21. Guji, gurgling. Kill the leader-level creature above your level, Goblin King, experience plus 75%. Void Predator completes evolution devouring, gaining maximum health of 20,000. Obtain the exclusive drop for the first kill of Nightmare level, King's Scepter, Platinum. As the Goblin King was devoured by the Predator, the 4 generals turned into grey mist and dissipated into the air in an instant. A small vortex leading to the outside world also appeared. Liao didn't have time to pick up the golden treasure chest that the king dropped. The whole earth suddenly began to shake violently. No. Not the earth. Liao turned around and looked at the majestic pyramid building. The vibrations from the front continued to increase, and the stone bricks under the pyramid slowly moved apart to the sides. At the same time, a huge breath gushed out from the entrance, covering the entire goblin dungeon. The entire sky was dyed crimson by this breath. Congratulations to professional player Liao for clearing the nightmare level for the first time alone. Comprehensive score, SSS. Goblin Lair Purgatory difficulty is officially open. As a pioneer who opens the Purgatory difficulty, you will receive a heavenly reward. Do you want to hide your identity? Liao looked towards the gate with serious eyes. He is only level 14 now, and he cannot defeat the owner of that aura for the time being. Let's first clear the nightmare level, reach level 20, and then break through the second level. Liao was about to pick up the spoils dropped by the goblin scouts. The system voice sounded again. Do you want to hide your identity? Hide your identity? Is that even a question? Of course, not hiding. At the same time, under the vortex in the Goblin Lair dungeon, a group of people were surrounding a team that had just come out. Is Yuan really an A-level professional? Not only did he clear the Goblin Lair at the master level, he also broke the clearance time record that had been maintained for many years. I have to say, these children of big families are really awesome. I remember when the Silver Wolf Guild passed the level, there were 5 A-level professions, right? Yes, there is a B-level priest traveler in Yuan team. Who would have thought that this could help him pass the level? Yuan is a barrier master and cannot be treated as an ordinary A-level profession. Don't forget, Yuan was only level 7 when he entered the dungeon. If he didn't have the strength to rely on, how could the other 4 professionals possibly pass the master-level dungeon with such a burden? It seems that the profession of barrier master is completely comparable to S-level. I'm so jealous. The group of people gathered together were Yuan and his companions who had just finished the Goblin's Lair at the master level. Yuan's equipment was in tatters and he looked a little disheveled. However, this could not hide the smile that he could not suppress on his face. Finally it's over. He came out of the rookie copy and put in all kinds of efforts, wasn't it just for this moment? Especially the sentence. Completely comparable to the S-class. Yuan immediately felt that all these efforts were worth it. He went to such lengths to clear the master level only for 2 reasons. Get the General's Ring to increase your combat power in preparation for the level 22nd job quest. The second point is to tell the city lord. Who on earth is worthy of that S-level resource? To be honest, the strength displayed by Liao in the rookie copy really shocked him, and later it was reported that Liao had awakened his talent. At that time, Yuan had no intention of becoming an enemy of Liao. By awakening talents that match his profession, he can obtain SS-level resources, which does not conflict with the S-level resources he has his eyes on. As a result, he heard the next day that his S-level resources were gone. Yuan immediately wanted to kill him. No matter how strong you appear in the early stages, you are still just a summoner. You can't even protect your own resources, and you still want to steal mine. Yuan sneered repeatedly. As for whether Liao could also pass the master level, Yuan never even thought about it. The Silver Wolf Guild relies on raiding dungeons as its foundation, and its strength lies in the intensity of its high-level professionals. The low-level professionals in the Union are mostly young professionals with high talents. Definitely not as good as the senior professionals they hired with high salaries. Want to help Liao clear the master level? Dream on. What's more, that kid Liao entered the nightmare level of difficulty in front of everyone. It's better to die in there. Yuan thought viciously. It was at this time. Yuan noticed a beautiful figure in front of him that stood out among the crowd. The other party seemed to be chatting around, looking for a team to clear the dungeon. Yuan felt warm in his heart and walked quickly towards the beautiful figure. Student Jiang, why are you here too? The pretty figure was slightly stunned when she heard the voice. She turned around slowly, reached out to lift the hair on her forehead, revealing her beautiful profile. Jiang Ningyu was surprised to see the person coming. Mr. Yuan. What a coincidence. Are you here to conquer the Goblin's Nest dungeon as well? A beautiful face and slender legs exposed outside the robe. Even the eldest son of the Yuan family, who was used to seeing beautiful women singing and dancing, couldn't help but look away. Jiang Ningyu is very good at taking advantage of her strengths. Even when choosing equipment, she gives priority to those that can show off her figure. The two had met once in the rookie copy. Yuan Hao was deeply impressed by this sweet-looking girl with a hint of coolness. What's more, the other party is an A-level professional frost master. Yuan Hao just felt like he had met his true love. I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Yuan Hao carefully considered his tone and said indifferently. Yes, I came here to level up. Look, I just came out of the master-level dungeon. Master-level difficulty. Mr. Yuan is talking about the master-level goblin nest. Jiang Ningyu covered her mouth, looking stunned. Yuan Hao was extremely pleased. Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to the help of my family, otherwise I would have only been level 7 when I entered. How could I have passed the master-level difficulty? Seemingly modest. In fact, I told Jiang Ningyu, even though I am level 9 now, when I entered the dungeon, I was only level 7. I was able to pass the master level at level 7, so I don't need to say much about its value. Level 7. Jiang Ningyu seemed so surprised that she was speechless. Student Yuan entered the master level dungeon at level 7. Even with the help of my family, I definitely don't have the courage to do that. Not to mention, my family is just an ordinary family, and no one in the family is a professional. Jiang Ningyu looked at Yuan Hao, pursed her lips, and seemed to be hesitant to speak, as if she was deliberately distancing herself from him. Student Yuan, I will go find a team first. Try your best to level up and don't let the big family kids like you fall too far behind. Yuan Hao saw it and felt pain in his heart. There are very few girls who are so non-vain and so hardworking. He immediately asked, Student Jiang, do you think I'm someone like Li Yao? We've known each other for a while, and as classmates from neighboring schools, how could I leave you alone? Come, join our team. I can't say I can help you pass the master level, but shouldn't it be easy for me to pass the difficult level? This isn't good. I'm afraid people will misunderstand me. Jiang Ningyu said timidly. At the same time, he stood beside Yuan Hao unconsciously and joined the team. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding is there? You and Li Yao have broken up, who could possibly misunderstand? Looking at the beautiful figure beside him, Yuan Hao was so excited that his heart was itching and he couldn't help but lower his voice. Student Jiang, please don't think of me as someone like Li Yao. What he can give you, I can give you. What he can't give you, I can also give you. Didn't he break up with you? He also took away the A-level skill badge that was supposed to belong to you. Don't worry, I'll help you make the decision. To be honest, I am determined to get Li Yao's resources. When I get the S-level resources, my share of the A-level resources. Hearing this, Jiang Ningyu suppressed his excitement, frowned and stepped back repeatedly. No, 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 I can't take that A-level resource. We are just ordinary friends. How can I accept such an expensive gift? Yuan Hao was stunned. When did I say I would give her the A-level resources? My share of A-level resources is not intended for my younger brother. I can only give the A-level potions in it to classmate Jiang. But the atmosphere was already at this point, and Yuan Hao got excited. Can Jiang and I only be friends? Hate. Jiang Ningyu spoke coquettishly with a charming smile. Yuan Hao's voice was very low. But the people nearby are all professionals, and if they want to listen, they can still hear it. Qin Yu and others stood in the distance and listened to the whole process. Uncle Wu felt a little regretful. No wonder Li Yao entered the nightmare level difficulty, just to speak out for justice. The Qin family's industry is concentrated in equipment. As the strongest guild in Jiangzhou, the Silver Wolf Guild has cleared countless dungeons, has the most frequent transactions with the Qin family, and has a very good personal relationship with them. They had also thought about having Li Yao and Qin Yu marry each other to strengthen the relationship. But ever since Li Yao fell in love with Jiang Ningyu, this idea was shelved. Uncle Wu sighed. Master Li was first coveted by Jiang Ningyu for his resources, and now he is being targeted by Yuan. It is inevitable that he will do something impulsive. But fortunately, the Li family should give him an escape ticket, so his life is not in danger. In my opinion, they are a bit childish. They rushed into the dungeon without thinking after being robbed. Do they want to prove themselves by clearing the dungeon? Another follower of Chen Yu spoke up. You can't say that. After all, they are just children. They were robbed and had no choice. It's understandable that they did something out of the ordinary. I can only say that it's Li Yao's bad luck. Why not change his job to summoner? It's just a pity that the Silver Wolf Guild finally produced a talent owner. Chen Yu could hear the discussion among several people clearly. She suddenly asked seriously, how long did it take us to complete the difficult level just now? Uncle Wu, miss, about 2.5 hours. Then did you see Li Yao come out? Uncle Wu was stunned. Because the lady is curious. Before they entered the difficult level dungeon, they specifically instructed the servants here. If Li Yao is teleported out, remind the lady that there is no need to wait here. However, until now, Li Yao has not appeared. Just in case. No, there is no chance. Uncle Wu quickly dismissed his wild thoughts. He didn't even dare to think about completing the nightmare level of difficulty alone. He must have discovered that the monsters in the dungeon were invincible, and was worried about being embarrassed if he teleported out directly, so he hid in his birthplace to delay time. Haha, miss, you think too highly of Master Li. If Master Li can pass the level, never mind, it's unrealistic. If he can kill a monster, I will stand on my head. Suddenly, a notice came like a bomb. Appears on everyone's system dashboard. Congratulations to the professional team for clearing Goblin's Lair, Nightmare, with no. Congratulations to the professional team, None, for breaking the Goblin Lair, Nightmare, clearance time. Clearance time, 3 hours, 47 minutes and 21 seconds. Captain, Li Yao, chess player. Team members, none. Rewards, professional level +1, first pass gift pack, Goblin Lair Nightmare level, title reward, Abyss Lone Walker, unique. Goblin Lair, Purgatory level difficulty is officially opened, level 20 to 25, and professionals who have experienced the perfect second transformation can enter the crusade. Note, the copy escape scroll cannot be used in the Purgatory difficulty. Good luck to you. Silence. No one spoke. Some people repeatedly opened and closed the panel, trying to confirm whether they had seen it wrong by refreshing it. Not just the people present. All professionals who have cleared the Goblin Lair dungeon received this message at the same time. Is the system wrong? Someone broke the silence and asked in a low voice. No one answered him. The only answers he got were the sounds of people gasping for air or swallowing saliva. Then, voices of disbelief appeared frequently. How could the system go wrong? That is the foundation of a professional's career, the great power of heaven. The mighty power of heaven has never made any mistakes in countless years. This leads many people to think that there is something wrong with them. How is that possible? Li Yao cleared the nightmare level. A summoner, a person. Are you kidding me? If a person sees this message, he will definitely think that he has read it wrong. But everyone present, and even the entire Jiangzhou, countless people who had played the dungeon, saw it at the same time, so they had no choice but to believe it. This unpopular summoner class really managed to clear a nightmare level dungeon. I feel like I'm dreaming. Someone said this and slapped the person next to him. It's a little unreal. Is talent really that strong? His talent is very strong, but not strong enough for a summoner to play Nightmare alone. I suspect that the higher-ups gave him an SSS-level Summon Beast skill book. Do you think you're an SSS-level cabbage? I've never even heard of it, let alone seen it. How can you just give it to me? Who knows, maybe Li Yao is the son of the Dragon King of Dragon Country. None of this matters. I want to know, isn't Li Yao a summoner? Aren't summoners the weakest? How come he can clear the nightmare level? Anyway, no one thought highly of Li Yao before. Upon hearing that Li Yao had cleared the nightmare level, Chen Yu might be the one who could accept it the most. At this moment, she was smiling like a flower and blinking at the follower who had said he wanted to do a handstand. I remember someone said that if Master Li could kill a monster, he would stand on his head or something. Come on, let's get some action done. I want to see it. Miss. I said that Li Yao could kill a monster, but I didn't say that he could clear the nightmare level. Hurrah! Chen Yu was just about to ask for an explanation. The follower quickly changed the subject. When you mention this, I feel quite sympathetic towards someone. Chen Yu immediately became interested and asked curiously. Who? Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao is actually fine. Although Li Yao cleared the nightmare level, making him a joke by clearing the master level, and he paid a lot of price, he is the eldest son of the Yuan family after all, so it's not his turn to be sympathized with. Who is that? Jiang Yu. Li Yao's ex-girlfriend. Isn't it? Look at her face now. She was such a pretty girl. Puff. Chen Yu covered her mouth, unable to hide her smile. She had heard a lot about Jiang Yu and Li Yao. She disliked the girl very much. It's not because the other person is beautiful. But she clearly didn't like Li Yao, yet she accepted so many gifts from him. Several other followers couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, I can't help it, I have to laugh for a while. It's a nightmare level abyss. Not to mention people of the same age, how many people in the country can reach the nightmare level abyss alone? How can she just say no to a boyfriend like this, a boyfriend who is so devoted to her? Bah. You still sympathize with her. She broke up with Master Li because she saw him change his job to a summoner. Who can she blame? Haha, miss, look, she looks so weird now. I saw that, too. She looks like a dog. Hey, stop talking about others behind their backs, Chen Yu warned. At this time, Jiang Yu didn't know that someone was laughing at her. Even if she knew, she was in no mood to care. Her pretty face completely lost all color, and she could not even hear Yuan Hao cursing at her side. Li Yao completed the nightmare level difficulty. How is that possible? He's a summoner. Why did you change your job to a summoner to confuse me? Jiang Yu was unwilling to accept this. He even forgot about the fact that he had tricked Li Yao in the copy. Li Yao's figure gradually enlarged in her mind. When she closed her eyes, all she saw was Li Yao. A feeling of regret surged into my heart like a tide. Li Yao, why did you do this to me? Li Yao had no idea what was happening outside. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in front of the copy vortex, looking at his reward. Goblin King's loot chest, level increase by 1, first pass gift pack, and title rewards. Very cool. It is worthy of being a nightmare level copy. The level increase has a direct effect on Li Yao. The level increased from 93% at level 14 to 93% at level 15, and is only one step away from level 16. At the same time, the reward from the hedge fund also fell into Li Yao's pocket. Unfortunately, even the Goblin King didn't drop any gold coins. I also don't know how strong the monsters need to be to get gold coins as stated in the method of obtaining the gold coins. Li Yao didn't care too much about it. What was meant to come would come. He looked at the 3 treasure chests. First, the Goblin King's spoils. There was a flickering light, and there was only one item in the treasure chest. Li Yao touched his face. Isn't your face a bit dark? King's cloak, accessory. Quality, platinum. Equipment requirements, level 15. Equipment attribute 1, spirit plus 120, stamina plus 40. Equipment attribute 2, shelter, active designate a target and add energy shield to it, which can reduce damage by 70%, a total of 20,000 damage, lasts for 60 seconds, and has a cooldown of 60 seconds. Equipment attribute 3, King's Might, passive as the king of a clan, no one can intimidate you, and the control time of controlled skills is reduced by 50%. Royalty set parts, 1/3. Durability, 200/200. Hiss. Li Yao took a breath of cold air. Platinum level equipment, and even more so suit parts. This is not just bad luck, it's clearly good luck. Could this protection be the skill used by the Goblin King? Liao had suffered this loss before and knew how unsolvable this skill was. Looking at the skill introduction, it was even more powerful than the one displayed by the Goblin King. A normal level 20 knight profession, with full endurance points and various equipment, has a health volume of just over 10,000. It is rare to have more than 20,000. This is equivalent to Liao having an extra health point of a top knight profession for free. What's more, these 20,000 health points need to be reduced by 70% of the damage. It's just a turtle shell. Liao sighed. At the current stage, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky to break through this turtle shell. When the time comes and it is added to the void mantis, Liao can't imagine how great it will be. It's actually a suit part. Liao thought of the King's Scepter as the first kill reward and quickly took it out from the storage ring. King's Scepter, Weapon. Quality, Platinum. Equipment requirements, Level 15, Spirit 200. Equipment Attribute 1, Designated Attribute increased by 200, Designated Cooling Time 24 hours. Equipment Attribute 2, King's Guard, Active select 4 summoned creatures, the main attribute increases the wearer's level times 5, the duration is 20 seconds, the cooldown time is 40 seconds. Equipment Attribute 3, King's Might, passive as the king of a clan, no one can intimidate you, and the control time of controlled skills is reduced by 50%. Royalty set parts, 1/3. Durability, 200/200. The properties are not as amazing as the King's Cloak. The only thing that excited Liao was that it also came with the special effect of King's Power. However, the 250% are not added directly, but multiplied. For example, 10 seconds of control time. First reduce it by 50%, which is 5 seconds, and then reduce it by another 50%, which is 2.5 seconds. Based on this attribute alone, it can definitely be called platinum level equipment, not to mention that it is also a part of the royalty suit. Liao was satisfied. Taking advantage of the good luck of a good start, open the first treasure chest directly. Open the first pass gift pack, Goblin Lair Nightmare level, and rewards will be adjusted according to the professional level. Adapting. Adaptation successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the Bluebird Summoning Skill, S. Oh. It's actually an S-level skill book. Liao said in surprise. It's a pity that it's not a functional skill book. Getting an S-level summoned beast for free is equivalent to saving a lot of gold coins for upgrading stars, so it's not a loss at all. After taking a look at the attributes of the summoned beast, Liao started to learn directly. Finally here, a range damage type Eatsy. Chess and Bluebird. Level, 15. Grade, S-level. Bond, Elementalist Polar. Star rating, 1 star, 40 gold coins required to upgrade to S-level chess pieces. HP, 3300/3300. Strength, 43. Spirit, 214, main attribute. Agility, 31. Endurance, 66. Skill 1, Glacial Storm, Bluebird summons a heavy rain mixed with ice and hail in the target area. Its range will continue to expand over 1.5 seconds, causing 80% magic damage per second, consuming 100 mana per second, and the cooldown time is 3 seconds. Skill 2, Frost, passive, an ability only possessed by the Bluebirds with special talents. Glacial Storm gains a frost effect, slowing down the enemy's attack speed and movement speed by 30%. Skill 3, Bone-Chilling Frost, Bluebird bombards the enemy with a bone-chilling wind, causing 150% magic damage. If the enemy is in a decelerated state, the damage coefficient is doubled. The cooldown time is 6 seconds. Liao spent 50 mana points to summon the Bluebird. Mana is a hidden attribute that is not displayed on the panel. It is calculated in the same way as health, with the spirit attribute multiplied by 50 times. After all, reality is not a game. Mana isn't like health either. Your health points are determined by how strong your physique is. Once your health points reach 0, you are dead. The mana value is different. The world is so big, there are always people with strong perseverance. Even if your mental power is exhausted, you can still release skills at the cost of damaging your own essence. As the bluebird appeared, the air around it suddenly became a little colder. The bluebird is not big, just the size of a normal bird of prey. It wears a crystal crown on its head, its body is covered with blue feathers, and its tail is made up of several oversized feathers, emitting wisps of cold air. Looking at this skill description, if bluebird uses it at full power, it can release a glacial storm for about 100 seconds. Liao looked at the blue bird and muttered to himself. I just don't know how far the range can be expanded in these 100 seconds. Bluebird is an S-level summoned beast, so it should be quite strong. Then, Liao looked at the last reward. Title, Abyss Lone Walker, only 1. Introduction, professionals who dare to face their fears, this is heaven's reward for your courage. Title Effect 1, Courage, all attributes increased by 50. Title Effect 2, Courage Sublimation. Each time you independently clear a nightmare level or higher dungeon for the first time, the Courage effect will be increased by 50. Most titles are unique and do not take up equipment space. Every additional title is equivalent to having one more combat power than other professionals. Of course, the more of this kind of thing, the better. Liao took a deep breath. The nightmare level gains have all been sorted out. After putting on a few pieces of equipment, his attributes were completely different than before entering the dungeon. It's time to go out. Liao randomly picked out a black iron mask from his storage ring and put it on. Then he walked towards the copy vortex. I don't mind being famous though. But I am also annoyed by those unfamiliar professionals who nag me like flies. Liao stepped out of the whirlpool. The void predator following beside him turned into a little blue bird. Everyone thought it looked familiar, but they didn't pay much attention to it. They were still waiting for Liao to come out. He is able to defeat nightmare-level creatures alone. You won't normally see him on Earth. Now that I can see him with my own eyes, even if I can't build a good relationship with him, I have to recognize his face. They don't know yet that the summoner passing by them is Liao. But Liao just picked this mask out on a whim. Only the lower half of the face is covered, so people who are familiar with it can recognize it at a glance. Plum. Show. Liao quickly made a gesture to keep quiet. Chen Yu suddenly understood, quickly covered her mouth, and ran over quickly. There was a trace of dust on Chen Yu's delicate face, and there were still fluctuations of lightning elements on her body that had not dissipated. Obviously he had just experienced a battle and just came out of a dungeon. Go, go. As soon as Chen Yu came up, she took Liao's arm without saying a word and walked towards a sparsely populated place. Liao looked at the outgoing girl and was about to pull his arm away. Then he saw another girl running towards him. Liao doesn't have the same patience for Jiang Ningyu as he does for Chen Yu. The cold look made Jiang Ningyu tremble. Thousands of words were stuck in my mouth. When he reacted, Liao had already been pulled away by Chen Yu and disappeared from his sight. That woman is Chen Yu. Jiang Ningyu unconsciously clenched his fists and frowned. It's only been a few days since we broke up, and you've already found a new love. No, it must be that woman who seduced Liao. The more Jiang Ningyu thought about it, the angrier she became, and her heart was growing more sour. If she were an ordinary woman, she wouldn't be so angry. That's Chen Yu, the famous second lady of the Chen family. Her figure and appearance are not inferior to hers, and even her job transfer is slightly better than hers. Jiang Ningyu just felt powerless. It was obviously me who was with Liao first. No, I have to go find him. Liao must have misunderstood me. Now that Chen Yu is beside Liao, Jiang Ningyu knows very well that she doesn't stand a chance. Let's upgrade first. When Yuan Hao learned that Liao had completed the nightmare level copy, he hurried back to the Yuan family. If she wanted to level up, she naturally had to slowly look for a team like other professionals. If Liao were still here, he would definitely take me. The other side. Liao was pulled by Chen Yu under a big tree. This place is some distance away from the goblin's nest, and there is no one else nearby except Liao and his friends. There is a cooldown time for clearing a dungeon, and the nightmare level is 12 hours, otherwise Liao would not have let Chen Yu drag him here. Tell me what's the matter. Liao's voice was calm. What level are you? Level 15. What? Chen Yu screamed, so many nightmare-level experiences. It's sour. Curiosity kills the cat. Chen Yu made a bitter face. From the time the rookie copy came out until now, I have done nothing but sleeping and eating. Uncle Wu and his companions had been helping her level up without any rest, and now she was only halfway to level 8. And Li Yao, who has been alone from beginning to end, is actually level 15. Why is there such a big gap between people? Seeing that the young lady looked sad, Uncle Wu quickly pulled her and signaled her to get down to business. Only then did Chen Yu realize that she was still asking others to do things for her. Hee, masterly. Chen Yu rubbed her hands together and gently wiped her snow-white and smooth legs together. Li Yao just looked at her calmly. You also know that our Chen family is mainly engaged in the equipment business. Can you hand over the equipment you don't need to our Chen family for disposal? So that's what happened. Li Yao smiled. Even if you didn't tell me, I would still come to find you. The Chen family is mainly responsible for the equipment industry. The person in charge of equipment for Jiangzhou Star Network seems to be Chen Yu's uncle. Generally, you can just hand over the equipment to the Star Network teller, but for some precious items, you still need to talk to the people above you. Just like that edgeless heavy sword and the skill of charging with the sword. Hearing Li Yao's words, Chen Yu almost jumped up with excitement. That is a nightmare-level product. Even if it is bronze or black iron equipment, it is much better than ordinary ones and can definitely make a name for itself. Even Uncle Wu thanked Li Yao solemnly. By the way, since that's what you said, what did you think I was going to do with you? After finishing the business, Chen Yu became curious again. The extra equipment was marketable, and Li Yao was able to relax for a rare time, so he joked. You were so anxious at the time, I thought you were attracted to me. Okay, I told you what it is. Chen Yu was immediately dissatisfied when she heard this and snorted. Looking at your relieved expression, Chen Yu was furious. How bad am I that I fell in love with you, and you're still not satisfied? However, Chen Yu noticed Li Yao's half-smile on his face and knew that he was joking. Chen Yu blinked her eyes mischievously. Then she gently folded her hands, placed them against her slightly hot cheeks, blinked her big, Caroline eyes, and gazed at Li Yao lovingly. Yeah, I just fell in love with you. Forehead. Li Yao was speechless for a while, and what he got in return was Chen Yu's ruthless ridicule. Okay, I have to continue to brush the dungeon, otherwise my level will fall further and further behind. When you return to Jiangzhou, be sure to contact me. I will definitely sell you the equipment at a good price. Chen Yu made a solemn promise, and then prepared to continue to clear the difficult level dungeon with Uncle Wu and others. Hey, wait. Li Yao quickly stopped him. Didn't you just come out of the dungeon? If my perception is correct, the aura of Chen Yu and the others definitely shows that they have just experienced a battle not long ago. How could they enter the dungeon now? Chen Yu showed a surprised look. You don't know. I'm not an encyclopedia, there are many things I don't know. Chen Yu handed a mirror to Li Yao. Mirror of the Abyss can offset the cooldown of the dungeon. The number of times it can be offset decreases with the difficulty. Probably 16 times for normal level, 10 times for difficult level, 8 times for master level as far as I remember, and I don't know about nightmare level. Li Yao took the mirror. It shows above that there are 4 nightmares, and the number of offsets can only be seen after completing the game. That's not right. It's impossible that President Li won't give you this thing, right? Li Yao did not explain, and asked, can this thing be used with teammates, or do we need another mirror? Li Yang didn't give himself such a mirror, probably because he didn't expect that he would be clearing the dungeon so early. Even if I need to brush it, I will seek help from the Silver Wolf Guild and give it to them when the time comes. Of course, as long as the captain holds the Mirror of the Abyss. Chen Yu said as a matter of course. Speaking of the Abyss, Chen Yu frowned and complained as if she remembered something painful. You don't know that once this Abyss is activated, it will automatically dissipate within 48 hours. I have only cleared the difficult level twice. With my own dungeon cooldown, I will have to clear the dungeon at least 15 times in the next 24 hours. Oh my god. I'm going to die of exhaustion. This mirror should be very precious, right? Huh. Chen Yu was stunned. She didn't know either. Uncle Wu quickly replied, Master Li, it is very precious, probably worth a gold-level equipment, and our Qin family can only take out one piece in a short time. Liao thought for a moment and said, I can help you clear the dungeon, and you don't have to do anything. Take me to the dungeon. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Nightmare level. Nightmare level. As long as you let me use the abyss, I will help you clear the nightmare level difficulty. Liao repeated it. No. Hearing this, Uncle Wu quickly spoke out to stop him. Master Li, it's not that I don't believe you. You have already proved your strength by clearing the nightmare level alone. But forming a team will increase the difficulty of the dungeon. A full team of 5 people will increase it by 100%, and a team of 2 people will increase it by 25%. I know. Liao said lightly, it's just 25%. Don't we have 2 people? To be honest, Liao really looked down upon the 25% improvement. His current attributes are completely different from when he was solo. Not to mention leading only Qin Yu, he has the confidence to lead 4 people. Of course I believe in Master Li's ability. Uncle Wu paused and glanced at Qin Yu. To be honest, my young lady may not even be able to reach this 25% difficulty. If she enters the nightmare level dungeon, she will only become a burden to Master Li. Great. Qin Yu was immediately furious when she heard that. Just as I was about to say something, I realized that what Uncle Wu said seemed to be true. She is only level 8, and even though she is an A-level professional, she can't display much strength. Thinking of this, Qin Yu looked at Liao pitifully again, fearing that the other party would not take her copy. Liao, I'm easy to take care of. Master level difficulty is not impossible. Master level is not good, it's a complete waste of time. If the Purgatory level difficulty didn't have a 20-level limit, Liao would have wanted to upgrade to the Purgatory level. Uncle Wu, don't worry. I am sure you can get the nightmare level. If there is any danger, just let Qin Yu use the escape scroll to teleport out. Are you sure? Uncle Wu looked at Liao and asked seriously. It's really too tempting to clear the nightmare level. If only my daughter could catch this train. And most importantly, Liao has the capital to convince people. Before this, who could believe that a summoner could solo a nightmare level dungeon? I'm sure. Good. Uncle Wu nodded heavily and immediately took out a few bottles of potion from his storage ring and handed them to Liao. This is a potion that can restore a percentage of HP. It can also be used on summoned creatures, and the cooldown time is very short. Master Li, use it as you see fit. Of course, these are not rewards. If Master Li can really help my young lady pass the nightmare level, the Qin family will definitely reward you handsomely. No matter how precious the Mirror of the Abyss is, it can never compare to a nightmare level copy. Helping to brush up the nightmare level is a huge favor, and it is impossible for the Qin family to do nothing. Liao took several bottles of medicine and put them in the storage ring. This percentage potion is extremely precious. Even if it cannot be used in a nightmare level dungeon, it will definitely be useful later. Okay, don't waste time, let's go now. From beginning to end, Liao remained calm, as if clearing the nightmare level was just a common thing. This also gave Uncle Wu and his companions great confidence. Qin Yu established a team, pulled Liao into it, used the Realm of Abyss, and cleared the team copy cooldown. Okay, you can go in now. Qin Yu opened the dungeon, looking a little nervous, and carefully chose the nightmare level of difficulty. In an instant, the copy vortex turned red. Brother Liao hasn't come out yet, and someone else chose the nightmare level. Haha, I really thought he was young Master Li. I'm dying of laughter. Everyone didn't believe it. No one has cleared the nightmare level yet. How is it possible that it has been successfully conquered twice in one day? Only Jiang Ningyu noticed the 2 people who entered the copy. Liao, Qin Yu. He actually brought Qin Yu to the nightmare level. Jiang Ningyu looked at them and thought of herself again. Next, she will go through the normal level dungeon with the team she just formed. Normal level. Nightmare level. Qin Yu. Jiang Ningyu gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes fixed on the vortex of the copy. Only she herself knows the feeling of disappointment. If you have never had it, you may not feel anything, but once you have it and lose it. If she hadn't broken up with Li Yao at that time. The person who is now standing next to Li Yao and has entered the nightmare level copy. That's her. Still on that hill. Li Yao and Chen Yu fell to the ground. Looking at the several goblin tribes in the distance, Chen Yu's long legs felt a little weak. Under the identification technique, the monster's attributes are all question marks. Both the sense of oppression and the appearance are fundamentally different from difficult level copies. Is this the nightmare level of difficulty? She just felt her teeth chattering now. She had entered the master level and cleared the final boss. But this is totally incomparable to the nightmare level. Just looking at the monsters that could be seen everywhere in the goblin tribe, Chen Yu felt that their team would not be able to cope with them. Not to mention the boss-level monsters hidden there. Li Yao did not respond to her, nor did he care about Chen Yu's mood at the moment. Predators, keep them safe. Li Yao snapped his fingers. The blue bird flew from Li Yao's shoulder into the air, and the void predator also appeared in front of him. No need for Li Yao's nonsense. 2 chess pieces, and the void mantis hiding in the shadows. Suddenly it rushed away into the distance. After devouring the Goblin King, the void predator grew much larger, making a crunching sound when it stepped on the ground. The copy is officially opened. Chen Yu felt it immediately. That terrifying group of goblins has set their sights on him. That's one. The body is unable to resist and can only wait to die. At this time, Li Yao patted her shoulder gently. Let's go. My summoned beast can't be too far away from me. Well. In an instant, that feeling of powerlessness disappeared. Chen Yu felt that she was okay again. At that time, everyone felt that Li Yao was asking for trouble by entering the nightmare level of difficulty. Only Chen Yu thought that Li Yao had his own plans. Now looking at Li Yao's calm face, that intuition came back to Chen Yu. With the boss here, what should I be afraid of? At the same time, on the outskirts of the tribe, blood and flesh were flying everywhere, and the sounds of various goblins' limbs colliding with the walls kept reaching the ears of the two. Kill the goblin priest, experience plus 0.08%. Actual combat training triggered, void mantis strength plus 1. Kill goblin warrior, experience plus 0.07%. Actual combat training triggered, void mantis strength plus 1. The clear and pleasant sound of experience points being gained continues. Chen Yu's expression changed from fear at the beginning, to thought, and finally to confusion. With the void predator blocking in front, void mantis and Shao Qin can launch their attacks without restraint, slaughtering the goblin tribe like a bulldozer. With the high mobility of the void mantis, it can move in and out of the group of monsters 7 times without even needing Li Yao to protect it. Not to mention the bluebird, which threw an ice storm and then hid behind the predator. The huge size of the bluebird can block all attacks. Defeat Li Yao again at the nightmare level. There is no need to lure monsters, just sweep across and wipe out the entire goblin tribe. Li Yao, do you want to eat? Li Yao's eyelids twitched when he saw what Chen Yu took out from the storage ring. Just take these things with you to play the dungeon. Yes. Chen Yu took out 2 bags of potato chips and handed one to Li Yao. Anyway, it was Uncle Wu and the others who took me to brush before, and I didn't have much to do. Li Yao was speechless. He looked forward with his eyes slightly narrowed. The first tribe has been cleared out by the 3 major chess pieces. As expected, the goblin leader appeared at the edge of the tribe. Looking at the behemoth in the distance, Chen Yu put down the snacks, looking a little serious and worried. Will there be any trouble? This is a 2-player copy, and the difficulty has increased by 25%. She is worried that she might be a burden to Li Yao. Not really. Li Yao shook his head slightly. He paid attention to the goblin leader just to know how strong his chess piece was now. After all, Shackles is still on cooldown, and Yitzi will be needed to deal with the Goblin King. Soon, the two came into contact with each other. The goblin leader is very powerful, even surpassing the final boss of the Grandmaster level. But Li Yao obviously underestimated the fighting power of the 3 chess pieces. The equipment on Li Yao can be said to be a major innovation. Correspondingly, the attributes of the 3 chess pieces have made a qualitative leap. Not to mention that the power of the Void Mantis has reached a terrifying level of 1600. There is a predator in the front, with stealth skills, and the bluebird slows down and interferes. After just a brief encounter, the goblin leader's health bar was reduced to nothing. Crack. The predator seized the opportunity and took a bite, with a crisp sound. Kill the leader-level creature, goblin leader, experience plus 12%. Void predator completes evolution devouring, obtains maximum health value 8,250. 2 golden lights flashed at the same time. Upgraded. Chen screamed with joy. Chen has become completely numb to the strength of Li Yao's summoned beast. It is not unacceptable to kill such a strong leader creature now. Li Yao finally reached level 16. After level 10, each level becomes extremely difficult. Even if you have 90% of the experience at level 15 before entering the dungeon, you will still take this step only when you get here. The copy experience is distributed according to contribution. Although Chen Yu did not contribute much, he still had some basic experience. For Chen Yu, who is only level 8, these basic experiences are enough for her to reach level 9. Chen Yu trotted to the commander's body. He brought the trophy back and handed it to Li Yao like a treasure. Master Li, please open it. Li Yao was too lazy to pay attention to the other party's antics. Treasure chest opening. Chen Yu quickly leaned forward, wanting to see just how sacred the treasure chest in the nightmare-level dungeon was. Wow, golden legend. Gold-grade helmet. Look, can you wear it? Chen Yu's eyes were full of stars. It was the first time she saw golden equipment coming out of a treasure chest. Li Yao took a look and shook his head. Knight's equipment. Then put the helmet into the storage ring. Don't worry, after all the dungeons are cleared, all the unnecessary equipment will be handed over to your Chen family for disposal. Master Li, if you say so, I know what's going on. Chen Yu smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into crescents. He used the sleeves of his silver robe as a rag and kept wiping the sharp claws of the Void Mantis. Brother Mantis, you've worked hard. Let me help you clean up. Didn't care at all, it was all sticky with goblin blood. Brother Big Bug, these are potato chips, please try them. Not long. The bluebird flew to Li Yao with a bunch of colorful equipment in its beak. Li Yao put them into his storage ring one by one. Then they continued to sweep the remaining tribes. About an hour passed. Li Yao's level reached level 16, 21%. Chen Yu directly reached level 11. The experience required to upgrade the two is not in the same dimension at all. You know, the experience Li Yao gained is more than twice that of Chen Yu. The two set out on the road to the pyramids. Next comes the final boss, so stand away then. Li Yao warned. The Goblin King is quite intelligent. If they find that they cannot quickly deal with the 3 summoned beasts, they will most likely attack the 2 professionals. Li Yao himself was certainly not afraid, but Chen Yu was different. I'm afraid that if I get hit once, I'll have to go see her. Seeing Li Yao's serious expression, Chen Yu nodded quickly. How about I just stay here? Anyway, her only purpose of coming here is to gain experience and the final reward for completing the game. The distance is so far that I may not be able to gain experience. But compared to experience, Chen Yu still cares more about his own life. The big stupid goblin before was so powerful, it's hard to imagine how powerful the final leader will be. Do you want your contribution value to be even lower? Seeing the other party's cowardly look, Li Yao said with a smile, that's a summoning magic boss. Its movement speed won't be too fast. Just run away when the time comes. Got it. Chen Yu nodded heavily after hearing this. Soon. Countless goblin scouts appeared before the two. Just like before, the Goblin King still sat on the throne, but he stared at the two of them. When Li Yao first arrived here, that cold and extremely evil look even made him feel a chill down his spine. At this time, Chen Yu's legs could no longer stop shaking and she almost fell to the ground. When a strong person faces a weak person, he can sometimes easily destroy the weak person's life force without even taking any action. The Goblin King possesses this power. If Chen Yu came here alone, I'm afraid that even without the king's intervention, she wouldn't be able to exert even 10% of her strength based on her aura alone, and would only become food for countless goblin vanguards. But Chen Yu is very optimistic. Watching Li Yao's 3 summoned beasts slaughtering indiscriminately among countless goblin vanguards, she was no longer afraid. Li Yao, is there some mechanism that prevents the leader from moving now? Chen Yu's mind suddenly came to her mind, and she said, why don't we go beat it up now? It can't move anyway. Li Yao seemed to be thinking about something. It seems to make some sense. But we need to test it out first. The glacial storm released by the bluebird is spreading over time. If it is not stopped, it will soon affect the Goblin King. The glacial storm has a slowing effect. Even if the Goblin King forcibly breaks the mechanism that prevents him from moving, he still has time to escape from here with Chen Yu. The storm spread and the cold wind came. Chen Yu tightened her collar and stared straight ahead. A wisp of frost and snow slowly fell on the Goblin King. 251. The Goblin King's eyes suddenly turned red. 2 magic circles appeared under his feet. It's over. Chen Yu exclaimed, like a child who had done something wrong. Li Yao looked at the 2 formations strangely. Is she really a genius? First time here. The Goblin King is a summoned general of 4 goblins. And now there are only 2 summoning arrays. It looks like the Goblin King won't move. Li Yao pondered. This also means that as long as these 2 goblin generals are killed, the difficulty of the subsequent boss battle will be reduced. If a summoned creature is killed, it cannot be resurrected. Even monsters cannot ignore this law. At this time, Chen Yu still thought that she had done something very wrong. Before all the monsters were cleared out, the boss directly summoned 2 generals. Li Yao, why don't we retreat first? I'm afraid of Mantis Brother and the others. Goblin General is the final boss of the master level difficulty, and Chen Yu has seen him more than once. But these 2 generals, although clearly summoned creatures, were more than twice as powerful as any she had ever seen. Li Yao ignored her. 2 great generals plus dozens of goblin scouts appeared at the same time as the 4 great generals. Li Yao would obviously choose the former. Shackles was still cooling down, so he couldn't just push it mindlessly like he did the first time. 352. 219. 302. 285. Countless spears pierced the predator. However, a series of damage values only took away a layer of skin from the predator. Slowed by cracks and frost, these scouts can only attack slightly bulky predators. Shelter. Li Yao was no longer stingy and muttered to himself. An orange shield of light suddenly rose from the predator's body. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of armor rubbing against each other was heard, and 2 goblin generals entered the battlefield, dragging their long swords. The general's attributes are very high, and all 3 attributes are far superior to the Void Mantis. But there is a saying that goes, one force can break all laws. The Void Mantis appeared behind one of them almost the moment the general entered the battlefield. The sharp claws cut a wound as big as a bowl, and the blood bar dropped suddenly. In just a moment of contact between the 2, Li Yao made a very pertinent evaluation of the goblin general in his heart. A vulnerable ant. The invisibility disappeared and the cracks broke out of the ground. The 2 void chess pieces cooperated as smoothly as flowing water, leaving the general with no ability to resist. He uttered a whimper and disappeared as starlight. It's a pity that the summoned creature is not considered a boss creature, otherwise the predator's health bar would be even higher. For now, it's enough. It only took 2 minutes from the time the 2 generals entered the scene to the time they disappeared. Chen Yu seemed like a different person, and was in an excited state. Haha, the nightmare level is just like this. Chen Yu knew in her heart that it was all Li Yao's credit, but the scene before her. It's just so cool. The 3 summoned beasts kept harvesting lives like mowing the grass. The initial worries have long since disappeared without a trace. Soon, there was no goblin left standing on the battlefield. The Goblin King stood up. A few minutes later. Kill the leader-level creature above your level, Goblin King, experience plus 20%. Void Predator completes evolution devouring, gaining maximum health of 25,000. The Goblin King was lying in front of Liao. Unwilling eyes, frustrated death. Losing 2 summons is like pulling out 2 of its teeth. The output skills are blocked by predators. Void Mantis and Bluebird can kill them easily and efficiently by just mindlessly outputting. Liao did not upgrade. After level 15, the upgrade experience was simply astronomical. Chen Yu did level up and reached level 12. Liao collected the treasure chest and put it into the storage ring. Plan to wait until the copy is completed before opening it together. Waited a few more minutes. 1 man and 3 beasts cleaned up the battlefield and handed it over to Liao. The 2 stepped into the copy vortex side by side. Congratulations to professional player Liao for completing the nightmare level with a team. Comprehensive score, SSS. Contribution value, 100. Reward, clearance treasure box, SSS. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them appeared outside the whirlpool. At 3 o'clock in the morning, there were still countless people gathered at the entrance of the vortex. Even more than when they went in. Liao was well prepared and pulled Chen Yu away. At the same time, the announcement was all over the screen. Congratulations to the professional team for clearing Goblin's Lair, Nightmare, with no. Congratulations to the professional team None for breaking the Goblin Lair, Nightmare, clearance time. Clearance time, 1 hour 32 minutes 47 seconds. Captain, Chen Yu, Thunderwalker. Team member, Liao, chess player. Reward, clearance chest rating +1. I cleared the level again. Damn it. The masked summoner who entered earlier was Liao. We were fooled by him. That's ridiculous. They can go so much faster with one person. It doesn't make sense. With someone. Isn't Chen Yu the second daughter of the Chen family? She's an A-level wizard. If you're not in the right mind, I suggest you go to the hospital. Is an A-level job worthy of appearing in the nightmare level clearance list? You'll be a mascot once you enter the dungeon. That's right, what's a wizard? Over the years, there have been many A-level wizards. Have you ever seen anyone who has passed the nightmare level? Speaking of which, the nightmare level rewards are really awesome. Just by clearing the level once, Liao's clearance speed has doubled. And this is the case when he brought others with him. Oh, I really want to be led by Master Liao. First you have to be a woman. Secondly, you have to be prettier than the second young lady of the Chen family. It's not just these spectators. After Liao cleared the nightmare level dungeon alone, many bigwigs from Jiangzhou came here. They were thinking whether to put their own people into Liao's team, even at any cost. Nightmare level. A level of difficulty that they have been unable to overcome for many years. Right now. The summoner Liao officially appeared in the sight of these big shots. Jiangzhou is a remote place. A top genius appeared who was not inferior to anyone else. What? Chen Yu widened her eyes and stared at her system panel. Still under the big tree, Uncle Wu and his companions looked at their young lady going crazy with helplessness on their faces. What? Why should my contribution value be reduced when the level of my treasure chest is 0? Are you kidding me? Can this copy be opened without me? Chen Yu's clearance treasure chest is the lowest level C. The level increased by 1 level due to breaking through the historical time level, and decreased by 1 level due to passively attacking the copy. In the end, her clearance chest was still C level. Unable to bear it any longer, Uncle Wu hurried to comfort her. Miss, this is a nightmare level clearance reward. Even if it's C level, it's still pretty good. Really? Chen Yu asked Liao with doubt. Master Li, what kind of treasure chest are you? Thanks to you. Chen Yu, thanks to me. There are only 2 of us. Your contribution is 0, so I am 100, right? SSS level. What? Hateful. I should have thought of it a long time ago, why should I ask him? The same thing. Curiosity kills the cat. Chen Yu was determined to get rid of this bad habit. Liao ignored Chen Yu's vicious look, but looked around and confirmed that there was no one around. All the bronze and black iron equipment in the storage ring were poured out. Crash. For a moment, colorful equipment filled everyone's eyes. Uncle Wu couldn't even speak clearly. The storage ring is full, and I still have to clear 2 more dungeons with Chen Yu. I'll leave these to you. You can handle them. Li Yao believed that with the relationship with the Silver Wolf Guild, the other party would not cheat him. What's more, knowing that it is his son's equipment, Li Yang will most likely send someone to keep an eye on it. Uncle Wu and the others were all surprised. They had never seen such equipment in their lives. He asked cautiously, could it be that they are all nightmare level drops? Not really. Some of them were dropped in the wild. Uncle Wu breathed a sigh of relief, as he had thought the nightmare level drop rate was so high. Wrong. Gold level. Uncle Wu, who had sharp eyes, immediately found several pieces of gold level equipment among the pile of equipment. You just throw the gold level here like garbage. By the way, I haven't opened the final boss's loot yet. I'll give it to you when there's anything you don't need. Uncle Wu really wanted to run away with the money at this time. Gold level equipment, each piece is priceless. Even the second young lady of their Chen family was wearing all silver level equipment at this time. Uncle Wu looked at the boy in front of him, then looked at his young lady. Well. Next time we see the Silver Wolf Guild, we can't be as casual as before. All because the Silver Wolf raised a real dragon. Then, after dealing with the equipment properly, Li Yao took Chen Yu and plunged into the copy vortex. There are 2 more nightmare level opportunities in the abyss. Li Yao wanted to finish it in one go. When the time comes, open several boxes at the same time to see if you can get the last piece of the Royal Power suit. At the same time, Dragon Kingdom, the capital. In an ancient courtyard. Father, I want to go to Jiangzhou. A young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes stood in front of a middle-aged man and spoke. The middle-aged man looked at the newspaper and said without raising his head, Jiangzhou. For the newly opened Purgatory copy. It seems to be the Goblin Nest. That's right. No. Why? The middle-aged man put down the newspaper and looked at the young man with dissatisfaction. As someone who changed jobs early, do you have the nerve to compete with those little guys for the dungeon? But the first pass of the Purgatory level dungeon is of great importance. Even if our Zhang family doesn't fight for it, there will be others who will fight for it. So they are others, and we are the Zhang family. The middle-aged man had a blank expression on his face, but the aura he exuded shocked even the young man. Since you are enjoying the benefits of early transfer, you must follow the rules. Even if someone else gets the first pass, you might not be afraid. Impossible. That's it. The middle-aged man smiled lightly, and all the arrogance on his body disappeared. He said as if he was chatting with someone. Yucheng, why is our long country so strong? It's not because of our Zhang family, nor because of the Wang family or the Lin family. Instead, there are tens of thousands of them. Countless professional geniuses are constantly emerging like mushrooms after rain. I've heard Elder Lin mention Li Yao. Elder Lin is very optimistic about him and said that he might break the world of summoners and start a new era. Break the summoners' world and open up a new pattern. The young man murmured softly, his expression gradually becoming serious. Even he had never received such favor from Mr. Lin. The middle-aged man continued, since this is the instance opened by Li Yao, then wait until he reaches level 20 and go and fight for it himself. Father. The young man wanted to say something but was interrupted by the middle-aged man. The Federation has clear restrictions. Even if those shameless people really go to Jiangzhou, they can only wait for the dungeon to be opened and enter the dungeon first. If he can't even win against those people, then Li Yao is just SOSO. The young man nodded. Those people my father was referring to were the children of large families who did not have to wait until they were 18 to accept job transfers. Their levels are all stuck at level 25 due to restrictions on the martial arts exam. Hone your skills and clear dungeons to gain secret realms. Just to achieve a perfect job transfer during the job transfer task and strive for a better future. And this group of people will pay any price for high-grade props. Once someone opens a Purgatory-level dungeon, they will rush to attack it as if they smelled something fishy. It was for this reason that he wanted to go to Jiangzhou before. Liao, since Mr. Lin has such high hopes for you, I believe you will not disappoint anyone. Then, see you in the martial arts exam. Now that he had figured it out, the young man prepared to leave. That's right. The middle-aged man suddenly shouted. When you are level 10, can you solo a level 12 nightmare dungeon? Forehead. The young man was speechless for a moment. I understand. You can go down. The young man walked out of the room with a grim look on his face, but heard a voice coming from the room. I still need to practice. Master Li, I'm level 14, how about you? Before he knew it, Chen Yu also followed Uncle Wu and the others and called Liao, young Master Li. Just reached level 17, not bad. The two of them cleared 2 copies in a row, and it was already early morning. The abyss mirror had been used up, and Chen Yu's face was filled with visible fatigue. Liao was not much different, so he said, then I'll go back first. Like I just said, when we go to the Nightmare Dungeon in South City tomorrow, you can call your friends along, provided they have the Mirror of the Abyss. Nanjing is the city next to Jiangzhou, only a few dozen miles away. There is a level 18 dungeon called Blood Moon Forest, which can be upgraded much faster than the Goblin Lair. Unfortunately, the nightmare level difficulty of the Blood Moon Forest was conquered by a team of professionals from the Magic City 3 years ago, so the first time clearing reward was lost. As for the Purgatory level, one needs to be level 28 to enter, which is not something Liao should consider now. No problem, but I have to go back and ask. Chen Yu nodded in response while thinking about which of her best friends might have reached the Abyss Realm. Then she immediately thought of it. That's not right. I have used up my Abyss Mirror. Master Li, are you going to abandon me? Woo woo woo. Chen Yu immediately grabbed Liao's arm and looked at him lovingly. It all depends on your luck. Liao pushed her away with disdain. You picked up all the loot boxes for me. If I don't open them well, hee hee. Liao said this viciously, and then walked towards the border. That's okay, I've always had good luck. Soon. After separating from Chen Yu and others, Liao returned to the room he rented at the Starnet Exchange. In front of him, there were 6 treasure chests. There are 3 boss treasure chests and 3 clearance treasure chests. Liao rubbed his hands vigorously and opened all 6 treasure chests at once. Suddenly, the room was filled with light. Looking at the props on the ground, Liao's eyes lit up and he sighed from the bottom of his heart. Could it be that Chen Yu is a genius at finding treasures? 2 skill books, 4 pieces of equipment, and a monster material that resembles a heart. The moment the treasure chest is opened, Liao's attention was attracted by one of the skill books. The pages of the book are ancient and yellowed, yet they have a faint deep red glow. If he had seen it correctly, this skill book came from the Rating +1 treasure chest. The reward for breaking the historical clearance time can only be triggered once per professional within 6 months. Come to think of it. If it weren't for this restriction, Liao would definitely deliberately slow down the pace of the game, refreshing the clearance time again and again to get rewards. That's why. This treasure chest can be said to be the highest grade one Liao has ever obtained. Definitely more than S rank. Liao said firmly while looking at the skill book. Goblin Slayer, SS passive skill Endless Killer, the source of fear for the Goblin tribe. Any damage caused to goblin creatures is increased by 30%, any damage caused to non-goblin creatures is increased by 15%. Passive skill. Liao couldn't help but exclaim. It's no wonder that Liao lost his composure like this. If it were anyone else, they would definitely shout louder than this. You know. Skills are divided into passive and active. Active skills are more like weapons. It can increase one's own strength and multiply one's own strength. Passive skills are more like background. Once you have it, it will be effective all the time. The value of things that enhance one's foundation is self-evident, but the drop rate is shockingly low. Not to mention SS-level passive skills, even if it is A-level or B-level, it will be beaten to a bloody pulp if placed anywhere. This is Goblin Slayer. The power of the SS-level skills was displayed to Liao in a simple and unpretentious manner. The first attribute doesn't really matter, it can only be triggered in certain scenarios. The most important one is the latter one. Any damage dealt by non-goblin groups is increased by 15%. There are no restrictions. As long as the damage value is triggered, it will be increased by 15% unconditionally. Skills are not like equipment and will not be updated. This attribute will always follow Liao. This is the real good stuff. It's what really separates the top professionals from the average professionals. Something that ordinary professionals cannot even touch in their entire lives. Liao sighed. Even if he was asked to exchange the full set of royal power suit for this skill book, he would definitely be willing to do it. Speaking of the royalty set, Liao quickly looked at the 4 pieces of equipment lying quietly on the ground. 2 pieces are gold grade and 2 pieces are platinum grade. In master difficulty, there is a high probability of silver equipment dropping, and a low probability of gold equipment dropping. In nightmare difficulty, there is a high probability of gold equipment dropping, and a low probability of platinum equipment dropping. The probability of both is 50 to 50, which is why Liao praised Qin Yu for his good luck. But what made Liao uncomfortable was that although these 4 pieces of equipment had very good attributes, none of them belonged to the royal power set. There was only one piece of equipment that was barely suitable for Liao to wear. Summoning Master's Girdle, waist. Quality, platinum. Equipment requirements, level 15. Equipment attribute 1, endurance plus 40, spirit plus 40, agility plus 40. Equipment attribute 2, summoning master, passive summoning type skills do not require chanting time. Durability, 180/180. Liao is not sure about this piece of equipment. His summoning technique was upgraded to chess piece summoning technique by the Hextech system. Summoning chess pieces does not require any chanting time. The reason why Liao wore it was simply because of its high 4-dimensional enhancement, which made it worthy of the title of platinum level equipment. I can find a chance to inquire about it. What other summoners think of this attribute? Liao thought to himself, and then looked at the last prop. Goblin King Heart, boss material. Refining conditions, level 20, alchemy LV7, forging LV4, soul melting LV1. Introduction, the core material for making the Great General's sword and the King's ring. It contains the supreme resentment of the Goblin clan and is not easy to refine. It has a chance to drop in the Goblin lair, nightmare level, the evil land, master level, and the feeding cave, master level. What's coming has finally come. Liao smiled contentedly. Liao had heard of the evil land. It was a super-large instance located in the north of Dragon Country, on the border of Jindu. It was a place that could only be encountered after the 4th transformation. Among them, goblins are only the weakest group, and there are many other evil creatures. But which copy is this feeding cave? Liao asked suspiciously. But he didn't think much about it. The world is so big, and there are so many copies that he has never heard of. After counting his combat items, Liao looked at his attribute panel. Name, Liao. Occupation, Yunding chess player, hidden only. Level, 17, 2.04%. HP, 6580/6580. Strength, 70. Spirit, 310. Agility, 373, attribute specified by the King's Scepter. Endurance, 155. Peace space, 3/3. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Pendant, Sprinting Boots, King's Cloak, King's Scepter, Summoning Master's Girdle, Dark Walker Mask, 6/8. Skills, Void Mantis Summon, SSS, Bluebird Summon, S, Void Predator Summon, A, Hedge Fund, Unknown, Combat Training, Unknown, Devil's Contract, Unknown, Shackles, S, Goblin Slayer, SS. Equipment skills, Bloodthirst, King's Guards, King's Might, Protection, Summoning Master. Talents, Hex, Bond, Armament, Chess Player, Star Rising. Title, Abyss Lone Walker, only 1. Liao is extremely satisfied with his own attributes. For a summoner, the attribute of strength is meaningless unless you use a staff to hit the enemy. The endurance attribute, apart from affecting the chess pieces, is almost useless to Liao. To have the talent of a chess player is to be arrogant. Therefore, the equipment that Li Yao selected were almost all designed to enhance his spirit and agility attributes. Both broke through the 300 mark, which is equivalent to the free attribute points of a level 60 increase. Including equipment, he can definitely compete with ordinary professionals around level 30. This is the horror of platinum equipment. Li Yao's combat power has been raised to the current stage, making him almost invincible. Then we will hand over the king's heart to Chen Yu and the others and ask them to help refine the king's ring. Li Yao lay on the bed, closing his eyes and meditating. Then I will reach level 20 as quickly as possible and complete the second job mission. Every 20 levels is a hurdle. Once you break through, your strength will undergo a drastic change. Up to now, getting admitted into one of the 4 major martial arts schools is no longer his goal. His own strength gives him strong self-confidence. Now, Li Yao only has the second-level mission in his eyes. That is an independent task set for oneself, and the reward obtained is determined by the degree of completion. Wait until the royal suit is complete before going. Li Yao thought about it and slowly fell into a deep sleep. Continuously completing dungeons was a mental strain even for him. Ring, ring, ring. About 6 hours later, a shrill sound suddenly came from the landline in the room. It's like the school bell during school days, making people extremely uncomfortable. Fuck. Li Yao answered the phone. Master Li, get up quickly. Something big has happened. Chen Yu's anxious voice came from the phone. Beyond the border is the territory where monsters live. Cell phone signals cannot reach here. Only the communication receiver set up by the Starnet exchange can receive the signals. This is also the reason why Li Yao doesn't get grumpy when waking up. No one would spend a lot of money to call the landline in the exchange room for a trivial matter. What's the matter? Speak slowly. Li Yao said calmly. However, Chen Yu on the phone didn't slow down at all. The copy is the original copy. Just half an hour ago, someone discovered an original copy at the border of South City. Hearing this, Li Yao's eyes narrowed. The original copy, as the name suggests, is a copy that has not been opened up. This copy is extremely dangerous. The escape scroll cannot be used. Once you enter, there is no way back. The only option is to complete the copy. Moreover, the difficulty of the dungeon is completely random, and no one can predict what will happen in the dungeon. What worries the top leaders of various countries the most is, once the original copy is triggered, it cannot be suppressed in a short period of time. The vortex of the copy will be broken, and the monsters inside will be strengthened countless times and break the seal, and the number will be incalculable. Most of the human towns were lost due to the failure of the original copy strategy. To the extent that, once the original copy is discovered, the local top leaders will quickly contact the Federation and summon top experts who meet the copy level to conduct a strategy. Li Yao paused for a while, then asked, what level of copy is it? Level 20. Entry requirement is between level 10 and 25. There are a lot of people here now, but no one has gone in yet. Master Li, do you want to come? Certainly. There was no way Li Yao could refuse. Risk equals reward. This statement applies anywhere on Blue Star. Haha, I knew it. Then hurry downstairs. When I heard the news, I asked Uncle Wu to pick you up at Starnet. Chen Yu's voice sounded very excited, but Li Yao felt it necessary to give a reminder. Chen Yu, the original dungeon is different from the Goblin's lair. The difficulty is unpredictable. I can't take you with me. Oops. Before Li Yao could finish his words, Chen Yu interrupted him anxiously. I do have some self-awareness. Hurry down and go downstairs. Uncle Wu is here. I'll be waiting for you here. Okay. Li Yao hung up the phone and hurried downstairs. Soon I saw Uncle Wu getting in the car and driving towards South City. Master Li, Madam Li asked me to give these things to you. Madam Li, Guaning, level 59, A-grade auxiliary profession, singer. That is Li Yao's biological mother. She and President Li are not in Jiangzhou, so they asked me to pass these on to you. In the car, Li Yao took the things handed to him by the other party. Just like what Uncle Wu gave Chen Yu when he brought him into the dungeon, several bottles of percentage recovery potions. Thank you very much. My impression is that his parents had a laissez-faire attitude towards him. He makes a decision and the other party will not dissuade him in most cases. Certainly. This attitude does not mean that they do not value their son. Otherwise, he wouldn't have poured all the resources he had worked hard for most of his life into himself. Giving these medicines to Li Yao is nothing more than letting him make his own decision. As for whether Li Yao is qualified to participate in the original copy strategy, no one would question it, whether it was Chen Yu, Uncle Wu, Li Yang, Guaning, or even Li Yao himself. Li Yao now is no longer the despised summoner. Looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, it is absolutely rare to be able to solo a nightmare dungeon. Half an hour later, Li Yao and Uncle Wu passed through the South City border gate and arrived at the entrance to the original copy. Just as Chen Yu said, there were already huge crowds of people here. There are even quite a few federal troops stationed here. Some well-known big names also appeared here. Hello. Hello. Master Li, this way. I knew who it was just by the voice. Li Yao walked towards that direction. This undisguised voice also let others know of Li Yao's arrival. Discussion suddenly broke out. Li Yao is here too. Who is Li Yao? You are from South City, right? Li Yao doesn't even know you're the summoner who cleared the nightmare level dungeon alone yesterday. Solo nightmare level, or a summoner? Should I believe you or should I believe that I am Qin Shi Huang? Stupid. Go and check the Starnet forum. Everyone exclaimed at once. Even if there are people who don't know Li Yao, there are professionals in Jiangzhou who can introduce him to them. A sense of honor as a Jiangzhou professional arises spontaneously. Not to mention, if the original dungeon strategy fails, the first to be affected will be the surrounding cities where the dungeon is located. Countless monsters broke through the seal, and it would take time for the Federation to provide support. It is no exaggeration to say that South City at that time was a hell on earth with countless people suffering. The appearance of Li Yao was like a shot of adrenaline for them, and their fear of facing the original copy was reduced a lot. Li Yao walked over to Chen Yu. At this time, there were two middle-aged men standing next to Chen Yu. Li Yao only recognized one of them. The capital of Jiangzhou City, the city lord Xuerani. When he saw Li Yao, Xuerani held Li Yao's shoulder in a very familiar manner. You're finally here. I've been hearing your name so many times these days that my ears are almost calloused. Senior. Li Yao nodded. Come, let me introduce you. This is the Lord of South City, Luo Yu. You can just call him Senior Luo. City Lord Xue, since the people are here, let's get to the point. Luo Yu looked serious. He looked Li Yao up and down several times and then spoke. Li Yao, right. City Lord Xue is very optimistic about you. You have passed the nightmare level, so I believe you have some strength. But the original dungeon is of great importance. Whether you can join the first raiding team is not decided by me or City Lord Xue. You are only level 17 now. Logically speaking, you do not meet the Federation's regulations for conquering the original instance. Li Yao didn't want to listen to the other party's nonsense, so he interrupted. Who has the final say then? As the Lord of South City, he had to consider the safety of South City and look down on his own rank. Li Yao could understand that. But don't try to get away with these unfounded regulations. While in the car, Li Yao looked up the past of the Federation's original copies of the expedition. Because the strategy time is limited. The original copy is generally divided into two batches of strategies. The first batch is to gather local top professionals, or people who meet the requirements and are at least A-level professionals, to voluntarily participate in a short period of time. Only if the first batch of strategies fails, will there be hard and fast rules for the second batch. In most cases, the strategies are provided by professionals from the federal organizations. Under normal circumstances, if you clear a nightmare-level dungeon solo, you are fully qualified to join any form of strategy team. Even if it is the second batch, Li Yao is absolutely sure to join it. But the other party was so hesitant that he even went so far as to deceive me. There is only one reason to explain it. there are professionals on the scene who are stronger than him. Before Luo Yu could answer Li Yao, a frivolous voice came from a distance. I can make the decision. A group of 5 people walked slowly towards Li Yao. I was wondering if someone who unlocks the Purgatory level would have some ability. Who would have thought it was an A-level profession? They asked me to wait for you. Now it seems like a complete waste of time. Li Yao looked at the 5 figures coming towards him. He raised his eyebrows slightly and was about to speak. Qin Yu was standing in front of Li Yao, and spoke with a pursed mouth as if protecting a child. Hey. Did you find this copy? You're the only one who can decide. Qin Yu said this, pulling Li Yao's arm again and pointing to the middle-aged woman in front who was surrounded by several soldiers. Master Li, go find that elder sister. She is the one who discovered the copy. As long as she agrees, no one can stop you. Probably a golden device or an A-level skill book will do the trick. The original copy appears randomly, and anyone has the chance to trigger it. Those discoverers, knowing that they are not strong enough, will seek federal help. This is the situation now. If you want to enter the copy, you need to pay the discoverer a satisfactory fee. It can be considered a certain benefit to the discoverer. This is to prevent those radicals from concealing the matter of the original copy because they cannot conquer it themselves and do not allow others to do so. Haha, there's no need to go through so much trouble, right? The young man glanced at Li Yao and the others with disdain. Just now, she has already given me full authority to enter. If you don't believe it, you can ask the 2 city lords. Luo Yu nodded, and the young man stopped talking. Jun Fei is right, Li Yao, I'm really sorry. Li Yao is a top local professional, and Luo Yu doesn't want to offend Li Yao. We know your strength very well. If you were already at level 2, I would have persuaded Jun Fei to let you in, but you are only level 17. It's all nonsense. Li Yao complained in his heart. If I were to change to the 2nd level now, the other party would have a different explanation. However, from the other party's tone, Li Yao could tell that the city lord Luo Yu was extremely wary of this young man. At this time, Li Yao only felt someone patting his shoulders twice. City Lord Shue's head came close to his ear and reminded him. Those 3 are from Sangyu City, and their families are very powerful. I don't know the other 2, so they shouldn't be that simple, even. Anyway, you better pay more attention. Sangyu City. Li Yao repeated it silently in his heart. One of the 12 main cities of Dragon Kingdom. If nothing unexpected happens, Li Yao will go to this city to take the professional martial arts exam soon. Jiangzhou and Nanjing are both subordinate cities of Sangyu City. There are 27 cities like Jiangzhou South City under the jurisdiction of Sangyu City. Among them, there are countless top professionals. As far as Li Yao knows, among the professionals who changed their careers with him this year, there are 13 S-level professionals. But there was no fear in Li Yao's eyes. What he wanted to know now was that the other person looked about the same age as him. Why can't I see the opponent's level using identification techniques? Li Yao knew very well how difficult it was to level up. If they were to change jobs in the same batch, he believed that no one would be able to level up faster than him. The equipment worn by these people were all high-end items shining with golden light. The guy in the lead, holding a spear, should be a warrior. The other 2 professionals came from Sangyu City. One of them was muscular, holding a heavy shield, and was a knight. One is a girl who looks timid, and she should be a support profession. There is actually a summoner. Li Yao was stunned. In such an excellent team with at least S-level professions, a summoner stands out. However, this summoner always looked arrogant when looking at others, and he did not even take the 3 professionals from Sangyu City seriously. But when he looked at the woman next to him, he put himself in a very low position, as if he was trying to please her intentionally. Interesting. All right. It seemed that he was a little annoyed by Li Yao's gaze. Yang Junfei said, now I have also satisfied the wishes of the 2 city lords. People saw this, a useless summoner, I'm not satisfied. So may I ask, City Lord Luo, can we enter the dungeon now? Although he used honorifics, Yang Junfei's tone was extremely impatient. Luo Yu took the initiative to help smooth things over. Of course, no problem. The original copy is of great importance. Junfei is right to be anxious. I will ask the military to open the permissions right away. Things have come to this point. Liao also lost interest in the original copy. Although he wanted to go, he was not eager to go. The biggest benefit of opening up a dungeon is the first pass reward for monsters and the contribution value of the federal reward. With his strength, he can definitely conquer those nightmare-level dungeons that have not been conquered. As for contribution value, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. If it weren't for Chen Yu, he might not even know that the original copy was born. It was understandable that he came late and his place was taken by others. At this point, Liao called Chen Yu to prepare to leave. And just at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Mr. Li. No, Mr. Li is the summoner who cleared the nightmare level, right? A cold voice sounded. The voice was pleasant, and he spoke the difficult-to-understand Longua dialect. Sakura countryman. Although Liao felt strange, he still stopped. Yes, it's Master Li. Chen Yu puffed out her chest and huffed. She called Liao over, but was unable to enter the copy. She felt guilty that Liao had made a wasted trip. Hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up. In that case, Mr. Li, please join the team. However, as a price, you need to pay us 2 pieces of gold-level equipment. Yang Junfei, who was standing next to him, suddenly looked unhappy, but he was surprised and didn't say anything more. The girl explained. Jing Shengkuan is also a summoner, but his strength is not as good as Mr. Li. It stands to reason that Mr. Li should enter the dungeon. Hearing this, the summoner, who had been looking down on everyone, suddenly turned pale. My-sama. The girl just glanced at him coldly, and the summoner immediately became depressed. He didn't dare to say a word and could only stare at Liao with resentment. If looks could kill, Liao wouldn't know how many times he'd been killed by him. Liao ignored him and said calmly, 1. His interest in the original copy is about the same as a piece of gold-level equipment. I gave you face, didn't I? Yang Junfei was the first to jump out and disagree, saying angrily. That's the price I offered you at the time. It's already good enough for an A-rank summoner to let you in. Why are you raising the price? Chen Yu also pulled Liao's arm. I thought to myself, I can pay for one for you. If the land reclamation is successful, not to mention the equipment drops, the contribution value of the federal reward alone will be more than this price. Of course, the prerequisite is that the land reclamation is successful. Chen Yu believed that Liao had this ability. Okay, just one thing, Mr. Li, please join the team. The girl spoke, and even Yang Junfei didn't say much, but just glared at Liao fiercely. After joining the team, Liao looked at the team panel. Dragon Lancer S level, Sacrifice Paladin S level, Nomad Warlock S level, Star Whisperer Witch SS level. The configuration exceeds the standard. If I am not counted, it is definitely enough to meet the standard of the second expedition team. Star Whisperer. Liao was very sure that he did not know the woman from Sakura country. The other person's appearance could be said to be the most stunning one Liao had ever seen. Even Chen Yu and Jiang Ningyu are slightly inferior. Moreover, Liao discovered. This woman is cold to everyone, and it's not because of her personality. The arrogance in her eyes made her look down on everyone present. Even when he invited Liao, he was the same, just like the expression of a superior recruiting subordinates. A team of 5 people walked towards the entrance of the dungeon. The professionals watching were all looking at them excitedly. They had only seen the team led by SS level on TV. What original copy? It's like having the upper hand. No one noticed. In the team, Yang Junfei's hidden and vicious eyes swept over Liao. Finally got involved. Although I don't know what that woman Kujo Mice is thinking, as long as he dares to join the team, half of the goal will be achieved. As for the other half, that's in the copy. Get rid of this guy completely. Yang Junfei walked at the front of the team with a gloomy look on his face. As the young master of the Yang family in Sangyu City, he came to this remote place just for the Purgatory level copy that had just been opened. As the person who opened the copy, Li Yao has the right to conquer the copy first. Even the Yang family has to abide by this rule. So, he wanted Li Yao to disappear completely before he reached level 20. From beginning to end, he never underestimated Li Yao. Solo clearing a nightmare-level dungeon, even if he is a summoner, he is the strongest summoner and cannot be underestimated by anyone. His original plan was to find an opportunity to invite Li Yao to participate in the dungeon strategy. Then they joined forces to eliminate Li Yao in the dungeon. Now, this suddenly opened original copy can be said to be an assist sent by God. So Yang Junfei came here early and bought the admission ticket at a high price. He pretended to look down on Li Yao and refused to let him join the attacking team. In this way, if Li Yao died in the copy, it would be unreasonable to suspect him. There is only one summoner soloing a nightmare-level dungeon. The useless summoner still wants to join the team and participate in the strategy. It is inevitable that young people are arrogant, and top professionals like Li Yao are even more arrogant. Plus the temptation of the original copy. Yang Junfei is full of confidence in his strategy. Who knew that this kid Li Yao wouldn't take the bait? Fortunately, there was that woman named Mice Kujo to assist. If Li Yao were to die, the higher-ups would suspect that woman. Think of this. Yang Junfei couldn't help but smile. A pheasant is a pheasant. Even if it has wings, it is not qualified to transform into a phoenix. The entrance to the original copy is a rock under a small stone mountain. Kick it away and a vortex leading to the dungeon will appear. The closer you get to the dungeon entrance, the more military soldiers there are. After several people passed the identity verification, they reached out and touched the vortex. Next second, he only felt a flash before his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, Li Yao appeared in a dark and damp cave. The wind was blowing and the stench of rotting corpses filled the air, as if one had stepped into a large slaughterhouse. Lines of bloody words appeared before Li Yao's eyes. The current instance is the feeding cave, level 20. Dungeon restrictions, level 10 to 25, 1 to 5 players. Difficulty, unknown. Clearance conditions, an unknown creature has invaded the cave of the Goblin tribe, and is treating the Goblin tribe as food, breeding them in the feeding cave. In order to make the Goblin taste delicious, some supplementary materials are added to the feed to make the Goblin meaty and greatly improve its strength. Defeating an unknown creature will be considered a successful clearance. A random teleportation copy. Li Yao glanced around, seeing no one around, and murmured softly. The rookie copy is a random teleportation copy. There is no fixed birthplace, and the player is randomly selected when entering the copy. Li Yao gave the order without thinking too much. Predator, go ahead and explore the way. At the same time, an orange light shield attached to the Predator's body surface. The skill, Shelter, takes effect. Li Yao and his 2 chess pieces followed the Predator about 10 meters behind. The cave is not wide and has many corners. The distance of 10 meters is just enough for Li Yao to see the body of the Predator clearly. Unexpectedly, he hadn't taken a few steps. A short dark figure staggered in front of the Predator. A pungent fishy smell hits you in the face. Li Yao cast the identification spell. Goblin meat. Level 20, Strengthen Elite. HP, 22,650. Strength, 475. Spirit, 21. Agility, 386. Endurance, 453. Skills, none. Li Yao frowned. This attribute is almost on par with that of the Goblin leader. Is this just a small monster in the dungeon? Li Yao felt a little uneasy. It's not because of the monster in front of him, but because of the uneasiness about the unknown creatures mentioned in the introduction. If you treat something like this as food and raise it, you will definitely have the power to crush it with a flip of your hand. Just like when humans raise poultry, they only choose chickens and ducks, not tigers and bears. At this time, a staggering figure has appeared in front of Li Yao. Judging from the outline, Li Yao could tentatively regard them as a group of goblins. But the flesh on its body was dark red, like pus-filled pustule. Li Yao couldn't help but feel lucky that he got up without eating breakfast. Bluebird. Li Yao called out softly. The snow immediately enveloped the monster in front of him. A cone of ice rushed away. 642. 1284. The single target damage is still far inferior to that of Void Mantis. Liao exclaimed, and at the same time, the figure of the Void Mantis suddenly appeared. 8421. 15246. Kill Goblin Meat, experience plus 0.4%. Actual combat training triggered, Void Mantis strength plus 1. After several nightmare-level dungeons, the strength value of the Void Mantis has reached as much as 2100. Killing such a monster only takes a moment. The experience is good, and it will take about 200 to level up. Liao continued to go deeper into the cave. Unfortunately, most of the monsters he encountered appeared alone. Although the single experience is high, the quantity is small, and the upgrade speed is even lower than when in the Goblin Lair. Wrong. Since it is a breeding farm, there must be a place for collective feeding similar to a chicken coop. Liao put himself into the perspective of a breeder. If they are raised freely like this, do they have to be fed one by one? Thinking of this, Liao's eyes lit up. He immediately rushed out. Let a few chess pieces kill monsters on their own and find the location of the chicken coop by themselves. At the same time, about 20 minutes passed after entering the dungeon. Yang Junfei and his two teammates have been reunited through some kind of props. In front of them were two goblin pieces of flesh. The deep red flesh continued to ooze out pus and blood, and attacked the three people unconsciously. Oh shit! Yang Junfei shouted angrily, the spear in his hand flying non-stop. 321. 217. 284. What on earth is this thing? It's only level 20, why is its endurance attribute so high? With Yang Junfei's strength, the goblin meat would not be able to attack him. The spear was flying, and the attack speed was extremely fast. It only landed on the monster, and each blow could only take away a trace of blood and skin. The sacrificial paladin also intercepted a piece of goblin meat. His muscles swelled and red light continued to appear on his body. With every attack, his health bar would be reduced by a small grid. His damage is much higher than Yang Junfei's. Behind them was the cute and silly girl. She was already accustomed to Yang Feng's fighting style. She frowned and thought while performing healing magic on him. Brother Junfei. Is this the first time we encounter two monsters appearing together? Yeah. Yang Junfei said irritably. That's a bit troublesome. The cute girl frowned and said seriously, you should have read the copy introduction. If a monster appears alone, we can treat it as free range, but if multiple monsters appear at the same time, it proves that we are not far from the breeding area. With our strength, we can only deal with 4 of these monsters at the same time at most. What do you mean? Yang Junfei asked without thinking. As long as they went deep into the dungeon, their 3-person team was commanded by Song Anqing. So, we need to get away from here. At this time, Yang Feng, who had been silent all this time, spoke up, that unidentified creature should appear in the breeding area you mentioned, right? Yes, but we can't beat them. The cute girl said calmly. At this time, the 2 pieces of meat in front of them had turned into experience and were lying on the ground. Let's talk about it after we gather Kuzhou Mice and Liao. Yang Junfei said, Liao. Have you forgotten our plan? No, but given the current situation, we have to prioritize finding a way to resolve the dungeon. This copy is not simple. Liao's strength is still useful for the time being. But Song Anqing stretched out his hand and touched his lips, saying softly, I am more worried now. Liao is now. Is he still alive? Why do I feel more and more on edge? After exploring the feeding cave for more than half an hour, Liao felt a little suspicious. Can't we set up something like a map like in the online games of the past? The cave was well connected, and Liao could only use marks to ensure that he did not take the same route twice. But he still has no idea where the breeding area he is looking for is. On the contrary, the frequency of encountering monsters is gradually decreasing, as if we are approaching the edge of the cave. Thinking of this, Liao paused. And just at the moment he turned around, a chill suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, a sound of breaking air was heard behind him. Liao bent down subconsciously, trying to dodge. The opponent's speed is better. Bang. From the time Liao heard the sound of breaking air to the time the attack hit his body, it only took a breath. A wet and sticky feeling came from the back of the neck. Liao turned his head. A giant monster covered with transparent sticky liquid appeared in front of Liao. It has a lizard-like body, a long and narrow tail, and no skin on its body. At first glance, its terrifying muscle fibers are constantly bulging. The pointed head was covered with 3 layers of sharp teeth inside and outside. Inside the mouthparts, there was a several-meter-long tongue with barbs, which pierced directly into the back of Liao's head. No harm, just extremely insulting. Liao could even feel the unknown liquid left on the other person's tongue at the back of his neck, flowing down his back. He quickly distanced himself and used the identification technique. Tongue-ripping Watcher. Level 22, Boss. HP, 120,000. Strength, 615. Spirit, 214. Agility, 720. Endurance, 631. Skills, Exoskeleton LV5, Dynamic Vision LV2. What a terrifying attribute. Looking at the other party's attributes, Liao couldn't help but be amazed. However, as a leader monster, the tongue-tearing Watcher has very few skills, and it seems that most of them are passive skills. This kind of monster is extremely difficult to deal with. Especially in the early stages, when professionals don't have many skills. Because this kind of monster often has terrifyingly high attributes, it is even difficult to break its defense. With a swish sound, the tongue-ripping Watcher retracts his tongue into his mouthparts. At the same time, the muscles of the 2 upright hind legs suddenly bulged, and reptile-like blue veins suddenly exploded. Bang. The ground where the tongue-tearing Watcher stood shattered. Liao had almost no time to react before the black shadow almost enveloped him. It's very fast, and its agility is almost twice as fast as mine. It's normal that I can't see clearly. Liao commented calmly. Swish, swish, swish. Just a moment. The tongue-tearing guardian's sharp forelimbs swung at Liao dozens of times. Liao remained unmoved. The tongue-tearing guard suddenly retreated. The empty pupils stared at Liao with great fear. After a few seconds, the tongue-tearing guardian bent his body, stuck his head on the ground, and his nose twitched violently a few times. Liao saw it. His combat IQ was also very high, and he realized in just a moment that he was in an unable to attack state. And a keen sense of smell. The void mantis should have been discovered by it. It's just that I don't have the skill to break invisibility, so I can't find the location for the time being. The tongue-tearing guard no longer took Liao seriously at this point. All the muscles in his body were as if restrained, and his pointed head turned slightly, ready to guard against sudden attacks from all directions. The moment he came into contact with the tongue-tearing guardian, he gave orders for the 3 chess pieces to rush over here. The distance between them is less than 500 meters. The void mantis had already arrived at the scene, ready to go, waiting for Liao's instructions. Here I come. In my perception, the predator and the bluebird were just around the corner behind me. The tongue-tearing Watcher suddenly rioted and shot towards the corner. Just at this moment, the void mantis suddenly appeared. 7051. 14320. 4132. Hiss. The intense pain made the tongue-tearing guardian howl. Almost at the same time, the earth cracked and a heavy snowstorm fell. Brush. The tongue-tearing Watcher endured the pain and took a step to the side, and both of his skills failed at the same time. Then another claw slammed towards the void mantis. However, the figure of the void mantis had long disappeared. The predator simply stopped the tongue-splitting Watcher, despite being under a beating the entire time. However, due to its high health value, the tongue-tearing Watcher cannot get rid of the predator in a short time. Void mantis dared not show up before its stealth CD ended. Bluebird could only hide in the distance and fight back, and predator was just taking a beating. Looks like a disadvantage. Liao raised a smile and said softly. It's over. A streak of snow fell on the tongue-tearing watcher. 9-1. When the glacial storm's range spreads to all space, the tongue-splitting watcher has nowhere to hide. The damage is very low, but the slowing effect is already applied. Immediately following, the earth broke apart and rocks burst out of the ground. The tongue-tearing watcher wanted to dodge, but he was in a decelerated state and was powerless. Double deceleration. The void mantis suddenly appeared. Kill him while he is ill. 6142. 29534, weak point attack. 4412. 154, weak point attack. 621. The rupture only lasts for 5 seconds, but the void mantis's horrific damage is enough to seriously injure it within these 5 seconds. Moreover, under Liao's command, the void mantis paid special attention to the right leg of the tongue-tearing guardian. So when the deceleration time ended, the tongue-tearing watcher's speed was actually slower than before. Next, it is time for the 3 major chess pieces to gang up on each other. In less than a minute, the tongue-tearing watcher was completely dead. Kill the leader-level creature, tongue-tearing watcher, experience plus 45%. Void Predator completes evolution devouring, gaining maximum health of 12,000. Obtain the exclusive drop from the first kill in the original dungeon, skill book, exoskeleton, S. Kill the unknown creature, and obtain the permission to escape from the copy. Do you want to escape? Remaining time for the escape passage to open, 2:59. At the same time, a pale golden treasure chest floated above the body of the tongue-tearing watcher. Liao glanced at the monster's corpse, thought for a moment, and decided to open the spoils immediately to improve his immediate strength. Don't think it's easy for him to kill the tongue-tearing guardian. In fact, Liao knew best how powerful the tongue-tearing guardian was. Up to 600 endurance value. Without the Goblin Slayer skill, the damage is increased by 15%, and the damage caused by the void mantis is roughly around 10,000. With such damage, it is far from easy to break the tongue-tearing watcher's right leg. At least one more round of deceleration is required. The key is, according to the current situation of the dungeon, the Guardian is at most a small boss, far less impressive than the final boss. So, in order to deal with the final boss later, Liao decided to open the spoils as soon as possible to improve his combat power. As for the remaining time to escape the passage, Liao simply chose to ignore it. If he opened the shackles directly, this thing won't last more than 30 seconds before he tears it apart. At the same time, feeding in another cave, Mice Kujo is wearing a tight-fitting kimono and has a beautiful face. He was kneeling on the ground, supporting himself with his hands. The snow-white long legs exposed to the air were now covered with hideous wounds. Even the platinum-level equipment on his body looked tattered. The cold expression from before had long disappeared, replaced by a sickly pale look and blood that wouldn't stop flowing from the corners of his mouth. In front of her was a giant monster without any breath. If Liao were here, he would definitely recognize its identity at a glance. Tongue-ripping watcher. HP, 532/14,000. Mice Kujo glanced at her own health points and chuckled twice, feeling relieved after surviving a disaster. Then he lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He took out a bottle of medicine from the storage space and poured it into his mouth. I almost died. After taking the medicine, the frown on Kujo Mice's face gradually eased. Only then did he have the energy to recall the desperate fight just now. As expected, Shikigami still can't do it. The star voice blessing is used on a Shikigami, and the amplification effect cannot reach the 7th level of power. Kujo Mice already felt a little regretful for not letting Luo Jingsheng stay by her side. Even though she was just a useless S-class summoner, with her amplification, dealing with this watcher wouldn't be that difficult. This original copy is more difficult to deal with than imagined. Mice Kujo shook her head, supported herself on the ground with her arms, and slowly stood up. There's no need to risk your life just for a copy of Dragon Country. Mice Kujo walked towards the monster's corpse, prepared to collect the spoils, then entered the escape passage and left the copy. Etc. Kujo Mice suddenly thought of something and quickly looked at her system panel. Why is there no first kill reward? Isn't this the original copy? Someone killed him in advance. As soon as this thought came into her mind, Kujo Mai subconsciously felt that it was impossible. She is the princess of the Sakura Kingdom and one of the 4 SS-level professionals born in the Sakura Kingdom in recent years. Kujo Mai is confident that her ability is definitely among the best among the younger generation. This is also the reason why she looks down on everyone. Yang Junfei and the other two. Kujo Mai compared the strength gap between Yang Junfei and the guard in her mind. Then he sneered disdainfully. If you encounter among the 3-person team, only Yang Junfei was able to escape alive. So, it can only be you. Li Yaojuan. Mice Kujo put the spoils into the storage space and did not step into it until the escape passage was closed. The strength to kill the tongue-splitting watcher, plus her assistance. It is not impossible to conquer this original copy. Mice Kujo looked deep into the cave. I pondered in my heart. It was great that Li Yaojuan encountered the tongue-tearing guardian so early. This means that he did not simply kill the monsters in the dungeon, but, like her before, focused on finding concentrated breeding areas. So now as long as we find the breeding area, we can find you. Li Yaojuan. At the same time, Yang Junfei and Song Anqing are fleeing for their lives. In the feeding cave, there are a total of 6 tongue-tearing guardians, distributed at the edge of the cave, driving away the lost goblin meat pieces. If Yang Junfei wanted to avoid the breeding area, he had to flee to the edge. The chance of encountering a watcher increases indefinitely. Just now, Yang Junfei and others encountered a tongue-ripping guard. And in front of them, he tore open Yang Feng's flesh and blood and devoured it wantonly. We must find Kujo Mice, otherwise we will all die in this dungeon. On the run. Song Anqing said anxiously. Of course I know. Damn it. This copy is so strong. What kind of monsters are these? Yang Junfei cursed. In addition to the tongue-tearing watcher, they also encountered a kind of goblin meat block, which looked just like the goblin leader and caused them a lot of trouble. If not for this, Yang Feng would not have been injured. When you encounter a tongue-tearing watcher, you can activate the substitute strawman so that you won't die. Song Anqing looked unhappy and said worriedly, what I'm worried about is that Kujo Mice is no longer in the copy. Fart. Could that woman be able to defeat that monster? Yang Junfei cursed without even thinking. I don't know the strength of Kujo Mice, but the possibility you mentioned is indeed very low. However, as the 3rd princess of the Kujo family, can you guarantee that she doesn't have any life-saving items? Under the crisis situation, Song Anqing had already dropped her disguise. Now she doesn't look timid at all. Hearing this, Yang Junfei's body froze, he felt despair, cold sweat streaming down his face. Oh shit. Am I really going to die in this copy? Song Anqing's face turned pale at this time and he stopped. The tongue-tearing watcher was eating Yang Feng's corpse and didn't chase them at all. They are running away, but they are just running away from the fear in their hearts. Where's Li Yao? At this time, Yang Junfei asked. That guy has only a B-rank adventure guild behind him, so there's no way he has the tools to escape from the original dungeon. Yang Junfei said firmly. Disaster. Although soloing a nightmare-level dungeon is very valuable, it is not like us participating in the early awakening. The level is only 17. The gap between the first and second job is too big after all. You mean, I have to die here, right? Yang Junfei was furious. No. Let's go find that kid Li Yao. If anyone dies, he should die before us. He can't die. Just then, a cold female voice came from the corner of the cave. Yang Junfei was shocked at first, and then he was ecstatic. He quickly got up and ran over. Miss Mice. The figure of Kujo Mice appeared from around the corner. Her straight black hair fell softly over her collarbone. The close-fitting kimono-style outfit perfectly highlights her perfect figure. Looking at Yang Junfei with a pig-like face, Kujo Mice was full of disgust. Stay away from me. Li Yaojuan won't die for now, follow me to find him. Hearing this, Yang Junfei laughed twice and followed him obediently. If Yang Junfei had not met Kujo Mice in the moment of despair, he would not have shown such an expression. Think back to the past. When he first met this woman, Yang Junfei acted directly and forcefully because of her beauty and brought her back to the family. Not only did Kujo Mice not resist, she also asked him not to bother and just told her where his home was and she could go there by herself. Back at the Yang family, it was as expected. Yang Junfei was slapped 6 times by his father. But I remember that this woman came from far away. She was going to Jiangzhou to look for someone, right? Who are you looking for? Forgot. Behind Yang Junfei. Song Anqing became even more obedient, looking like a timid and submissive girl from a small family. She saw more and thought more than Yang Junfei. The equipment on Kujo Mice's body showed that she had experienced fierce battles. If it was an ordinary goblin monster, even they were not injured, so how could Kujo Mice be injured? Horrible. As expected, he is a top talent from the land of Sakura. Apart from that small group of people in the magic city of Beijing, no one should be her match. Just at this moment, 4 bloated goblin monsters appeared before them. Kujo Mice did not hesitate and immediately released the summoned Shikigami. Directly fight with the goblin meat. At the same time, Kujo Mice looked towards the corner of the cave with a cold gaze. There was also quite a commotion over there. Kujo Mice raised her eyebrows slightly and spoke softly. Yes. After turning the corner, Liao also chuckled. In front of him, there were 2 goblin monsters, and on the opposite side, there were 4. 6 appeared at the same time. That is to say, the breeding area is not far away. Liao and others, 2 hours after entering the copy. The entrance to the original copy. All the onlookers were dismissed, and those who remained were almost all members of the Dragon Kingdom's military department. At this time, several old men in military uniforms were sitting together. 4 young professionals stood behind them with different expressions. Yuqing hasn't come yet. The old man sitting in the first seat frowned slightly and asked. General Wu, it will take some time for Zhang Yuqing to come here from the capital. At the side, a middle-aged man who looked like an adjutant looked at the time and continued. 17 minutes. He will definitely be here. General Wu nodded. The Dragon Kingdom has always been cautious about the original copies that appear within its territory. The 4 young professionals present were all top geniuses from all over the country. Including those who changed their jobs early a few years ago, a total of 7 SS-level professionals have awakened in the contemporary Dragon Country. There are 3 of them present now. What's more, there is that person who has not arrived yet. Known as the Little Sword Master of Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Yuqing of the Zhang family. With such configuration, even if the original copy is randomly assigned to the Purgatory level of difficulty, General Wu is confident that he can win it. But compared to the serious General Wu, the 4 young professionals present were somewhat absent-minded. The difficulty of the original copy lies in the unknown. Historically, most of the original copies were completed by the first batch of professionals. After all, anyone who dares to challenge the unknown is not a weak person. They came here just in case, and there is a high probability that there will be no chance of escape. I heard that among the people who went in this time, there seems to be an SS-level professional from Sakura country. I was told I would have to wait for more than 10 minutes. Among the young men, a burly red-haired man chatted. People from Sakura country. What are they doing in Dragon country? Suddenly, a young man snorted coldly. Instead of staying in their island country, the Dragon country's copy dares to come and take a piece of the pie. The Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom have an irreconcilable hatred. Qin Shihuo is the son of the great general of the Northern Territory. His ancestors for 18 generations have all been military descendants. He has an extraordinary hatred for the Sakura country. General Qin, times have changed. A beautiful woman in Cheongsam said with a smile. Ever since Zhang Jian first entered the Sakura country and killed 2 rank 6 professionals, the Sakura people dared not say a word when facing the Dragon people. If it weren't for the support of the Eagle country, they would have surrendered to the Dragon country long ago. So what? Qin Shihuo glanced at her coldly. Don't be so fierce. The beautiful woman chuckled, showing no fear at all. I heard that this SS-level professional is the little princess of the Kujo family. She is extremely beautiful and is called a beauty that appears once every 2,000 years by the people of Sakura country. How about it, General Chen, do you want to tie her up and take her back as your wife? Chen Shueho didn't say anything. However, the red-haired young man blinked his eyes and was very interested. I also remember the little princess of the Kujo family, but why did she come to Dragon Country? At this time, Yang Yingying, the only S-level professional among the group, finally had the chance to speak. My dad said he seemed to be here to look for Li Yao. Li Yao? The summoner who soloed the nightmare, the red-haired young man said disdainfully. There are strong and weak copies, and there are also strong and weak nightmare levels of difficulty. As a person from the capital, I naturally look down on the copies of these remote areas. But he volunteered to join the second copy raiding team. It is the Purgatory level copy opened for Li Yao. I've come to South City to help you conquer the original dungeon. It's not too much to open up a Purgatory level dungeon for you, right? Even if it is a rubbish copy, the first pass of the Purgatory level is enough for him to take a trip. Yes, it's that Li Yao. Yang Yingying saw that the other party was disdainful of Li Yao, so she dealt with him nicely. I heard that if it weren't for Kujo mice, my two cousins wouldn't have let Li Yao enter the dungeon at all. A summoner can't imagine what role he can play in a dungeon other than collecting rewards. Li Yao should have died at the hands of his two cousins, right? Yang Yingying thought to herself. Yang Junfei and Yang Feng killed Li Yao in the dungeon, and then led the younger generation of the Yang family to attack the Purgatory level dungeon. This was the plan that the Yang family had originally come up with. But now it seems that there are some troubles. Yang Yingying still had a wry smile on her face, but she was extremely upset inside. These three people. Except for Chen Shueho, who might have come sincerely for the original copy. Yan Gaojie and Shang Zijin should have come here for the Purgatory level dungeon. Faced with these two, the Yang family had no right to refuse. Damn it. Yan Gaojie didn't take Yang Yingying's flattery seriously at all, and spoke in confusion. You mean Kujo mice is here to see Li Yao? As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the three SS-level professionals lit up at the same time. They had no relationship with him, but Kujo mice came all the way to find someone. They couldn't think of any explanation other than professional reasons. Shang Zijin pondered, I was wondering before, as a heart-speaking witch, Kujo mice is known as the strongest auxiliary profession. Instead, she wasted her energy and went to find a book to learn S-level Shikigami summoning skills. Chen Shueho said it all, Shikigami summoning is ultimately just a conceptual summoning skill. What is summoned can only be considered a projection. It seems that the strongest ability of the Star Whispering Witch is the amplification of monsters. It just so happens that the summoning skills over in Sakura country are almost all Shikigami summoning. Humph, you are worthy of being a Sakura countryman. The job you changed to is so crooked. The three of them are among the top geniuses in Dragon Country, and their vision has long since expanded beyond Dragon Country. Now they have the opportunity to analyze the capabilities of foreign geniuses, and they will be more confident in the future competition for resources on the border. Talking about this. However, Yan Gaojie's eyes were filled with more jealousy. Is a sewer summoner worthy of being remembered by such an icy beauty? I want to see if the summoned beast after being enhanced is still a piece of junk that will break into pieces with a single squeeze. I just hope he can think clearly about his family name. Chen Shueho's eyes were cold, and he stared deeply at the entrance to the original copy. If I find out that he has committed any treasonous act, no matter whether he conquered the original instance or not, what kind of contribution he made, I will kill him. At the same time, in the original copy, Li Yao, if you keep hiding your abilities like this, I will kill you. Yang Junfei was furious. Oh. Really? Li Yao looked innocent. I'm a summoner. Do you really want me to rush up and hit someone with my staff? At this time, Li Yao and others who had reunited had already arrived at the edge of the breeding area. There are dense goblin flesh all around. The pungent sour smell and the smell of rotting corpses filled the entire cave space. They could only use the Shikigami summoned by Kujo mice to lead the monsters to the cave passage and restrict the monsters with the terrain. Kill enemies wave by wave. Even so, as the only melee profession in the team, Yang Junfei had to face the simultaneous attacks of 6 goblin chunks. If it weren't for Song Anqing's healing skills and countless life potions to drink, Yang Junfei's head and body had already been separated. What made him most angry was, after Li Yao summoned a blue bird, he hid behind it and paddled. Although this blue bird has high damage and large range, but Yang Junfei absolutely did not believe that a solo nightmare-level summoner could only have this level of skill. The key is, if you want to act realistically. Yang Junfei kept waving his spear and cursing. A level 10 summoner has 2 summoned beasts. What do you mean? Didn't I tell you earlier that one of my summoned beasts died? Li Yao spoke without hesitation. If it were just Yang Junfei and him, he wouldn't have hidden his incompetence. The key is the woman next to her. Li Yao had never seen an SS-level professional before, so he didn't know his level. Outside, the woman invited herself into the team right away. Li Yao doesn't believe that he is the male protagonist of an online novel. He is so handsome that women are bewitched by him as soon as they meet him. Of course, Li Yao would not summon all the chess pieces before he knew the opponent's background clearly. Predators don't matter. Li Yao didn't let go simply because he was unhappy with Yang Junfei. Seeing Li Yao's stubborn look, Song Anqing had no choice but to walk up to Li Yao timidly. Brother Li Yao, if Yang Junfei can't hold on, I'm afraid these monsters will rush over all at once. Go away, I'm allergic to green tea. Li Yao said without even turning his head. Li Yao Juan. At this time, Kujo Mice finally couldn't help but speak. I'm just a support class. My only offensive skill is summoning Shikigami, so you don't have to worry about me. We are teammates now. I will also bless your summoned creature. Even when she was asking for help, Kujo Mice's superior attitude still made people uncomfortable. Li Yao didn't believe her. A support profession, can it kill the tongue-ripping watcher? Predator. Li Yao muttered to himself, and a huge body suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It's one thing not to believe. Li Yao was happy to exchange the predator for the opponent's skill information. After devouring several leaders, the void predator's size has suddenly increased to 3 meters in height. Standing in the cave passage, it was like a wall, blocking everyone from the monsters. The 6 goblin pieces were frightened by the giant creature in front of them, and then countless attacks followed. 381. 294. 432. 335. The health value is so high. Song Anqing exclaimed. Dozens of attacks landed on the predator, without even a scratch on its skin. If it were Yang Junfei, she would have to cast a few healing spells to calm him down. Yang Junfei was not attacked at this time. He sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Looking at the predator, his expression was particularly solemn. This incredibly tanky summoned creature and the blue bird are a perfect match. One is in the front, and the other is in the back using skills. If I wait until Li Yao reaches level 20, I can open a summoned beast slot and pair it with a healing summoned beast. Yang Junfei discovered. If this is the configuration, including Yang Feng, the 3 of them together would be unable to do anything to Li Yao, right? After all, he is a nightmare-level summoner who can play solo. I really underestimated this kid. With a summoned beast like this, what were you doing earlier? Yang Junfei said angrily with resentment. After going out, he would definitely tell the outside world what happened in the copy. If you slack off in public, don't even think about getting any contribution. Behind the group, Kujo Mice looked the predator up and down with scrutiny. If it's just health points in the bird creature, it shouldn't be able to defeat the tongue-splitting watcher. Rupture. As if he heard Kujo Mice's thoughts, Li Yao directly ordered the predator to release its skills. But his target was not the 6 goblin pieces in front of him. The earth collapsed and countless giant rocks broke out of the ground. As the size of the predator increases, the range of the rupture skill also increases significantly. Next second, large amounts of damage values came into view. 5421. 5942. 4873. 5041. Looking at the densely packed damage values, Yang Junfei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What kind of harm is this? He is an S-class warrior, fully equipped with gold-grade equipment. A full-strength attack could only cause a maximum of 1,000 damages. Now tell me. A summoned creature that is obviously a tank. Can a group attack skill cause such damage? Who are you kidding? Yang Junfei knows it now. Why he can clear the nightmare dungeon alone. Why was the first thing Mice Kujo said when she met them, "Follow me and find Li Yaojuan." Damn, when did summoned beasts become so terrifying? Song Anqing was even more frightened. It was she who proposed the plan to eliminate Li Yao. Fortunately, Yang Feng died, otherwise the three of them would have joined forces to attack Li Yao as soon as they saw him. You won't even know how you died by then. No, I have to tell my family as soon as I get out, don't mess with this guy. Song Anqing was extremely panicked and trembled as he looked at Li Yao's back. I'm just a wet nurse and I definitely don't have any bad intentions. Absolutely not. Even Kujo Mice was dumbfounded at this moment and couldn't utter a word for a long time. This damage ability is not inferior to that of SS-level mage professions. Not to mention its own horrifyingly high health value. Immediately, Kujo Mice was pleasantly surprised again and again. Only such summoned beasts are qualified to receive blessings from the starry sky. His hands opened slightly, and a blue light fell on the predator. Yeetzy Void Predator, I am blessed by the Star Speaker. Do you accept it? 3 identical prompts suddenly appeared in front of Li Yao. Accept. Blessing of the Guardian Star, increases the stamina of summoned creatures by 347, lasting for 24 minutes. Blessing of the Hunting Star, increases the spirit of summoned creatures by 542, lasting for 24 minutes. Astropath's Whisper, when a summoned creature receives fatal damage, it gains 12 seconds of invincibility, and the untriggered state lasts for 24 minutes. Nice improvement. Li Yao said softly. Especially the last one, the Astropath murmured. The summoner's summoned beast will die once it dies, and it will even permanently occupy a slot in the summoned beast slot. This skill can ensure the safety of the summoned beast to a great extent. Even if the summoner can take back the summoned beast during the 12 seconds of invincibility. Just this one skill. This woman named Kujo Mice will be sought after by all summoners. How is it, Li Yaojuan? The cold voice of Kujo Mice rang in Li Yao's ears. At this moment, she was surrounded by an endless azure halo. With a beautiful face and a nearly perfect figure, she is like a goddess descended to earth. Would you like to cooperate with me and become my only servant? Kujo Mice is confident. Right now. No man could resist her. Cooperation, Squire. Li Yao thought about it briefly and knew the other party's intention. In other words, you came to me because your skills are suitable for auxiliary summoning professions, so you want to cooperate with me, right? It's not an aid, it's a gift. Kujo Mice frowned slightly, disdaining the word assistant. Li Yaojuan, you can rest assured. In my opinion, you are the only one who is qualified to be my attendant so far. This year, Dragon Country has transferred to 197 summoning professions, and there are only 3 people above a level. One of them is you, and the other one you have also seen, is Luo Jingsheng. There is one more person I haven't contacted yet, but now it seems. Kujo Mice stared at Li Yao intently, as if the other party had become her servant. I don't have to look for it anymore. Seeing that Li Yao did not reply, Kujo Mice continued. As far as I know, in your Dragon Country, summoners are just the lowest level profession. Even you can't refute this, right? I was abandoned by my girlfriend, treated unfairly by the principal, and even my own resources were in jeopardy. Li Yao raised his eyebrows and chuckled, you found out a lot. Kujo Mice didn't notice Li Yao's disdainful look and spoke slowly. So, I have the ability to make you jump from the lowest level of profession to the top level. Of course, to become my servant, you also need to agree to my 2 requests. Li Yao had long been fed up with this woman's attitude, but now he was curious and asked, what's your request? It's very simple. Kujo Mice held up a finger. First, I need you to fully accept the arrangements of our Kujo family, such as the leveling route, skill learning plan, summon beast matching, etc. This should be a good thing for you, because with me here, the Kuzhou family will give you the greatest support in terms of resources. It's not too much. Liao nodded, looking thoughtful. Apart from being a bit self-righteous, this arrangement can be considered sincere. Even Liao had heard of the Kuzhou family in Sakura country. No. It would be better to say that it is the Sakura country of the Kuzhou family rather than the Kuzhou family in the Sakura country. Almost all large enterprises in Sakura country and all professional trading channels are monopolized by the Kuzhou family. Their influence is so huge that even someone like Liao who is ignorant of the world is aware of the existence of the Kuzhou family. Humph, just pretending. Yang Junfei stood aside, drooling with envy. This is the Kuzhou family. If he could receive an invitation like that from Kuzhou Mice, he would want to change his surname to Kuzhou immediately and stick to her directly. Now with the Void Predator standing in the front, Song Anqing only needs to cast a few healing spells from time to time. Everyone is in absolute safety. The goblin pieces of meat were of low intelligence and had no idea how to avoid the giant creature in front of them. To the extent that even Yang Junfei had time to eavesdrop on the conversation between Liao and Kuzhou Mice. However, he didn't want to hear it. If I hadn't heard it, it wouldn't be like this. I'm so jealous. What about the second one? Song Anqing listened carefully and couldn't help asking. Second one. Mice Kuzhou didn't care what others thought. She looked at Liao and her tone became serious. You have to give up your dragon country citizenship and become a citizen of my Sakura country. Under my blessing, the summoner will become the strongest profession. If that summoner is you, you can even become a professional comparable to the legendary SSS level. I hope such a person is from Sakura country. Damn. There is such a good thing. Yang Junfei looked incredulous. How could these two conditions be considered conditions? It's clearly free resources, and with a beauty like Kuzhou Mice by his side every day, I don't believe that Liao will not agree. How about these two conditions? They shouldn't be too difficult, right? Become a member of my Sakura country and join the Kuzhou family. I can guarantee that you will become the #1 professional in Sakura country in the future. Power and status will be within your reach. Kuzhou Mice had no idea that she had made Liao extremely impatient and still felt good about herself. Looking at the arrogant Kuzhou Mice, Liao got angry and blurted out, "You little guys are really greedy. I really don't know who my ancestors are. Have you forgotten who surrendered? No matter in his past life or now, he can only be a dragon countryman. A good life." Although Kuzhou Mice didn't understand what Liao was saying, she felt that it didn't sound like a good thing. So you are scolding me? Kuzhou Mice narrowed his eyes, a little angry. Liao waved his hand, sneered and said, "Sorry, I really couldn't help it. After all, you are a support profession. I don't look down on support professions, but you must first figure out your own position. If you want to ask for help, you should behave in a begging manner. Let me give you a chance. Quit Sakura country, join my Silver Wolf Guild, change your last name to Li, and I will ask you to enhance my summoned beast once every 3 days. How about it? My request is not too difficult, right?" Liao returned what the other party said. Kuzhou Mice's expression suddenly turned cold. As the princess of the Kuzhou family, no one dared to speak to her like this since she was a child. If you came to me just for this matter, then you can go back. I have no interest in being your servant. After saying that, Liao turned sideways and didn't look at her again. Kuzhou Mice didn't say anything either. She just stared at Liao's back, not knowing what she was thinking. After a few breaths, the blessing of the guardian star is taken back by the star speaker, and the benefit ends. The blessing of the huntress star is taken back by the star speaker, and the benefit ends. The astropath's whisper is taken back by the astropath, and the buff ends. Want to prove your ability in this way? Liao said inwardly, looking down on him at the same time. Of these 3 types of enhancements, only the last one was worthy of his attention. In the current situation, it is impossible for the Void Predator to be threatened with life at all. In other words, the amplification skill that Kuzhou Mice is proud of. In Liao's eyes, it was not even as useful as Song Anqing's healing skills. If that's all I have, let me show you what a summoner from the Dragon Kingdom is like. Void Mantis. just when Liao was about to summon the void mantis. A rancid smell so foul that it made one vomit out leftover food gushed out from deep within the monster. Almost at the same time I smelled the stench. Bang. There was a sound of heavy objects hitting each other. The body of the void predator was blown away like a cannonball, and the terrifying damage value appeared in front of everyone. 4271. Tisk. This kind of injury is somewhat scary. Liao couldn't help but sigh. Liao, quickly call that big bug back. Without the void predator, Yang Junfei faced the monster in front of him alone. He couldn't help but tremble with his teeth as he spoke urgently. The summoned beast that gave him endless sense of security was blown away with just one blow. What a joke! How much power is this? Yang Junfei quickly released identification skills on the monster. Next second, he stood there in a daze, his face as pale as death. It's over. Lord level. Share the leaders panel with me. Liao said in a cold voice. He is only level 17 and cannot identify a level 25 monster. It's over, it's all over. What kind of difficulty level is this original dungeon? How come there are Lord level creatures? It's Lord level, even at Purgatory level, there might not be a boss like this. Yang Junfei wailed and held his head, and didn't hear Liao's words at all. Instead, it was Kujo Mice who shared the Lord's attributes to the team panel. Tongue-tearing Queen. Level 25, Lord. HP, 500,000. Strength, 812. Spirit, 385. Agility, 854. Endurance, 841. Skills, Exoskeleton LVMAX, Dynamic Vision LVMAX, Gland Decomposition LV7, Bone Spur LV5, Tongue-tearing Scream LV7, Unstoppable LV1. Is this a Lord-level monster? Liao looked at the attributes in disbelief. Lord level, as the name suggests. It refers to those extremely powerful monsters who are qualified to occupy independent territories and call themselves kings. When facing this kind of monster, the usual tactics are to use a large number of people, hundreds or even thousands of people. However, at level 25, there are 3 attribute values exceeding 800. Even for Kujo Mice, who is an SS-level professional and equipped with top-level equipment, her highest attribute, Spirit, is only around 500. A difference of 300 in attributes can result in a dimensionality reduction attack. Not to mention that the attributes of this tongue-tearing queen are overwhelming in all aspects. Just look at Kujo Mice's expression at this moment. His brows were furrowed, and he looked frightened. He even put aside his resentment towards Liao and spoke. Liao Juan, let's not talk about our plans for now. I just want to know now, with my amplification, can you kill this monster? Liao said calmly, no. What he said was true. With or without an enhancement, it would be difficult to kill the tongue-tearing queen with just chess pieces. Including the void mantis, the most it can do is cause serious injuries to it. The gap between the various attributes is huge, and I am not yet sure how to kill him completely. At the same time, the tongue-splitting queen is already engaged in combat with the void predator. The tongue-tearing queen is not big in size, about the same size as a predator, but once it comes into contact, it will be defeated unilaterally. 1431. 908. 652. 891. Each attack can bring up a large blood mist from the predator. The predator had no chance to defend itself against the unparalleled attack speed, and its health dropped to 2/3 in just a moment. And the void predator. Only the rupture skill can cause damage to the tongue-splitting queen. But the speed of the tongue-tearing queen made it impossible for her to be hit easily. Bluebird. Liao couldn't bear to watch it anymore and gave an order. The glacial storm's reach instantly covered the predator and the tongue-tearing queen. The void predator took this opportunity to retreat violently. Without the obstruction of predators, countless pieces of goblin flesh poured into the passage. Yang Junfei and Song Anqing were suddenly exposed to the group of monsters and were in imminent danger. Since you are unable to handle the current crisis, I will give you another chance. At this time, the voice of Kujo Mice sounded in Liao's ears. Li Yao turned his head and found that the other person's figure was gradually disappearing. He didn't care about what Kujo Mice said, he was just a little curious. Didn't they say that I can't use the escape scroll? Seeing Li Yao's confusion, Kujo Mice took advantage of the last moment to explain. This is a unique teleportation spell of our Kujo family. It can connect Kujo family members anywhere and teleport to each other. I won't repeat what I said before. If you agree now, I can take you with me. Get lost now. Li Yao didn't even raise his head. If you keep talking nonsense, you can't leave. As he spoke, the void mantis had already appeared behind Kujo Mice. How stupid. Anger rose between Kujo Mice's brows, and just as he was about to speak, he felt a chill coming from behind him. It immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared in front of Li Yao. Coward. Li Yao complained. After all, she is the princess of the Kujo family. He will not take action until he is sure that he can keep her here. What I just said was just to scare this self-righteous woman. Ha ha ha. Idiot. When Li Yao looked towards the tongue-tearing queen, Yang Junfei's crazy voice suddenly rang out. Li Yao looked over. Yang Junfei and Song Anqing were both wrapped in a transparent light shield. Countless goblin pieces of flesh were attacking him crazily, but the light shield didn't move at all. Let me tell you. This is a protective spiritual light formation that can only be opened when both our Yang and Song families are activated at the same time. It can resist a full-strength attack from a second-level professional. As long as the attack does not reach this level, it cannot be broken. It can last for a full 20 minutes. It's something a country bumpkin like you will never see in your life. Ha ha ha. I once said that even if I die, I will die after you. At this moment, Yang Junfei was like a madman, biting anyone he saw. Song Anqing, who was standing aside, just squatted on the ground, holding his head with his hands, sobbing. Everyone has a different state of mind when facing death. Reject that woman, Kujo Mice, ha ha ha. Just wait for death, you idiot. Li Yao was not angry at the barking of a dog before its death. But aren't these young men from aristocratic families going a bit too far? First it was the Kujo family's teleportation spell, and now it's the protective spiritual light array. He didn't have any of these life-saving things. Void mantis. Li Yao muttered silently. Then you don't have it either. At the same time, the purple body of the void mantis suddenly appeared in front of the light shield. As if it could sense its master's thoughts, the void mantis showed no mercy and directly attacked with a taste of fear. Crack. Ha. Yang Junfei has not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. No. No. Bang. With just one strike, the light shield shattered. That's not right. Yang Junfei was terrified. Li Yao. No, brotherly, this is a misunderstanding. Let's talk to the goblin about the misunderstanding. After Li Yao finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Yang Junfei and looked at the tongue-tearing queen. At the moment when the void mantis appeared, the tongue-tearing queen stood still, staring at the figure of the void mantis with her pair of blood-red eyes. Powerful beasts tend to be aware of creatures that can threaten them. This is especially true for someone as strong as the tongue-tearing queen. It only took a moment for the tongue-tearing queen to figure it out. The seemingly tiny creatures in front of you can hurt you. Li Yao looked at this cautious lord and couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, don't mistake your opponent. The king's scepter made a flower in the air, then fell into his hand, with his hands behind his back at his waist. If the void mantis attacks the tongue-tearing queen, will deal damage, but the void mantis may die. Due to the large agility gap, void mantis may not have time to release the void attack skill. Designated void mantis. Specified successfully. Open. More than 2,000 strength attributes suddenly poured into Li Yao's body. A huge momentum gushed out, making people shudder. Compared with last time, the power gained by opening the shackles is a world of difference. Li Yao only felt that all the cells in his body were beating. The tongue-tearing queen felt the power. He suddenly turned his head and his tail stood upright. The tail is upright, which means entering a state of alert among the tongue-tearing clan. Or represents fear. Shackles inherit all the properties of the chess piece. There is still a gap between the void mantis's agility and that of the tongue-splitting queen. So Liao did not initiate the attack first. The sealed original copy makes it impossible for the attacker to escape. Similarly, the monsters in the copy are also restricted. The man and the beast confronted each other for a few breaths. The tongue-tearing queen finally couldn't help it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A shrill roar suddenly sounded. Liao only felt the stinging tinnitus and his brain went blank. Yang Junfei and Song Anqing had blood flowing from their ears and their bodies were frozen in place. Fortunately, tongue-tearing screech does not distinguish between friend and foe, and the goblin pieces of flesh that besieged them were also stunned in place by this skill. At the same time Liao was charged in place. Countless bone spurs burst out from the tongue-tearing queen's back and shot towards Liao like missiles. Liao seemed to be controlled, standing there in a daze, with bone spurs bombarding his body continuously. Actually, because of the existence of King's power, he had already regained his clarity of mind long before the bone spurs were launched. To his regret, the tongue-tearing queen was more cautious than he had imagined. Even if he is controlled, he can only be tested using long-range skills. But Liao pushed hard with his feet, and his whole body flew backwards as if hit by a bone spur, and hit the stone wall behind him. Upon seeing this, the tongue-tearing queen transformed into a black shadow and rushed directly towards Liao. The unparalleled momentum, considering Liao's experience of being beaten many times, is definitely the strongest blow so far. Boom. The tongue-tearing queen's pointed head was imprinted on Liao's belly, and they both slammed into the cave, splashing up large amounts of gravel and dust. Feel that your attack actually hits. The tongue-tearing queen was ready to continue her attack, not giving her opponent any chance to breathe. Hiss. The tongue-tearing queen was startled. A pair of large hands clamped on his arms like iron clamps. The human who should have been seriously injured was actually staring at him with a smile on his face. The tongue-tearing queen only felt a chill all over her body. Bluebird, predator. Liao shouted. Almost at the same time, endless cold wind blew, and rocks broke out of the ground. 214. 4591. The damage was so low that the tongue-tearing queen hardly felt any pain, but she was clearly aware that her movements were slowing down. Liao released his hands that were clasping the other person. Flip your right hand. The king's scepter in his hand has turned into a long and narrow bone blade similar to white bones. White jade bone blade, weapon. Quality, platinum. Equipment requirements, strength 430. Equipment attribute 1, strength plus 110, endurance plus 40, agility plus 80, spirit minus 100. Equipment attribute 2, tongue-tearing clan mucus, passive. The blade is attached with the tongue-tearing clan's unique corrosive liquid, causing 20% of its own strength and magic damage per second. Each time it hits a target, the corrosive effect lasts for 3 seconds. Equipment attribute 3, indestructible, passive made from the toughest spine of the tongue-tearer, durability increased by 500. Durability, 650/650. This long sword was obtained by opening the loot chest after killing the tongue-splitting watcher. Compared to other platinum items, the properties of this long sword are actually average. There is no level limit, but there is a high strength requirement. If it weren't for the shackles skill, Liao, as a summoner, might never be able to get this weapon in his lifetime. The attribute value bonus coefficient is not low, but compared to Liao's King's Scepter. Not only are the bonuses scattered, but there is also a side effect of 100 spirit points. Such weapons would have been handed over by Liao to the Chen family in exchange for equipment suitable for him. But his second attribute made Liao keep him without hesitation. It may even become an exclusive weapon after unlocking shackles. Liao swung his long sword and suddenly jumped in front of the tongue-tearing queen. The shadow of the void mantis was attached to the long sword. Swish. 14725. 351, poison. 321, poison. 384, poison. With Liao's strength, the magic damage caused by each slash is almost equivalent to 3 Yang Junfei's attacking at the same time. Being injured by an ability that seemed to be of the same kind, The tongue-tearing queen roared angrily and swept her tail towards Liao with powerful force. However, the moment he made his move, the figure of the void mantis appeared behind it. 7592-30412, weak point attack. Before he could release the void spike, the tongue-tearing queen's bone spurs attacked. It was almost impossible to avoid, and the bone spurs penetrated into the body of the void mantis. 4210-3914. The void mantis's health bar suddenly dropped a lot, and if it happens again, it will die instantly. Liao quickly threw out a shield and at the same time made the void mantis invisible. A level 25 Lord-level creature is still too much for the void mantis. Liao approached with a knife in hand, engaging in close combat with the tongue-tearing queen. It seemed that the attack of the void mantis angered it. The tongue-tearing queen gave up her defense and started fighting with Liao. This is exactly what Liao expected. 2451-325, poison. 4951-298, poison. 14677. Large amounts of damage were soaring above the tongue-tearing queen's head. The terrifying damage value made the tongue-tearing queen cry out in pain. At the same time, at the back of the passage, Yang Junfei and his companion, who were being beaten by the goblin meat pieces, also saw hope from these damage values. The passage was narrow, but the goblin meat pieces were endless. The two were forced into a corner. Yang Junfei needs to face 4 goblin pieces at the same time. With Song Anqing's treatment, they can hold on for a while. Hold on, you must hold on. Yang Junfei's desire to survive is overwhelming. At the same time, I also realized how suicidal my previous behavior was. Yang Junfei would take time to look at Liao from time to time. The 5-digit damage value once made Yang Junfei doubt his life. Yang Junfei even suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes and he was seeing double. Are you kidding? A second-stage professional can deal between 200 and 500 damage to monsters of the same level as themselves. Only by using skills can you have a chance to break 1000. And if this kind of damage falls on high-level monsters, it will be further reduced. Not to mention the Lord level. With extremely high endurance, it is difficult for ordinary professionals to break through the defense. What about Liao? Over 10,000. What a concept. It's like everyone is in the Stone Age and you take out an AK, you are not in the same dimension at all. And aren't you a summoner? Why are you chopping with a knife? In this way. As a melee profession, the sense of superiority of being the only one who can fight monsters is gone. Yang Junfei felt that his S-level career was completely useless compared to Liao. Even when facing those top SS-level geniuses, he did not feel this powerless. That's the shackle skill. Song Anqing's tired voice sounded. It's an S-level skill that all summoners dream of, but it's only natural that Liao can have it. Of course I know it's shackles, you tell me. The medicine is almost finished, give me a few bottles. Of course Yang Junfei knew something about the summoner's top-level skills. In order to inherit all the attributes of a summoned beast, one must have such a powerful summoned beast. By the way, Song Anqing ignored Yang Junfei's rage and said, I may not be able to treat you in the next 20 seconds. Why? Are your mana points empty? If so, take some medicine. I still have a few bottles here. No. Song Anqing said as a matter of course, I have to treat Brother Liao's summoned beast. Although Brother Liao may not need it, as a younger sister, I must know the etiquette. At this time. Outside world. Everyone was guarding the door of the copy. Suddenly. At the entrance, the light flickered and a beautiful figure appeared before everyone. General Wu immediately slammed the table and stood up, staring at Kujo Mice with a serious expression. There was no announcement of completing the dungeon, and only one person came out of the dungeon. It only took General Wu a moment to realize what this meant. The key is. The person who came out was Kujo Mice, a top SS-level professional. What happened in the copy that made such a genius give up on conquering the copy? Not only General Wu but everyone present was looking at Kujo Mice solemnly, waiting for her to speak. Qin Shueho has never had much patience for the Sakura people. He took a step forward and pointed his long sword directly at Kujo Mice. Tell me everything that happened inside. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here. No matter who Kujo Mice is, Qin Shueho only needs to know that the other party is from Sakura country. Arrogant. Kujo Mice glanced at Qin Shueho fiercely. Almost at the same time, a figure dressed in black appeared behind Qin Shueho. A hint of chill penetrated Qin Shueho's back and into his crown. A third-level professional. Qin Shueho was shocked, but the long sword showed no sign of moving away. This is Dragon Country, and he doesn't believe that the other party really dares to kill him. Shueho, put the knife down. General Wu spoke at the right time, and then slowly spoke to Kujo Mice. You can come to Longhua to participate in the dungeon not because you are a member of the Jiujiao family. It's because of the great power spirit of our Dragon Country. So, in return, tell me what happened in there. Kujo Mice always has a sense of awe for any strong person. He bowed slightly and then spoke. Senior, the dungeon has been conquered to the final stage, but I have not taken any action. I can only share the boss panel with you. Hearing this, Qin Shueho snorted disdainfully. Fleeing without fighting is in line with the nature of the Sakura people. But he also realized that the final boss inside might be much stronger than he imagined. Lord level. Only a Lord-level person could make such a character flee without a fight. Kujo Mice ignored him and shared the panel with everyone. For a moment, the sounds of people gasping for air were heard one after another. Even General Wu was a little restless at this time. There are actually Lord-level monsters in the original copy. He looked at the young men in black standing behind him. Yucheng, are you sure? Zhang Yucheng looked heavy-hearted, and after thinking for a long time, he spoke, I don't know. I can only judge after contact. Kujo Mice heard the conversation between the two and looked over. When she saw Zhang Yucheng, Kujo Mice's beautiful eyes couldn't help but become a little solemn. Dragon Country actually has such a genius. Even if my eldest brother fights with him, the chances of winning or losing are probably 50-50, right? You can't either. Kujo Mice spoke. Although she is very powerful, the aura on her body is obviously different from that of the tongue-tearing queen. Hearing this, Zhang Yucheng did not refute, but stared at the entrance of the copy, thinking. Li Yao, who is favored by Mr. Lin, seems to be in there, right? I heard he is only level 17. Zhang Yucheng shook his head with a regretful look on his face. What about us? Yan Gaojie stepped forward and spoke. No. Kujo Mice looked indifferent and shook her head. Unless there are two more strong men like that man. Kujo Mice pointed at Zhang Yucheng. Or maybe Li Yao Juan can survive, and his summoned beast can stop the Lord. In Kujo Mice's eyes, she doesn't think Li Yao is stronger than Zhang Yucheng. It was only because of the Void Predator's super strong tankiness that she said this. When attacking a boss, if someone can hold his own against the boss, it is often halfway to success. Therefore, Li Yaojuan's summoned beast can almost be regarded as a strategic resource. Thinking of this, Kujo Mice couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It would be great if such a person could be used by the Kujo family. What a pity he is such a fool. Just at this moment, a sharp blade force gushed out. Kujo Mice sensed it almost instantly and turned around. Qin Shueho held a knife in one hand and walked slowly towards Kujo Mice. There was no killing intent in his eyes, and Kujo Mice also understood what he meant. You need to think clearly about what the price will be for you to attack me. Oh. Is it the Kujo family behind you? Qin Shueho sneered disdainfully. The third-level professional guard of Kujo Mice has been suppressed by General Wu. This test was his idea, and also General Wu's. Kujo Mice frowned and looked at Qin Shueho. There was undisguised pride on her cold and beautiful face. I don't need the Kujo family to deal with you. The words fell. A blade of light shot up into the sky. Kujo Mice waved his hand casually, and dozens of Shikigami descended. Puff. The blade slashed past, and the numerical Shikigami shattered, and then countless Shikigami surrounded Qin Shueho. Blessing. Kujo Mice snorted softly, and the attributes of the Shikigami increased dramatically. Even Chen Shueho felt a little annoyed after being surrounded and beaten. He immediately gave up on the Shikigami, used a charge skill to get in front of Kujo Mice, and slashed with his long sword. Clang! The long sword was blocked by a transparent light curtain 1 centimeter away from Kujo Mice's eyebrows, making a sound of steel clashing. For a moment, the electric current was entangled, and the powerful force stirred up gusts of wind. Chen Shueho looked unhappy. Mice Kujo was just a supporting profession, and she couldn't even defeat the opponent in a short time. Kujo Mice was also a little frightened. How could any random swordsman have such strong power? Shueho, that's it. As soon as General Wu spoke, Chen Shueho jumped backwards and left the battlefield. Kujo Mice waved her hand and took the Shikigami back into her body. After this battle, everyone already knew that this woman from the Sakura country was no weaker than Chen Shueho. It is enough to see how bad the situation in the copy is that would make such a person choose to evacuate. As a favor to the Dragon Kingdom for allowing me to enter the original dungeon, I have one last word for you. Kujo Mice glanced at Chen Shueho and the others. Don't let them go in and die. As well as prepare to collect the bodies of the people inside. Before Kujo Mice could finish his words, his whole body froze in place. How is it possible? In Kujo Mice's eyes, it was on the panel. A system announcement that appeared suddenly. Congratulations to the professional team None for clearing the feeding cave, original. Clearance time, 3 hours, 21 minutes, 57 seconds. Captain, Yang Junfei, Dragon Spearman. Team members, Yang Feng, Sacrificed Paladin, died in battle, Song Anqing, Nomadic Warlock, Li Yao, Chess Player, Kujo Mice, Astrologer Witch, left. Reward, First Pass Gift Pack, Food Cave Purgatory level. Li Yao, Chess Player, S contribution exceeds the sum of the other 4 players, special reward, a random skill book for a designated profession, S level. Since the original dungeon feeding cave is randomly set to the Purgatory level difficulty, the Purgatory level difficulty is directly enabled. For a moment, the scene was quiet. Chen Shueho, Zhang Yuqing, General Wu, and everyone else turned their heads almost at the same time and looked at Kujo Mice. The system panel is refreshed. A second ago, Kujo Mice was still coldly giving everyone an ultimatum, asking them to prepare to collect the bodies. Isn't it absolutely impossible to defeat him? Don't we need 3 strong men like Zhang Yuqing? All the professionals around stared at Kujo Mice with wide eyes. The scene was silent for a long time before someone finally spoke. I said, what's going on? How did you get through? What do you mean by contribution value is greater than the sum of the others? Has this ever happened before when opening up the original dungeon? At this moment, everyone realized. Mice Kujo did not speak nonsense. But this summoner named Li Yao is much stronger than one can imagine. The completion contribution of 3 S level and 1 SS level is not as high as his. People are messy. Mice Kujo almost went crazy. The original copy of the Purgatory level difficulty has appeared no more than 10 times in the entire human history. The strategy was successful no more than 5 times. It's not that the city cannot be conquered by human power, but time is tight and it is difficult to gather such an elite team. Tell her now. A summoner, or a summoner who came temporarily before the copy opened, suspected to be a summoner who was just making up the numbers, directly cleared the Purgatory level original copy. Are you kidding me? Others don't know how dangerous it is inside, but what about her? Facing the Lord-level monster head-on, according to her knowledge, there was no way to successfully attack it from any angle. Li Yao, Jun. Kujo Mice gritted her teeth. There was a trace of shame and anger on her cold and beautiful face. She clearly remembered that she had asked Li Yao if he had any sure strategies. That guy's answer was quite straightforward. Now she makes big promises, and then goes back on her word in seconds. She had no words to describe the expressions on the faces of these professionals as they looked at her. When had she, Kujo Mice, ever suffered such humiliation? What's more important is, she quit early, resulting in not even getting the first pass reward. If it was a normal first-pass reward for an original dungeon, she might not take it seriously. This is Purgatory level. Not to mention the rewards, just having your name on it is a supreme honor. Those two Dragon Country professionals were clearly not as good as me, but... As she thought about it, Mice Kujo suddenly felt a sense of grievance she had never felt before. The little princess of the Kujo family was defeated by Li Yao. Just at this moment, the entrance to the copy was flashing with light. Two figures appeared first, and then another figure jumped out from the entrance. Li Yao's cold voice sounded. "I'm saying this one last time. Hand over the first-pass treasure box." "Why? Everyone has entered the dungeon and encountered danger. Why should I give you the first-pass treasure chest?" Yang Junfei looked at the important people around him, a look of surprise flashed across his face, and he shouted loudly. "Why? With your 1% contribution, you can just hide in the corner and do nothing and get the first-pass treasure chest. Who the hell wants to take his treasure chest? What the hell are you thinking about? He worked so hard to open up the secret realm, not to make things easier for this group of people." What's more, on the way here, Li Yao had looked up matters related to the strategy for the original copy. One of them. For copies with 5 or more players, those who contribute more than 30 points have the right to decide the distribution of spoils. This is to prevent someone from participating in the original copy for the sake of gilding. Li Yao contributed 85, while Yang Junfei and Yang Feng both contributed 1. Song Anqing's healing amount is very high, but she did not participate in several boss strategies, so her contribution is only 4. Mice Kujo made a contribution of 10 because he killed a boss alone. Even if he gave Kujo Mice a first-pass treasure chest, Li Yao would not say much. These 3 brothers have done nothing, yet they want to divide the spoils. What do you mean I did nothing? Didn't I heal your summoned beast a few times? Song Anqing muttered. Originally, she was planning to make friends with Li Yao, but with such huge benefits ahead of her, she couldn't let it go. This is a Purgatory level first-pass treasure chest. Whether she gives it to her family or uses it herself, her strength and status will undergo earth-shaking changes. Li Yao didn't even look at her, and said coldly, "Contribution 4, don't talk." Li Yao glanced around and found an old man sitting in the first seat, most likely the leader here. The other party didn't say anything, just chuckled and nodded at him. Li Yao immediately understood what was going on. I am not strong enough and there is no one at home. If these federal bigwigs think that the first treasure chest should belong to Yang Junfei and the other 2, he can only grit his teeth and swallow it, and wait for an opportunity to take it away from the Yang family in the future. What this person meant was that he should feel free to do it boldly. And Kujo Mice saw the scene before her. Inexplicably, even the resentment in my heart towards Li Yao disappeared. Li Yao Juan did a good job. How can this bunch of trash be qualified to get the Purgatory level first-pass treasure chest? Yang Junfei looked at the aggressive Li Yao, then glanced at General Wu and the old man beside General Wu. They all watched quietly, without any intention of dissuading him, and I felt a chill in my heart. It would be fine if he didn't get it, but after handling the treasure and asking him to hand it over, it would be like cutting flesh from his body, and it would hurt so much that it would bleed. Just at this moment, a warm feeling surged in Yang Junfei's heart. Feeling something in his heart, Yang Junfei looked up. Yan Gaojia, why is he here? The 2 men's eyes met, and Yang Junfei made up his mind and threw the first treasure chest directly to Yan Gaojia. The Yan family, where Yan Gaojia belongs, has some connections with the Yang family. Although they are all greedy guys, if I hand it over to him, I still have a chance to get some benefits. Seeing this, Song Anqing gritted his teeth and threw out his first treasure chest. This is their only choice. The Yan family is not the Yang family. They are a truly prestigious family in the capital. I don't believe that Li Yao would dare to be so presumptuous. The treasure chest flew into the air. Yan Gaojia immediately controlled a huge flaming hand and tried to grab the treasure chest. However, Li Yao was faster than him. The void mantis hiding in the shadows suddenly appeared. With 1 claw each, he brought 2 treasure chests back to Li Yao. At the same time, except for General Wu, all the professionals at the scene were shocked at the same time. They were almost unaware of the sudden appearance of this summoned beast. you know. There are many 3rd and 4th level professionals among them, but how could they not sense a summoned beast that has not even reached the 2nd level? Several young professionals in particular felt a chill down their spines almost at the same time. If this summoner appeared behind them without anyone noticing. Yan Gaojia's face looked even uglier. He asked directly. Li Yao, what do you mean? Nothing, just taking back my things. Li Yao said lightly, raising his foot to leave. Now that I have the first pass treasure chest, there is no point in staying here. Boom. The fire suddenly appeared, and the dark night was illuminated red by the flames. Li Yao was surrounded by several walls of fire. Yan Gaojia spoke word by word with flames on his hands. When did I allow you to leave? When did I allow you to leave? Yan Gaojia walked towards Li Yao step by step with a vicious look on his face. I asked the Yang family to help me with the original dungeon and paid for 10 gold level equipment. How did the spoils become yours? Besides, the federal regulations state that contribution points exceed the allocable spoils of war, but they never say that the first pass treasure chest is counted as part of the spoils of war. This is something that people who have entered the dangerous dungeon should have. Since when did someone with strong strength become qualified to plunder other people's treasure chests? Yan Gaojia first put himself at the highest moral point, and then put Li Yao in opposition to all professionals. However, everyone present was not a fool. They all knew that Yan Gaojia had his eyes on the Shotong treasure chest, but due to the power of the Yan family, they all kept silent. Only Qin Shueho snorted coldly, disapproving of Yan Gaojia's actions. Shang Zijin looked like he was watching the fun with a smile on his face. Neither of them thought of intervening. The geniuses have always been plundering each other. Because of my own weakness, I can only accept defeat if I get robbed. Li Yao is not a weakling, and they also want to see how Li Yao will get past Yan Gaojia. After all, no one knows what happened in the copy except the person involved. No one can recognize strength unless they see it with their own eyes. Hand over your things and I'll let you go. Yan Gaojia walked to the front of the fire wall and looked down at Li Yao. Madness. Kujo Mai snorted softly, crossed her arms over her chest, and stood back. This red-haired young man was at most evenly matched with her, and he still wanted to attack Li Yao. To use the words of Longguo. Kujo Mice couldn't remember for a moment, and the third-class professional guard beside him quickly said, the old man ate arsenic. Right. Afterwards, she stopped talking and just watched the show. Li Yao Juan only has a small guild behind her. If the other party uses their power to bully her, she has a chance. At the same time, Yan Gaojia took out something that looked like a stone from the storage space. Forbidden Sky Stone. Forbidden Sky Stone. All space-related props are prohibited within a 100-meter range. This means that Li Yao has no way to escape from here. Yan Gaojia has Li Yao in his grasp. There were sharp-eyed professionals around who recognized the stone. The Forbidden Sky Stone brought out by the Yan family might even ban the teleportation spell used by Kujo Mice in the copy. Not to mention Li Yao, the unknown summoner. Master Yan doesn't take Li Yao seriously at all. Li Yao has cleared the original Purgatory level dungeon. Isn't he afraid that he won't be able to finish it? On the contrary. At this time, Zhang Yuqing, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. If he didn't think highly of Li Yao, he wouldn't have used something like the Forbidden Sky Stone. When a summoner summons a summoned beast, it is essentially a space spell, and it also falls within the range of the Forbidden Sky Stone. Yan Gaojia, this is the summoned beast that is afraid of Li Yao. Zhang Yuqing recalled the mantis-like creature that had suddenly appeared before. Even he couldn't help feeling a sense of threat. This is probably even more true for Yan Gaojia. If each one was this terrifying, he certainly wouldn't dare to allow Li Yao to continue summoning. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Yan Gaojia's shamelessness was refreshed to a new level. Ban a summoner from summoning. How could he think of that? Even General Wu looked at Yan Gaojia with some impatience at this time. The top management never cares about disputes among peers, but Yan Gaojia's current actions are clearly crossing the line. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Li Yao's eyes. All he wants is tacit approval, not a favor. Shackles, last for 20 minutes. It won't take that long to deal with the tongue-tearing queen. And even without the shackles, Void Mantis is hidden in the void and is invincible. Now I've changed my mind. Seeing that the Forbidden Stone restriction had taken effect, Yan Gaojie stared at Li Yao fiercely. For a greedy person like you, isn't it a bit too easy to just ask you to hand over the things? The qualification to enter the dungeon belongs to my Yan family. I'm letting you in as an exception, but how can I let you take the first-pass treasure chest? You stinky worker, hand over all the first-pass treasure chests obediently, and I will let you go. Yan Gaojie. Qin Shueho couldn't bear to listen any longer and said in a cold voice. Even Shang Zijin stared at Yan Gaojie with disgust. Asshole. General Wu frowned, stood up and shouted harshly. Wu Yuanxiu, please don't interfere in my Yan family's affairs. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded in everyone's ears, and the voice was heard before the person was seen. Yan Xinghong. Wu Yuanxiu's face suddenly changed. Yan Gaojie's second uncle, the mainstay of the Yan family, and a fifth-turn S-level professional. The Yan family, they really have no respect for their dignity anymore. You, the Yan family, think that no one in the Federation can control you. Wu Yuanxiu spoke sharply. General Wu, please don't threaten me. A middle-aged man in a red robe descended from the sky and landed behind Yan Gaojie, chuckling and speaking. My Yan family is just working under the Federation, how can they not control us? But Gaojie just took back our own things. Could it be that the Federation doesn't allow such a thing? Wu Yuanxiu looked unhappy. Under the current circumstances, as long as the two brats from the Yang family insist, the admission rights to the copy belong to the Yan family. It is really difficult for the Federation to touch the Yan family. The copy distributes the spoils according to contribution, and this is only done on the premise that one is eligible to enter. Wu Yuanxiu looked at Li Yao. Li Yao understood what the other party meant and nodded slightly. Before entering the copy, he handed the promised gold-level equipment to Yang Junfei. Idiot, who gave you the right to sell admission? Bang. At this moment, Yan Xinghong cursed angrily. An invisible energy directly hit Yang Junfei's abdomen. Yang Junfei vomited blood and flew backwards, with air coming in but no air going out. Yan Xinghong seemed to be fine, looking at Wu Yuanxiu and smiling. What this kid did has nothing to do with my Yan family. You. Wu Yuanxiu glared at him and pointed at him for a long time without saying a word. Now we can only hope that Li Yao can stop Yan Gaojie. As long as he can stop it, he will do anything to help Li Yao stop this old bitch. But how can a summoner without his summoned beast stop an SS-level professional? No, what is this kid doing? At this time, Li Yao finally spoke. Looking at the two people performing a duet in front of me. If all the Dragon Kingdom families are like this, it would be a bit disappointing. A smile appeared on Li Yao's lips. When they were talking just now, I didn't do nothing. He secretly gave orders to let the Void Mantis circle around Yan Xinghong several times. This is also the reason why Wu Yuanxiu was surprised. Fortunately, not all high-level professionals will focus on reconnaissance skills. Yan Xinghong's reconnaissance skills are not as good as Wu Yuanxiu's, and he cannot detect the existence of the Void Mantis. Li Yao also thought about the possibility that the other party was pretending. As long as the chess player relies on his natural deceptiveness and tricks his opponent into attacking him once, he can create distance between himself and the opponent. After that, he fled separately from the Void Mantis, and he was confident that he could escape from here. And just wait for him to leave. He has already figured out how to deal with the Yan family. Just when Li Yao was about to take action, Qin Shueho's voice rang out. Li Yao, stop talking nonsense. Not all the noble families in Dragon Country are as parasites as the Yan family. I, Qin Shueho, am here to make a statement. As long as you can defeat Yan Gaojie, that old bitch won't be able to do anything to you. Yan Gaojie has protectors, and so does Qin Shueho. He made these remarks at this time simply because he couldn't stand the Yan family. Qin Shueho, you. Yan Gaojie glared at him, and Qin Shueho glared back without any hesitation. If the old man from the Qin family hadn't held him back, he would have chopped that brat to pieces long ago. It's shameful to be on par with him. Okay, okay. Yan Gaojie laughed angrily. I want to see how you can stop me without your summoned beast. Yan Gaojie's attack is his only SS-level skill. An endless sea of fire wrapped around him, transforming into a fire dragon that gathered on the tip of his fist. It passed through the wall of fire and headed straight towards Li Yao. In an instant, the sea of fire was mottled, and the entire land was enveloped in red flames. This is the top genius of Dragon Country, SS-level professional dragon flame venerable, attacking with all his strength. However, boom. The powerful force was imprinted on his face, and Li Yao's feet sank into the ground, splashing a lot of gravel and dust, and the ground was shaking. Isn't that guy a summoner? Why doesn't he ask his summoned beasts to stand in front of him? In the distance, Shang Zijin, holding her breasts with both hands, frowned and spoke in a deep voice. If there is even a slight chance, she still hopes that Li Yao can win. After all, if Li Yao lost, the first-pass treasure chest would fall into Yan Gaojie's hands, and she would have no right to covet the first-pass treasure chest. Even Qin Shueho looked a little unhappy. If he can defeat a Lord-level warrior, he shouldn't be unable to break free from Yan Gaojie's flame prison, right? Shang Zijin, maybe we overestimated him. Not all Purgatory-level dungeons are that difficult. In the smoke and dust, Yan Gaojie still maintained his fist-raising posture. Too weak. No matter how powerful a summoner is, he is just a clown who relies on summoned beasts. Next second, Yan Gaojie's pupils suddenly contracted. Li Yao's figure gradually appeared in the firelight. An unknown energy blocked Yan Gaojie's fist. His body slightly bent and his feet sank into the ground. Other than that, no one was hurt. Shackles. Wrong. Yan Gaojie looked at the scene in disbelief. Even if it's shackles, even if he has extraordinary endurance, it should still cause some damage. Even if it means forced blood deduction. What about the damage value? Zheng. Don't give Yan Gaojie time to think. The white jade bone blade came out of its sheath with a sound. Brush it. With a clean and sharp strike, the mantis shadow dyed the blade purple-black. 0. -0, poison. Yan Gaojie looked at the damage prompt on the panel and felt like his soul was ascending to heaven. His flaming sun shield had its durability cut by more than half by this blow. It hasn't even reached the second level yet, and the damage value has exceeded 10,000. Tell me, you are a summoner. Li Yao looked at the damage value appearing on the opponent's body without changing his expression. He never doubted his own strength, and the damage caused was 0, so it could only be the opponent's fault. I can only say that he is worthy of being an SS-level professional. There are even shield skills. Void Mantis. Yan Gaojie had been prepared for Li Yao's summoned beast. The moment the Void Mantis appeared, he turned around and threw a punch, while using displacement skills to create distance. 2 damage values emerged from the heads of Yan Gaojie and Void Mantis at the same time. 0. 1054. The Void Mantis only hit with one move, Shadow Break, and the second move, Taste Fear, was dodged by the opponent's displacement skill. Whether in terms of skill strength or combat proficiency, Yan Gaojie is far from being comparable to Yang Junfei. Li Yao cut through the wall of fire that was wrapped around him with one knife. In that case, take it a little more seriously. Li Yao put on a piece of equipment that had been dusty for a long time. Goblin's proof of courage. In the shackles state, his strength is already enough to wear this equipment. At the same time, activate the equipment skill, Courage. A faint red light suddenly appeared on Li Yao and the Void Mantis. The strength of both broke through the 3,000 mark. Even without this equipment, he was 100% sure of defeating Yan Gaojie. But at this moment, he had already decided to kill Yan Gaojie completely before that old bastard could react. Looking at Li Yao in this state, Yan Gaojie's entire back was wet with cold sweat. His body slowly retreated, his brain spinning rapidly, frantically thinking of a response plan. The mantis's strength is also frighteningly high. The opponent is definitely in a shackles state. As long as it takes 20 minutes. No. He must have activated this state in the original copy, and it could end in just a few minutes, or even in the next second. There is a chance. Don't panic. Yan Gaojie secretly encouraged himself. Yan Gaojie himself didn't notice it. The sense of oppression that Li Yao gave him at this moment was even greater than that given to Qin Shueho and the others. This is the case when Li Yao is restricted from summoning. At the same time, Li Yao came forward with a knife in hand and advanced aggressively. Dragon Flame Shield. Yan Gaojie shouted loudly. Clang. A flash of fire blocked in front of him, and Li Yao's long sword made a crisp sound. 2381. A smile appeared on Li Yao's lips. No matter how much damage the opponent's shield blocks, all he knew was that the turtle shield had disappeared. Yan Gaojie punched back. Li Yao is not very agile and cannot dodge. In order to reduce the risk of exposing the chess player's talent, he put on Shelter 0. At the same time, his figure disappeared. In the shadows, Li Yao merged with the void mantis and appeared in front of and behind Yan Gaojie at the same time. Yan Gaojie only felt an unprecedented chill enveloping himself, but he could not find any figure. The knife flashed. Li Yao did not hold back at all. 19841. 20461. Hiss. How is that possible? Exclamations rang out from all directions. Even for a third-level professional, the damage can only exceed 10,000 when using core skills. When, a summoner who has just changed his job a few days ago. Can you inflict such damage at will? Yan Xinghong was even more horrified. He was about to swoop over, but was stopped by two figures. Yan Xinghong stared at the two of them with an unpleasant expression. Wu Yuanxiu. Do you really want to watch Yan Gaojie die here? Upon hearing this, Wu Yuanxiu paused. If it was just a competition, he would have stopped it. If Li Yao really killed Yan Gaojie here, by then, the person who comes from the Yan family will not be Yan Xinghong. Even he couldn't protect Li Yao. Wrong. After changing his mind, Wu Yuanxiu firmly stood in front of Yan Xinghong again. This kid is stronger than ever before. Yan Gaojie is just like a little chicken in front of him. Just kill him. By then, if the Yan family dared to touch a hair on his body, the people above would be the first to disagree. Why would he need to stop them? Let the younger generation handle their own affairs. Is it appropriate for us old guys to get involved? The two horrific injuries caused fatal damage to Yan Gaojie's body. The long knife cut directly from the shoulder to the waist. The void mantis even directly cut off Yan Gaojie's right arm. The severe pain caused Yan Gaojie to faint. Not dead. There was still a trace of blood on the other person's head. Even 40,000 damage failed to kill it. Li Yao didn't believe that Yan Gaojie's endurance could reach 800. After all, he is a child of aristocratic family, and he has endless ways to save his life. There was hardly any hesitation. The long knife was pulled out from Yan Gaojie's body and stabbed directly into his forehead. You beast! How dare you? Yan Xinghong's voice came, but Li Yao remained unmoved. He could only speak. It seemed that the old man had stopped him. Puff. The long knife pierced into his forehead. 2741. Yan Gaojie's life force completely dissipated. Li Yao did not use any skills in this attack, so it can be inferred that Yan Gaojie's endurance is about 500. It's so powerful that it's terrifying. Li Yao muttered to himself, bent down and prepared to strip Yan Gaojie of his equipment. If you can have 500 stamina points at level 20, then all your equipment must be platinum grade. Just then, a strong wind swept by. Li Yao only got Yan Gaojie's weapon, and the opponent's body disappeared. At the same time, Yan Xinghong's furious voice rang in Li Yao's ears. You beast, remember this. The Yan family in Beijing has set their sights on you. Li Yao raised his head and looked towards the source of the sound. Behind Yan Xinghong, an endless sea of fire was burning, and the overwhelming momentum enveloped the surroundings. If it weren't for the two old men next to him, he would have rushed over and killed Li Yao on the spot. Li Yao looked at Yan Xinghong calmly, So calmly that it seemed as if Yan Gaojie was not killed by him. No words. He just nodded slightly to express his gratitude to the two old men who stopped Yan Xinghong. Then, he left without looking back. Everyone looked at Li Yao's figure and the furious Yan Xinghong beside him, and dared not breathe. Qin Shihuo stared at the long sword in his hand with a heavy expression. Those two shocking damage values. Is there really a chance of winning with your own knife? As a person who changed jobs early, facing ordinary professionals, it should be a dimensionality reduction attack. But the image of Li Yao piercing Yan Gaojie's forehead lingered in his mind. It was like a towering mountain. The sense of powerlessness that came over him made him lose all desire to climb over it. Zhang Yuqing, the little sword master of Dragon Country, discovered a clue from Li Yao's battle just now. Based on his perception, he was almost certain that after Li Yao activated the shackles, except for the strength attribute, other attributes were only within the normal range. If it were just this, he would only need to pay attention to the invisibility skill. With his speed, he would be able to deal with Li Yao. However, what really puzzled him was, even Li Yao didn't dare to withstand Yan Gaojie's SS-level attack. How did Li Yao manage to remain unscathed? Invincibility skills. This is the only explanation. Even if Zhang Yuqing racked his brains, he could never imagine that Li Yao possessed a natural talent as a chess player. Think of this. Zhang Yuqing divided Li Yao's strength into categories in his mind. Oh, and he also has a summoned beast. Zhang Yuqing silently measured. Surpassing the average SS-level professional, but not reaching his own level. Don't underestimate Li Yao at all. In his eyes, Li Yao had only changed his job for a few days and yet he was able to reach this level, which was unprecedented and unparalleled. Mr. Lin's praise is well deserved. Li Yao, he can really change the summoner landscape. From today onwards, no one can underestimate this summoner from a remote place. Far away. Mice Kujo and her guards stood quietly under a tree, watching Li Yao's back as he left. By you. Yes. Prepare me an SS-level summoning skill book within 3 days. Miss. Guard Bai Yu's expression froze. 3 days of SS level, even our Kujo family. No. I want an SSS-level summoning skill book, no matter the cost. Kujo mice looked more serious than ever before. Li Yao Juan, I will definitely get you. As Li Yao walked away, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and started discussing in low voices. Kill him right away. That's Yan Gaojie, the treasure of the Yan family, an SS-level professional. Just kill him. Didn't you see what Yan Gaojie did to Li Yao just now? If we don't kill such a person, he will be a parasite. No, you still have time to care about Yan Gaojie. Damage. Over 10,000 damage. Is Li Yao already level 40? Are you kidding me? He just changed his job 3 days ago. Even if the monsters stood in front of him and lined up for him to kill, he wouldn't be able to reach level 40. I can only say that Yan Gaojie's death was not unjust. If Li Yao was given more time, he would probably become another figure like the little sword master. You are right. As long as he doesn't die young, Li Yao will definitely be the next Zhang Yuqing. No. He may even be stronger than Zhang Yuqing. But now that he has killed Yan Gaojie, how dare the Yan family let him grow up? Once a person like this grows up, the Yan family will probably not be able to sleep at night. I am still too impulsive. If it were me, I would at most teach Yan Gaojie a lesson. Then even the Yan family would not be able to do anything to him. Given the current situation, I think the Yan family will fight him to the death. Impulsive? I don't think so. If General Wu and Qin Shihuo hadn't said so, Li Yao probably wouldn't have killed anyone. Moreover, in the face of Yan Xinghong's harsh words, Li Yao did not say a word in response and just left. I guess he has now gone to the Federation to seek asylum. That's right, this is the right thing to do. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. As long as he can grow stronger, even the Yan family will not be Li Yao's opponent. On one side is a prominent family, and on the other side is a summoner who has just changed his job. In the past, no one would compare the two. And now, everyone present here doesn't think there is anything wrong with what he said, and some even think it's natural. Just when everyone was talking about it and thought that Li Yao was going to endure it, a clear voice came from the dense forest in the distance. I have 3 first-pass treasure chests. I won't open one of them, just to exchange it for something else. The Yan family's head. I'm just a passerby, not Li Yao. If you have anything, you can come to me anytime. Whoever has more stuff and the larger amount of stuff will get the treasure chest. Quiet. Unprecedented silence. Li Yao's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart. A few seconds later, Yan Xinghong's helpless and furious voice rang out. You beast. You deserve to die. Wu Yuanxiu, you heard it. This is a malicious bounty being issued right in front of you. Does the law enforcement agency have any say in this matter? Yan Xinghong stared at Wu Yuanxiu and questioned. Wu Yuanxiu's words are righteous. Brother Yan, tell me who Passerby A is, and I will notify the Law Enforcement Bureau to arrest him now. Grass. Half an hour later, Li Yao came to the Starnet exchange on the border of South City. Even the Yan family would never dare to cause trouble on the Star Network. The first thing to do when you arrive at Starnet, that is to inform the parents and bring the trustworthy people from the Silver Wolf Guild to move into the Star Network. Don't go anywhere except for dungeon farming. Although Li Yang was confused, he knew the situation was urgent, so he hung up the phone and went to arrange the relevant matters. For the Silver Wolf Guild, this is not a difficult matter. It is mainly based on strategy copies, and the only change is the additional expense of staying in the Star Network. With Li Yao's current wealth, it's just a drop in the bucket. And Li Yao knew. This situation definitely won't last long. The strength he displayed today is enough to attract the attention of the federal top brass. When the time comes, even the Yan family has to weigh things up. The top priority. It is better to improve your own strength and increase your weight in the eyes of senior management. Thinking of this, Li Yao placed all the gains from this trip in front of him. 3 first-pass treasure chests. A treasure chest dropped by the tongue-splitting queen. Yan Gaojia's boxing weapon. As well as dozens of glittering gold coins that have never appeared before. 30, 40, 47. Li Yao was extremely surprised. This was equivalent to the gold coins obtained by upgrading the hedge fund by 20 levels. This is a pleasant surprise. Before this, he had never gotten gold coins from monsters. It seems that it needs to be above the Lord level. Li Yao pondered. I just don't know what the drop rate is. Is the 47 pieces dropped this time considered a lot or a little? Including the 10 gold coins obtained at level 15 and the ones left over from before, he now has a total of 67 gold coins. There is still some distance to go before the 100 pieces needed to upgrade the Void Mantis to 4 stars. Li Yao planned to wait a little longer. In the previous battle with Yan Gaojie, he also discovered his own shortcomings. Displacement skills. Yan Gaojie can use displacement skills to distance himself and easily avoid his own attacks. If there were displacement skills, it wouldn't take so much time to deal with Yan Gaojie. Once the Void Mantis is upgraded to 4 stars, it might be able to awaken its displacement skill, so Li Yao plans to save the gold coins first and give priority to upgrading the star level of the Void Mantis. But Li Yao thought again that in addition to gold coins, there are also equipment parts that can be obtained from monsters. Even the Lord level hasn't dropped, could it be that there must be something above the Lord level? Interesting. Li Yao smiled. What you put in is what you get back, this saying applies at all times. Since it is so difficult to obtain, I think the Yunding series equipment should not be bad. However, at his current level, he could not reach the monsters above the Lord for the time being, so Li Yao withdrew his thoughts and looked at several treasure chests. Among them, the treasure chest of the tongue-tearing queen was the one Li Yao least expected, so he opened it without hesitation. After all, no matter how you look at the tongue-tearing queen, she doesn't look like a summoned monster. The treasure chest is opened. As expected. 2 pieces of equipment. A platinum-grade assassin-type leather armor and a gold-grade warrior-type helmet. Li Yao threw it into the storage space. Any of these platinum-level equipment would cause bloodshed if placed in the outside world, let alone those produced in the Purgatory level original dungeon. It's a bit slow to let the Chen family handle each one by one. Li Yao considered it. How about saving some more and going to the main city of Sangyu to hold an auction? The auction is free and only exchanges items that summoners can use. Or collect them together and exchange them for an item that exceeds the platinum level. As a sewer profession, the summoner's equipment and skills are much cheaper than other professions. It is not impossible to exchange for props beyond the platinum level. The more Li Yao thought about it, the more excited he became. He decided to hold this trading conference the day before the martial arts exam. When the military examination is approaching, the children of wealthy families will be more likely to make impulse purchases. Who knows, he might even take out dark gold level items when he gets excited. But Li Yao could already imagine Chen Yu's frantic look when he took back all the high-quality equipment from the Chen family. When the time comes, just ask the Chen family to help with the process. Anyway, we don't have any connections in this area. Li Yao opened the 2 first-pass treasure chests while thinking about it. These 2 are his own and Song Anqing's. The quality of the first treasure chest will also be improved according to the contribution value. Yang Junfei's 1 contribution treasure chest should be kept to exchange for the Yan family's head. It's also a good use of resources. The treasure chest opened, and in an instant, a brilliant light appeared. A skill book, 3 pieces of equipment, and a scroll. The original copy, the first treasure chest, and the Purgatory level difficulty, the buff is stacked up directly. He wanted to see what good things could come out. Beast King robe, top. Quality, platinum. Equipment requirements, level 20, spirit 200. Equipment attribute 1, spirit plus 120, stamina plus 40. Equipment attribute 2, Beast King call, active summons 10 silver moon wolf shadows, level B, to fight for the wearer. Shadow level increases with the wearer's level, lasts for 60 seconds, cools down for 12 minutes. Equipment attribute 3, Beast King aura, passive designate a summoned creature. Within a 50-meter radius of the creature, the main attributes of all summoned creatures increase by 2.5%, and the main attributes of the designated summoned creature increase by 5%. Durability, 240/240. Heart protecting mirror, pendant. Quality, platinum. Equipment requirements, none. Equipment attribute 1, spirit plus 100. Equipment attribute 2, heart guard, active triggers invincibility on the designated target. Duration, 1 second, cooldown, 24 hours. Durability, 100/100. Wish staff, weapon. Quality, platinum. Healing equipment, omitted. Devotion, SS active skill a touching bond between summoned creatures. Specify a summoned creature, and all unspecified summoned creatures will be taken back to the summoning column. Specify the main attribute of the summoned creature, and inherit the sum of the main attributes of the summoned creatures. Duration, 6 seconds, cooldown, 12 hours. A beating heart, trembling hands. Li Yao didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. Big explosion, unprecedented explosion. Of the 3 pieces of equipment, Li Yao can wear 2 of them himself. And they all fit Li Yao's current situation perfectly. After exiting the shackles state, the equipment, Goblin's proof of courage, will be automatically removed and returned to the storage space. He is now in shirt position, still wearing ordinary casual clothes. Beast King robe, this piece of equipment just fills this gap. And for ordinary summoners, perhaps summoning 10 B-level summoned beasts is the core point of this equipment. The 5% increase in the main attribute of the Beast King's aura is just something that can be ignored. But for Li Yao, this 5% has a great effect. The Void Mantis has a strength value of more than 2,000, which is equivalent to more than 100 strength points. It will become stronger in the later stages. More importantly, this is a passive skill that can be triggered all the time. Same as Goblin's Proof of Courage, with percentage increase attribute. Even if it is just a level 15 gold equipment, Li Yao will always keep it in the storage space in case of emergency. As for the other piece of equipment, Heart Guard, there is no need to mention it. Invincible skills are the foundation of even a prominent family like the Yan family. Equipment that can save the void mantis life at critical moments. Li Yao immediately replaced the bloodthirsty pendant. The 3 attributes decreased slightly, and the mental attribute increased by 100. In fact, the bloodthirsty pendant is not bad either. It has the ability to absorb blood. Although it is silver equipment, it is definitely not a problem to replace it with top-quality gold equipment. What really made Li Yao so excited was the last skill book. Among the active skills, there is a well-known ultimate skill. This kind of ultimate move often requires a certain amount of effort, thus releasing unimaginable power. The first punch Yan Gaojie threw at Li Yao used the skill. The extremely long charging time requires the use of Fire Prison to restrict Li Yao's movements, and it must be released at close range. These are all ultimate skill restrictions. If he wasn't in an invincible state, even Li Yao wouldn't dare to withstand this attack. Similarly, Devotion is also such a skill. With the limitation of recalling all summoned creatures, create an ultimate summoned creature in a short period of time. There are only 3 chess pieces now, so it's not very obvious yet. If it is later, 5, or even 10. Even now. Li Yao sacrificed the power of the void mantis to the blue bird. When the time comes, it is not impossible for Bluebird to destroy the entire dungeon with just 1 skill. Devotion. After learning, Li Yao sorted the remaining equipment and props and put them into the storage space. In the original copy, except for the 2 tongue-tearing monsters, the other monsters also dropped a lot of equipment. After all, it is an original copy, with a very high drop rate and high quality, and they are all top-notch among bronze and silver. When the quantity accumulates, it is considered a considerable profit. At this point, all that was left of the original copy was a scroll. Because Li Yao had never seen this kind of prop before, he saved it for last. It should be a special item like the Forbidden Sky Stone, right? Li Yao opened the scroll with suspicion. Hunter, specialized scroll. Quality, SS grade. Type, Agile Warrior. Usage conditions, unfinished second job quest, warrior class occupation. Introduction, a profession born to hunt powerful monsters, born with super high agility and strong physique. The number of items of this type produced in the current year of the country, 3/12. Hiss. Li Yao took a breath of cold air. Thousands of words turned into a green plant. There's actually such a tool. No wonder. I was wondering why all the children from the noble families have top professions. Even if physical fitness can affect job transfers to a certain extent, not everyone is so lucky, right? At the same time, Li Yao also realized the value of this prop. It is definitely 100 or 1,000 times stronger than that Forbidden Sky Stone. He himself has no use for this kind of thing. How to use this thing has now become a difficult problem. Just exchange it. Li Yao feels that it would be a loss no matter what he exchanges it for. Keeping it would be a waste of resources. After much thought, it seems that the only solution is to hand it over to the Federation in exchange for props. I guess only the official can come up with props that match it. But what does the last sentence mean? Li Yao solemnly put the scroll into the storage ring, and then thought of the last words on the scroll. Within the borders of Dragon Country, only 12 SS-level job transfer scrolls can be dropped each year. Since it can be pointed out like this, there must be a way to increase the drop, right? Determined by national strength. Li Yao could only guess like this now. These things were too far away from him and he had no chance to touch them at all. He shook his head and put these thoughts behind him. The most important thing now is to hurry up and reach level 20, then complete the breakthrough mission and achieve the second transformation. Only then will he be able to face the martial arts exam in his strongest condition. Li Yao lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Li Yao called Chen Yu and informed her of the plan for the auction. After learning that Li Yao was going to hand over the auction to the Chen family for full management, Chen Yu hugged Li Yao excitedly. Fortunately, the evil mouth was stopped by Li Yao in time. For this reason, Chen Yu stared at Li Yao with resentment for a long time. By the way, how much benefit did you get from the original copy this time that you could hold an auction in Songyu City? Not much, just a few 100 million. Li Yao looked at the other party, seemingly unaware of what happened after the original copy came out. I think so. Killing the top genius of the Yuan family's generation in front of that old bastard was undoubtedly a slap in their faces. It would be strange if the news could get out. Plus what you release later. People on the federal side will also try their best to cover up the news. But Li Yao didn't worry about whether what he said would have any effect after covering up the news. The Purgatory level first pass treasure chest is enough to make most people take the risk. Even within the Federation, there will definitely be people who are tempted. One person tells 10 people tell 100 people. It's only a matter of time before it spreads among high-level officials. The Yuan family is a behemoth in the capital, and a first-pass treasure chest may not be enough to bring it down. But it's not a big problem to cause some trouble to it. This is also Li Yao's purpose. I can't defeat you now, but I will disgust you to death. Humph. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I will know it at the auction. Chen Yu snorted softly, then rubbed her hands together with a flattering look on her face. Master Li, this little Master Li asked me to come here, isn't it to talk about the auction? Of course not. I asked you before, do you have any friends who have items like the Abyss Mirror? Clang clang clang. Chen Yu took out a mirror from the storage space and exaggeratedly dubbed it. Look what this is. Mirror of the Abyss plus it's enough for us to clear 5 nightmare-level dungeons. Xian is studying with a forging instructor now and doesn't have time to come over, so she lent this to me. How about it? Is it reliable? Reliable. In the next 2 days, Li Yao and Chen Yu went through the nightmare-level Blood Moon Forest dungeon 7 times. There are 5 trips to the Mirror of the Abyss, the first trip at the beginning and the last trip after the cooldown of the dungeon ends. Finally. On the last trip, the leader finally died. Kill the leader-level creature above your level, vampire count, experience plus 15%. Void Predator completes evolution devouring, gaining maximum health of 25,000. Reach level 20, gain 10 free attribute points, chess piece population limit plus 1, hex lottery times 1. Hedge fund trigger, gold plus 10. Professional level reaches 20, current experience value limit is 0%, do you want to accept the second job task? Li Yao took a look. Whether it is the newly added Yitzi population or the Hextech lottery, they are all gray in the system panel display. It seems that I have to complete the second transfer task first. At this time, there are still 9 days before the martial arts examination. Chen Yu followed Li Yao to gain experience and also reached level 18. It should not be a problem to reach level 20 in the last few days. Next, you are going to complete the second job mission, right? Chen Yusing stretched lazily and asked comfortably. She went through 3 stages in the past 2 days. Shocked, doubting life, enjoying the extreme upgrade speed, she now believes that this is how upgrading should be. That's right. Li Yao nodded. Hurry and check which copy you want to go to. I'll help you look up the information. Chen Yu said excitedly. Don't take it lightly. With your strength, the mission will definitely be difficult and terrifying. Chen Yu shrank her neck, as if she had thought of something horrible. Breakthrough tasks are related to one's own strength. Li Yao can swim in the nightmare level dungeon, the second job mission. It's most likely at the Purgatory level. Let me see. Li Yao chose to accept the second level task in the system panel. Ding. Accepting the second job mission. Access failed. Hex system is interfering with the second job mission. Ding. The exclusive second level task for Yunding chess player has been accepted successfully. Task introduction. As the strongest summoning profession, how can you not have your own trump card summoned creature? Go to the top floor of the Tower of Babel and defeat the Dark Wing, gain Yat. The task completion will be calculated based on the results of the defeat. The higher the task completion, the more perfect the job transfer. Obtain temporary task item, chess piece contract card, you can contract a monster to become a chess piece. The lower the remaining health of the monster, the higher the probability of successful contract. Remaining time, 23:59. Tower of Babel. Liao was very familiar with this building. Most of the second-level tasks of professionals will be carried out in it. Just challenge different levels depending on your occupational class. He also had a general idea of the monsters inside. But he had no impression of this monster called Dark Wing. Liao looked at Qin Yu, and from the look on her face, she didn't seem to know anything. He said goodbye to the other party immediately. Return to the StarNet exchange room. Enter the keyword Dark Wings on the computer. Dark Wings, Gainyat, a humanoid creature that lives in the Purgatory level difficulty of the Tower of Babel. It appears after killing the final boss of the Purgatory difficulty and is responsible for issuing rewards for clearing the level. Liao was a little dazed when looking at the introduction. Isn't this an NPC? How to attack? Tower of Babel. A functional building located in Qinghai City that arrived in Longhua 8 years ago. The entry is restricted to levels 15 to 25, and most professional second-level tasks are carried out here. As a result, professionals from all over the country flock to Qinghai City, bringing huge economic benefits. In just a few years, Qinghai City leapt from a small city to become one of the 12 main cities of Longhua. Even compared to Sangyu City, Qinghai City has a stronger professional atmosphere. Qinghai City is also the destination of Liao's trip. After reaching level 20 yesterday, Liao returned home to have a meal with his parents. After settling some things, he took an early morning flight to Qinghai City. Qinghai City is not far from Jiangzhou, located north of Sangyu City. The flight Liao takes only takes 3 hours to arrive. Dark Wings, Gainyat. On the plane, Liao closed his eyes and muttered to himself. The monsters encountered before, even those at the Lord level, did not have real signatures behind them. Liao had to treat this particularity with caution. Even in the mission description, Liao was not explicitly required to kill this unknown creature. It is conceivable how powerful the Dark Wings that we are about to face will be. But Liao was not afraid because the upper level limit of the Tower of Babel was 25. At this stage, he was still somewhat confident. Soon, the plane landed. As soon as Liao walked out of the airport, he saw a familiar face walking towards him. The light blue Cheongsam is paired with flesh-colored stockings, and her slender waist and perfect figure are fully displayed in this outfit. All the men around were attracted by this figure. Liao is no exception. With such a beautiful face and a strong aura, it was hard for Liao not to notice her. Among the people Liao knew, the only one who could compare with him in terms of appearance was the woman from the Sakura country. Liao, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The woman walked forward with a smile and stretched out her right hand. Shang Zijin. What's up? Liao stretched out his hand and shook it gently. It seems like it was a professional who was outside the original copy and was preparing to join the second batch of strategy. If you're all right, I've been waiting for you here for so long in such a hot day. Shang Zijin said with a smile, while opening the door of a luxury car behind him and sitting in the driver's seat. Let's go. I'll take you to the Tower of Babel. I will go by myself. Hey. Seeing Liao turning around and about to leave, Shang Zijin hurriedly got out of the car and stopped Liao. Such a beautiful lady came to pick you up, and you are so disrespectful. Shang Zijin said helplessly, doubting his own charm for the first time. I came to you to give you what you want. You can't let me take the thing out in broad daylight, right? Oh. Liao raised his eyebrows. So quick to act. Liao thought about it and sat in the passenger seat. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the car, he smelled a faint smell of blood. On the back seat, there was a half-meter-high brown box, and the smell of blood was emanating from it. Shang Zijin got in the car and drove towards the Tower of Babel. Where are your things? Did you take them with you? Liao nodded. Of course, but I said before that it will last for a while, and whoever brings more heads will get the stuff. The longer the bounty lasts, the greater the loss to the Yuan family. Upon hearing this, Shang Zijin rolled his eyes. Don't worry, this is definitely the biggest head you will ever receive. The old man that day was called Yan Xinghong, and the owner of the head at the back was called Yan Xingrong. The two are brothers. Liao was stunned for a moment and didn't react. Yan Xingrong, the fifth-rank professional of the Yan family, even for us merchants, it cost a huge price to behead him in a dungeon. After saying that, Shang Zijin pursed her red lips and looked at Li Yao with interest. Fifth turn. Shang Zijin was very satisfied with Li Yao's reaction and explained. That's right, the fourth patriarch of the Yan family, Yan Xingrong. A fifth-level professional is already the strongest person in Dragon Country. After 3 transfers, you can become the head of an association in a city like Jiangzhou, or work in the federal government and become a school principal like Zhang Yi. A fourth-level professional can become the lord of a city. Even if he enters a prestigious family like the Yan family, he will definitely be a guest official. A fifth-level professional is a truly powerful one. A core member of a top family. The professional professors of the 4 major martial arts academies in Dragon Country are also at this level. Going further up, there are the generals who protect the country and the heads of the main city. As for the 7th turn, Li Yao really didn't know whether there was such a person in Longhua. And the woman in front of me casually said that the box at the back contained the head of a 5th turn strongman. Li Yao asked, just for a first-pass treasure chest? Yes and no. I think it's more like a pledge of allegiance. Shang Zijin held the steering wheel with one hand and lit a lady's cigarette with his left hand. Now, we have a common enemy. Killing Yan Xingrong is far from easy. In order to make friends with Li Yao, Shang Jia originally planned to hunt down a talented young man from the Yan family. While collecting intelligence, I happened to learn that Yan Xingrong was going to lead the team into a 4th-level public dungeon. The owner of the business is also a cruel person. Li Yao's talent allowed him to make a bold decision. Anyway, the Yan family is at odds with the merchants, so why not just go all out? The owner of the business personally led the team to the copy to kill. At the cost of 6 4th-level professionals and serious injuries himself, he successfully brought back Yan Xingrong's head. So, do you want to cooperate with my business? Shang Zijin turned around and looked at Li Yao seriously. Li Yao was stunned for a moment. Why are you looking at me? You're driving, look ahead. Are you rejecting me? Shang Zijin looked resentful. Tell me how we can cooperate. Cooperating with merchants is a great thing for Li Yao and the Silver Wolf Union. As one of the 12 main cities, Qinghai City has countless family forces. There are 4 major families at the head, and merchants are among them. He mainly runs the pharmaceutical forging business and has become extremely wealthy. Even the Yan family in Beijing dare not underestimate the merchants. Among the 12 main cities, except for the Magic City and the capital, the differences between the other main cities are actually very small. Being able to become a top family in Qinghai, even if you look at the entire Dragon Country, not many people dare to say that they are superior to the merchants. Upon hearing that Li Yao was interested in cooperating, Shang Zijin smiled charmingly and even increased the speed of the car. I thought you were really going to reject such a pitiful beauty. Regarding the specific cooperation matters, my father will personally send the federal contract to the president of the Silver Wolf Union. I'll keep it short. After a pause, Shang Zijin spoke slowly. The business has only been around for a short time, so there may be no shortage of resources and wealth, but my father is the only one in my family who has the opportunity to come into contact with a rank 6 professional. So now we either have to bring in talent or join forces with a powerful force. We have money and they have people. But it's not that easy to recruit top talents, not to mention the big powers. They look down on up-and-coming talents like us merchants and treat us as nouveau riche. So, I asked my dad about the Silver Wolf Guild. Although this guild has no money and only 2 third-level professionals, they have you. Having said that, Shang Zijin turned around and looked at Li Yao with a smile. So you want to invest in the Silver Wolf Guild and then form an alliance with the merchants? Li Yao looked at the woman in front of him. I have to say, she is very smart. If it was about investing in him personally, Li Yao might have refused directly. He doesn't need anyone to invest. On the contrary, it is the Silver Wolf Guild. Before this, Li Yao only thought about doing his best to protect the Silver Wolf Guild, but never thought about developing the Silver Wolf Guild. He is not good at this. Shang Zijin's words successfully piqued Li Yao's interest. That's right, and I'm lucky. Sungyu City, which belongs to Jiangzhou, happens to be a good place to develop. Shang Zijin continued. The most powerful families over there are only the Yang and Song families. With us merchants here, they can't restrict the Silver Wolf Guild at all. Once all kinds of potions and forging equipment owned by merchants flow into Songyu City, they will have no way to stop it. In 3 years, no, even in 2 years, the Silver Wolf Guild will be able to become a force comparable to the Yang family. Of course, there is a premise for all this. Shang Zijin's expression became serious. In this year's military exam, you have to get the top scorer in the country, enter the 4 major universities, and then become a disciple of one of those 5 people. Only if you become a student of one of them can the Silver Wolf Guild develop unbridled. Hearing this, Liao nodded thoughtfully. Even with the protection of merchants, the Silver Wolf Guild still needed someone who could truly protect him before he could grow up. The people the other party was talking about should be the top tutors in the 4 universities. This is not a condition, it is something he is going to do anyway. Okay, how about this? This cooperation should be hard for you to refuse, right? Shang Zijin resumed his smiling look. It's really hard to refuse. Liao also smiled. He is not a man of indecision. As long as the head behind is real, Liao will agree to this cooperation. Don't panic yet, the merchant has one last condition. You say. You have to marry me. Liao's face was filled with black lines. Haha, just kidding. I don't want to do it yet. Shang Zijin covered his mouth with his hand, chuckled a few times, and then spoke. We have finished discussing business cooperation, now let's talk about our relationship. My sister and several merchants' children are also going to the Tower of Babel this time. I'm worried that the Yen family may want to take revenge, so I need you to send them to the 6th floor. The 6th floor. Liao was slightly startled. Compared to the Silver Wolf Guild, the Merchants' Foundation is much stronger. Those who can go to the 6th floor to complete the 2nd-level task are at least A-level professions. Yes, as a reward, I can also promise you one thing. Shang Zijin blinked and said seductively, anything is fine. Liao ignored her. After thinking for a while, he said, do you know about the Yuan family? The little family that sent 3 bugs to assassinate you. I see. Soon. Shang Zijin's luxury car stopped in front of the Tower of Babel. It was located here 8 years ago. Looking from a distance, it looks like a ladder reaching up to the sky, towering into the clouds, majestic and mysterious. Even if they were not professionals, there were still many pedestrians stopping nearby to watch. Liao and Shang Zijin got off the car. The Beast King robe is a dark red leather jacket, which makes Liao look wild. Shang Zijin looked more like a child from a large ancient family, with a graceful figure, standing behind Liao. A handsome man, a beautiful woman and a luxury car, such a combination is hard not to attract attention. As the Shang family is the richest family in Qinghai City, many people recognize Shang Zijin. Isn't that Miss Shang? Why is she here? Goddess Shang, I am your long-lost brother. Take me home. Who is the man next to Miss Shang? Is he her boyfriend? Get lost. Don't insult my goddess. That guy is definitely the cousin of Goddess Shang. Goddess Shang personally sent him off, so they must be very close. Who are you calling a brat? Show some respect. Can you call me brother-in-law? Coming to the Tower of Babel at this time is probably a 2nd-level mission. There will be something interesting to watch. The young master of the Nie family just entered not long ago. I wonder which of these 2 can reach the 8th floor. Although Shang Zijin is my goddess, I still want to say, when will the young professionals of the Shang family be able to compare with the Nie family? Not necessarily. I remember that Shang Zijin's biological sister is also going to break through today. With a 2-to-1 ratio, there might be a chance. Can the 2nd-level missions be counted by number of people? They are all completed independently. If you ask me, unless Shang Zijin goes in by himself, no one can compare with young Master Nie. That is the only SS-level profession that our Qinghai City has released this year. Liao followed the crowd and heard some interesting things. The only SS-level professional in Qinghai City is currently in the Tower of Babel. If there is a chance, you can see how capable the other person is. After all, these people may become his enemies during the martial arts exam. But these people upgrade really quickly. Except for the time he spent on the original dungeon, he was almost always either leveling up or on his way to level up. You also have a tool like the Abyss Mirror, right? Mirror of the Abyss. Shang Zijin showed a puzzled expression, and suddenly seemed to think of something, and took out a card from the storage space. Are you talking about this? Time exchange card, item. Quality, platinum. Function, you can exchange the copy cooling time with the designated person. Number of times, 5 out of 12, time required to charge quicksand times 7. All right. Liao suddenly thought of a sentence from his previous life. How can 10 years of hard study surpass the efforts of 3 generations? These children of big families can ignore the copy cooldown and clear the copy 12 times with the props they pick up. Plus, with the strong men in the tribe leading the team, how could the upgrade speed be slow? Ordinary professionals, like Liao's classmates, have only reached level 10 at most. Before the military exam, it would be very good if you could strive to reach level 13 or 14. A little better. Just like Qin Yu, if she hadn't had Liao to guide her, she would have been at most level 15 now, with no hope of making it into the top 20 in the martial arts exam. If she was lucky, she would have a chance to reach the threshold of the 4 major martial arts academies. I'll take you here. Don't forget what I told you, Xiaoya and the others will be waiting for you on the first floor. Even Shang Zijin had to take the Yan family's revenge seriously. Xiaoya broke through the second level at this time, which was like running into trouble. But there is no other way. The martial arts exam is coming soon. I can't give up the second transformation just because of the Yan family, right? Therefore, for the sake of his sister, Shang Zijin went to the airport to pick up Liao in person. Otherwise, if it was just about the contract, Shang Zijin could have waited until Liao completed the second level mission before discussing it. In her eyes, as long as he is in the Tower of Babel, Liao is invincible unless someone like Zhang Yuqing comes out in person. With his protection, nothing can go wrong. The premise is that the other party takes it to heart. Thinking of this, Shang Zijin couldn't help but open his mouth and give a reminder. She's my own sister. If she's offended you in any way, please take it easy for my sake. As for the others, it's up to you. Rest assured. Liao would naturally not go back on his word when he promised others. By the way, which floor are you going to this mission? Shang Zijin suddenly became curious. The higher the level, the more difficult the job transfer task is, which also proves that the professional is stronger. When she changed her job, she went to the 8th floor to complete the job change task. If she wanted to change her job perfectly, she would need to go to the 9th floor. Liao shouldn't be lower than her. 9 floors. Or 10 floors. The highest level. After saying that, Liao stepped into the teleportation array of the Tower of Babel and his figure gradually disappeared. The target of the mission was the NPC who awarded the rewards, but the introduction said that he was at the highest level, so he wasn't lying. The Tower of Babel has only 10 floors, and the highest floor is the 10th. Is it really the 10th floor? Shang Zijin frowned and looked at Liao's back. There is actually one most crucial factor in the alliance between the merchants and the Silver Wolf Union, which she did not tell Liao. Until Liao's figure completely disappeared. Shang Zijin opened his lips slightly and murmured. If you can make it through the 10th level, I promise that the merchant will do his best to help the Silver Wolf Guild. If you can't. 8 years have passed since the Tower of Babel was built, and a total of 14 people have conquered the 10th floor. This is the top secret of Dragon Country. Not even Shang Zijin knew how many people succeeded. Because of this, from a rational point of view, Shang Zijin believed that the probability of Liao being able to pass the 10th level was extremely small. Thinking back to when she was carrying out her second job. In order to defeat the boss on the 9th floor, she used almost all her cards. Although he managed to kill the enemy by chance in the end, he himself was out of ammunition and food, and his life was hanging by a thread. At the 10th level, she didn't even have the desire to challenge. Hey, you can't blame me. I have advised my father several times that he will cooperate wholeheartedly as long as he can pass the 9th level, but he won't listen, and there is nothing I can do. Merchants, after all, are still businessmen. Entering the Tower of Babel. Please name the identity in the Tower of Babel. Name. Liao thought about his profession and said, name it. Yunding. Naming successful, entering the first level of the Tower of Babel. Kill 100 ground crabs to open the second level transmission channel. Current progress, 0 out of 100. Liao only felt a black screen in front of his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a place similar to an ancient town. Daoxiang Town. A town built spontaneously by professionals inside the Tower of Babel. It provides a place for professionals to sell equipment and potions, and a place to stay, similar to a small trading market. There weren't many people there at this time. This year's job transfer ceremony has only been over for a few days, and the leveling progress of the new generation of professionals is still a long way from reaching the Tower of Babel. After the martial arts exam, the Tower of Babel enters its peak season. Of course, there are also many professionals from Qinghai City who come here to level up as soon as they reach level 15. The experience value is between the wild and the dungeon, no more and no less. But the locals are familiar with this place. Almost all the information about the monsters in the first few levels is known, and the security is several levels higher than that of the copy. Liao was walking in Daoxiang Town. It feels like being in the novice village when playing online games in the previous life. There are small stalls set up by professionals everywhere, with various potions and equipment displayed on them. As well as at the exit of the town, there are gold farmers who are clamoring to take people with them for low prices. Because it is a temporary town built by professionals and has no system protection, it is surrounded by high walls and has only one exit. People from the business will also be waiting for Liao here. As soon as Liao arrived here, 4 professionals came towards him. There were 2 men and 2 women, and you could tell at a glance that the equipment they were wearing was not cheap stuff. The leading girl was somewhat similar to Shang Zijin, but their temperaments were completely different. Xiaoya. Liao said in confusion. Yeah. Shang Yana responded timidly, I heard from Sister Zijin that I'm sorry to bother you this time. Unlike the previous Song Anqing, Liao could tell that the other party was not pretending. It may be because it is protected too well by the merchants. Liao didn't think much about it. Anyway, his mission was just to send the other party to the 6th floor. Okay, join the team. I've been waiting for you for a long time. At this time, the girl next to Shang Yana spoke with an impatient look. Shang Zijin only asked Liao to take care of her sister, and did not mention anyone else. This shows that even if they are relatives, their relationship is probably not close. Liao joined the team. The 4 people's occupations also appeared in Liao's eyes. Except for Shang Yana, who is an S-level wind swordsman, all others are A-level professions, including knights, mages, and healers, and the configuration is complete. However, except for Shang Yana who reached level 20, the others were all level 17 or 18. The captain was Shang Hao, a knight professional. When he saw Liao's profession, he frowned. You're not going to tell me that you're a summoner? Yeah. Liao nodded. When the other 2 saw Liao admit it, they all showed incredible expressions. The foreign aid that Sister Zijin mentioned is just a summoner. We waited for so long. Mage Shang Mingxiu couldn't help but complain. Shang Qian even pulled Shang Yana aside and asked in a low voice, Xiaoya, has your sister been deceived? Is an A-level summoner qualified to be a foreign aid? No. Shang Yana shook her head repeatedly, very anxious. I don't know how to tell you, but he's awesome. Awesome. Shang Yana breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Liao's nonchalant expression. Sister Zijin specifically told her about Liao and also specifically told her not to talk nonsense. The Shang family and the Yan family are in an extraordinary period. Once the Yan family finds out that Liao is in the Tower of Babel, no one knows what will happen. Very impressive. How powerful can a summoner be? Shang Qian sounded suspicious but didn't say much. Regardless of whether they were foreign aid or not, they were called by Shang Zijin after all. Even if they came just to gain experience, she had no choice but to accept them. At this time, Shang Mingxiu also reacted and immediately kept silent. Even though Liao was a summoner, he was far from someone he could afford to offend. In the business world, Shang Zijin is a golden signboard. Moreover, the other party's level has reached level 20. Maybe he is a descendant of a big family and has some cooperation with Sister Zijin. He can't do bad things. Okay, since Sister Zijin asked you to come, I won't say much. Just stay in the team and don't cause any trouble. Shang Hao spoke and led the team towards the exit of Daoxiang town. Walking out of the city, at a glance, you can see a bustling crowd of professionals hunting a kind of crab monster in groups. Liao followed behind a few people. As for the remarks of several people, he didn't take them to heart at all. In the eyes of the public, summoners are the lowest and least popular profession. Even Liao couldn't deny this. As long as you don't provoke him, you can say whatever you want. Liao summoned the void mantis and allowed it to move freely. The first level clearance requirement is to kill 100 monsters alone. These ground crabs are only level 15 and are ordinary monsters. They can't even fill the teeth of the void mantis. Kill the crab, team status, experience plus 0.004%. You still have so little experience, let's make it quick and decisive. Help Xiaoya kill 100 of them first. Looking at the experience value that suddenly appeared on the system panel, Shang Hao spoke without any surprise. Liao summoned the void mantis, and they all saw it. Even if he was a summoner, he would be able to deal with a monster 5 levels lower than himself. The few of them have a high level of tacit understanding and can be considered the fastest team in the first floor in dealing with monsters. In just less than 2 hours, 400 ground crabs were killed. Shang Hao looked at Liao and asked, "Do you have enough? Do you need help?" Liao's summoned beasts had been hunting monsters, so when hunting the ground crabs, Shang Hao didn't care about Liao's number. That's enough. Okay, that's not too weak. Shang Hao nodded, then chose to enter the second level in the team panel. Soon, a whirlpool appeared in front of them. Before you go in, let me say a few words. As locals, this was not the first time for these people to come to the Tower of Babel, so Shang Hao said these words to Liao. The second floor is filled with level 20 common monsters, ice eagles. They are not very powerful, but they have the ability to fly. Among us, only Shang Mingxiu can cause damage to them, so it will take some time. Liao, you still have a summoned beast. If it has long-range skills, summon it. Let's help Xiaoya complete the 50 summons first. Don't worry, I won't forget you later. No need, brother Shang Hao, you can help Liao first, there's no rush. Shang Yana shook her head repeatedly. Liao is a customer that Sister Zijin has to treat with caution, so how can she let him help her complete the task first? I'm fine with that. Let's go in and talk about it first. Liao said calmly. Okay, don't worry, once you join my merchant team, I will definitely not let you suffer any loss. Shang Hao said proudly, then stepped directly into the vortex. Obviously, Shang Hao had already regarded Liao as one of those people who paid merchants to escort them. The figures of several people appeared in the ice field, and the biting cold wind blew in their faces. Liao glanced casually. It is already difficult to see professionals on the ice field. A level 20 flying monster. Only professionals with nothing better to do would be willing to level up here. The blue bird was summoned from the chess piece space. Being in the ice field, the blue bird was much more cheerful than usual, and flew around Liao several times with puff puff. Seeing Liao summon the long-range summoned beast, Shang Hao signaled Shang Mingxiu to lure the monster. Several fireballs were thrown, and suddenly 4 ice eagles flew towards them. As a professional knight, Shang Hao is qualified and takes the lead, standing in front of everyone. Shang Chen, put on the deceleration aura. Shang Mingxiu and Liao, you two are the ones who deal damage. Remember to save some health so Xiaoya can finish you off. I understand. Shang Mingxiu nodded. As a fire mage, his skills have a restraining effect on these ice eagles, and the damage caused is much higher than that of ordinary monsters. Several fireballs flew towards the ice hawk. 486. 455. 482. That's pretty good damage. Shang Hao was in a very good mood. If there was such damage, it might not take much time on this level. At the same time, Shang Mingxiu held the staff in both hands and kept reciting mantras in his mouth. The next moment, a crack appeared in the ground and a column of fire spurted out. Several ice eagles were covered in pillars of fire and let out mournful howls. 954. 884. 921. Seeing such a damage value, even Shang Qian couldn't help but be amazed. Sure, Xiaoxiu. This damage is among the best among A-level mages, right? No way, this isn't an attribute restraint. Shang Mingxiu said with a smile. He was modest in words but his face showed undisguised pride. At the same time, he looked towards Li Yao intentionally or unintentionally. Now they are the only ones with long-range means. Naturally, we have to compare who can deal more damage. Li Yao, where is your summoned beast? Shang Hao asked. Wait a moment. Li Yao has already commanded the blue bird to release Glacier Storm, but it is not aimed at the ones in front of him, but the very center of the ice field. He could clearly sense that when Bluebird was in such an environment, the mana required for Glacier Storm was greatly reduced. He was confident that he could use the Glacial Storm to cover the entire ice field. Okay, no rush, Shang Mingxiu, pull a few more. Shang Hao didn't care. Even if Li Yao didn't have long-range means, with Shang Mingxiu's damage, he wouldn't spend too much time on this level. At the same time, the shield in Shang Hao's hand shone brightly, and its area suddenly expanded a bit. Ice Hawk attacks on the shield and can only cause double-digit damage. As an A-level profession and well-equipped, it is no problem for him to deal with ordinary level 20 monsters. If it weren't for the flying monsters, they would have swept through like they did on the first level. No problem, how? Shang Mingxiu nodded in response, and at the same time fired a few fireballs, attracting the surrounding ice eagles. He thought differently from Shang Hao. As a mage, he could feel the strong elemental aura emanating from the bluebird, which was obviously a long-range summoned beast. Li Yarong asked others to wait. It was obvious that the damage he caused was too high, and he was afraid of losing face by releasing more skills. The smile on Shang Mingxiu's face became more intense, but at the same time he secretly cursed himself for being so useless as to compete with a summoner in damage. Under Shang Qian's deceleration aura, Shang Mingxiu's fireball technique was almost always successful, and soon the first ice eagle fell to the ground due to severe injuries. Shang Yana glanced at Li Yao and found that he was unmoved. He hurried forward and killed the ice eagle with a few swords. Shang Qian looked down at the time and said with a smile, "At this rate, we may be able to kill 250 and enter the next level before dusk. Xiao Su, you may have to work harder." Small problem. Shang Mingxiu swung his staff faster after hearing that. Among the few people, his status in the business is the lowest, so of course he has to perform well now that he has the opportunity. In fact, it's also thanks to Li Yao. With the comparison of his peers, his damage value is more meaningful. Right at this moment, Shang Yana suddenly sniffed and asked timidly, "Have you noticed that the temperature seems to have gotten colder?" "Yes, a little bit." Shang Hao frowned and said, "Could it be that there is a boss?" "No, this is only the second floor, there is no boss." Snowflakes slowly fall from the sky. A bone-chilling chill soon followed. Shang Hao quickly took a few steps closer to Shang Yana and reminded everyone. No matter what, be alert. The area where the snowflakes fell was still expanding. Shang Yana was the first to notice something was wrong. "Look, those ice eagles." Everyone looked and saw a shocking scene. Every time a snowflake falls on the ice eagle, a damage value appears. Countless ice eagles, densely packed damage values. They were not harmed, but the monsters were harmed instead. Almost at the same time, everyone turned around suddenly. He stared at Li Yao with eyes wide open. Li Yao's expression did not change at all. "Didn't I say, wait a moment? The ice field is endless. The hail and snowflakes of Glacier Storm are mixed with the falling snow on the scene, and visually, it seems as if the entire ice field is covered by one skill. The damage value rises above the heads of all ice eagles every second. 485. 514. 533. 479. With the iteration and update of Li Yao's equipment, Bluebird's spiritual attribute has now reached as much as 460, coupled with the 15% damage increase brought by Goblin Slayer. The damage each time is around 500. The value is not high, but the frequency is much faster than Shangmingshu. More importantly, the range is so large that it covers hundreds of monsters at the same time. If the damage values are added together, the damage caused per second will be an astronomical figure. Even if the Void Mantis were allowed to kill without restraint, it would still be far from being this efficient. Is this a skill released by this bird? Although he witnessed it with his own eyes, Shang Hao still couldn't help but ask. Li Yao didn't reply. You've seen it all, do you need to say it again? That's impossible. The sky-high damage values made Shang Qian feel that the scene before her eyes was a little unreal. Even the merchant's third-level wizard who was responsible for training new recruits was not as fast as Li Yao, the summoner, in killing these monsters. SS level. Definitely a SS level summon beast. At this time, Shangmingshu gritted his teeth and stared at Li Yao with wide eyes. He wanted to hear from the other party that this was an SS level summon beast, and seek comfort from it. As an A-level mage, it is normal that his output is not as good as that of an SS level summon beast. It's definitely not his personal reason. That's about the same. Li Yao glanced at him and said casually. Anyway, in his eyes, the bluebird is much more important than ordinary SS level summon beasts. Large range damage and deceleration skills perfectly make up for Li Yao's lack of range damage. And it is only S level now, so there is still a lot of room for improvement. It's true. Shangmingshu's emotions finally stabilized. It was indeed an SS rank summon beast, and he was able to deal such damage thanks to the skill book his family found for him. If I had SS level skills, I would definitely not be worse than him. And it should be an SS level summon beast that has strong combat power in the early stages but weak potential. After some thought, Shang Qian gave the most reasonable explanation. Normally, the level is only 20. It is impossible for professionals or summon beasts to have such a range. Only professions that are extremely strong in the early stages can have such abilities in the early stages. Being strong in the early stages often means being weak in the later stages. This summoned beast should be in this situation. After Shang Qian's analysis, the others immediately felt that it made sense. It should be a skill with fixed damage type. By the third and fourth levels, such damage is not enough even if the range is large. Shang Hao realized that he was wrong and his mood immediately improved. With the look of a senior, he looked at Li Yao and said with a smile, "It's not bad actually. With such an SS level summoned beast in the early stage, your upgrade speed should be much faster than that of ordinary people. Your level should also depend on it, right? As for the later stages, since summoners themselves are not that strong anyway, it's better to just focus on the earlier stages, and you can get into a good school." Shang Yana stood aside and did not participate in the conversation. His pupils were as clear as water, staring at Li Yao motionlessly. Is this really the case? An early SS level summon beast. Sister Zijin told her that Li Yao's summon beast was an insect creature with a damage value of over 10,000. Such concealed means that even Sister Zijin's guardian couldn't see through them. Now there is a summon beast with a very large skill range, such a summoner. Is it really only strong in the early stages? Shang Yana is different from Shang Zijin. If Shang Zijin were here, he would definitely stand up to help Li Yao refute. Shang Yana is not like that, it's because of her personality. Li Yao didn't say anything himself, so why should she speak and annoy others? The only reason Li Yao could appear here was because Sister Zijin reached some kind of agreement with him. Shang Hao and his companions, including himself, were just passers-by in Li Yao's eyes. Now she just hoped that it would be okay to vent her anger. Absolutely, absolutely. Don't really provoke the other person. At this time, the ice eagle carrying the frost slowing effect finally flew in front of everyone. Looking at such a large number of monsters, Shang Hao also became serious. Walk. This place is too open to deal with these beasts. After saying that, Shang Hao and a few others ran towards the side of the ice field. 2 deceleration skills are superimposed. The ice eagle in front was stopped by Shang Hao and soon left behind. As for the ones behind, they couldn't catch up with the few people at all. Soon, they came to the entrance of an ice cave. Although the terrain is wide, you only need to face enemies in one direction. Shang Hao stood in front with a shield, and with Shang Qian's treatment, his blood volume remained stable. On the contrary, it is these ice eagles. As a flying monster, its attack method is simple. It dives a short distance and then quickly leaves the battlefield, repeating this process to gradually deplete the target's health. Now almost all the ice eagles on the second floor are gathered here. These swooping ice eagles have no way to retreat as they come one after another. Without the advantage of flying, the ice eagle is just an ordinary level 20 monster, or even weaker. In front of this elite team of merchants, no waves can be caused. Of course Liao would not miss such a good opportunity. Level 20 is the same level as the Void Mantis, and practical training can be triggered. Under Liao's command, the Void Mantis rushed into the pile of monsters, killing them one by one like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Everyone, there's no need to save the last blow for Xiaoya. There are so many monsters here, just use them freely. Let's finish the second level as quickly as possible. Shang Hao shouted loudly and released a taunting skill at the same time. Suddenly, all the surrounding ice eagles pounced on Shang Hao with red eyes, completely ignoring the few people who were attacking. Liao's eyes lit up. This was a great skill. The predator has a high HP, but Liao's opponents are all extremely intelligent monsters who will try every means to avoid the predator and attack other chess pieces. If there is such a taunt skill, it is equivalent to enhancing the survivability of Void Mantis and Bluebird in disguise. But professional skills are not difficult. Summon beast skills. Liao couldn't think of a solution for the moment. Maybe there was a solution, but with Liao's current strength, it was beyond his reach. Student Liao. At this time, Shang Yana, who had completed the killing mission, came close to Liao and spoke in a low voice. Do you want to teach your summoned beast the taunt skill? Shang Yana is used to using honorifics when addressing others. Both of them will take part in the martial arts exam in a few days, so there is nothing wrong with calling each other classmates. Liao had been acting very calm just now, and only when Shang Hao released his sarcasm did a strange light flash in his eyes. Even if it was only for a moment, Shang Yana noticed it. That's right. Liao nodded, then looked at the other party expectantly. Even if Shang Yana didn't ask, he planned to ask her after dealing with these monsters. After all, she is a merchant lady and she knows more than me. I know a way. Shang Hao and others were still hunting monsters. The sounds of their skills were mixed with the cries of the ice eagle. She was worried that Liao couldn't hear clearly. Shang Yana took a few steps closer, almost to Liao's ear, her face slightly red, and spoke in a raised voice. Student Liao should know about the Lookout Tower dungeon, right? Should I know? Liao looked confused. Shang Yana didn't keep anyone in suspense, it's a single-player tower defense dungeon. The monsters are around level 35. There's a chance that an item called a psychic stone will drop, which can allow summoned beasts to learn the professional skill book. But it only has a chance to appear in nightmare difficulty. Having said that, Shang Yana paused and put on a layer of armor first. I'm not talking about classmate Liao. It's just an ordinary summoner. His strength may be too weak to pass the nightmare level. In addition, the summoner's props may not be that valuable. People who got it didn't care about it, and people who cared about it couldn't get it, so the news didn't spread. After saying that, Shang Yana carefully looked at Liao's expression. Seeing that the other party was not angry because he said that the summoner was weak, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Liao looked at the cautious Shang Yana and couldn't help but laugh. The summoner is weak, what does it have to do with me, the chess player of Hentang? But this news is indeed very important to Liao. It's a single-player nightmare level, and only a small number of people can clear it. If Shang Yana hadn't reminded him, he might never have known about such a prop. Liao thanked him and wanted to ask about some details of the copy. But he was interrupted by a vicious voice. Liao, I remember you have a summoned beast that looks like a mantis. Why don't you summon them to help? We are all in the same team, but if everyone is just slacking off like you, how long will it take to solve the problem if you attract so many monsters? Shang Hao is at the front of the team and needs to face the most ice eagles. Even so, His eyes would still look at Shang Yana from time to time. Shang Hao is different from the other two. As a genius from another family trained by the Shang family, he will be given the surname Shang only if he performs well. If it was the powerful eldest lady Shang Zijin, these outsiders would naturally not dare to have any bad thoughts. The gentle and weak Shang Yana is different. She has a sweet appearance, is humble, and doesn't have any spoiled temper. Any man would have special feelings for such a white moonlight girl after spending a long time with her. Shang Hao himself had no opinion about Li Yao. He is quite capable, doesn't talk much, and was arranged by Sister Zijin. The key is to be able to demonstrate your captain style through the other party and thus win Xiaoya's favor. But when he looked back just now, he almost couldn't hold the shield steady when he saw the scene in front of him. Their heads were almost touching. This is still in the copy, and there are people around. What if there is no one? The most enviable thing is that it seemed like Xiaoya was the one who took the initiative to move over. Are you kidding? When has Xiaoya ever been so close to a man? So Shang Hao immediately interrupted Li Yao. Li Yao knew the other party's little thoughts at a glance. Without saying anything, he just glanced at him casually. Shang Hao wanted to say something, but was frightened by this look. Li Yao did not try to scare the other person on purpose. There was no point in him arguing with a passerby. However, the monsters he faced in the past were monsters like the Goblin King and the Tongue-Tearing Queen. The former is the final boss of the Nightmare level, and the latter is a Purgatory level lord. Their aura is far beyond the reach of ordinary monsters. Fighting with them and even hunting them, Li Yao's aura is gradually getting closer to those Overlord level monsters. A first-rate professional like Shang Hao must be cautious even when facing an elite monster alone, let alone a duel with a leader. Facing Li Yao's eyes, his body instinctively issued a danger warning. Anyway, stop slacking off. If you want to chat, wait until you've dealt with these beasts. Damn it. Why does this guy seem even more terrifying than those boss-level monsters we encountered before? Shang Hao thought to himself. In order to avoid showing weakness in front of Shang Yana, he turned around and threw himself into the battlefield. Student Li Yao. Shang Yana gently touched Li Yao's arm. Li Yao turned around. Shang Yana put her hands together and looked like she was begging for mercy. She knew why Shang Hao spoke rudely to Li Yao, so she blamed herself and asked Li Yao for forgiveness. Small problem. Li Yao waved his hand. Where is the location of the Watchtower dungeon you mentioned? What level is required to enter it? Student Li Yao has a really good temper. It's in Qinghai City. Since it's a single-player dungeon, there's no level limit. But I suggest that Li Yao wait until she reaches level 30 before going there. In Shang Yana's eyes, Li Yao is a super powerful professional. It shouldn't be a problem to solo the Nightmare level at level 30. Okay, I understand. Neither Li Yao nor Shang Yana took Shang Hao's words, "Don't slack off," seriously. Under normal circumstances, with Shang Yana's personality, she would help hunt monsters regardless of whether she had completed the killing mission or not. But now Li Yao is next to him. Since he is Sister Zijin's respected guest, she naturally has to stay with him well. An hour later. The ice eagles attracted by the glacial storm were finally dealt with by several people. Halfway through, when the bluebird's mana was about less than half, Li Yao asked it to turn off Glacier Storm and save the mana for emergency use. So much so that Shang Mingxiu and Shang Qian both thought that Li Yao was just slacking off. And take Xiaoya with him to paddle. The three of them were all panting. There were so many monsters coming at once that even they could hardly handle it. Shang Hao glanced at Li Yao without saying anything. He snorted coldly and then opened the passage to the third floor. Li Yao followed a few people into the passage. At the same time, he looked at the panel of the void mantis and nodded with satisfaction. More than 300 more forces have been added, that's good. Over 300 ice eagles were killed, more than their number combined, plus the damage done by the bluebirds. Say he's paddling. Forget it, there are still 3 floors left. I'll finish them quickly and then concentrate on the second-level tasks. The environment of the third floor is a desert. The monster is a common level 25 monster called Lion Ant. There are a large number of them, but the strength of each individual monster is not even as good as that of the land crab on the first level. Each person needs to kill 200 to enter the fourth level. Liao was thinking in his heart while following everyone to hunt monsters. It is only from the fourth floor onwards that it can truly be considered a tower to the sky. The first 3 floors are for ordinary professionals to hunt. After the fourth floor, elite monsters appear, and it is difficult for ordinary professional teams to survive in such a place. If the Yuan family really wanted to attack, it would definitely be after the fourth floor. The 6th floor is also impossible. When carrying out the second-level mission, there is a probability that the Tower of Babel will separate the professional into an independent space. If you encounter danger, Shang can use the teleportation props to teleport out in the independent space. So it can only be on the 4th or 5th floor. The people sent by the Yuan family to hunt down the second daughter of the Shang family should not be weaklings. I just don't know. Such people failed in the Tower of Babel. Will the Yuan family feel sad? For Liao's team, the 3rd level is very easy. And the monsters were densely packed, so it took less than 2 hours for everyone to complete the killing mission. Liao had a lot of fun killing these level 25 monsters. In order to prevent Shang Hao and his friends from stealing monsters, the void mantis was deliberately sent to a distant place to play freely. By the end, the power value obtained by the void mantis had reached as much as 500, and the total power officially exceeded 3,000. To reach such a value at level 20, there is only one person in the entire history of professionals. Even for some main strength professions, it is impossible to reach this level without the 3rd transformation. It is worth mentioning. In order to deal with the Dark Wings, Liao did not let Bluebird use Glacial Storm. Everyone saw it, but knowing that Liao came here for the 2nd level mission, they didn't say much. Liao also completed the killing mission by himself, which was nothing more than gaining some experience in the team. Only Shang Hao would always find time to look at Liao and Shang Yana during the entire monster killing time. At this time, everyone crossed the 3rd vortex and arrived at the 4th level. What comes into view is a world of lava. The area is much larger than the first 3 floors. Stepping on the dark red ground, several people's faces became solemn. The 4th floor is the watershed of the Tower of Babel. Level 20 elite monsters will appear here, and even boss-level creatures are hidden. If you are not careful, you may capsize in the ditch at any time. Everyone, cheer up. Our team doesn't have a hunter class and lacks reconnaissance skills. The lava hounds may attack from anywhere. Shang Hao adjusted the formation according to his professional characteristics. Xiaoya, come behind me and act as a secondary tank at critical moments. Shang Qian, you and Shang Mingxiu stand in the middle, Liao. Shang Hao thought that this was most likely Liao's first time visiting the Tower of Babel. The 4th floor is completely different from the previous ones. Don't let your melee summon beast kill monsters alone on this floor. Let it follow you and cover the team. The lava hound I just mentioned is the boss monster of this floor. However, unlike the boss monsters in other places, it will appear from anywhere at any time. If we are lucky, we won't encounter it. If we are unlucky, it may appear in the next second. Therefore, it is important to cover the rear. Do you understand? Liao nodded. As the captain of the team, Shang Hao will not make any special arrangements as long as there is no problem with the arrangements. But what he needed to investigate was not the leader monster called Lava Hound, but the professional members of the Yuan family who were hiding somewhere unknown and might appear at any time. The killing mission on this level is to kill 20 elite monsters and 50 ordinary monsters. As long as the boss doesn't appear in the battle, the team will be able to handle it easily. An S-class professional leads the team, with 3 A-class professionals. This configuration is not weak anywhere. Clang, clang, clang. Before the group had walked 100 meters, they heard the sound of chains dragging on the ground. It was obvious that something was rushing towards them at a high speed. Here it comes. Shang Hao held up his shield and spoke loudly. As the voice fell, several red shadows appeared in front of everyone. Red-haired dog. Level 20, Elite. HP, 8,900. Strength, 308. Spirit, 118. Agility, 365. Endurance, 178. Skills, Lava Hair LV4, Bite LV8, Flame Claw LV2. It is about the same size as an ordinary dog, covered with red hair, and has a chain dragging on its right hind leg. Liao took a look and found that its attributes were not even as good as the goblin scouts encountered in the goblin nest. The kind of thing that can be dealt with by void mantis with one strike. The number is quite large. 3 elites and 6 ordinary monsters. Shang Hao took the lead and raised his shield, which was a taunting skill. Seeing Shang Hao holding back his hatred, Shang Yana rushed forward with sword dancing. Shang Yana's profession is a swift swordsman who focuses on agility. She is extremely fast and has a graceful figure. The red-haired dog can't even touch the corner of her clothes. And Shang Yana is the second daughter of a Shang family. He has received one-on-one instruction from a swordsmanship master since he was young. The rapier in his hand is like a guide, and can mostly hit weak points. 853, weak point attack. 921, weak point attack. 364. This ability shouldn't be a skill effect. Liao saw it and thought to himself. Whether it was him or the void mantis, if they wanted to attack a weak point, it was almost always under the premise that the target's movements were restricted. These red-haired dogs were moving at high speed, but Shang Yana could exploit their weaknesses with her sword. We still can't underestimate these children from noble families. The skills cultivated since childhood plus the professional attribute skills, the combination of the two is definitely greater than the effect of 1 + 1. But Liao would not underestimate himself. With his current abilities, even if Shang Yana uses her sword to great effect, he can still defeat her with his strength, and they are simply not on the same level as each other. When I enter the academy, I can find a mentor who is good at physical skills. Liao made up his mind secretly. I have it, you don't. What you have, I can learn. If there is a chance to become stronger, he will naturally not let it go. On the 4th level, Shang Mingxu's damage was obviously a level lower. Attribute Restraint. Shang Mingxu is a fire mage, and the monsters here are mainly fire type. His proud fireball technique could only cause double-digit damage. With Shang Yana's output, the advancement speed is not slow. After dealing with these red-haired dogs, Shang Hao laughed loudly. If we keep pushing forward like this, perhaps we can reach the 5th level before dark. Liao, just like you did just now, stand behind the team and don't attack at will. After all, the lava hounds may appear at any time, so you have to keep an eye on them. With Xiaoya here, we won't be short of the damage of a summoned beast, haha. If the previous arrangements were made sincerely for the benefit of the team, then Shang Hao is now deliberately targeting Liao. The team distributes experience points according to contribution. If Liao stands at the back and does not output, he can only get a pitiful amount of basic experience points. Liao looked at Shang Hao calmly. When talking with Shang Yana before, it was obvious that this guy was harboring anger and resentment. But doing so just fits his idea. Now the Yan family is in a situation where the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. If we expose the void mantis, the enemy will most likely focus their fire on it. There's no need to take risks for a little experience. Liao didn't say anything, but Shang Yana stood in front of Liao and said unhappily. If it's just to keep an eye on the lava hounds, then Liao can do the scouting on his own. Why can't his summoned beast attack? Shang Hao himself was unhappy about the two of them being too close, and now Shang Yana came out directly to speak for Liao. Shang Hao was furious. He stared at Shang Yana, trying to control his emotions and said. He's not a hunter. What can a summoner detect? If it weren't for the fact that his summoned beast has the invisibility skill, I wouldn't even give him the job of detection. Besides, I didn't say that the bird-summoned beast should also not output. Shang Hao calculated that Liao wanted to conserve his strength for the job transfer mission. At that time, it was on the 2nd floor. The mana consumption of releasing a super-large range skill was definitely very serious. It was impossible for Liao to let the summoned beast go on the field at this time. Shang Hao turned around, looked at Liao and said fiercely, "Brother Liao, I am doing this for your job transfer mission, right?" Liao grabbed Shang Yana who was about to speak, and his expression suddenly became cold. No problem, that's it. Just now. A message came from the void mantis. There were 14 professionals who gathered at a distance of 500 meters from them, and then dispersed to form an encirclement around them. I thought they would attack on the 5th floor, but I didn't expect them to be unable to resist on the 4th floor. Liao was not in a hurry. If he attacked one of them now, the others would try to escape and he was not sure he could stop them. Roar, roar, roar. Just at this moment, a deafening roar sounded. Brothers, we are so lucky. Hearing this roar, Shang Hao immediately perked up and said excitedly. Lava Hound, a level 22 boss monster. As long as their team doesn't appear when encountering monsters, it will be a gift delivered to their doorstep. Liao looked towards the source of the sound. A giant dog covered in flames was running towards them. Every step you take leaves a trail of lava footprints on the ground. Was it the Yuan family who brought it here? Liao muttered doubtfully. What a coincidence. Just as those professionals formed an encirclement, the 4th level boss monster appeared. What did you say? Shang Yana heard the sound, but didn't hear it clearly. Seeing that Liao did not answer, she did not continue to ask, but said. The lava hound is very powerful. If it is convenient for you, Mr. Liao, please help us. Liao glanced at Shang Yana and answered the question irrelevantly. Try not to use your skills later. Shang Yana was stunned. Before she could think, the lava hound appeared in front of them. Without any hesitation, the oversized flaming claw slapped towards Shang Hao, who was closest to it. Shang Hao roared, and a strong halo of light surged on the shield. Clang! The sound of steel clashing rang out. Shang Hao took a few steps back. 1049. Seeing the hurt, Shang Hao didn't get angry but laughed instead. You beast, kill your grandfather if you dare. At the same time, Shang Qian's healing technique fell on him. Most of the boss monsters have a certain degree of intelligence. The lava hound ignored Shang Hao's provocation and pounced directly towards Shang Qian. Shang Yana arrived in time. Although I don't understand what Liao means, there must be a reason for what he said. Shang Yana muttered to herself. Ding ding ding. Every claw attack from the lava hound was blocked by the rapier. Shang Mingxiu stood at the back of the team, shooting fireballs continuously. Shang Hao glanced at Shang Yana, then looked at Liao, who was still standing there. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As expected, I have to save my strength for the 2nd level mission. This is just right. Xiaoya, let me help you. As he spoke, Shang Hao rushed towards the lava hound with a heavy shield in hand. Even the lava hound would be in trouble if surrounded by 4 people. Since you can't attack Shang Yana, you can only attack Shang Hao. Shang Hao also has super strong defense. When the treatment cannot keep up with the blood loss, he can let Shang Yana hold on for a few seconds. The lava hound has no way to deal with this team. Sister Xiaoya, why don't you use your skills? Shang Mingxiu asked as he released his skills in an orderly manner. Fine. Shang Yana shook her head without giving any further answers. The sword in her hand kept falling on the lava hound as if dancing. Even without using skills, her damage is definitely the highest in the team. Your sister Xiaoya is going to the 2nd level of the 6th floor, so of course she needs to save some mana now. Shang Hao spoke up and helped Shang Yana explain. Under the attack of the lava hounds, the few of them even had time to chat. In just a dozen minutes, the hound's health bar was reduced to only 1/3. This should be the best time to take action. The lava hound was nearly dead, and everyone was at their most relaxed. If he was a professional from the Yuan family, he would definitely choose to take action at this time. Just when Liao was thinking secretly, a message suddenly popped up on the system panel. You have been kicked out of the team. At the same time, woohoo! The lava hound let out a final wail, then slowly fell to the ground, its body covered in blood. A golden light appeared on Shang Hao and Shang Mingxiu's bodies at the same time, and they entered level 19. Shang Yana was stunned for a moment. Next second, the little face suddenly turned cold. Shang Hao, what are you doing? Defeat the leader. If a professional player does not make any contribution to the leader, the captain has the right to kick the professional player out of the team. Xiang Hao actually kicked Li Yao out of the team at the last second. Xiang Yana just felt that she had never been so angry. Xiaoya, isn't this just for the team's sake? Ask Shang Qian if she's willing to let someone who hasn't made any contribution share her experience. Shang Qian's face changed. This guy actually pointed the finger at her. However, the two had been working together for many years and had a tacit understanding in their hearts. They looked at Shang Yana and comforted her. The lava hounds have appeared. It's indeed a bit inappropriate for Li Yao to look at it this way. You. Shang Yana was furious. But I am weak in character and I am powerless even if I want to defend myself. But she has her own way. Professional swift swordsman has left the team. Shang Qian's face suddenly darkened. In the past, even if she made Shang Yana angry, she would never do such an outrageous thing. This time the little princess was really pissed off. Shang Hao, hurry up and bring Li Yao in. Shang Hao's face turned pale. He suppressed his anger and reluctantly extended an invitation to Li Yao. Humph, you don't need to invite me. Since you don't like Li Yao, then Li Yao and I will go to the Tower of Babel from now on. Please go back. Shang Yana snorted, then looked at Li Yao and was about to send out a team invitation. But he found that a huge monster appeared behind Li Yao at some point. Insect. Shang Yana was shocked. Before the second transformation, can't a summoner only summon 2 summon beasts? Everyone also discovered Li Yao's new summon beast. But they had no time to care about so many things at this moment. Shang Hao's eyes widened with anger. He is a summoner, why should he? In a fit of rage, Shang Hao realized that his tone was wrong. No matter how good Shang Yana's personality is, she is still the second daughter of the Shang family. He had no right to yell at her. Suppressing his anger, Shang Hao said, Xiaoya, the most important thing now is your second job mission. You join the team first, and I will bring Li Yao into the team. No. Shang Yana spoke in a flat tone, and the alienation in her tone startled everyone. Xiaoya, you are going to the 6th floor, or even the 7th floor. For this kid, you're not even going to care about your second-level mission. Xiaoya, I know you care about your sister's feelings, but how can he, a summoner, protect you? Without our protection, it would be difficult for you to complete the 5th floor killing mission alone. Just at this moment. Shang Hao didn't even finish his words. A terrifying wave of energy suddenly burst out without any warning. Swish. Several elemental arrows flew out from all directions at such an extremely fast speed that there was almost no time to react. Boom. The powerful explosion blew everyone away dozens of meters. The center of the explosion was exactly where Shang Yana was originally. It's over. Shang Mingxiu's face sank to the bottom. Shang Hao shouted loudly. But he did not choose to rush out at this time. Instead, he held the shield in front of him and looked around solemnly. The enemy hasn't appeared yet, and danger is lurking everywhere. Is this how you protect your young lady? Seeing this, Li Yao chuckled disdainfully. As a summoner, you are just being stubborn at this moment. What's the point of talking about protection now after being hit by that energy wave? Might as well protect yourself. However, the smoke and dust dissipated. Crack. A huge insect-like creature pushed away the rubble on its head and slowly stood up. Underneath it. It was Shang Yana who was unharmed. 34661. A jaw-dropping damage emerged from the head of the void predator. Shang Yana had seen this summoned beast behind Li Yao, so she was not afraid at all. Step out from under the void predator. Blinking his eyes, he said seriously. Thank you, big bug. Fortunately, I followed Li Yao's advice. While hunting the lava hound, she did not use any skills. Otherwise, even if this big bug protected her, without any defensive skills, the aftermath alone would be enough to seriously injure her. More than 30,000 damages is no joke. Xiaoya. Seeing that Shang Yana was not hurt, Shang Hao quickly came to her side with a shield in hand. What kind of summoned beast is this? Over 30,000 damage, but not even 1/3 of the health bar was taken away. Shang Hao was secretly shocked. Even if he added all his endurance points and equipped himself with a bunch of high-level equipment, his health could only barely break through 20,000 at this moment. Can a summoned beast have the same amount of health as a leader? Summoner, when did you become so powerful? Not only Shang Hao, Shang Mingxiu, and Shang Qian also arrived at Shang Yana's side at the same time. It seems that it cares about Shang Yana's safety, but in fact it is this oversized insect that gives people such a strong sense of security. They are too fragile ones. Let alone 30,000 damage, even if only 10,000 damage is attacked to them, they will instantly enter a state of near death. Shang Qian, Xiaoya, are you hurt anywhere? I'll help you heal first. Yes, Sister Xiaoya, you don't know how worried we were about you just now. Shang Mingxiu also came closer and asked about his well-being. Shang Yana glanced at them all. When I was attacked before, I was in the center of the elemental storm. Just because she couldn't see clearly didn't mean she didn't know what was going on outside. If you really wanted to, you wouldn't have stood there motionless. I'm fine. After all, Shang Yana took their old friendship into consideration and didn't want to see them die in vain. Their target should be me. Let's leave now. Hearing this, the people approaching suddenly stopped. His face turned extremely ugly. The target is Xiaoya. Is it really okay for them to be so close? Shang Hao spoke seriously, as if he had made some important decision. In that case, we can't help much if we stay here. Xiaoya and Brother Liao, you guys hold on for now. We will leave the Tower of Babel first to notify our families to come and rescue us. Shang Yana said nothing and walked slowly to Liao. Just at this moment, Liao's face changed. The fluctuation just now appeared again. The highest level is 25, but it can release 30,000 damage. Liao knew with his feet that the opponent must have used some props. Even he didn't expect that such a prop could be released continuously. It seems that the head of the 5th level professional has really brought a lot of trouble to the Yen family. Liao smiled. Swish. A flying arrow that gathered countless elemental energies suddenly attacked. Void Predator is not very agile. The previous time, Liao was well prepared, but now, there is no time to protect Shang Yana. The terrifying chill immediately locked onto Shang Yana. The three merchants quickly retreated backwards. Protection. Protect with your head. 30,000 damages is shocking. Whoever resists will die. There is no other possibility. Wall of wind. The wind is entangled. Shang Yana was targeted by flying arrows, but she showed unprecedented calmness in the dangerous situation. Knowing there is nowhere to hide. 2 defensive skills were added at the same time, and the rapier was held horizontally in front of the body. Crack. At the moment of collision, the wall of wind shattered and failed to stop the elemental arrow at all. Wind entanglement can reduce magic damage by 15%. Shang Yana's pupils shrank slightly, and she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Can't bear it. Am I really going to die this time? Wave slash. Shang Yana raised her rapier. Even if she was going to die, she couldn't just sit there and wait to die. Shang Yana only felt her wrist tighten, her body lighten, and she flew into the air. Next second, Shang Yana was in Liao's arms, with a confused look on her face. Boom. The terrifying elemental energy exploded behind Liao. A storm of overflowing energy surrounds all around. Shang Yana's expression suddenly changed. Student Liao. Shang Yana raised her head and looked at Liao, only to find that he looked normal, as if he was not hurt at all. Liao asked, putting Shang Yana back on the ground, "Are you okay?" "No. It's okay." Shang Yana's whole face turned as red as an apple, and then she suddenly realized. Wrong. "Student Liao, are you okay?" Liao looked at the other person as if he was a fool. "You don't think that I would risk my own safety to save you, do you?" Shang Yana obviously didn't understand Liao's expression. Thinking back to that moment just now, she was deeply moved. She is also afraid of death. Classmate Liao just now was like a ray of light, lifting the shadow of death and shining on her. However, Liao was intact under such an attack. It must be the use of invincible props. He obviously doesn't need to care about me. Xiangyana's face flushed and she felt dizzy. And at this time, Liao sensed that 14 professionals were walking towards the two of them from all directions. The 3 Shang merchants had not walked far when they saw the enemy coming towards them and retreated one after another. Shang Hao looked fierce but was actually timid, and he recognized the leader of the other party immediately. Yan family, Yan Yu, what do you want to do? We merchants have no grudge against you, right? No grudge. Yan Yu was a red-haired young man holding a longbow. He glanced at Shang Hao and said disdainfully, you know nothing. It seems that your status in the Shang family is average. Go away and I will deal with you later. At the same time, Xiangyana didn't care about being shy about what happened just now. She moved closer to Liao and whispered. They are a team specially trained by the Yan family to defeat low-level nightmare dungeons. The leader is Yan Yu, and his professional level is S. Xiangyana glanced around. If I remember correctly, there are 6 S ranks and 8 A ranks. Almost all the strongest members of the expedition team are here. Now she finally understood why Sister Zijin allowed Liao to join the team. For a team like this, let alone them, even if Sister Zijin came in person, she would definitely not be their match. Xiangyana couldn't understand. Although there are some disagreements between the Shang family and the Yan family, in most cases they keep to themselves. Is it necessary to send such a lineup to kill me? Liao glanced at Xiangyana's puzzled expression. I really can't bear to tell the other person. The culprit behind the feud between the Shang family and the Yan family is right in front of us. This was also one of the reasons why he was willing to agree to Shang Zijin's request to protect the other party. After all, it was him that caused the incident. Are they all above a level? Xiangyana's words also made Liao pay attention to the people in front of him. Even if he let one of them escape, he would be extremely heartbroken. That's not all. Xiangyana didn't have time to think at this time, and said solemnly, if it was these people, I know what the energy arrow just now was. The Yan family's platinum-level item, the aggregation arrow, a one-time item that can absorb 10 skills with damage exceeding 1000 and release an arrow with fixed damage. The key is that one aggregation arrow can be released 3 times. 3 times. Liao immediately ordered the Void Predator to protect the two of them. In Liao's eyes, the focus of this arrow is not the damage, but the speed. If Xiangyana had not been close to him just now, he might have used the invincible skill of the heart-protecting mirror. Student Liao, my sister asked you to protect me, right? Liao nodded. That's not necessary now. Xiangyana looked at Liao and handed him a scroll. No matter how strong Liao is, he is definitely no match for 14 top professionals who are well prepared. Rather than 2 people dying here, it would be better to let Liao go first. What about you? Liao asked with interest. I also have. Ha ha ha. Yan Yu's crazy laughter suddenly sounded. You guys are really going to make me laugh to death. I'm not afraid to tell you, we've been keeping an eye on you since the first second you entered the 4th floor. After such a long time, you might as well guess, am I only preparing the aggregation arrow? Ha ha ha, could I believe that the second daughter of a merchant family would not have a teleportation item? Yan Yu looked confident of victory and laughed wantonly. At the same time, 14 professionals gathered together, no more than 50 meters away from Liao and the other men. 3 melee professions suddenly stepped out. He activated his displacement skill and attacked the two of them. Bluebirds, Glacier Storm, began to take effect under Liao's instructions. There was a faint smile on Liao's face. So, you probably can't use teleportation items either, right? What? Yan Yu didn't react for a moment. At this time, the melee profession had already arrived in front of Liao, and 3 heavy weapons suppressed Liao in place. Several ranged professionals launched a direct attack. Arrows and missiles were flying towards Liao. Xiangyana didn't stand there in a daze either. A thin sword stabbed towards one of the professionals who was holding down Liao. Single round individual strength. As both are S level, Yan Yu is definitely not a match for Xiangyana. The gap between this melee professional and Shang Yana was even greater, and he was immediately forced back. Boom. Elements exploded, smoke and dust rose. It's impossible for someone to have two invincible skills. Yu looked at Chen and whispered. However, the next second, Liao emerged from the smoke and rushed towards Yu. Under normal circumstances, Liao's strength is not high, but his agility is not low. Yu was shocked, not caring how the other party survived, and shouted. Mage uses stun spells, archer uses shock arrows. Several control skills hit Liao. The power of the king reduces the control time. After only a moment of daze, Liao regains consciousness and rushes to Yu. Aren't you a summoner? Release the aggregation arrow. A smile of success appeared on Yu's face. The energy arrows shot out from the gathering arrows rushed towards Shang Yana. He was so close to the other party, only a fool would release energy arrows at Liao. Predator. After Shang Yana reminded him that there were 3 times of the gathering arrows, Liao asked the predator to guard the rear. Be ready to protect Shang Yana from any attacks at any time. Do you think I can't think of it? Yu roared ferociously. The 2 melee professions that had originally suppressed Liao immediately charged towards the predator. Liao raised his hand nonchalantly. Shelter. 241. 267. The shield of protection has a durability of 20,000. How can you control it if you can't even break the shield? The predator blocked Shang Yana from behind. The arrow arrives. 9461. While the shield of protection exists, damage is reduced by 70%. What? Yu looked at the number above the void predator's head and couldn't believe his eyes. When did the damage caused by the concentrated arrow become so cheap? You are right. At this time, Liao's voice sounded in Yu's ears. Yu looked back in horror. What's right? I am a summoner. As soon as he finished speaking, a chill ran down Yu's spine. Swish. Puff. He didn't even have time to activate his defensive skills before the void mantis launched a taste of fear attack, hitting Yu hard on the back. 41093, weak point attack. Yu was split into 4, blood splattered, and 4 pieces of flesh slid neatly to the ground. The blood-red font was like a heavy hammer blow. It bombarded the minds of every Yuan family professional present. 40,000. Is it fake? The aggregation arrow is nothing. Only then did they realize what kind of existence the summoner they were dealing with was. The scene was completely silent. These Yuan family professionals couldn't even hold their weapons steadily. This is Liao's main battle summon beast that Sister Zijin mentioned. Shang Yana just felt her throat tighten. No wonder Liao remained calm and composed when facing 14 top professionals. Classmate Liao and them are simply not professionals on the same level. Shang Yana was the first to wake up. I can't lose too much. Wave slash. With superb swordsmanship, he stabbed the throat of the Yuan family professional in front of him. 2401, weak point attack. The thin sword was pulled horizontally, and a living head rose into the sky. The damage is not displayed, but the health bar is directly cleared. If your head is chopped off, you will not be able to survive no matter how much health you have left. After dealing with the enemy in front of her, Shang Yana randomly selected an S-level professional closest to her and launched an attack. The shocking damage value not only aroused Shang Yana's fighting spirit. It also gave the 3 merchants hope to survive. They immediately selected an A-level professional, and the 3 of them surrounded him together. 3 against 1, they managed to force the Yuan family professional to retreat step by step. And at this time, Liao, however, stood there, as if he was out of the matter. Glacier storm has enveloped all professionals. Without the convergence arrows, the predators joined the battle. Next, it is time to execute the 3 great chess pieces. The remaining 10 professionals immediately considered retreating. The ground crumbled and the rubble broke. 5431. 4987. 4772. Several ranged professionals who didn't have time to dodge were immediately knocked into the sky by rupture. Isn't this guy a tank-type summoned beast? The Yuan family professionals almost dropped their eyes in shock when they saw the damage values. It can withstand 2 attacks from concentrated arrows and yet has such damage capability. Could it be an SSS-level summoned beast? No, I don't believe it. A tank professional charged directly towards the void predator. The shield is held in front of the body. This damage must be some kind of item. How can a tank-type summoned beast do damage? Gah. Faced with the food so close at hand, the void predator crunched it 1 bite at a time. -41423, true damage. Void predator will not increase its health value by devouring non-boss creatures. But the damage is real. True damage will not be reduced in any way. Even if there is a tank professional with his life, he cannot withstand the bite of the predator. Compared to the predator, the void mantis, Li Yao's main chess piece, has taken the lives of 4 professionals. There are only a few left, and it's just a matter of time. In less than a few minutes, the professionals sent by the Yuan family lay quietly on the ground, and none of them survived. Shang Hao, along with Shang Qian, walked to Shang Yana's side in disappointment. He carefully glanced at the 3 summoned beasts behind Li Yao. Xiaoya, I just thought about it and it is not appropriate to let you stay to deal with the Yuan family professionals, so I will take the 2 of them to help you deal with the enemy. The Yuan family is really guilty of 1,000 crimes. They actually attacked our merchants. I will definitely inform the head of the family when I go out later. Shang Yana ignored Shang Hao. Are you staying here voluntarily? Only a fool would believe that. Shang Hao looked a little embarrassed, but he still advised, Xiaoya, why don't we leave the Tower of Babel first? There may be other professionals from the Yuan family lying in ambush on the 5th floor. There is still some time before the martial arts exam. It won't be too late to come back for the job transfer mission when our merchants are ready. Even though Li Yao was there, Shang Hao was still afraid. Not to mention that he had offended Li Yao before. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that Li Yao appeared here just to protect Shang Yana. If there really are professionals from the Yuan family, we don't even know how they died. That's not necessary. Shang Yana shook her head. There are entry restrictions to the Tower of Babel, and Yan Yu's team already has the strongest configuration that the Yuan family can come up with at this level. Whatever you want to do is none of my business. You can go or stay. Please do as you please. Shang Yana is ordering you to leave. Since Xiaoya wants to continue with the job transfer mission, we will definitely accompany her to the end. Shang Hao had no choice but to compromise and at the same time invited Shang Yana to form a team. As for Li Yao, he really doesn't dare now. From beginning to end, Li Yao did not take these 3 people seriously. At this time, he continued to walk forward. The killing mission on the 4th floor has not been completed yet. I said, it has nothing to do with me. Shang Yana has a weak character, but she is a child of a large family after all, and she is decisive in her own way. Regardless of whether it was offending Li Yao or he was in danger just now, what the other party did. All of this proves that they are not good business people. Shang Yana took small steps to keep up with Li Yao. At the same time, professional chess player invites you to join the team. Shang Yana quickly chose to confirm, as if the invitation would disappear if she was a second late. Shang Hao looked at the 2 men's backs, and a flash of resentment passed through his eyes. He immediately turned around and walked towards the exit on every floor of the Tower of Babel. What are you up to? Shang Qian asked. Shang Hao, are you going to follow him with a licking face? If you don't want to lick it, I will, okay. Shang Qian said unhappily, Sister Zijin's mission is to escort Xiaoya to the 6th floor. With Li Yao here, Xiaoya will definitely be safe. The mission doesn't specify what form of escort we need, so we just need to follow her and we'll have completed the mission. Go back now, do you think Sister Zijin is easier to talk to than Xiaoya? Hearing this, Shang Hao immediately calmed down. Thinking back to Shang Zijin's methods, he shuddered unconsciously. You're right. I feel like I can lick my face, too. Shang Mingxiu, I can, too. Without any Yuan family professionals in the dark, Li Yao went all out. The Tower of Babel is like playing house, killing people instantly along the way and reaching the 5th floor directly. The 5th level is a valley lined with huge rocks. Only 10 boss-level monsters will spawn here, scattered throughout the valley. If it weren't for the fact that no items are dropped in the Tower of Babel, it would probably be a great place for professionals to hunt for treasures. The task for both of them to kill is a leader monster. The difficulty lies in finding the monster in this valley. Liao decided to go all out and directly used the second equipment skill of the Beast King robe. Summons 10 Silver Moon Wolf Phantoms that last for 60 seconds. The Silver Moon Wolves are very fast and have a strong sense of smell. 10 of them can search the entire valley in 60 seconds. Soon, a Silver Moon Wolf gave Liao feedback. An ape leader monster was no more than 200 meters away from them. Liao arrived. The void mantis was beaten to low health and the predator swallowed it in one gulp. Kill the leader-level creature, Mountain Ape King, experience plus 7%. Void predator completes evolution devouring, gaining maximum health of 12,000. Then came the second one. Beat him up and then hand him over to Shangyana. Such a brutal way to pass the level. Shangyana was stunned. Is this definitely the Tower of Babel? Why is it a little different from what I used to do? The 3 merchants who were far behind swallowed their saliva at the same time. 10 seconds for a leader-level creature. Shang Qian was still terrified. Fortunately, he didn't take you seriously, otherwise based on your previous actions, you would have died 10,000 times. Shang Mingxiu, indeed, I am sure that you, Brother Hao, are not as tough as the Mountain Ape King. It should take less than 10 seconds for Liao to kill you. Shang Hao's face turned pale, but he couldn't utter a word. Not only Liao, but even Shangyana knew that they were following behind. Neither of them cared. Liao opened the vortex leading to the 6th level. The task your sister assigned to me ends here. Disband the team. Liao looked at Shangyana and said. Oh. Shangyana really wanted to say something more, but she didn't know what to say as Liao was about to step into the whirlpool. Etc. Huh. Liao turned around. Forehead. Oh, right. Shangyana suddenly remembered something. The Purgatory dungeon opened by Liao will be accessible when you reach level 20. Please hurry up, Liao. After saying that, Shangyana quickly covered her face. Shangyana, Shangyana. What are you talking about? How could Liao not know about this kind of thing? Is it open? Unexpectedly, Liao looked dazed. He really had forgotten. Student Liao, don't you know? You think I know, why are you telling me? Shangyana. Anyway, thank you very much. I actually forgot about this. I'll be there as soon as I finish my second job. As expected of Liao, he can even forget such a thing. However, in the eyes of the other party, a Purgatory-level copy should not be a big deal. Looking at Liao's back, Shangyana thought secretly. Then. The two walked into the vortex leading to the 6th floor, one in front and one behind. When he opened his eyes again, Shangyana had disappeared. Liao was not surprised. He should have been teleported away by the Tower of Babel's mechanism to carry out the second-level mission independently. Liao looked at the endless hilly land. The 6th floor is an area that ordinary professionals cannot easily step into. The killing mission is to kill 50 level 25 enhanced elite monsters. Enhanced elites can be found everywhere, and a conflict with one of them will immediately attract several monsters. The difficulty is far beyond the boss monster on the 5th floor. Of course, for some powerful professionals, this situation will undoubtedly speed up the clearance process a lot. Take Liao for example. Release the 3 chess pieces and just stay where they are. It won't take long before the pieces will help him complete the task. As for the Goblin Lair copy. In fact, he didn't take it to heart. There are actually many Purgatory-level dungeons that have not been completed. Those professionals who want to conquer the Goblin Lair simply cannot beat other Purgatory dungeons, so they want to try their luck in the Goblin dungeon. If such professionals can clear the Goblin Lair, it proves that this dungeon is nothing special. If he wanted to clear a dungeon for the first time, he could just look for those Purgatory-level dungeons that had not been cleared for the first time. But Liao will definitely go to the Goblin's Lair. After all, with the Goblin damage bonus, he will save a lot of time in clearing this dungeon. After completing the second-level mission, the Chen family should have made the king's ring, right? When the time comes, take your equipment and go to the goblin's lair to check out the situation. At the same time, outside world. Diagonally opposite the Tower of Babel is an equally tall building. In the top floor room, a woman with tied hair and wearing a martial arts robe and her hands wrapped in bandages stood by the French window with her hands on her hips. There is a scar at the corner of her eye, but it does not affect the woman's heroic beauty at all. A pair of phoenix eyes always stare at the Tower of Babel. Behind her, several figures were cautiously standing in the back and whispering. Brother Nye, like father like son, Nye Yuan is heading for the 9th floor this time, right? Shang Weigua spoke with a smile. It depends on your luck. Didn't your little daughter also go in today? She must have reached the 5th floor by now, right? My daughter is only an S-level professional. Her upper limit is the 7th level. She is still a long way from Nye Yuan. Haha, I'm not afraid of you two laughing at me. 14 professionals from my Yen family also went in this time. Now. At this time, Yan Xinghong on the side smiled and said, glancing at Shang Weigua, I guess she is also on the 5th floor, just like the little princess Shang. Haha, brother Yan is still too modest. Shang Weigua had a fake smile on his face. If that person wasn't here, he would have fought to the death with this old man. The old men behind them thought that they really had such a good relationship and agreed with them. The 3 seniors don't need to be modest. Whether it's the Nye family or the Shang family, they are the pillars of the dragon country. Their children must be extraordinary. The Tower of Babel will not be a problem for them. That's right. Now the 8th floor of the Tower of Babel has been lit up. I just don't know which genius acted so quickly. It should be Nye Yuan. After all, he is the only one at SS level, and he will enter the Tower of Babel earlier than Miss Shang. That makes sense. Everyone was chatting and laughing, and no one dared to shout. Because no one would have thought that this legendary figure would travel thousands of miles from the capital to Qinghai City to personally watch a professional's second-level mission. However, everyone present is a smart person. At this time, there is only one SS-level genius in the Tower of Babel. If it's not him, who else could it be? So during the conversation, they all mentioned Nye Yuan intentionally or unintentionally, trying to make themselves familiar to this person. The Shang family and the Yan family are the top families in Long Country, so they are not afraid of this person. But the other party represents the Dragon Federation, so it is not a good idea to lose face in front of them. And single round strength. This person is in no way weaker than the 2 patriarchs. The business owner should be very anxious now, right? Yan Xinghong came close to Shang Huaimin and laughed in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. Especially, when I heard that 14 professionals from our Yan family entered it. Upon hearing this, Shang Huaimin's face turned grim. 14. Almost in an instant, he determined which people the Yan family sent to enter the Tower of Babel. The primary dungeon expedition team is a team that almost every big family will train. The expedition team led by Yan Yu is considered to be among the best among the many family expedition teams in the capital. They are all top professionals above A level, with good coordination and well-equipped. Can Li Yao handle such a team? Shang Huaimin was not sure at this time. But he couldn't lose in momentum. Anxious? I'm not anxious. By the way, Brother Yan, why haven't I seen your brother recently? Which dungeon is he leading the team to conquer? If you ask me, you can't treat your own brother like a donkey. If something happens to your brother in a dungeon someday, wouldn't you, as his brother, regret it? Shang Huaimin emphasized the 3 words brother. You. Yan Xinghong was furious. Brother Yan, are you? Shang Huaimin chuckled, are you anxious? I hope you can still laugh later. Yan Xinghong said viciously. Half an hour later. The 8th floor of the Tower of Babel. Is there only such a small area on the 8th floor? Li Yao looked at the world in front of him and said in surprise. The floors after the 7th floor belong to the upper levels of the Tower of Babel, and each floor is an independent space. The plain space was about the size of a football field, surrounded by a gray haze, and in the center stood a huge monster. Void mantis, this creature seems to be of the same species as you. What do you think? Are you interested? Liao joked. The void mantis tilted its head with a confused expression. Liao smiled and cast an identification spell. Giant Scythe Mantis. Level 25, Boss. HP, 280,000. Strength, 542. Spirit, 294. Agility, 613. Endurance, 430. Skills, Deadly Scythe LV7, Mimicry LVMAX, Clone/LV4, Scythe LV10, Insect Smell LV3, Army Breaking LV1. Not bad. Liao pondered. Its attributes are slightly better than the Goblin King encountered before, but its skills focus is different. It is a melee agility monster. This kind of monster is relatively fragile. As long as there is a way to limit its speed, the Void Mantis can defeat the opponent within a minute. Bluebird. In about 2 minutes, Glacier Storm will cover the entire space. The Predator and the Void Mantis attacked at the same time. Liao stood in the distance, watching the battle with Qingniao. Sure enough, I still need a taunting skill. These highly intelligent monsters will prioritize attacking the more threatening Void Mantis, preventing it from being able to effectively output damage. It's a bit of a waste of time. Less than 2 minutes. The giant sickle mantis was swallowed by the Predator in one gulp. Kill the leader-level creature, Scythe Mantis, experience plus 10%. Void Predator completes evolution devouring, gaining maximum health of 14,000. The vortex opened, but Liao did not enter immediately. After the 8th floor, there are all boss floors. He has to wait until the cooldown of the Predator, evolution devouring, is over before entering to maximize the benefits. Liao sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the broken limbs and arms of the giant sickle mantis. From this perspective, the 10th floor must have a Lord-level monster. The dark wings are even stronger than that. What level will it be? At the same time, the 8th floor of the Tower of Babel, the plane where Yuan is located. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang. Huge blocks of ice fell off, and a mantis monster the size of an armored vehicle in front of Yuan turned into an ice sculpture and collapsed. Yuan was breathing heavily, with beads of sweat sliding down his forehead, almost blurring his eyes. This time, I will definitely be able to pass the 9th level. As the youngest son of the Nie family, he accepted the early job transfer ceremony and lived up to everyone's expectations, becoming the only SS-level professional in the Nie family in recent years. To date, he has completed 16 second-level missions. Without exception, not once was he able to achieve the perfect job transfer he had always dreamed of. Today was the day he had prepared most thoroughly. The military exam is approaching, and it is also his last second-level mission. He must pass the 9th level no matter what. 9th floor. Kill the leader-level creature above its level, the Golden Horned Falcon, experience plus 20%. Professional experience reaches 100% at level 20, and can be upgraded after completing the second job task. Void Predator completes evolution devouring, gaining maximum health of 23,000. Crumble the Golden Horned Falcon. A level 45 Lord-level creature that lives in the high-level dungeon Death Valley. It has a wingspan of 10 meters, a sharp horn on its head, feeds on gold, and can destroy anything. Inside the Tower of Babel, it's just a level 25 boss creature. But as leaders, the Crusher Golden Horned Falcon is obviously stronger than the Scythe Mantis. Such a ferocious beast couldn't even leave a complete corpse in front of Liao. Liao stood in front of the vortex leading to the 10th floor, waiting quietly. The next ones must be the Lord-level creatures. Judging from the level, the attributes should be comparable to those of the tongue-tearing queen. The actual strength may be weaker. As the final boss in the Purgatory level original copy, the tongue-tearing queen has many conditions and a very high status. Even among the Lord-level monsters, she should be considered a good one. The Lord monster on the 10th floor is only the final boss of the Tower of Babel. It's not as hard to come by as the former. As long as you can beat the previous levels, you can challenge the 10th level once every 30 days. You can even refresh it once a week as long as you don't choose to claim the reward. There is no comparison in rarity between the two. Think of this. Liao glanced at his 3 chess pieces. I don't know if I can solve it without activating the shackles now. 45 minutes later. The cooldown time of Void Predators, Evolved Devour, ends. Liao stepped into the 10th floor. Next second. He was already in a palace. The stone pillars on both sides were lined up in sequence. Liao was standing on a blood-red carpet. At the end of the carpet was a throne. On top of it stood a 2-meter-tall man in full body armor. Next to the armor was an iron hammer that was nearly 2 meters long. The armor was airtight, with all the necessary parts including finger joints intact. If it weren't for the empty eye sockets, Liao would have thought that this was an Iron Man. As Liao gradually approached, the armor slowly stood up from the throne, making a clanging sound of metal collision. Invisibly, a sense of oppression enveloped Liao. Is this the final lord of the 10th floor? Liao murmured softly. The other person looked somewhat familiar, and after thinking carefully, he remembered the origin of this armor. The Manslayer Iron Cavalry first appeared as a level 30 wild leader. As far as Liao could remember, he had seen this classic battle in a textbook. The other side has a legion of monsters under its command, known as the Iron Cavalry Legion. The Manslaying Iron Cavalry once led this legion to capture a temporary base of an adventure guild on the border of Dragon Country. At that time, the Manslaying Iron Cavalry was only level 35, while the strongest person in the garrison was a level 52 A-level professional who had completed the 3rd transformation. That's why it's called a classic battle. This was because the Manslayer Iron Cavalry defeated the strong with their weak strength, led hundreds of monsters below level 30, and slaughtered all the professionals in the garrison. The tragic ending to humanity made it a classic battle worthy of being included in textbooks. This is a warning to students. Humans have never been the protagonists, and defeating the strong with the weak is not a human monopoly. Of course, Longua is not a country that will be bullied. When the Manslaying Iron Cavalry became a level 45 Lord-level monster, it was destroyed by the strong men of the Dragon Kingdom, and the Iron Cavalry Corps disappeared. I really didn't expect this. Such a legendary Lord monster actually appeared on the 10th floor of the Tower of Babel, becoming the final boss in a sense. Liao used identification skills on it. As expected. Level 25 Lord, mainly a warrior monster. Her attributes are weaker than those of the tongue-tearing queen, but she has many more skills. Crack, crack. The sound of steel rubbing against each other came from behind Liao. Displacement skill. Liao did not dodge or evade, and did not even turn his head, but ordered the 3 chess pieces to attack. Clang. Liao only felt his feet sink, and the huge hammer swung with such great force that his whole body sank directly into the ground. At the same time, the 3 chess pieces seized the opportunity when the Ren 2 Iron Cavalry attacked. 12932. 23519. 7234. 6412. 1451. The Void Mantis has an incredible strength attribute, and the Predator has a percentage of its own health value as damage. In comparison, Bluebird is far inferior to them in terms of single target damage. But when dealing with powerful individuals, Liao doesn't need Bluebird's output at all. The deceleration skill that covers the entire screen plays an irreplaceable role. When facing some bosses with extremely high agility, only the slowing down effect of Glacier Storm will be effective, and the Predator's slowing down skill will have a chance to hit. The effect of Void Mantis high damage can be infinitely magnified. The 3 major chess pieces are indispensable. If it was Liao before entering the original copy, he might still need to follow this process to deal with the Manslaying Iron Cavalry. Now the words. Liao raised his hand slightly. 10 shadows of silver moon wolves appeared and, under Liao's control, rushed straight towards the Human Slayer Iron Cavalry. Because it is a duration-type summoning skill, the Silver Moon Wolf has no health value and bites the Manslayer Iron Cavalry everywhere without fear of death. Although the Manslayer Iron Cavalry could sweep away several Silver Moon Wolves with every swing, there were still a few Silver Moon Wolves hanging on their bodies. At this time, Beast King Robe, the third equipment attribute effect is highlighted. The attributes of all summoned creatures within a radius of 50 meters of the void mantis are improved. The more summons there are, the more obvious the effect will be. The Silver Moon Wolf with enhanced attributes bit the Manslayer Iron Cavalry tightly, slowing down its speed. The three great chess pieces will never miss such an opportunity. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing was endless. Countless attacks hit the Human Slayer Iron Cavalry. Even a level 25 Lord creature couldn't withstand the Void Mantis at full firepower, and its health bar kept dropping. The Manslaughtering Cavalry did not fail to resist. The Bluebird and Predator skills slowed down the opponent, plus the Silver Moon Wolf's physical slowdown. This caused the Manslayer Iron Cavalry to move extremely slowly, and all their attacks were blocked by the Predators. Roar! Just at this moment, the Manslayer Iron Cavalry roared angrily and smashed the ground hard with his giant hammer. Boom! For a while, Liao only felt that there were a few stars spinning around his head. Without exception, the 10 Silver Moon Wolves and the 3 chess pieces were stunned on the spot. The existence of the power of the king made Liao sober for a short time, and he discovered it immediately. The Butcher Cavalryman raised the giant hammer high in his hand, his momentum rising steadily, and it was obvious that he was accumulating power for a powerful move. There was hardly any hesitation. As a long-range attacker, Bluebird was far enough away, so Liao directly cast the protective shield on the Void Mantis. The moment the yellow light shield appears, boom! The giant hammer chopped down with a loud bang, and an incomparably powerful gust of air swept across all the summoned creatures in front of the Manslayer Iron Cavalry. The shadows of the 10 Silver Moon Wolves were completely blown away by this gust of air. 2 shocking injuries appeared above the heads of the Void Mantis and the Predator. 4741. 12041. What is this? A big move. Liao exclaimed. Professionals have ultimate skills, and monsters can also have ultimate skills. The strength value of the Manslayer Iron Cavalry is 700, and it can deal over 10,000 damage. The damage coefficient of this skill is extremely terrifying. The Void Mantis's health points had just exceeded 10,000, if it hadn't been given shelter in time. If you get hit by this move, you will either die or be crippled. Fortunately, Liao is well aware that even a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. I didn't capsize in the gutter. The 10th floor of the Tower of Babel should not be underestimated. The words fell. The Void Mantis and the Predator pounced on the Human Slayer Cavalry, which was in a weakened state at this time. Less than a minute. Crack, crack. The sound of teeth gnawing on metal could be heard. Kill Lord-level creatures above their level, kill Cavalry, experience plus 30%. Note, the professional is currently unable to upgrade, and the overflow experience value storage will disappear after 24 hours. Void Predator completes Evolution Devouring, obtains maximum health value 45,000. Ah! There are gold coins. The Tower of Babel will not drop any loot, and all the gains of professionals will be settled and rewarded when they leave the Tower of Babel. Liao was a little excited. He didn't expect there would be such a pleasant surprise. The Tongue-Tearing Queen dropped 47 pieces, so even if the Manslayer Cavalry is slightly weaker, I guess the number of pieces dropped won't be too few, right? Liao picked up the gold coins and counted them. There were exactly 40 coins, no more and no less. In this case, the amount of gold coins he has is more than enough to upgrade the Void Mantis to SSS level. The next target was the Dark Wings, whose strength he knew nothing about. To be on the safe side, Liao decided to upgrade the Void Mantis now. Suddenly, Liao paused. As if he had noticed something, Liao lowered his head and looked at his feet. Challenger, you are very sharp. Black fog suddenly rose up all around, and then merged together in an instant, turning into a pool of black water. The black water boiled and splashed, and a figure slowly rose from it. He has red hair and wears a dark purple ancient robe. If it weren't for the 2 sharp horns on his head, he would look almost the same as a human. As it floated up, 4 balls of light appeared in front of Liao. Here's your reward, pick 2 and leave. Please wait a moment. Liao didn't have time to look at the 4 light balls now. In his perception, the creature standing in front of him at this moment was definitely the strongest monster he had ever encountered. The tongue-tearing queen, or the man-slaying iron cavalry just now, are simply not on the same level as the creature in front of them. You know. The current Darkwing only appeared as a reward-giving entity and had no hostility towards him. Even so, the feeling of oppression from the opponent is still so strong. If a fight really breaks out later, I will lose in terms of momentum alone. Liao would not allow such a situation to happen. Void Mantis, upgrade it for me. 100 gold coins dissipated and turned into a stream of light that poured into the body of the Void Mantis. The figure hidden in the void also appeared. Dark wings, his eyebrows twitched slightly. It could sense a vague threat from within the mantis creature. An illusion. Liao did not see anything unusual about the dark wings. Instead, he focused on checking the properties of the Void Mantis after it was upgraded. Chess piece, Void Mantis. Level, 20. Grade, SSS. Bond, Assassin Void Creature. Star rating, 4 stars, 500 gold coins required to upgrade to SSS level. HP, 21450/21450. Strength, 3741. Spirit, 431. Agility, 608. Endurance, 429. Skill 1, Void Attack, Hide in the Void, enter level 9 stealth state, the first normal attack after invisibility causes 500% physical damage, cooldown 9 seconds. Skill 2, Taste Fear, causing 500% physical damage to the target. If there are no enemy units within 2 meters of the target, the damage will be doubled. Cooldown is 4 seconds. Skill 3, Void Stab, fires explosive spikes, causing 350% physical damage to enemies in the front range, cooldown, 13 seconds. Skill 4, New Void Leap, enter the void tunnel and teleport to any location within a 100-meter range. Cooldown time, 15 seconds. It's finally here. Liao was extremely delighted. The long-awaited displacement skill is finally here. Not only that, after being upgraded to 4 stars, the Void Mantis attributes are greatly improved in all aspects. It's a world of difference compared to before. To put it simply, as long as the Void Mantis is given an ordinary healing profession, it can now defeat the previous tongue-ripping queen in a single fight. The only thing that the tongue-splitting queen has over the Void Mantis is its health. If the health values of both are at the same level. With the damage of the Void Mantis, it can be killed in one encounter. Challenger, you have 1 minute. At this time, Darkwing's impatient voice sounded. It doesn't like the feeling of having living things around it. Hearing this, Liao took a closer look at these trophies that belonged to him. 2 beads of different colors, a long sword, a yellowed ancient book, and an iron hammer. Unknown materials, equipment, skills. The last one should be the weapon used by the Manslayer Iron Cavalry, right? If you have to choose, it's actually not difficult. The hammer is ruled out first. What would a summoner look like with a hammer? As for the 2 beads, Liao didn't recognize them, so they were definitely ruled out. All that's left is the long sword and the skill book. But these are his things. Why choose? I'm an adult. Liao said casually. Darkwing, what do you mean? Liao tried to throw the identification spell towards the dark wings. Just at the moment when the attributes of dark wings appeared in Liao's mind, a chill that was icy and lifeless suddenly descended upon us. Cheap identification. It seems, you seem to want to fight with me. Darkwing is not tall. If the sharp horns on his head are not counted, he is only about 1.5 meters at most. Liao chuckled and looked down at the creature in front of him. I said, I'm an adult, these are rewards. I want both. At this time, outside the Tower of Babel, there was silence in the conference room on the top floor of the high-rise building. Yes, dead silence. Everyone was like stone statues, standing there with their mouths half open. Just now, the 9th floor of the Tower of Babel suddenly lit up. As we all know, Yuan went to the Tower of Babel this time to challenge the perfect job transfer. Go to the 9th floor, as it should be. But after the 9th floor was lit up, in less than an hour, the 10th floor was also lit up. Everyone looked at each other, and after a few breaths, they turned around at the same time. He looked at the patriarch of the Nie family with pity. At this time, in the Tower of Babel, only Yuan was qualified to climb to the 9th floor. Now light up the person on the 10th floor. Who else could it be if not this young and foolish Yuan? Master Nie, I want to ask, no other meaning, does your excellency carry any teleportation items above the platinum level? Someone asked carefully. Starting from the upper floors of the tower, once you enter the next floor, you can only open the vortex leading to the outside world by defeating the floor boss. Ignore the rules of the Tower of Babel and teleport forcibly. Only props of platinum level and above can do this. Upon hearing this, Patriarch Nie's face turned grim and he remained silent for a long time. Everyone immediately understood what he meant and did not dare to say anything to provoke Patriarch Nie. We finally got an SS-level professional, but he turned out to be a fool. Yan Xinghong thought with disdain in his heart. Can the Nie family conquer the 10th floor? The upper limit for forming a team in Tower of Babel is 5 people. In other words, if you want to pass the 10th level, you need to form a team of 5 to defeat a level 25 Lord Monster. Are you kidding? 5 professionals want to attack the Lord, unless there are 3 SS-level professionals leading the team. If the Nie family could put together such a team, there would be no business in Qinghai City any longer. Not to mention, Yuan still entered alone. Idiot. Could it be possible that I was an SSS-level professional? It seems that the kid from the Nie family is dead. Yan Xinghong gave a sinister smile. The Nie family must be very upset after losing an SS-level professional, right? Loss of SS-level professionals. Yan Xinghong's smile suddenly stopped. Li Yao and Shang Jia caused their Yan family to lose 2 SS-level professionals in succession. Yan Xinghong's heart was bleeding. I wish I could replace Yuan in the 10th floor with Li Yao. Everyone's thoughts at this time were similar to Yan Xinghong's. With Yuan's strength, it is simply impossible to pass the 10th level. In all likelihood, he will fall in the Tower of Babel. But there were 2 people in the crowd who didn't think so. Because they knew that in the Tower of Babel, there were more people than just Yuan who were qualified to enter the 10th floor. Shang Huaimin stared at the Tower of Babel. Shangjia is the home of merchants. What I am best at is investing. As a business owner, Shang Huaimin has countless investment experiences. There are gains and losses in investment, but most of them are within Shang Huaimin's expectations. And the investment he is making now. Kill the 5th level professional of the Yan family, stand on the side of Li Yao, and help the Silver Wolf Guild. Any of these 3 things would be vetoed unanimously by the merchant management. But who says he is the head of the family? He made the investment against all odds, but even he was not sure at this moment. Investing is essentially gambling. Shang Huaimin looked at the flickering light on the 10th floor. Whether you win or lose depends on whether you can get out of here. Then, Shang Huaimin laughed at himself again. Li Yao stepped into the 10th floor alone. For him, isn't it a gamble? After all, I am old, and my tolerance is not as good as that of a young boy. Challenge a Lord-level monster alone. How dare you? Crack. Just at this moment, there was a sound of glass breaking. The woman in martial arts robe who had been standing by the French window disappeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone rushed to the window and looked out through the broken part of the French window. Senior Shui, do you think we are too noisy and don't want to stay here? I guess it was Yuan's actions that angered Senior Shui. After all, she should have come here for Yuan. Oh, what a pity. Yes, Senior Shui has high hopes for him. After Yuan finishes his martial arts exam, he can directly become Senior Shui's disciple. It's such a pity for such a genius to die in the Tower of Babel. Anyway, let's follow them first. Everyone quickly jumped out of the broken French window. Before he reached Senior Shui's side, Senior Shui's sharp voice rang out. The 10th floor of the Tower of Babel is of great importance. I'll give you 10 minutes. Destroy all surrounding photographic equipment and dismiss everyone. No one reacted for a moment. The 10th level is indeed of great importance, but you have to be able to pass it. Could it be? Senior Shui believes that Yuan can pass the level successfully. Everyone grasped the key at once. Of course, Yuan's strength is not enough to pass the 10th level, but it is different with Senior Shui's support. Who is Senior Shui? Shui Jiulan is the youngest dean of Jingyu Mansion and the youngest general of Longhua. If Senior Shui had given Yuan some kind of heaven-defying item before he entered the Tower of Babel, it's not impossible to clear the 10th level. The most excited person in the crowd was undoubtedly the patriarch of the Nie family. He quickly summoned Nie's men and began to disperse the surrounding crowd. Everyone looked at Patriarch Nie with envy. Being favored by Senior Shui is equivalent to being favored by the Federation. The Nie family is about to produce a real dragon. Shit luck. Yan Xinghong cursed inwardly in anger. Considering Shui Jiulan's face, he also began to disperse the people around. That's right. Why haven't Yan Yu and his gang come out yet? It took so much time to kill a little girl who hadn't even reached the 2nd level. It seems that I have to practice hard when I get back. And just at this moment, there was a flash of light beneath the Tower of Babel. Several figures appeared in front of everyone. In addition to several merchants, there was also a disheveled teenager with a gun. Yuan. Coming out so soon. Patriarch Nie ran to Yuan with a surprised look on his face, took his hand and said excitedly. How about it? What is the reward for the 10th floor? Show me now. Also, take out whatever Senior Shui gave you and return it to him when the time comes. After all, he helped you pass the 10th level. You should know what's good for you. What? Yuan looked at his father in confusion. Why don't I understand a word you say? But none of this matters. Yuan's mouth fell, and he looked sad. Dad, I disappoint you. I failed to change my job perfectly again. What? What did you say? At this time, Shang Yana trotted to Shang Huaimin. Shang Huaimin rubbed the other person's head lovingly. How about changing jobs? Hee hee, I'm lucky, a perfect job change. That's good. You are worthy of being my daughter. Shang Huaimin laughed, then his face changed and he asked in a low voice, did you meet anyone from the Yan family? Some. Shang Yana nodded, and the scene of Liao hugging her appeared in her mind, and her face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. Thanks to Liao, otherwise, Dad might not be able to see me. Shang Huaimin did not notice the blush on his daughter's face, he only heard the next sentence. In an instant, the powerful aura of the 6th level professional was like a violent storm, enveloping Yan Xinghong. Yan Xinghong is at best just the younger brother of the Yan family's patriarch. I haven't completed the 6th-turn breakthrough mission yet. Under this breath, his throat couldn't help but tighten, and he spoke in a timid manner. What do you want to do? Don't forget, this is Qinghai City. Shang Huaimin grinned. I don't do anything. I just want to tell you that you don't have to wait for those people from the Yan family now. That brat Liao has already sent those people to keep Yan Gaojie company. What do you mean? Yan Xinghong's face turned pale. Liao, in the Tower of Babel. Yan Yu and the others were all killed by Liao. Yan Xinghong seemed to understand everything in a trance. That being said, the person on the 10th floor of the Tower of Babel is Liao. The person Shui Jiulan is optimistic about. Also Liao. Tower of Babel. The 10th floor. Liao chuckled and looked down at the creature in front of him. I said, I'm an adult, these are rewards. I want both. As soon as the words fell. Shua. 6 featherless wings several meters long suddenly spread out from behind the dark wings. Darkwing laughed instead of getting angry. It had no habit of talking nonsense. Its 6 wings vibrated violently and it shot towards Liao at an incredible speed. Next second, the dark wings appeared in front of Liao, and its open mouth turned into a ferocious bloody mouth in an instant. Boom. A black flame spurted out from the opponent's mouth. Li Yao didn't move at all. These highly intelligent creatures all have a common characteristic: when fighting with him, they will attack him first instead of attacking the summoned beast. Being too clever may lead to mistakes. While being baptized by black flames, Li Yao quickly checked the opponent's attribute panel. Dark Wings gain art. Level 25, name holding level. HP, 1,000,000, wings folded. Strength, 1212. Spirit, 1204. Agility, 1021. Endurance, 1080. Skill 1, Wing Retraction LV1, conceal your breath, hide your own breath, and all attributes decrease by 10%. Skill 2, Black Dragon Flame LV9, spits out a large range of black flames, causing 320% magic damage per second to enemies within the range. Skill 3, Corrupted Scale LV4, the scales emit a corrupted aura, causing all creatures within a 10-meter radius to lose 5% of their maximum health per second. Skill 4, Dragon Might LV7, the dragon roars, stunning all enemies within 100 meters. Skill 5, Dragon Power LV3, the innate ability of the dragon race, all damage increased by 15%. Skill 6, Dragon Scale LV4, the innate ability of the dragon race, immune to all poisonous element damage, and 16% immunity to other elemental damage. Skill 7, Black Death Backlight LV1, wherever the black dragon passes, no grass will grow. Introduction: Gaynard has an almost morbid obsession with silence, and the silence it understands is not silence when no one is making noise, but the dead silence without any breath of life. Dragon Clan. Dragons actually exist in this world? Li Yao was surprised. And what is the level of the name-holding level? Above the Lord. It actually possesses such incredible attribute values. You know. Most of Li Yao's equipment is platinum level, and its attributes at this time are only around 500. For SS-level professionals from big families like Shang Zijin, their attributes are pretty much the same. It may even be lower than Li Yao. With such a huge gap in attributes, the human wave tactic is meaningless in front of the opponent. Not to mention, the opponent has so many outrageous skills. Any large-scale group attack can kill a large number of professionals in seconds. The damage caused by the professional is not even enough to keep up with the opponent's own blood recovery. The system really thinks highly of me. The mission requirement is actually a nominal level dragon. Li Yao shook his head and chuckled. Fortunately, he encountered the second-level mission. If it were anyone else, they would never be able to achieve a second promotion in their lifetime. As for the second-level mission, it only requires him to defeat the Dark Wing, Gaynard, not to defeat him completely. This kind of thing. Li Yao had completely forgotten about it. If you do something, do it to the best of your ability. If you want to make a contract with the other party, you have to beat it until it is almost dead. No matter what kind of dragon clan or what level the opponent is. He is determined to win the perfect second transformation. When Li Yao was shocked by the other party's attributes, Darkwing was also a little surprised. As an apostle of the Tower of Babel, its level was suppressed at level 25, and its own strength was weakened to the extreme. But this human being in front of me. The highest level that can enter this area is 25. If you come here for a breakthrough, you may even be at a pitiful level of 20. The black flame just now is sure to burn to death any level 25 professional. Dark Wings retracted the black flame. The human being in front of it is somewhat beyond its imagination. It decided not to hide its shortcomings. The entire body suddenly enlarged countless times, and a six-winged black dragon crawled on the ground. The wing-retracted state is lifted, and Dark Wings recovers to its current full combat power. Interesting. As expected of the Dragon Clan. Li Yao opened his mouth, looked at the huge monster in front of him, and smiled grimly. 4-digit attribute, then release the wing-folding state. The oppressive feeling it exudes almost becomes tangible. This is not a monster that can be encountered at this stage. There is only this kind of guy. Only then are you qualified to see your own ultimate move. In an instant, Li Yao's eyes turned a deep blue. The king's personal soldiers, designated. The 3 major chess piece attributes are simultaneously increased by 5 times their level. The next second, the shadows of 10 silver moon wolves appeared around Liao. Then, devotion, designate a summoned creature, and all undesignated summoned creatures will be taken back to the summoning column. The main attribute of the designated summoned creature will inherit the sum of the main attributes of the summoned creatures. Duration, 6 seconds, cooldown, 12 hours. Specify, void mantis. The words fell. All summoned creatures, including the silver moon wolf, disappeared and turned into a stream of light that flowed into the body of the void mantis. Liao looked at Dark Wings and spoke slowly. The name holding level means having your own name. Gain art. The next 6 seconds are specially prepared for you. Please taste it as a dragon. Shackles, target the void mantis. Huh. Darkwing raised its dragon head and looked at Liao in surprise. Next second, an extremely powerful force surged into Liao's body. Void Mantis has a strength value of 3,700. Bluebird 400 spirits. Predator 400 stamina. Each silver moon wolf has 150 agility points. The king's personal soldiers increase the main attribute of chess pieces by 100, so for the 3 major chess pieces, that's 300. So, Liao's current strength is 6,003. The scarlet pupils of Darkwing were visibly enlarged. The hoarse voice revealed extreme disbelief. What's the meaning? Is this the power that a level 25 human can possess? Roar, roar, roar. Darkwing roared manically. Especially prepared for me. Let me taste it. Human, I will fight you to the death. Fight hard. The 6 wings of the Dark Wings suddenly fell off and gathered into a 10-meter-long black spear in the sky. After this spear was formed, the aura of Darkwing weakened a little. Swish. The spear shot towards Liao. The speed is so fast that it is unbelievable. Liao had no intention of hiding. The pitch-black spear hit Liao. The entire space was engulfed in darkness. After a few breaths, boom. A loud explosion was heard, and the entire Tower of Babel was shaking. Countless pieces of rubble and dust fell from the top like rain. Swish. However, the white jade bone knife came out of its sheath. Liao cut through the darkness with one sword. Then the figure disappeared in an instant. New skill, Void Leap. Next second, Liao appeared above Darkwing's head. Invisibility, breaking invisibility. 25621. The next knife. The shadow of the void mantis appeared on the long sword and slashed at the wound that had just been cut. -114312, weak point attack. Shocking damage appeared above the dragon's head. Liao cut off the several meter-long dragon's tail and lifted it up. Roar, roar, roar. Darkwing couldn't bear the pain and wailed while releasing the dragon's power. Liao was dizzy on the spot. The Darkwing swept out with one claw. Although he was not hurt, Liao was swept dozens of meters away and hit the wall. Just as the Darkwing swept out this claw, Void Mantis appears. The sharp claws aimed directly at the broken tail. -513422, weak point attack. -120423, weak point attack. 13251. Darkwing is large, making it easier to hit weak spots. What's more, at this time, Darkwing was suffering from the severe pain from his tail and the aftereffects of releasing his ultimate move, and he had no way to dodge. Another shrill dragon roar. 6 seconds, the human said. 6 seconds. As long as you hold on for 6 seconds, I will kill him. Liao would never give him time. He stomped on the wall behind him and shot out. The white jade bone knife carried violent power and chopped on the neck of Darkwing again and again. Darkwings also realized that attacking Liao's body would not work. Put all your strength into defense. Clang. Every knife cut brought up a large amount of thick black blood. 6512. 6385. 6243. 5912. Since Darkwing is a dragon, the poison damage from the white jade bone knife has no effect on him. Even the damage value was greatly weakened by dragon scale. Darkwing's eyes became more and more resentful. In just 6 seconds, the human in front of him had no way of killing it. Liao remained calm. Veins bulged on his arms, and the strong force of swinging the knife caused his knuckles to ache slightly. 6913. 5821. 11921, weak point attack. 10572, weak point attack. 6231, weak point attack. Darkwing felt a sharp pain in his neck as if his skin and flesh were being torn. But he still looked at Liao with a grim smile. These 6 seconds are great, but they're not enough to kill me. Roar, roar, roar. Darkwing roared madly. The several meter-long claws were raised high and slapped directly towards Liao. Boom. The speed was so fast that Liao had no way to dodge and was blasted into the floor. Darkwing looked at Liao, who was not hurt, with a crazy expression. Immune to damage? No, there can't be such an unsolvable ability. Although you have a certain ability that allows you to gain a large amount of attribute enhancement in a short period of time, you are still a summoner in essence. Darkwing stepped on Liao again and again, as if venting his hatred for having his tail cut off. If the summoner is immune to damage, the problem mostly lies with the summoned beast. Darkwing is very old and his experience is far beyond that of ordinary monsters. With my suppressed strength, I really can't find the mantis, but... The words fell. Darkwing's abdomen suddenly swelled. Next second, endless black flames spewed out, and the scorching temperature caused the air to become distorted. Darkwing endured the severe pain in his neck and twisted his body, and soon the entire space was covered by black flames. 3021. 3412. 3104. The Void Mantis has more than 20,000 HP, and it can't withstand such damage for more than a few seconds. Shelter. A shield of light suddenly appeared on the Void Mantis. Damage suddenly reduced by 70%. Darkwing laughed instead of getting angry. Stupid ant, is it useful to delay time? The temperature of the black flame increased again. As a dragon, Darkwing has enormous mana. Such black flames can last for dozens of minutes. It doesn't believe that this light shield can exist for so long. Under the burning of the black flames, the light shield kept shaking, and thousands of damages emerged from the head of the Void Mantis every second. At this speed, in less than a minute, the Void Mantis would die on the spot. Human, wait for death. It is your honor to have forced me to this point with your talent. Darkwing suddenly realized that the bugs under his feet had disappeared. Liao and Void Mantis simultaneously launched Void Leap. 2 figures appeared above Darkwing's head. The strong wind caused by the black flames made Liao's robe rustle. He looked indifferent, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. The Void Mantis raised its claws and slashed at the scar on its neck in a cross shape. 50412, weak point attack. Even when it returns to normal, the Void Mantis still possesses a terrifying power of 3,700. Roar, roar, roar. The wound was so deep that the bone was visible, and a lot of blood spurted out. Liao raised his long sword high, poured all his strength into the white jade bone sword, and slashed it down with one blow. Swish. Darkwing roared and trembled violently. A black line appeared at the neck. A fatal blow. The next second, a huge dragon head shot up into the sky and blood spurted out. Even if you are a dragon, you can't survive without your head. Liao slowly landed on the ground, looked at the headless corpse in front of him, and murmured softly, as if responding to what Darkwing had just said. Wait for death. I'm just waiting for skills, what are you waiting for? Kill the titular creature, Darkwing, gain Yat, experience plus 65%. Note, the professional is currently unable to upgrade, and the overflow experience value storage will disappear after 24 hours. Haven't completed the second transformation yet. That's right. Liao took out a dark purple card from the storage ring. A voice suddenly appeared in my mind. Darkwing's Gainart's current health is 0%, meeting the contract conditions. Do you want to sign the contract? Yes. In an instant, the card turned into a stream of light, covering the body of Darkwing, and then slowly floated into Li Yao's hand and turned into an unknown book. Congratulations. The contract was successful. Please select the race for your chess piece. Note, only creatures with hex contracts can choose a race. You cannot choose a race that exceeds the limit of the chess piece itself. Choosing a low-level race has a chance of weakening the chess piece's ability. Seeing this prompt, Li Yao did not hesitate. Select Void Clan. Race selection successful. At the same time as this system voice appeared, the nameless book was also changing. Summon, Void Darkwing Black Dragon, SS. Li Yao will learn it. Congratulations to the professional for completing the second job task. The current task completion rate is 100%. The task can be submitted perfectly. Do you want to submit it? It is true. Looking at the system panel, Li Yao chuckled. The mission requires you to defeat the Dark Wings. The effect of the Yeetzy contract card is that the lower the health, the higher the chance of success of the contract. Therefore, if you want to achieve a 100% perfect second transformation, you just need to kill the Dark Wings completely. Li Yao was glad. He did not choose to leave Darkwing's health bar at 99%. By that time, the completion rate will be 99%. As a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder, won't you be extremely uncomfortable? Submit the task. Perfect job transfer success. Fate improvement, summoned creatures inherit attributes 40% 60%. Obtain the second-level exclusive skill of Yunding chess player, needle shooting, SS. Population of chess pieces +1. Perfect job transfer reward, double the free attribute points gained after upgrading. Hex lottery ×1 hex designated, gold, ×1, get the exclusive item for Yunding chess player, golden spatula. The system prompt sounds are overwhelming. So many benefits for a perfect job change. No wonder everyone wants to have a perfect job change. Li Yao was extremely surprised. Each of the 3 rewards is a big boost for Li Yao. But this golden shovel. Li Yao looked at the golden props floating in front of him. Golden spatula. Special props, collecting 2 can increase the number of chess pieces, and can also be combined with exclusive props to become a certificate for chess piece job change. It has the same effect as in the game. Li Yao held it in his hand, but he didn't even see the shadow of the equipment, let alone another golden shovel. Etc. Li Yao suddenly thought of it. Before, the Manslayer Iron Cavalry dropped 40 gold coins. It's impossible for Darkwing to not drop anything, right? Li Yao hurried to the place where he had killed Darkwing before. Really? A large number of gold coins were scattered on the ground, as well as a gray prop that looked like a glove. At the same time, there were 4 balls of light floating in the air. It was the reward for completing the game that Darkwing had chosen for Li Yao. Li Yao put it into his storage ring and then looked at the glove item. This thing is the key. Boxing gloves, unknown equipment. Equipment requirements, cannot be worn by non-chess pieces. Attribute 1, dodge +10%. Attribute 2, gain exclusive attack effect, critical hit, triggering a critical hit increases the current damage to 175%, critical hit chance +20%. Attribute 3, can be integrated with similar items. Before getting the equipment, Li Yao imagined that the effect of the equipment should be very strong. But I didn't expect it to be so outrageous. Exclusive attack effect critical hit. Trigger damage directly increased by 70%. If a critical hit was triggered when attacking a weak point, Li Yao couldn't even imagine the damage. This is just a small piece. If it is integrated into a finished equipment. Do it when you think of it. Li Yao immediately took out the golden shovel and merged the 2. After a few breaths, a prop similar to a badge appeared in front of Li Yao. Assassin's emblem, unknown. Equipment requirements, cannot be worn by non-chess pieces. Attribute 1, dodge +15%. Attribute 2, gain exclusive attack effect, critical hit, triggering a critical hit increases the current damage to 175%, critical hit chance +25%. Attribute 3, wearing the chess piece will gain the assassin bond. Both attributes have been increased by 5%, which is a big improvement, but the key is still the assassin bond. Now, Liao can activate two bond effects: the void and the assassin. Void bond. 3 voids, summon void creatures, void sea worms. 5 voids, summon void creatures, void pioneers. 8 voids, summon void creatures, Nasher dragon. Assassin bond. Second assassin, critical hit rate plus 10%, critical hit damage plus 20%. For assassins, critical hit rate plus 25%, critical hit damage plus 35%. 6 assassins, critical hit rate plus 40%, critical hit damage plus 50%. Invincible. Liao couldn't imagine any adjective other than these 2 words. The former is a summoned creature. Judging from the difficulty of the bond, the summoned creature will definitely not be weak. The latter actually increases the damage. Liao thought for a moment and decided to give this first piece of equipment to the Dark Wing Black Dragon. Trigger the assassin bond with Void Mantis, strengthening both. After. Liao looked at the 4 beams of light. Just as he expected. The platinum-level equipment hammer is the exclusive equipment of the Manslayer Iron Cavalry. The attributes are very strong, but they are not suitable for Liao. It can be put on the auction as a card. The 2 beads are S-level special materials that can enhance additional attributes when forging equipment. This material is extremely precious, even as valuable as the skill. These are all the cards for the auction. Liao sighed and carefully put these things into the storage ring. The long sword and skill book made Liao's eyes light up, because he could use them. Successor, weapon. Quality, dark gold. Equipment requirements, level 25, spirit 300. Equipment attribute 1, the wearer's highest attribute increases by 200. Equipment attribute 2, inheritance, active select an equipment and inherit the attribute of the item. It cannot be repeated. The original equipment is damaged. Equipment attribute 3, inherit. Equipment attribute 4, inherit. Durability, 300/300. Earth Tremor, S active skill hit the ground with a weapon, causing a strong shock wave, causing all hostile creatures within a 10-meter range to fall into a dizzy state. The dizziness duration depends on the target's mental attributes, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Sure enough, having them all is the right choice. Choose 2 from 4. Liao would feel extremely distressed if he had to give up any one of these 4 props. Even hammer and beads. It's just that Liao can't use it. If a professional needs it, he will definitely regard it as a treasure. The remaining 2 pieces are tailor-made for me. A skill book that makes up for Liao's lack of control. At critical moments, control skills are enough to turn the tide of battle. Liao would have this skill when dealing with the Dark Wings. Those 6 seconds could have been used to deal more damage, so Darkwing wouldn't have hit him into the wall, wasting time. Let's talk about this long sword. 3 inheritable attributes. It is equivalent to integrating the essence of the 3 pieces of equipment to create a magic weapon that suits you best. Liao almost immediately thought of the Goblin's Proof of Courage. In combat, if you use a skill on equipment, the skill effect will disappear after changing equipment. When dealing with the Dark Wings, he used the Beast King robe to summon the Silver Moon Wolf skills. The Silver Moon Wolf amplified Liao's attributes by as much as 1,500. Considering the other attributes of the equipment itself, Liao had to give up the 30% strength increase brought by Proof of Courage. With this sword, this situation will not happen. Liao chose to inherit. Goblin's Proof of Courage was shattered in an instant. In this case, the white jade bone blade is useless. It's a bit of a pity. The white jade bone blade has this effect because of Liao's high strength value. If it were an ordinary professional, the poison damage caused can only be said to be negligible, and it would not fetch a good price at an auction. It is not an exaggeration to call it a platinum floor tile. Thinking about the origin of the white jade bone blade, Liao felt comforted. After all, it was only dropped by a small boss in the original copy. You've been with me for such a long time, I feel a little reluctant to let you go. Liao gently stroked the blade. Don't worry, I'll sell it to you at a good price. At this time, the drops of Dark Wings have been counted. Next, it's the rewards for changing jobs. This is an SS level skill. Heart of Devotion. Needless to say, Liao was able to defeat Darkwing almost entirely thanks to this skill. Presumably, this book, Needle Cluster Shooting, will not disappoint him. But why does this skill look familiar? It seems Little Scissor Girl's ultimate move. Needle Shooting, SS active skill, a skill exclusive to the Yunding chess player. It turns energy into sewing needles and throws them out in a straight line, causing 3 stages of magic damage and a deceleration effect. The damage depends on the chess player's highest attribute. The first stage is 250%, the second stage is 500%, and the third stage is 2000%. The interval between each stage of damage is 2 seconds. Within 30 minutes after release, all attributes of the player will decrease by 30%. Cooldown time is 12 hours. Another ultimate skill. This is the type of burst damage that he lacks the most right now. As a big move, Needle Cluster has 2 flaws. The release time is long. It takes a total of 4 seconds to deal full damage. After release, the player will become weak and all attributes will decrease. But these 2 flaws are not worth mentioning in the face of the incredible skill coefficient. 27 times the damage, perfectly matched with Heart of Devotion, allows Liao to deal devastating damage in a short period of time. If you attack the weak spot and hit the critical hit in the last hit. Liao's mouth twitched and he took a breath of cold air. For a professional, only the invincibility skill can withstand this attack, right? Liao's vision has long gone beyond that of his peers. Anyone who can fight him is at least a 3rd-level professional. When fighting these people, you have to pay attention to the aftereffects of release. It is difficult to guarantee that those professionals from big families do not have invincible skills. You have to find a way to force it out before you can consider using it. Liao glanced at his experience bar. Darkwing and Manslayer Iron Cavalry contributed 95% of the experience at level 20 to him. Now that he has been upgraded to level 21, it only converts to less than 40% of the experience. Outrageous. Liao sighed. The Tower of Babel dungeon has been completely completed so far. As for the outside world, it is even a question whether one can reach level 22 before the martial arts exam. No wonder those martial arts academy professionals, after 4 years of hard training, only reach the 3rd level when they graduate. You can imagine how difficult this upgrade is. Liao thought as he walked towards the vortex leading to the outside world. At the same time, outside world. The major families work together to disperse the crowd. There is only one person within a 1,000-meter radius of the Tower of Babel. Yuan, dressed in a martial arts robe, looked up at the 10th floor of the Tower of Babel. His brows were slightly furrowed, his hands were crossed in front of his chest, and his left index finger kept tapping his right arm. In a voice that only she could hear, she murmured, "Why so slow?" The last one, I remember it was that kid Lin Zhouting, right? Lin Zhouting, an SS-level professional of the Lin family in the capital, is a senior and the president of the student union of Jingyue Mansion. How long does it take to pass the customs? 24 minutes. It's been half an hour now, and you haven't come out yet. Could it be that the person the principal favors can't even pass the 10th level? As soon as the thought came into his mind, Yuan shook his head to deny it. If he couldn't pass the level, he would have been killed by the butcher cavalry. How could he have held on until now? But the clearance time represents the hunting rate. In most cases, the hunting rate represents the strength of the professional. In other words, Liao is weaker than that kid Lin Zhouting. Yuan looked solemn. If it's this level, you still have a long way to go to become the main force of the border trial. Yuan's thoughts gradually drifted away. The border trial is a global event initiated by the heavenly Tao of this world. 4-year term. Each country on Blue Star sent 10 professionals under the age of 20 to participate. Divide national borders, allocate national resources, and award endless rewards. For such an important event, each country would send its best lineup, so much so that even SS-level professionals would become a barrier-free existence. The principle meant it was to let her pull Liao into Jingyue Mansion, and 3 months later, become the main member of the border trial. Having passed the 10th floor of the Tower of Babel, he is considered the top-level genius of the Dragon Country. In previous years, this strength would definitely be enough. But this year, in the entire Dragon Country, among all professionals under the age of 20, no one has reached the 10th level, whether they have changed jobs in advance or participated in the job change ceremony. To become the main force is equivalent to taking these people to participate in an event full of top geniuses. The pressure is huge. Yuan felt a headache. It has only been a few days since Liao changed his job. Is the principal crazy to let a little guy like this become the main force? You know. In the previous border trial, Dragon Country had 2 10th-level geniuses participating, but they barely got the 3rd place. And this tower to the sky. It was 8 years ago that she led a team and fought hard to get it back with 2 professionals of the same level. There is no such reward for 3rd place. Yuan's expression became increasingly heavy. She could imagine the powerlessness Liao felt when facing those geniuses. It's not that Liao is weak, it's just that he's unlucky. Hey, why didn't the old principal discover Liao earlier? If we give him a job transfer early, maybe there will still be a chance. Just at this moment, the light on the 10th floor of the Tower of Babel went out. A figure appeared at the formation. It's out. Although Yuan expected Liao to pass the level, he was relieved at this time. The first 10th floor this year, I'm finally not bald anymore. Yuan found that he was thinking too far ahead. The 10th level crusade was a success, and he is a top-notch genius whether in Dragon Country or the whole world. It is unfair to put the pressure of the border trial on the other party. Yuan lightly stepped out with his right foot, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Liao. Liao, who had just come out, was stunned. It's not because of the speed of the person coming, but because of the other person's gaze. It suddenly fell on the invisible void mantis. Is this the summoned beast that has already surpassed 10,000 damage points even before its second transformation? Yuan looked at the void mantis curiously. Not bad. I'm talking about stealth tactics. Yuan could tell at a glance that this summoned beast only had exaggerated strength. Its other attributes might be stronger than ordinary summoned beasts, but that was all. Liao looked at the other person without saying anything to explain. There is no one around now, so the opponent has every opportunity to kill the void mantis. So, it should be a friendly party. Seeing Liao's cautious look, Yuan nodded with relief. He immediately took out a 5-star medal. 5 stars. Liao's body froze. National Guardian General. Since you recognize me, that's easy. Yuan took back the medal and said with a smile, no need to salute. I came here just to tell you 2 things. Without waiting for Liao to reply, Yuan said to himself. First of all, it's the Yan family's business. I will take over your grudge with the Yan family now. Yuan spoke casually, as if he didn't take the Yan family seriously. Liao was a little surprised, but this was obviously not the time to interrupt the other party. Yuan continued, so you don't have to worry about what the Yan family will do to the Silver Wolf Guild, nor do you have to worry about the Yan family sending professionals above level 4 to cause trouble for you. Just focus on upgrading. However, you went a bit too far this time by killing that professional named Yan something in public. Liao's heart skipped a beat. Since the other party attacked first, the punishment shouldn't be too severe, right? Yuan stretched out his hand and tapped his chin, as if thinking about what punishment should be given. Just a verbal warning. Be careful next time, kid. Verbal warning. What kind of punishment is that? After these days, the top management started to pay attention to him. Liao understood it clearly. This is also what he hopes to see. In the professional world, all you have to do is earn it. You hide your shortcomings here and are cautious there. Even good wine will not bloom if it is not well known. If you don't show your talents, how can the top management pay attention to you and allocate resources to you? Although he no longer needs material support. Don't forget that the dungeon's secret realm itself is also a kind of resource. Liao wanted to enter the 4 major martial arts academies for this reason. Some truly rare copies were the assets of major forces and could not be provided to the public for free. Then Liao asked. Senior, what about the other thing? The matter of the Tower of Babel. Yuan's tone became serious, and he said, you have also seen that there is no one around the Tower of Babel now. Whether you cleared the 10th floor or you came to participate in the Tower of Babel today, the Federation will help you keep it secret. So, you'd better not tell anyone. That's it. For something like this, even if the other party didn't remind him, he wouldn't tell everyone about it. Liao nodded to show that he understood. Seeing Liao agreed so readily, Yuan's eyes flickered, and his evaluation of Liao rose a few points. I was originally planning to tell the other party the reason for doing this, but now it seems that there is no need at all. Despite the invasion by foreign races, the Dragon Kingdom was not a monolithic entity. As a general of the Dragon Kingdom, Yuan was unwilling to talk about such things. He is so young, yet he is neither arrogant nor impatient when faced with something that is worthy of being recorded in history. The principal's eyes are as cruel as ever. If he was stronger, maybe even she would be tempted to take him in as her disciple. Yuan said in his heart. But young people should be encouraged. Yuan looked at Liao with a serious expression and said earnestly. The 10th floor of the Tower of Babel is indeed considered a top-level genius. But among the professionals, there are some special professions whose second transformation is not carried out in the Tower of Babel. How do you know that their tasks are definitely easier than those on the 10th floor? Liao listened quietly without refuting. In short, there are still a few days left before the martial arts exam, so don't let up. Just at this moment, a regional system prompt appeared on the panels of all professionals in Qinghai City. Ding! Emergency update of Tower of Babel. There will be no rewards for defeating the Tower of Babel in the next 7 natural days. After the update, the Tower of Babel enters the second stage, with stronger monsters, higher experience, higher settlement rewards, and a higher probability of obtaining rare items. Ding! Emergency update of Tower of Babel. 3 consecutive emergency prompts flashed on the panel. For a while, the Qinghai City Star Network forum exploded immediately. Some people are crying and preparing to complete the second transfer task in the next few days. Some people are excited about the increased rewards, and they think that those who are close to the water will get the moon first and have better conditions for leveling up. More people are curious about why Tower of Babel was suddenly updated after 8 years. At this moment, Yuan was standing there blankly, as if petrified. Entering the second phase. Hallucination. However, the system prompts visible on the panel reminded her that this was not an illusion. Others may not know what it means for the Tower of Babel to enter the second stage. But the Tower of Babel was snatched back by her. How could she not know? Kill the apostle and the titular creature to enter the second stage. The titular class is a monster whose strength is recognized by the heavenly Tao and is given a special name. What kind of existence is that? 20 years ago, a level 120 titular monster broke through the abyss and descended upon Sakura Country. It almost sank Sakura Country directly with its own strength. Etc. Yuan's pupils constricted, and he suddenly realized something and looked at Liao in disbelief. What did you do in there? Liao was confused by the scene before him. Are all the generals who defend the country so emotionally unstable? Without waiting for Liao to reply, Yuan let go of Liao again. The apostles will only award rewards to professionals who have cleared the 10th level, and this guy is the only one who has entered the 10th level. If not him, who else could it be? No. Need to change permissions. How can this be some bullshit 10th level genius? A 10th level genius isn't even worthy of carrying this kid's shoes. No way. Yuan frowned. Changing permissions is too obvious. The only 2 people who knew the conditions for advancement to the Tower of Babel were the 2 people who had conquered the Tower of Babel with her. Even though those 2 guys aren't good people, they wouldn't say anything nonsense about such things. Just a few seconds. Yuan uses his brain more than she does in a year. Eventually, she decided to keep the matter secret. At the same time, find an opportunity to remind those 2 guys to prevent them from talking nonsense. After thinking it through, Yuan returned to his carefree self. Principal, principal. I never thought that you, old men, could make mistakes sometimes. If the principal knew that Li Yao could kill a titular-level monster alone at level 20, he would never let her come to see Li Yao, but would come personally to accept her as a disciple. Now. Xue Jiulan looked at Li Yao as if he was looking at a delicious steamed bun. After controlling his expression for a while, he said seriously. Oh, by the way, I just suddenly remembered that there is one more thing. Senior, you say. Although this senior looked crazy, Li Yao still asked respectfully. No way. The threshold for becoming a general guarding the country is to be a 6th-level professional. Xue Jiulan did not answer but asked, which martial arts academy are you going to take the martial arts exam? The 4 great martial arts schools. Li Yao said as a matter of course. Which one of the 4 great martial arts schools? Xue Jiulan was not surprised. With this kid's strength, how could he not be admitted to that martial arts academy? I haven't decided yet. It's better not to think it through. The dean of the War Academy is personally recruiting you. I don't believe that you won't obey. Xue Jiulan looked calm and said calmly, has Jingyuo Mansion considered this? Li Yao nodded. Jingyuofu is indeed his favorite martial arts academy so far. Because the teaching model of Jingyuofu is different from that of ordinary martial arts academies, it adopts the apprenticeship model. There are no classes, and students choose their own tutors and learn from them. Of course, the tutor also has the right to refuse, so it is a two-way process. This model requires very high teaching staff, and only the 4 major martial arts schools have such capabilities. The guidance provided to students is far beyond what can be achieved in large classrooms. Seeing Li Yao nod, Xue Jiulan was very excited, but she did not show it and said calmly. In that case, come to Jingyu. I can introduce you to a mentor. Li Yao asked, who? The Jingyuo Mansion is divided into 3 major colleges, the College of War, the College of Auxiliary Spiritual Communication, and the College of Killing and Punishment. Xue Jiulan said seriously, the person I'm introducing to you is the Dean of the War Academy, the best melee professional under the 7th rank in Dragon Country, and the 7th on the global gold list for the 6th rank. How about having someone like this as your mentor? Li Yao was shocked. He is worthy of being the general who protects the country. The Dean level is already the highest combat power in Jingyuo Mansion except for the principal. Principal Jingyu usually does not come out to accept disciples in person. In other words, the Dean level is Li Yao's best choice for becoming a disciple. At this time, Xue Jiulan felt that he seemed a little cheap. There are conditions for becoming the Dean's disciple, and the condition is. Xue Jiulan thought for a moment, the top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam. No, this year's martial arts exam is a bit difficult. What if this kid fails? Top 10 in the country, I think. With my respect, she won't make it difficult for you. Thank you, senior. Li Yao agreed without hesitation. As a general guarding the country, the other party came from afar to support him. No matter what the purpose was, he should remember it in his heart. I don't know your name yet. Xue Jiulan. Xue Jiulan responded casually, but he was very happy in his heart. If you promise her, you can't run away. But when he heard the 3 words Xue Jiulan, Li Yao was stunned. Immediately, the corner of his mouth twitched and a black line appeared on his forehead. When Shang Zijin introduced him to the 4 great martial arts masters, he specifically asked him to become a disciple of 5 of them. Among these 5, there was Xue Jiulan's name. Xue Jiulan of Jingyuo Mansion, Dean of the War College. Since the other party didn't say anything, Li Yao wouldn't point it out. I just hope that when we meet at Jingyuo Mansion, it won't be too awkward. Senior Xue, is the Dean good at martial arts? It means pure martial arts without using any skills. After thinking about it, Li Yao decided to ask first. Personal skills. Xue Jiulan was stunned, then reacted, you mean ancient martial arts? You've hit the nail on the head. Xue Jiulan raised his head slightly. Compared to long-range combat, close combat relies more on ancient martial arts. What do you think? As the top close combat professional in Dragon Country, will she be able to do it? In the entire capital, she dares to say she is second, and no one dares to say she is first. Besides, you come from a poor family and are at a disadvantage in this area. Even if you don't say anything, she will take the initiative to teach you. She even has a secret method that can allow your summoned beast to possess powerful ancient martial arts skills. You are lucky enough to be her disciple, you have found a treasure. Can summoned beasts be trained? Li Yao's eyes lit up. Certainly. Yuan nodded confidently. It's almost time. I can't stay in Qinghai City for too long. Yuan stretched out 2 fingers, pointed at his own eyes, and then pointed at Li Yao. If you want to become the dean's disciple, you can't let your guard down at all. I will keep an eye on you. After saying that, Yuan waved his hand and walked away. Senior Shui, wait a moment. Li Yao took out a scroll from his storage ring and handed it to Yuan. I wonder if the Federation needs this thing. If you have something to trade, why not just put it on the Starnet? The Starnet is governed by the Federation, so there won't be any blackmail. Having said that, Yuan still took the scroll. I have to teach this kid some lessons in the future, otherwise he will give me everything. Hunter, specialized scroll. Yuan's eyes suddenly widened, he wiped his eyes, and looked again carefully. After seeing the words on the scroll clearly, Yuan felt like he was on a roller coaster. Looking at Li Yao with resentment, if you have anything else to say, please say it all at once. I can accept it. No more. Really gone? Li Yao nodded. Okay. Yuan took a deep breath and put the scroll into the storage ring. What kind of thing do you want to exchange for? Except for the summon beast skills, everything else I can use is fine. Senior, please take care of it. Okay. Yuan looked serious for the first time. The rarity of this thing may be even more exaggerated than you think. Don't worry, trading with the Federation is the right choice. We will not treat you unfairly. I will go back to the capital to prepare. I will give you the news when the time comes. You can change it if you want. Then Senior Shui, let's meet at Jingyue Mansion. Li Yao watched Yuan leave. Yuan didn't reply and just walked away on his own. I shouldn't have let it slip, right? This kid came to Jingyue Mansion, but instead of going to see the dean of the War College, why did he meet me? You want me to recommend you, right? Humph. I really want to see what kind of expression this kid will have when he knows that I am the dean. I'll scare you to death. But, what exactly is this kid's talent? I can actually kill a named creature alone at level 20. I don't know if there will be anyone who can surpass him, but there is definitely no one like him before him. Even the principal can't do it, right? This was also the reason why she was so excited just now. Her mouth was like a ladle, and she blurted out all those titles that she usually considered embarrassing. I'm afraid this kid won't behave. Shameful. Fortunately, I was smart and did not reveal my identity. After that kid enters Jingyue Mansion and understands how honored it is for the head of an academy to accept a disciple. Naturally, they would fight to become his disciples. Yuan has now thought about what he should say when the time comes. If I accept you as my apprentice directly, wouldn't that mean I would miss out on some training? Wouldn't this kid be so moved that he almost fainted? In order to rush back to defeat the goblin nest. After leaving the Tower of Babel, Li Yao went straight to the airport. Return flight to Jiangzhou. Li Yao closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. On the system panel in my mind, there are countless golden hextech talents. A perfect second transformation, replacing his one chance to draw a hex with a designated golden hex. He has 2 options. The first one is that in Cloud Top, strengthening the hextech of a single chess piece can make the strength of Void Mantis undergo a drastic change again. However, Li Yao searched for a long time and did not find the Void Mantis strengthening rune, but he did find the Dark Wing Black Dragon strengthening rune. It should be a problem of my own star rating, right? Li Yao pondered secretly. It's like the enhancement rune is for the 3-cost chess piece. Void Mantis itself is just a 1-cost chess piece. Li Yao couldn't figure it out for the time being. But Li Yao couldn't give up on the Void Mantis because he had practical training. Another option. Just choose Hextech. A world apart is like a neighbor, gold level when the battle starts, the two pieces that are farthest apart share 75% of each other's main attributes. Perfect. Liao couldn't help but shout out in joy, and was immediately given a cold shoulder by the people around him. Compared to previous games, a world away, sharing of multiple attributes increased from 35% to 75% of the main attributes. Such a change is undoubtedly more reasonable. The main attribute of the Dark-Wing Black Dragon is Spirit. There was originally a hex called Early Education, which was the same as actual combat training and could infinitely grow spiritual attributes. But there is a disadvantage to choosing this hex, which is that it will cause the Void Mantis and the Dark-Wing Black Dragon to compete for monsters. Now that the world is close to you, has been optimized, Liao has no hesitation at all. Direct selection. Whether it is Bluebird or Dark Dragon Wing, there is a chance to benefit from the high strength bonus of Void Mantis. The attack methods have also become more diverse. The world is so small is definitely Liao's second journey. The most valuable benefit. Soon. After the plane landed, Liao rushed to the Jiangzhou border without stopping. When he arrived at the entrance of the goblin's lair, Liao thought for a moment that he had gone to the wrong place. The previous noisy scene and the bustling crowds disappeared. Instead, several professionals wearing sophisticated equipment gathered together. They don't look like native people from Jiangzhou. Just at this moment, a familiar and pleasant voice sounded. Liao. Hello, hello. Chen Yu jumped towards Liao. Looking at the other party, Liao also smiled lightly and asked, "How is the preparation for the auction going?" "What? We're just meeting and we're talking about business." Chen Yu came closer to Liao and grumbled in dissatisfaction. All the major families in Sangyu City have been notified, and the next step is for the individual professionals. Liao nodded. Let's set the date on the day before the martial arts exam. By then, all young professionals will rush to Sangyu City. No problem. Chen Yu responded with a smile. Seeing that the other party was in a good mood, she asked a few more questions about the second-level mission. Liao just laughed it off. It's not that I don't trust Chen Yu, but I promised Senior Xue not to say anything nonsense. Chen Yu didn't care too much and patiently explained the current situation to Liao. So, these people haven't completed the first pass yet. Hearing this, Liao said in surprise. Purgatory level is not that easy. Chen Yu looked around at the professionals with disgust and said indignantly, "You just reached level 20, and these people couldn't wait to come here. The worst part is that they drove away all the professionals in Jiangzhou. If it weren't for Sister Zijin, you might not even be able to see me. Besides, you came at the right time because that group of people had already entered the dungeon. Otherwise, they would not have dared to stop you, the dungeon opener." Liao didn't care. Now that he is here, this group of people is destined to return empty-handed. Sister Zijin. Shang Zijin. She's here too. Yes. Chen Yu's eyes sparkled when talking about Shang Zijin, with an admiring look on her face. They have only been here for a short time, but their strategy progress is currently the fastest. Afterwards, Chen Yu told them which families these people came from. Most of them are professionals from large families in the main city near Sangyu City. The most threatening ones should be the merchants. Liao didn't dare to delay. If he delayed any longer, Shang Zijin would really be able to take the first pass away. Then I'll go in first. I'll take you after the first pass. Liao said to Chen Yu. He has the title of Abyss Lone Wanderer, and he gets attribute rewards for soloing Nightmare level and above dungeons. Chen Yu was surprised. You want to play solo again? This is the Purgatory level. Well, it should be out soon. Liao said casually. Haha. What a big mouth. Just as Liao turned around and prepared to enter the vortex, two figures came into his sight. He was quite familiar with one of them. Jiang Ningyu walked up to Liao and Chen Yu, holding the arm of a young man in black. A native country bumpkin, do you know what a nightmare level copy is? The young man in black said arrogantly. The young man's voice was so loud that the professionals around him could hear it. For a while, there were constant sounds of sneer and ridicule. Soloing a Purgatory level dungeon. Ha ha ha. After all, this is a small place, How can you say such brazen words? Didn't we agree that your Yang family would stop these natives? Isn't it dirtying my eyes to let these natives come over? What's wrong with letting one over here? It's just for fun, haha. Do you think he dares to go in? Go in. Do you really think these natives have teleportation tools like us? The escape scroll cannot be used. Without a teleportation tool, going in would mean death. Not necessarily. Let alone the Purgatory level, these small places may not even have seen the nightmare level. Ignorance is fearless. What if a fool goes in without fear of death? Kid, listen to my advice. Purgatory level is not an easy level for you to clear, so don't go in and die. Hearing the noises around him, the young man in black laughed even louder and turned to look at Jiang Ningyu beside him. Ningyu, is this guy your ex-boyfriend? Has my brain gone haywire since I broke up with you? Hearing this, Jiang Ningyu secretly glanced at Li Yao's expression. Li Yao, did you see it? The people around me are countless times better than you. What can you compare with me? Jiang Ningyu said coquettishly, what ex-boyfriend? Brother Yang, I've already said it all. We were young and ignorant at that time. He and I didn't do anything. The young man in black chuckled disdainfully. What can you do with a brainless person? Tell me, how do you want me to deal with him? When saying this, the young man in black didn't even look at Li Yao and didn't take him seriously at all. Jiang Ningyu was actually still a little afraid of Li Yao. After all, the opponent has the strength to single-handedly defeat a nightmare-level enemy. Jiang Ningyu gently patted the young man in black and pretended to be dissatisfied and said, am I so excessive in your eyes? He is just young and ignorant. You just need to drive him out. This is not a place for him to stay. After saying that, her eyes fell on Qin Yu. Jiang Ningyu had heard of this girl before. Her popularity in number 3 middle school is no less than hers, because as the little princess of the Qin family, to some extent, she is more popular than her. Before this, she had always regarded Qin Yu as an imaginary enemy. Jiang Ningyu looked at Qin Yu and said with a superior attitude. Qin Yu, right. I've heard of you. Qin Yu knew about Jiang Ningyu and Li Yao, and she felt extremely disgusted with Jiang Ningyu. He snorted softly and turned his head to the side. I don't want to listen. Jiang Ningyu seemed not to notice the other person's appearance and continued, you have outstanding looks. I can understand you wanting to seek protection based on this. But you have to be more discerning. As Jiang Ningyu spoke, she glanced at the young man in black. The young man in black enjoyed it very much, but he also noticed that the girl named Qin Yu had a hint of lust in her eyes. No worse than Ningyu. If we could be together. The young man in black immediately straightened his body and looked at Li Yao. You heard what Ningyu said. Walk on your own, or do you need me to help you? Have you said enough? Li Yao's indifferent voice sounded. So, you need my help? The young man in black sneered disdainfully. Li Yao, there is no possibility between us. Please leave immediately. This is not the place for you. Jiang Ningyu also spoke up to persuade him, as if she was doing it for Li Yao's own good. But Li Yao didn't even look at her and walked straight towards the copy vortex. The void mantis has already appeared behind the young man in black. You. Seeing this, the young man in black laughed instead of getting angry. Yang Kaiwa, throw him out. Yes. Master. A tall figure walked out from the gathering place of the Yang family. Qin Yu knew this man, her face darkened, and she quickly grabbed Li Yao. Li Yao, I just happen to have something to do, how about we come over later? Then he leaned close to Li Yao's ear and whispered, this person is the highest-ranking person in the Yang family here, a level 35 A-class professional. Retreat first. Come back later. Hee hee. The young man in black grinned and said recklessly, this kid can leave, but you can't leave. My Yang family lost a gold-level equipment. I suspect you took it. Come with me. As soon as these words came out, the air around suddenly turned cold. Li Yao's expression was cold, and his gaze finally fell on the young man in black. Are all these children from aristocratic families so lawless? Being stared at by Li Yao, the young man in black shuddered subconsciously. Realizing that he was frightened by the other party, he angrily ordered. Yang Kaihua, what the hell are you doing? Why don't you do it now? Yang Kaihua wanted to say that he was also shocked. But he didn't dare to refute his master. A golden longbow appeared in his hand, the bow was full like the moon, and he said coldly to Li Yao. Leave now and I can spare your life. Li Yao didn't reply. And behind the young men in black, the air twisted. The void mantis's sharp claws turned into blades and landed on the neck of the young men in black. At the same time, a body as huge as a mountain fell in front of Yang Kaihua. The extremely powerful and terrifying aura made Yang Kaihua, a level 35 professional, swallow his saliva involuntarily. He slowly raised his head. Devour countless leader-level creatures. The void predator has reached a terrifying size of 3 meters. The hideous mouthparts dripped transparent mucus, and a strong bloody smell rushed towards Yang Kaihua. Summoning a beast. How am I supposed to deal with this kind of thing? Cold sweat slid down his forehead, and Yang Kaihua's right hand, which was drawing the bow, couldn't stop shaking. No. His level is only 20. This summoned beast is just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It looks powerful, but there is nothing to be afraid of. Yang Kaihua kept comforting himself, and at the same time, he used all his strength to pull the bow to its full length. Just before launch, the young men in black shouted angrily. Yang Kaihua. You want to kill me? Stop it now. Hearing this, Yang Kaihua turned around to look at his young master and found that he was being held hostage by a giant mantis. He immediately put down his longbow and shouted. Let go of the young master. At the same time, several Yang family professionals appeared at the same time and surrounded Li Yao and Qin Yu. The scene suddenly became tense. Qin Yu was a little scared, but knew that she couldn't disturb Li Yao now. She would stay quietly by the side, and once the battle started, she would use Thunder Walker's fastest movement skill to escape from the battlefield, trying not to hinder Li Yao. Li Yao, however, was as calm as water, without a single ripple, and walked slowly towards the young men in black. Do you know who I am? The young man in black was shrouded in coldness, and the sharp blade was less than a centimeter away from his neck. Let this beast go, and I can pretend nothing happened. Jiang Ningyu looked at the young man in black who was being held hostage with a look of panic and fear. Yang Honglang confronted Li Yao because of her. If anything unexpected happens, the Yang family will never let her go. He shouted repeatedly, Li Yao, quickly release young Master Yang. He is not someone you can afford to offend. Young Master Yang said that as long as you release him, he will forgive you for what happened. Li Yao remained silent and walked out slowly. With every step he took, Yang Honglang's heart would stop for a second, and he finally couldn't stand the oppressive feeling brought by Li Yao. Everyone, kill this guy. At the same time, the light flashed, Yang Honglang activated the invincible skill, and used the displacement skill to increase the distance. In an instant, several skills were fired at Li Yao at the same time. Finally, they took action. A smile appeared on Li Yao's lips. As long as the other party takes action, whatever he does is considered self-defense. Boom. The skill exploded, the predator protected Qin Yu behind him, and Li Yao was at the center of the explosion. 621. 554. 319. What? With all this damage, you didn't lose any blood. It's not that it didn't drop, it's just that its health is too high. Thousands of damage is only enough to reduce its health. The professionals of the Yang family were extremely terrified. This big guy's health bar is even thicker than that of the boss. Yang Honglang, who was pulling away, also saw this scene, a bunch of trash, attacking the summoner. The void predator was too big, and all the damage was on it, so everyone thought that it had not hit Li Yao. However, Li Yao would not give them another chance to attack. Rupture. The earth shattered and countless spikes shot up into the sky. As the predator grows in size, the range of rupture becomes larger and larger. Puff. Puff. All the professionals of the Yang family were not spared and were all impaled in the air by the spikes. Countless damage values exceeding 10,000 appeared above their heads. Some of the squishy ones were even beaten to the point of being on the verge of death. For a moment, wailing and screaming were heard frequently. Ah! Where's the nanny? Hurry up and save her. Nanny. Nanny is also strung up in the air. These Yang family professionals are Yang Honglang's guards on this trip, and their levels are all above level 30. If not, this rupture alone is enough to kill them all. The scene before their eyes made all the professionals around them freeze in place. Such terrible damage. Is it a big move? What level of summon beast can learn the ultimate move at level 20? No. Even if it is an ultimate move, the summoner is only level 20. How can the damage value exceed 10,000? Who is this person? Could it be an SS level summoning class? Everyone was secretly shocked. With just one move, all the professionals of the Yang family lost their fighting power. When did the summoner become so powerful? When Chen Yu saw Li Yao displaying his prowess, she immediately rushed excitedly towards Jiang Ningyu, who was still in a daze. Bad woman. Watch out. Jiang Ningyu's face looked extremely ugly, and he was forced to fight with Chen Yu. One is a thunder walker, the other is a frostbender, both are mages, and both are A-level professions. For a while, they were inseparable. However, Chen Yu was leveling up with Li Yao, and his level was much higher than Jiang Ningyu's. In addition, he was well equipped, so he completely overwhelmed Jiang Ningyu. Yang Honglang's invincible skill has disappeared. He took out his staff and aimed at Li Yao. A strong summoned beast does not mean a strong summoner. As long as we kill him, there is still a chance. Red Snake Dance. 2 seconds later, a fire snake flew out from his staff and rushed towards Li Yao. A-level skill for a level 20 mage, extremely high single target damage. It's called the God-level single target skill for a second-level mage. It's said that a skill book can be exchanged for a house in Beijing. As expected of the young master of the Yang family, he is fearless in the face of danger and prioritizes attacking the summoner. The summoned beast used its ultimate move, so there must be side effects. If we attack Li Yao now, the summoned beast will definitely not have time to return to defend. Just when everyone thought Li Yao was in danger, a mantis creature appeared in front of Li Yao and slashed it with a knife. The fire snake split into two. If it wasn't necessary, Li Yao didn't want to expose the chess player's talent in front of everyone. After killing the fire snake, the void mantis rushed directly in front of Yang Honglang and kicked with its hind legs. 4102. Yang Honglang's blood volume decreased significantly, his whole body bent, he took several steps back, and fell to the ground. Li Yao walked up to the other person. He grabbed Yang Honglang's hair and slammed him to the ground. Bang. Grabbing him again, Li Yao looked at the other person's bloody face and sneered. You are from the Yang family in Songyu City, right? What is the relationship between Yang Junfei and you? That's my big brother. If you dare to do this to me, my big brother in the Yang family will never let you go. Oh, you might as well go ask your eldest brother. See if he dares to talk to me like that. Li Yao hit it hard again. Yang Honglang fainted without even a scream. Seeing this, Li Yao smashed it again. Yang Honglang was awakened from his coma by the pain. I was wrong, let me go. And at this time, a flash of white light appeared at the vortex of the copy. A group of people used a teleportation item in the copy and were teleported here. As soon as Shang Zijin came out, he saw Li Yao grabbing Yang Honglang's hair. His face changed drastically, and he immediately shouted. Yang Honglang. What are you doing? Yang Honglang. I'm getting beaten. You ask me what I'm doing. Shang Zijin quickly walked up to Li Yao, slapped Yang Honglang, and then looked at Li Yao apologetically. Are you okay? Li Yao. Li Yao raised his eyebrows and asked, why? Do you know this person? Shang Zijin nodded, then showed a pitiful expression. How about giving me some face? I'll let him go this time. Hiss. For a moment, everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but gasp. Who is Shang Zijin? Miss Merchant. They are all professionals from major families, but they are nothing compared to the merchants. Merchants in Qinghai City, when did you need to beg others for help like this? This was even more surprising than seeing Li Yao kill everyone in seconds. Li Yao just looked at the other person, as if to say, what face do you have? Shang Zijin understood immediately, and quickly moved closer to Li Yao and whispered. The Yang family is responsible for the sale of StarNet equipment in Sangyu City. If the Silver Wolf Guild wants to develop in Sangyu City, it cannot avoid the Yang family. I have already discussed this with the patriarch of the Yang family. If you kill this guy now, I will be hard-pressed to explain myself. All right. Li Yao agreed. He had no intention of killing anyone in public. It's just a good opportunity to pretend to give this woman some face. The void mantis slashed down with one sword. Ah! Yang Honglang screamed suddenly. An arm shot up into the sky. Shang Zijin's expression remained unchanged. But she knew what kind of person was in front of her. It's just an arm. Compared to Yan Gaojia losing his life, this is already a mercy. Yang Honglang covered the broken arm with his hand, his face grim. The severe pain made him lose his mind. I'm going to kill you. I'm definitely going to kill you. Hearing this, Li Yao raised his eyebrows. Shang Zijin was one step faster and kicked Yang Honglang in the face. People from the Yang family, why don't you take this piece of trash and get out of here? As a leader of the younger generation of businessmen, no one dares to disobey what she says. Yang Kaiwa hurried over and carried the unconscious Yang Honglang, and fled away. After all the Yang family members left, Shang Zijin seemed like a different person and walked up to Li Yao with a smile. Why don't you take a break? You just came here after the second shift. Li Yao put the predator into the chess piece space, and the void mantis entered stealth mode. He said, why don't you come over quickly and give you the first pass of Purgatory? Being looked at by Li Yao, Shang Zijin felt a little scared and said awkwardly, isn't it because I'm afraid someone else will get there first? We have a contract, so we are family, and we should keep the wealth within the family. Shang Yana had told her everything that happened in the Tower of Babel. In addition, I learned from my father that Li Yao had most likely passed the 10th level. So in front of Li Yao, Shang Zijin had to put away his pride and keep a low profile. Li Yao just mentioned it casually and didn't really care. The other party is indeed working on the contract, and it's time to hand the things over to her. A treasure chest was taken out from the storage ring and handed to Shang Zijin. How is the matter with the Yuan family going? Shang Zijin's eyes lit up, he stretched out his hand, and the treasure chest disappeared without a trace. The first treasure chest she had been longing for. Of course it's done. All of the Yuan family's businesses went bankrupt and were taken over by the Silver Wolf Guild. The several people who participated in the assassination attempt on you were all sent to foreign lands to serve in the army. With their strength, their bodies are probably cold by now. Li Yao nodded. The Yuan family grew to be one of the top 3 families in Jiangzhou, so they must have done something shady behind the scenes. Given the ability of the merchants, it is not too easy to investigate these. However, the other party really put a lot of thought into it, as he handled my trip to the Tower of Babel so cleanly. At this time, Qin Yu walked up to Li Yao, panting. Jiang Ningyu had been beaten black and blue by her and had already fled away in disgrace. Thunder Walker was a melee mage. Qin Yu was very happy to beat him up and help Li Yao vent his anger. Sister Zijin. Qin Yu called out and took Shang Zijin's arm affectionately. Li Yao saw it but didn't say much. It's Shang Zijin's business to be friendly to people around her, but she will never change the decisions she has made. Shang Zijin responded, looked at Li Yao and said, you are going to clear the dungeon now, do you want to join us? I have already conquered the final stage of the boss. As long as you come, you can clear it in one go. No, I want to play solo. Solo play. Shang Zijin was stunned. Since when can we use the term solo play to describe a purgatory level dungeon? But think about the opponent's summoned beast. One has abnormal single target output, one is incredibly tanky, and one has a terrifyingly large range. This combination. It's really possible. After Li Yao finished speaking, he walked straight towards the vortex copy. The professionals surrounding the copy all stepped back unconsciously to make way. They witnessed the end of the Yang family with their own eyes. They were afraid that if they were a second late, the summoned beast would string them up into the sky like a candied hawse. This scene made Liao laugh. But he never takes other people's opinions into consideration. Be he a murderer or a violent maniac, it doesn't matter as long as you don't stop him. Liao stepped into the vortex and disappeared on the spot. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. One person went in. Is he really going to play alone? This is the Purgatory level. In our dragon country, is there a single-player Purgatory level dungeon? Absolutely not. I don't think he would choose the Purgatory difficulty. We have been trying for so long and haven't even seen the boss. You don't know how strong the monsters in there are. Going in alone is definitely courting death. Professionals explore dungeons, especially those that prohibit the use of escape scrolls. The price paid is absolutely unimaginable. Equipment loss, potions, rare items, if converted into money, the figure would absolutely be astronomical. Even the business team. Being able to exit the dungeon safely at this time requires at least 5 platinum-level teleportation items. So when they saw that Liao had no preparation before entering the dungeon, they all thought that this was the only explanation for why he had chosen other difficulty levels. Shang Zijin let go of Qin Yu's right hand. Xiao Yu, I'm going in too. I haven't cleared the customs yet, so it's too dangerous to take you with me. After I clear the customs. Sister Zijin, there's no need. Qin Yu shook her head repeatedly. Purgatory level is too far away from me, I can just grind other difficulties by myself. After Liao led several waves of nightmare-level warriors, she was fully confident that she could reach level 20 before the martial arts exam. She didn't have much to aspire for. Getting into one of the 4 major martial arts schools was her biggest dream. Why bother Sister Zijin? Besides, young Master Li said that he would take me with him after the solo game. Okay, I'll go in first. Shang Zijin only took care of Qin Yu for Liao's sake. Without further persuasion, she led the team into the dungeon. She invited Liao, but he rejected her, so. You can't blame her for having your first pass snatched away, right? Goblin Lair is a 5-player instance. She has 3 S-level professionals on her side, plus herself and an external aide invited from the capital, 2 SS-level professionals. What's more, as she just said, they have reached the final stage of the boss. Now you just need to replace some targeted equipment and you will be able to pass the level directly. No matter how strong Liao is, he can never pass the level as fast as them. 5 people are not as good as 1 person. Shang Zijin didn't believe it. She was already thinking. When we get the first pass, how should we compensate Liao?